Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Dragon Phoenix Martial Soul, Shocking Tang San. In the Douluo Continent, within the serene confines of Holy Soul Village. Old Jack, I fail to comprehend why you allow such a useless individual to remain in our Holy Soul Village. Every child at appropriate age has awakened their martial soul. Save for him, Chunyu, who possesses not even a scrap of a martial soul, and his soul power is a mere zero. Indeed, while it is true that only little San from our village has qualified for admission, the other children at least awakened various agricultural martial souls, which will undoubtedly aid them in their future endeavors. Yet, this Chunyu shows not even a shadow of a martial soul. Old Jack, what purpose does it serve to sustain this waste of resources? Are we not merely squandering our provisions? Huh, a waste indeed. And to add insult to injury, he even fainted from heat stroke this morning, a true farce. Enough. Quiet down. You are all aware that little you is an orphan, having wandered into our Holy Soul Village. Beneath the shade of a tree, Chunyu awoke languidly, his head throbbing, the cacophony around him only amplifying his irritation, prompting him to yell out in frustration. Silence. What is all this noise? Can't a person get a moment's rest? His youthful voice brought an immediate hush over the crowd, and in the next instant, countless pairs of eyes fixated upon Chunyu beneath the tree. The atmosphere shifted ominously, and Chunyu's eyes flew open. Something is amiss. I was punished by my master to maintain a horse stance for 10 hours, then returned to my room and collapsed into slumber. Yet this scenario. Good heavens, why are there so many people staring at me? Though I am aware that I possess a modicum of charm, surely it does not warrant such an audience during my slumber. Wait, their attire is peculiar. Are they performing in a play? Chunyu suddenly noticed that his own voice was strange too youthful. Lowering his gaze in astonishment, he scrutinized his form. My hands, my 8-pack abs, my resonant voice, how have I transformed into a child? A jolt surged through Chunyu. Could it be that I have traversed to another realm? Simultaneously, a torrent of memories flooded his mind. Douluo Continent, Holy Soul Village, martial souls, soul masters, the ways that a glimmer of realization ignited in his eyes. He comprehended that he had indeed crossed realms. This was a fantastical world where strength reigned supreme, and soul masters held the highest regard. In the Blue Star, he was the inheritor of ancient martial arts, Chunyu, and now, this body also named Chun Yu belonged to a destitute orphan, fortunate enough to be taken in by the village chief, Old Jack. However, he had been afflicted with an exceedingly weak constitution from a young age, not only lacking a martial soul, but also succumbing to heat stroke after merely standing under the sun for a brief moment. His demise was indeed tragic. Now, he found himself inhabiting this body an archetypal weakling character, and to make matters worse, he was merely a child? What a farcical predicament. Ding! Suddenly, a melodious notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have activated the shock system. The residents of Holy Soul Village are astonished, expressing disbelief that a waste would dare to shout, with an average shock level of 60. As this is your first shock, your exceptional performance has resulted in a doubled reward, granting you a super novice gift pack. Ding! The gift pack has been automatically opened. Congratulations, host! You have acquired the celestial dragon phoenix, martial soul, in the ethereal realm of Chunyu's soul, an ancient colossal dragon, adorned with fiery phoenix. Wings and devoid of a visible tail, nearly enveloped the entirety of his spiritual ocean. Each scale of this magnificent beast was the size of a half-football field, and its razor-sharp horns seemed capable of piercing through the very fabric of the universe. Immediately, the dragon's form began to shrink dramatically, yet it exuded a powerful, primal aura that spiraled around Chunyu, breathing life back into his frail body. Subsequently, the dragon's essence penetrated the palm of his right hand, flooding Chunyu with an overwhelming surge of strength. What? A system? Shocked? Though Chunyu had watched numerous transmigration dramas, he had never envisioned himself as the protagonist of such a tale. However, before he could organize the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, a robust arm seized him from the ground. Little waste. Who were you shouting at just now? Chunyu swore to the heavens that he had never encountered this rugged, bearded giant with dark skin before, yet a name surfaced in his min Linshan. Seeing Chunyu, who resembled a fledgling chick in his grasp, Linshan's face unexpectedly broke into a faint smile, which filled him with immense indignation. Chunyu was notorious in Sacred Soul Village for being a good for nothing, even less than worthless. In the past, he would avoid Linshan like the plague, but today, this boy exhibited no hint of fear whatsoever. Little waste. Is your skin itching again? As Linshan's words fell, he was met with the icy gaze of Chunyu, whose eyes held no trace of emotion, sending a chill through Lin Shan's spine. In Blue Star, Chun Yu was at least a formidable practitioner of ancient martial arts, and a mere 30 to 50 opponents could hardly approach him, but a strong individual possesses their own dignity, and with the cleansing of his essence by the celestial dragon phoenix, martial soul, Chun Yu felt his strength rapidly returning. Who do you call a waste? Lin Shan trembled, instinctively loosening his grip. Ding. Lin Shan was struck by disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Shock level 99. Congratulations, host soul power has increased by 1 level. A warm current surged through Chun Yu, slightly enhancing his physical abilities. Was this the effect of soul power? Truly marvelous. Once on solid ground, Chun Yu did not retreat, but instead bent his legs, lifted his knee, and delivered a powerful knee strike to Lin Shan's soft abdomen. This was the simplest counterattack technique in ancient martial arts, the most effective method of assault that his youthful body could muster. The abdomen is the softest part of the human body, and a sudden violent blow rendered Lin Shan's face ashen as he clutched his stomach and doubled over, retching on the ground. What a precise attack. The technique of force application is nothing short of perfect. Not far away, atop an earthen slope, stood a small figure whose eyes gleamed with a purple light. In the palm of his right hand floated a delicate sprig of blue silvergrass. He was Tang San, the sole individual granted admission to the Soul Master Academy during this martial soul awakening. With a seamless series of fluid attacks, Chun Yu instilled a sense of astonishment in Tang San's heart. The once inconspicuous Chun Yu revealed such remarkable prowess, leaving Tang San to question his own ability to match Chun Yu's effortless grace. Ding! The host's exquisite martial skills have astonished Tang San for the first time, with a shock level of 99. Tang San expresses, "You can wield martial arts too?" Reward. Soul power increases by 5 levels. Chun Yu was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't Tang San a child of the same age as him, based on the memories of his original self? Now that he was no longer in the crowd, how could he be so astonished by Chun Yu? Could it be that he was extraordinary in his own right? Or perhaps this Tang San possessed a far-reaching vision, capable of perceiving events from miles away? In the next moment, Chun Yu quickly realized that the shock he had caused in Lin Shan had been similar, yet his soul power had only increased by 1 level, while Tang San's ascended 5-fold. Is it possible that this Tang San's strength far exceeds that of Lin Shan, thus altering the rewards from the shock system? The seemingly inconspicuous Holy Soul Village was indeed hiding dragons and tigers, and Chun Yu felt that everything in this world was beginning to take on an intriguing quality. "You worthless wretch! How dare you strike your uncle Lin Shan? You are truly disrespectful. How has Chun Yu become so formidable? I can't believe I found that rather impressive just now." The villagers were filled with questions, reproaches, and admiration. Ding. You have defeated Lin Shan, and the villagers express, "Our jaws have dropped in astonishment, with an average shock level of 80. Reward. Soul power increase. Host reaches full innate soul power." Upon seeing the system notification, Chun Yu finally understood the essence of shock was to elevate his own status. Taking a deep breath, Chun Yu addressed the villagers who were criticizing him in a childish yet assertive tone. Lin Shan initiated the conflict, and I merely responded. "The truth is evident. How dare you indiscriminately accuse me without discernment? Just because you are a worthless being without a martial soul or soul power, in the Douluo Continent where strength reigns supreme, what use is your skill? Before a soul master, you are but an ant." A villager shouted loudly. A faint smirk of derision appeared on Chun Yu's lips. So your reasoning is so simplistic. The one with the strongest fist holds the power of discourse. Henceforth, you may all silence yourselves. Raising his right hand, a slender serpent, no thicker than a chopstick, slowly emerged from his previously empty palm. However, several bulging protrusions appeared on the serpent's head and abdomen, as if something within was striving to break free. A terrifying pressure radiated from this serpent, causing all onlookers to weaken at the knees and kneel before Chun Yu. Ding! The martial soul has manifested. All villagers of Holy Soul Village have been utterly astonished, with an average shock level of 99. The path of awakening for the Heavenly Dragon Phoenix martial soul has commenced. Heavenly Dragon Phoenix martial soul juvenile phase. Upon awakening, the host's soul power reserve triples, and the soul power cultivation speed also triples. The Heavenly Dragon Phoenix martial soul can enhance its growth by devouring soul beast essence and soul master martial souls. Ding. Tang San expresses, "I almost knelt as well." Congratulations to the host for astonishing Tang San once more. Reward. Enhanced version of the Xiantian Treasure Record. Xiantian Treasure Record Divine Level. increases the quantity of god-slaying hidden weapons, enhances the catalog of divine-grade spiritual herbs, and provides methods for concocting the exquisite immortal dispersal poison. At this moment, Chinyu paid no heed to the rewards that cannot be right. Just moments ago, I witnessed a majestic dragon, yet now it has transformed into a mere snake. Could it be that the system has made an error? Or perhaps it has succumbed to a moment of confusion? You, Lord Su Yuntao, explicitly stated that you possess no martial soul. What is the meaning of this? However, to the eyes of outsiders, Chun Yu appeared as a sparrow that had transformed into a phoenix. Everyone, including Tang San, was astonished that just half a day prior, Chun Yu had been deemed devoid of a martial soul, yet now he had manifested one seemingly out of thin air. Furthermore, the aura emanating from Chun Yu's martial soul suggested that its rank surpassed even that of the esteemed Lord Su Yuntao. Chun Yu was not only far from being worthless, but was indeed a genuine prodigy. In an instant, the attitudes of all present towards Chun Yu underwent a complete transformation, with even Lin Shan wearing a smile of sycophancy. For the residents of Shanchuan village, soul masters held immense significance aside from Tang San. They now had another option. Chun Yu. Chapter 2. Handshake with Tang San, the beast approaches. Observing the villagers around him, all brimming with obsequiousness, Chun Yu felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Some people's changes in demeanor surpassed even the speed of turning pages in a book. Yet, there were still those of goodwill. Chun Yu made his way directly to Old Jack. As the village chief of Shanchuan village, Old Jack was the only elder in the village whom Chun Yu held any fondness for. During Chun Yu's most dismal times, it was Old Jack who had single-handedly shielded him from harm. Thank you, Grandpa Village Chief, for your continued care for me. Old Jack was equally astonished that this child, once perceived as a waste, was indeed a rare genius. However, their prior aggressive actions may have left Chun Yu feeling disheartened. My child. We were just. Grandpa Village Chief, you are you, and they are they. I, Chun Yu, can distinguish between good and evil. Before his transmigration, Chun Yu was a core disciple of an ancient martial arts family. Discerning right from wrong was exceedingly simple for him. As for how others treated him, whether kindly or otherwise, Chun Yu would reciprocate in kind. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. This was Chun Yu's first principle in navigating the world. Xiao-san, come here quickly this time to the Nodding Soul Master Academy. You will have a companion. At that moment, Tang San descended from the small hill. Upon seeing Tang San, Old Jack immediately grasped Chun Yu's hand and approached him. Seeing Tang San up close, Chun Yu felt a twinge of surprise. This child, of similar age to him, possessed a gaze that hinted at a maturity typically reserved for adults. This Tang San seems rather extraordinary. Just as Chun Yu was appraising Tang San, the latter extended his hand towards him. Hello, my name is Tang San. Although they resided in the same village, Tang San rarely wandered the streets aside from drinking, while Chun Yu had mostly stayed at Old Jack's home, resulting in their limited encounters. This was their formal introduction. Hello, I am Chun Yu. As their hands clasped, Tang San's expression abruptly shifted, for the Xiantian gong within him began to operate uncontrollably at that very moment. Although Tang San's Xiantian skill was merely at the minor achievement stage, it was certainly beyond the capacity of someone as frail as Chun Yu. Be careful. Just as Tang San intended to withdraw, a faint glow suddenly emanated from Chun Yu's palm, effortlessly countering the internal force of Xiantian's skill. Is this soul power? Moreover, he possesses a full innate soul power. Due to the influence of the Qingtian Dragon Phoenix martial soul, the soul power stored within Chun Yu is 3 times that of Tang San, enabling him to easily withstand the internal force's impact. In this close encounter with Chun Yu, Tang San distinctly sensed the depths of his capabilities, from martial souls to soul power. This individual, deemed a waste, surpassed Tang San himself, igniting a flicker of defeat within him for the first time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for continuously astonishing Tang San throughout the day. Tang San expresses that you are indeed the protagonist. Reward: Divine Great Skill, 9-turn Xiantian Skill. 9-turn Xiantian Skill, an enhanced version of Xiantian Skill, cultivation of which grants the soul power various attributes, accelerating the host's cultivation speed by 5-fold. Through this encounter, Chun Yu also discerned Tang San's possession of internal force. As an ancient martial artist, he immediately recognized it as pure Taoist internal energy. Fascinating, there exists another individual in this world who possesses elements from another realm. My path is not solitary. Just as Chun Yu contemplated discreetly inquiring about Tang San's origins and the secret code, Imperial Jade Liquid, a clear tiger roar suddenly resonated from the village entrance. Following this, An unsteady figure abruptly burst into the crowd. Village chief, it's a soul beast. The villager delivering the news bore several deep claw marks across his chest. Fortunately, the wounds are not grievous, or the consequences could have been dire. Soul beast. The villager's words set off a commotion among the onlookers. Although Saint Soul village was remote, it was not nestled within towering mountains, and it was rare for wild beasts, let alone soul beasts, to intrude upon their village. Everyone, remain calm. All able-bodied men, follow me. Gather the elderly, women, and children here. Lord Su Yuntao from the Spirit Hall should not be far. Shao San. Hurry and inform him. Tang San hesitated, seemingly wishing to stay, but under old Jack's persistent urging, he departed from the back of the village. Everyone follow me. Soon, fierce sounds of battle erupted at the village entrance, but judging by the noise, it appeared the villagers were at a disadvantage. Is the soul beast that formidable? Just look at its imposing stature. Let's observe the spectacle. Chinyu silently approached the village entrance, where the ground was already soaked in blood. Many young men bore varying degrees of claw marks. Yet miraculously, no one had lost their life, though fear was palpable in the eyes of all as they gazed at the soul beast. Encircled in the center, for a moment, none dared to step forward. Despite the villagers of Saint Soul Village having previously regarded Chinyu unfavorably, he could not turn a blind eye to their plight. Goodness, if Wu Song had encountered this tiger in his time, would there still be tales of Wu Song battling the beast? It was the first time Chinyu had laid eyes on such a massive tiger in both height and length. It was a full twice the size of any tiger he had ever known. This is a century-old. Soul beast, the spike-back black striped tiger. Its name derives from its sleek black stripes and the sharp, arrow-like spines adorning its back. Xiao Yu, who summoned you here? Quickly, take cover. Old Jack felt a surge of anxiety upon seeing Chun Ye's sudden appearance. This little one harbored the potential to become a true soul master and must not meet an untimely demise. Here, however, the next scene involving Chun Yu left everyone utterly astonished. The disbelief of the onlookers. Chun Yu sprinted directly towards the spike-back black striped tiger. Chun Yu is courting death. Everyone assumed that Chun Yu was doomed, but little did they know, this was a deliberate act after he assessed his own ancient martial prowess and the strength bestowed by his system. If he couldn't overpower it, surely he could flee. A person embarks on a journey across the Douluo Continent, traversing the majestic landscapes and experiencing the rise of mountains and rivers. Shanchuan, an ordinary modern mortal, led a life of monotonous routine. However, an unexpected event dramatically altered his destiny. One fateful night, as he was walking home, a peculiar light streaked across the sky, and he promptly lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm. Surrounding him was a lush forest, and the air was imbued with an aura of mystery. Shanchuan was bewildered, unsure of his whereabouts. Just as he felt lost, a torrent of information surged through his mind, revealing that he had traversed into the world of Douluo Continent. Douluo Continent? Isn't that a novel I have read? I have truly crossed over. Shanchuan felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. He began to explore this new world, armed with his knowledge of Douluo Continent, understanding that to survive, he must possess formidable strength. Thus, he resolved to embark on a journey to become a powerful being. Along his travels, Shanchuan met a girl named Linger, lively and endearing. Linger was kind-hearted and shared his dreams. Brother Shanchuan, do you think we can become formidable soul masters? She inquired, her big eyes sparkling with hope. The mountains and rivers steadfastly gazed at her and declared, it is certainly achievable, as long as we exert ourselves. The two companions journeyed together, supporting one another. Soon, they arrived at a place known as Nodding City. Here, Shanchuan and Ling Er heard of Nodding Academy, an esteemed institution dedicated to the cultivation of soul masters. Ling Er, let us attempt to enroll in Nodding Academy. Perhaps we shall acquire formidable skills there, suggested Shanchuan. Ling Er readily agreed, and together they made their way towards the academy. During the admissions assessment at the academy, Shanchuan exhibited extraordinary perseverance and courage, successfully passing the examination and becoming a student of Nodding Academy. Ling Er, too, gained admission through her innate talent. Within the academy, Shanchuan diligently practiced, relentlessly enhancing his abilities. His tireless efforts caught the attention of the faculty, and a teacher named Qin Ming took the initiative to offer him guidance. Shanchuan, your talent is commendable, yet to become a true powerhouse, you must invest even greater effort, Qin Ming stated with gravity. Mountains and rivers expressed their gratitude, saying, Teacher Qin, I will certainly strive to do my best. Under Qin Ming's guidance, mountains and rivers made remarkable progress in strength. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to arrogance. Instead, he devoted himself to even more diligent practice. As time passed, both mountains and rivers and Linger gradually matured. During a trial organized by the Academy, they encountered a formidable soul beast. Everyone, be cautious. This soul beast is not easy to deal with, mountains and rivers shouted. The group prepared themselves for a fierce battle against the soul beast. In the midst of the conflict, mountains and rivers showcased his full potential, skillfully maneuvering against the soul beast. Ultimately, through their collective efforts, they successfully defeated the creature. Following this trial, the bond between mountains and rivers and Linger deepened further. They made a pact to create their own glory on the Douluo Continent together. However, the path ahead was fraught with challenges. During an expedition, mountains and rivers and Linger were ambushed by a group of malevolent forces. Hand over the treasures on your persons, or you shall not leave here alive. The leader of the villains snarled. Mountains and rivers stood resolutely, shielding Linger, declaring, "No way. As long as I am here, you shall not harm Linger." A fierce battle erupted once more, with mountains and Linger putting forth their utmost effort to resist. Yet the sheer numbers of their adversaries gradually enveloped them in a dire predicament. At the critical moment, a mysterious, powerful figure emerged, assisting them in repelling the villains. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your aid," Mountains expressed with gratitude. The enigmatic figure glanced at him and remarked, "Young man, possessing courage is commendable, yet strength is paramount. Strive diligently." With those words, the figure vanished without a trace. Following this incident, Mountains profoundly grasped the significance of strength. Upon returning to the academy, he dedicated himself to intense training, relentlessly pushing his own limits. Ultimately, during a continental soul master competition, Mountains, with his formidable strength and indomitable spirit, led his teammates through countless trials, securing the championship title. At that moment, Mountains had ascended to become a figure of great renown across the Douluo Continent. His bond with Linger, too, had weathered many storms, emerging even more resolute. Together, they continued to forge their legendary tale upon the Douluo Continent. After winning the championship in the Continental Soul Master Competition, the names of Mountains and Linger reverberated throughout the entire Douluo Continent. However, they did not rest on their laurels. Instead, they chose to forge ahead, pursuing even loftier realms. One day, while wandering through an ancient town, Mountains and Linger chanced upon a mysterious legend. It was said that in the distant extreme north lay a hidden relic, containing unparalleled treasures capable of significantly enhancing one's strength. A glimmer of determination flashed in the eyes of Shanchuan. "Linger, I yearn to explore that ancient ruin. It may grant us greater strength." Linger nodded gently, "Brother Shanchuan, I shall accompany you." Together, they embarked on a treacherous journey to the far north. Along the way, they encountered inclement weather and formidable spirit beasts. Yet their companionship and encouragement sustained them through adversity. At last, they arrived at the fabled entrance of the ruin. "Be cautious, Linger," Shanchuan urged, gripping her hand tightly. As they stepped into the ruin, an overwhelming pressure enveloped them. The walls around them shimmered with an otherworldly glow, as if whispering ancient secrets. "This place feels strange," Linger remarked with a hint of apprehension. "Do not fear. I am here," Shanchuan reassured her. They ventured forward with great care, when suddenly, a trap was triggered, unleashing a barrage of lethal arrows directed at them. Mountains and rivers swiftly shielded Linger behind him, unleashing a formidable soul power barrier to deflect the arrows. "Are you unharmed, Linger?" he inquired with concern. "I am fine, Brother Shanchuan, but you must be cautious," Linger replied, her heart still trembling with apprehension. As they ventured deeper into the ruins, they encountered a riddle. "How shall we unravel this?" Linger furrowed her brow in contemplation. After a moment of contemplation, Shanchuan, utilizing his intelligence and knowledge of the Douluo Continent, successfully uncovered the answer. Deep within the ruins, the extraordinary treasure, a soul orb radiating immense energy, finally revealed itself. Just as Shanchuan prepared to reach for it, a mysterious figure materialized. "This treasure is not something you can easily take," the enigmatic individual remarked coldly. "Mountains and rivers stand undaunted. This treasure shall be claimed by those destined for it. We have endured countless trials to reach this place, and shall not relinquish it easily. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." The mysterious figure instantly launched an attack. A fierce battle ensued, with Mountains and Linger coordinating closely. Locked in a stalemate with the enigmatic adversary. "Linger, unleash our combined technique," Mountains exclaimed. "All right," Linger responded. The duo executed their formidable joint technique, ultimately vanquishing the mysterious figure. They successfully obtained the Soul Pearl. However, as they prepared to depart from the ruins, they discovered that the exit was sealed by a powerful force. What shall we do, Brother Mountains? Linger inquired, her anxiety palpable. The mountains and rivers contemplated with tranquility. There must be a way to unravel this mystery. After considerable effort, they discovered the flaw in the seal and successfully opened the escape route. Upon returning to the Douluo Continent, Shanchuan and Ling Er harnessed the power of the soul orbs, experiencing a remarkable enhancement in their abilities. Their names became legendary among the people. However, new perils soon emerged. A nefarious organization set its sights on them, intent on seizing their powers. Shanchuan, Ling Er, if you join us, you shall share in wealth and glory, proclaimed the leader of the malevolent organization. The mountains and rivers roared defiantly, never. We shall not conspire with you. A battle to the death ensued, with Shanchuan and Ling Er fighting side by side, their bond growing ever stronger amidst the chaos. Ling Er, I will not allow anyone to harm you, Shanchuan declared with conviction. Brother Shanchuan, I have faith in you, Ling Er replied. After a thrilling and intense confrontation, Shanchuan and Ling Er ultimately triumphed over the nefarious organization, safeguarding the peace of Douluo Continent. Their tale became an eternal legend, inspiring generations of soul masters to forge ahead in the pursuit of justice and strength. In the aftermath of vanquishing the evil organization, Shanchuan and Ling Er relished a rare moment of tranquility. However, the ever-changing tides of Douluo Continent showed no signs of abating, and new challenges quietly approached. One day, while strolling through the streets, Shanchuan and Ling Er were taken aback by shocking news. It was said that a mysterious island had emerged in the distant deep sea, imbued with enigmatic powers, attracting formidable warriors from all corners to seek its secrets. Ling Er turned to Shanchuan, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Brother Shanchuan, let us go and explore. Perhaps new opportunities await us. The mountains and rivers nodded with a smile. Very well, let us embark on an adventure to this mysterious island. The two set forth on their journey into the deep sea. Along the way, they encountered fierce winds and towering waves, yet with unwavering determination and remarkable spiritual prowess. They ultimately reached the enigmatic isle. Upon stepping onto the island, they were immediately enveloped by an overwhelming sense of pressure. The surroundings brimmed with uncertainty and peril. Lingo, exercise caution, Shanchuan advised. Yes, Brother Shanchuan, you must also be careful, Linger replied. They cautiously explored the island, when suddenly, a deep, menacing roar echoed through the air. A colossal soul beast leapt out from the thicket, baring its fangs and claws as it lunged towards them. Shanchuan instantly entered a state of battle, exclaiming loudly, Linger, step back. Linger, with concern in her voice, replied, Brother Shanchuan, you must be careful. The mountains and rivers unleashed formidable soul techniques, engaging in a fierce battle with the soul beasts. After a strenuous struggle, they finally repelled the beasts. Linger, it is over, Shanchuan said, wiping the sweat from his brow. The two continued their journey, and deep within the island, they stumbled upon an ancient palace. The grand entrance stood resolutely closed, yet emanated a mysterious radiance from within. This must be the secret of the island, Shanchuan remarked. They endeavored to push open the door, only to discover intricate seals adorning its surface. Linga furrowed her brow. What shall we do now? After a moment of contemplation, Shanchuan declared, allow me to attempt to unravel this seal. Through considerable effort, Shanchuan, leveraging his intellect and precise control over soul energy, successfully dismantled the seal. The grand doors creaked open, revealing a sight that left them utterly astonished. An array of invaluable treasures and formidable soul technique manuals lay before them. This is truly astounding, Linger exclaimed, unable to contain her awe. Just as they were about to select their coveted treasures, a mysterious voice echoed, to obtain these, you must first pass my trial. Mountains and rivers stand resolutely. Come forth, we fear not. The trial commences, and they are confronted with a myriad of arduous challenges, including formidable illusions and intricate riddles. Brother Shanchuan, I find myself somewhat lost, Linger expressed anxiously. Mountains and rivers clasped her hand, encouraging her. Linger, believe that we can surely overcome this ordeal. Bolstered by this encouragement, Linger regained her resolve. Ultimately, they triumphed over the trials set before them. Just as they prepared to depart from the palace, they discovered that the forces on the island had begun to spiral out of control, triggering violent tremors and a tsunami. This is dire. We must devise a way to halt this calamity, exclaimed mountains and rivers. They searched fervently for a solution, only to realize that the only way to quell this disaster was to reseal the mysterious core within the palace. Linger, I shall seal the core. You must find a safe place to hide, Mountains and Rivers declared resolutely. Lingo shook her head firmly. No, brother Mountains, I will stand by your side. Together, they collaborated diligently to seal the core, thereby saving the island and its surrounding regions. Following this adventure, the bond between Mountains and Rivers and Linger grew ever stronger, and their renown echoed more resoundingly across the Douluo Continent. Upon returning to the continent, they resolved to wield their strength to protect this land brimming with wonders and challenges, continuing to inscribe their own legendary saga. The pinnacle path of Douluo, Mountains and Rivers. Upon their return from the enigmatic island, Shanchuan and Linger became legends throughout the Douluo Continent, celebrated as heroes in the hearts of the people. Yet, behind the veil of glory often lurks a plethora of challenges and perils. One day, Shanchuan received a mysterious invitation, beckoning him to the most secretive organization on the Douluo Continent, known as the Shadow Pavilion. It is said that this organization holds the most profound secrets and the most formidable powers of the realm. Lingo gazed at Shanchuan with a hint of concern. Shanchuan, dear brother, could this possibly be a trap? Mountains and Rivers gazed steadfastly. Regardless of whether it is a trap, I am determined to explore it. Perhaps there, we may discover ways to become stronger and better protect this continent. Linger tightly grasped Shanchuan's hand. Then I shall accompany you on this journey. The Mountains and Rivers smiled gently as they nodded, and the two embarked on their journey to the Shadow Pavilion. Upon reaching the site of the Shadow Pavilion, they were taken aback by the sight before them. A towering black castle loomed, piercing the clouds, shrouded in an enigmatic mist. At the entrance of the castle, a shadowy figure slowly emerged. Welcome, Mountains and Rivers, in spirit. Mountains and Rivers cautiously inquired, who are you? Why have you summoned us here? The shadow smiled faintly. I am the master of the Shadow Pavilion. I have invited you because of your potential and courage. However, to enter the Shadow Pavilion, you must first undergo our trials. Lingo furrowed her brow. What trials? With a wave of his hand, the master transformed the surrounding scenery in an instant. And both Mountains and Lingo found themselves in a realm saturated with illusions. In this illusion, the master's voice echoed through the space. You shall confront the deepest fears and desires within your hearts. Only by conquering them can you pass the trial. Mountains and Rivers took a deep breath. Linger, do not fear. We shall prevail. Linger nodded, and hand in hand, they stepped into the illusion. Within this ethereal realm, Mountains and Rivers beheld the simplicity of his former life, a life marred by the torment of his own frailty. This is my past. Yet I shall not permit such occurrences to transpire again. He bellowed, shattering the illusion. Linger, confronted with the dread of losing Mountains and Rivers, felt tears welling in her eyes. Brother Mountains and Rivers will not abandon me. I must remain resolute. With gritted teeth, Linger overcame her trepidation. Upon their successful emergence from the illusion, the master appeared before them. Congratulations, you have passed the trial. Upon entering the Shadow Pavilion, Mountains and Rivers and Linger discovered an abundance of invaluable cultivation resources and profound tomes. However, they also encountered stringent regulations and fierce competition. From this day forth, you shall continually grow here and serve the Shadow Pavilion, the master proclaimed. The Mountains and Rivers responded, as long as it is for the sake of justice, we are willing. During their time in the Shadow Pavilion, Shanchuan and Linger diligently cultivated, their strength ascending rapidly. However, they gradually uncovered some dark secrets concealed within the Shadow Pavilion. Brother Shanchuan, I sense something amiss within the Shadow Pavilion. It appears they are scheming something dreadful. Linger said, her heart heavy with concern. Mountains and Rivers furrowed their brows, expressing a shared sentiment. We must proceed with caution in our investigation. By a stroke of fate, they uncovered that the master of the Shadow Pavilion was scheming to wield a forbidden power to dominate the Douluo Continent. We cannot allow his nefarious plans to come to fruition, Mountains and Rivers declared with indignation. Linger nodded in agreement and pondered, but what course of action shall we take? After a moment of contemplation, Mountain and River resolved to unite with other righteous souls to thwart their adversary. Consequently, they discreetly departed from the Shadow Pavilion, embarking on a quest to seek allies. Their endeavors, however, provoked the relentless pursuit of the Shadow Pavilion's assassins. Mountain and River, you cannot escape. The assassins fervently tailed them from behind. Mountains and Rivers grasped Linger's hand reassuringly, saying, do not fear, for I am here. During their flight, They encountered a group of like-minded companions, and together they resolved to confront the sinister machinations of the Shadow Pavilion. At long last, the moment of reckoning arrived. Mountains and rivers led their comrades into a breathtaking battle against the Shadow Pavilion. Your scheme shall not succeed, Pavilion Master. Mountains and rivers proclaimed defiantly. The Pavilion Master sneered in response. You think you can oppose us? The clash was fierce, with both sides suffering grievous losses. Yet, mountains and rivers and Linger steadfastly persevered, their unwavering belief and bond propelling them to fight until the very last moment. Ultimately, through the collective efforts of all, they triumphed over the Pavilion Master, thwarting the Shadow Pavilion's nefarious plans. The Douluo Continent was restored to peace, and mountains and rivers became eternal heroes in the hearts of the people. Together, they continued to safeguard this land, embarking on a journey toward an even more glorious future. After Shanchuan and Linger successfully thwarted the nefarious schemes of the Shadow Pavilion, they relished a spell of tranquility in the Douluo Continent. However, the inexorable wheels of fate never ceased their turning, and a new mission was quietly approaching. One day, as Shanchuan and Linger strolled through the forest, they chanced upon a mysterious elder. The elder's gaze was profound, as if he could perceive everything. Young ones, your mission is far from complete, he spoke slowly. Mountains and rivers inquired with perplexity. Senior, what do you mean by that? The elderly man gently stroked his beard and replied, in the depths of the Douluo Continent, a dark force lies dormant, awakening slowly. If we do not take action to prevent it, the entire continent will descend into endless calamity. Lingo, anxiously gripping Shanchuan's arm, exclaimed, Brother Shanchuan, what shall we do? Shanchuan's gaze was resolute. In that case, we are duty-bound to act. Senior, we kindly ask for your guidance. The elder nodded slightly. In the farthest southern reaches of the continent, there lies an ancient relic. There, one may uncover the key to countering the forces of darkness. However, the journey ahead is fraught with peril, so you must prepare yourselves accordingly. Shanchuan and Linger exchanged a glance, simultaneously expressing their gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your guidance. We shall exercise utmost caution. After bidding farewell to the old man, Shanchuan and Linger promptly embarked on their journey to the farthest southern lands. Along the way, they encountered a myriad of treacherous weather conditions and formidable spirit beasts. Be careful, Linger, Shanchuan exclaimed, swiftly pulling her behind him to evade the assault of a massive venomous scorpion. Linger, still trembling with fear, remarked, Brother Shanchuan, this journey has truly been arduous. The mountains and rivers consoled, do not fear. As long as we are together, we shall surely overcome the challenges. After several days of tireless journeying, they finally arrived at the fabled ruins. The entrance to the ruins stood firmly shut, shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. The mountains and rivers took a deep breath. Linger, are you ready? Linger nodded. Yes, let us proceed. As they entered the ruins, they were met with a chilling laughter. Ha ha, once again. The fearless have come knocking at our door. Mountains and rivers bellowed. Who goes there? Step forth. A shadow emerged slowly from the darkness, declaring, to pass through here. You must first overcome me. With that, the shadow launched an attack. Mountains and rivers swiftly responded, engaging in an intense battle with the shadow. Linger, let us execute our combined technique. Mountains exclaimed. All right. Linger replied. Through their seamless coordination, they ultimately vanquished the shadow. They pressed deeper into the ruins, unraveling one mechanism and puzzle after another. In the depths of the ruins, they stumbled upon an ancient scroll, inscribed with secrets concerning dark forces and methods to counter them. I see, Mountains remarked. If we can find 5 mysterious gems, we can seal the dark power. Linger expressed her concern, saying, But these 5 gems are located in various perilous places. What shall we do? Mountains and rivers clasped Lingo's hand, declaring, no matter how arduous the journey, we must endeavor to try. Their first destination was the Valley of Flames, in pursuit of the initial gemstone, the fiery crystal. The valley was engulfed in blazing flames. With an unbearable heat, Linger, be cautious not to get burned, Mountains and Rivers said with concern. Linger wiped the sweat from her brow and replied, Brother Mountains and Rivers, you must also take care. After a challenging search, they finally discovered the fiery crystal at the valley's bottom. Without pause, they set off for the Frosted Realm, seeking the second gemstone, the icy crystal. It is so cold here, Brother Mountains and Rivers, Linger exclaimed, unable to suppress her shivers. The mountains and rivers embraced Linger. You will feel warmer in my arms. After overcoming numerous hardships, they successfully obtained the ice crystal. Subsequently, They endured great trials and tribulations to locate the remaining 3 gems. As they gathered all 5 stones in preparation for their return, they were suddenly ambushed by a group of mysterious figures. "Hand over the gems, and we shall spare your lives," declared the leader of the enigmatic assailants. The mountains and rivers glared fiercely. "No way. This is the hope for saving the continent, and we shall never relinquish it to you." A fierce battle erupted once more. As Shanchuan and Ling exerted their utmost strength, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against the mysterious figure, just as they began to tire, the old man from before suddenly appeared, aiding them in repelling the enigmatic adversary. "Well done, young ones. Quickly return and seal away the dark powers," the elder remarked. Shanchuan and Linger were overwhelmed with gratitude as they returned to the Douluo Continent, bearing precious gemstones. Following the instructions inscribed in the ancient tome, they successfully sealed away the dark forces, thereby rescuing the Douluo Continent. Henceforth, the names of Shanchuan and Linger became eternal legends within this realm, and their love, having weathered numerous trials, grew ever more unassailable. The sovereign of Douluo, Shanchuan. After unifying the various factions of the Douluo Continent, Shanchuan anticipated a period of tranquility. However, a new crisis loomed in the shadows. One day, while exploring the mountains, Shanchuan and Linger stumbled upon a mysterious cave. The cave emanated an unusual radiance, beckoning them to venture inside and uncover its secrets. "Linger, tread carefully. This place feels peculiar," Shanchuan cautioned. Linger nodded and followed closely behind him. As they delved deeper into the cave, they beheld a colossal soul beast in slumber, resembling the legendary sky-devouring beast. The overwhelming pressure radiating from the creature left Shanchuan and Linger breathless. Could this be the sky-devouring beast? Linger exclaimed in astonishment. The mountains furrowed their brows, seemingly perplexed as to why they lay in slumber. At that moment, the celestial devourer suddenly opened its eyes, a fierce glint shimmering within. It let out a thunderous roar directed at the mountains and Linger. "This is dire. We must flee," exclaimed Shanchuan, pulling Linger to turn and run. Yet, the celestial devourer was exceedingly swift, swiftly obstructing their path. "Humans, intruding upon my domain, you shall not leave alive," the beast proclaimed in human tongue. Mountains and rivers stood resolute. "Heaven-devouring beast, we mean no offense. We merely stumbled upon this place by chance." The heaven-devouring beast let out a disdainful snort. "Humph. Words are futile. Prepare to meet your demise." With that, the beast launched its assault. Mountains and rivers, along with Ling could only muster all their strength to resist. After a fierce battle, their stamina began to wane. "Brother Shanchuan, what shall we do?" Linger inquired anxiously. Shanchuan gritted his teeth and said, "Linger, do not be afraid. I shall protect you." At that critical moment, Shanchuan's martial soul suddenly awakened, unleashing a formidable power that erupted from within him. Taking advantage of the moment, Shanchuan unleashed a formidable soul technique, temporarily repelling the devouring beast. "Now's our chance. Let us make haste," Shanchuan urged, swiftly pulling Linger away from the cave. Upon returning to their dwelling, Shanchuan fell into deep contemplation. "Linger, I sense that the emergence of this devouring beast is no mere coincidence. It may bear some connection to the future of Douluo Continent," Shanchuan remarked. Linger nodded in agreement. "Brother Shanchuan, what shall we do next?" With unwavering determination, Mountain River declared, "We must find a way to locate it once more and unravel its mysteries." After thorough preparations, Mountain River and Linger embarked on their quest to seek the Devourer of Worlds again. After several days of searching, they finally discovered the Devourer of Worlds within a secluded valley. "Devourer, we have not come to confront you. We merely wish to engage in a sincere conversation," Mountain River stated. The Devourer regarded them, its hostility diminishing slightly. "What is it that you wish to convey?" The mountains and rivers spoke earnestly. "It appears that the Douluo Continent is on the brink of an unknown crisis, and I sense that you may hold the key." The sky-devouring beast remained silent for a moment before replying. "In truth, I am sealed in this place. And only by finding someone whose spirit resonates with mine can the seal be broken, enabling us to confront the impending peril together." Mountains and rivers exchanged a glance, a silent agreement forming in their hearts. "Heaven-devouring beast, we are willing to attempt a communion with your spirit," declared Mountains. After considerable effort, Mountains successfully established a connection with the heaven-devouring beast and lifted its seal. In gratitude, the heaven-devouring beast resolved to assist them in enhancing their strength. It bestowed upon Mountains a powerful soul ring, while Spirit received a precious soul artifact. With these gifts, you shall be better equipped to confront the impending crisis," proclaimed the heaven-devouring beast. Mountains and rivers expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, devourer beast." In the days that followed, mountains and Linger diligently trained, continuously enhancing their strength. However, the crisis arrived sooner than anticipated. A dark force invaded the Douluo Continent, plunging countless soul beasts and humans into calamity. Lingo, it is time to demonstrate our power and protect this land, Mountains declared. Linger resolutely replied, "Brother Mountains, we shall fight together." The mountains and rivers led the multitude into a breathtaking battle against the forces of darkness. During the conflict, the mountains and rivers showcased their prowess, skillfully coordinating with the devourer beast to repel the onslaught of the dark forces time and again. "Do not grow complacent, mountains and rivers. We shall not yield so easily," snarled the malevolent leader of the dark forces. Shanchuan coldly declared, "As long as I am here, you shall not disrupt the peace of Douluo Continent." After a grueling battle, Shanchuan ultimately triumphed over the dark forces, rescuing Douluo Continent. From that moment on, he became the sovereign of Douluo, and his love for Lingo grew ever more unbreakable. Together, they safeguarded this land, forging a splendid future. Following their victory over the dark forces and the salvation of Douluo, Shanchuan and Lingo enjoyed a tranquil and blissful life. However, this serenity was short-lived. One day, while Shanchuan was in meditation, he suddenly sensed a peculiar wave of energy. Opening his eyes, an inexplicable unease surged within him. "Lingo, I feel that something is about to happen," Shanchuan said, furrowing his brow. Lingo gently took his hand and comforted him. "Do not worry too much, Shanchuan. It may merely be your imagination." Yet, Shanchuan's intuition warned him that the situation was far from simple. Suddenly, a colossal rift appeared in the sky, emanating a powerful gravitational pull. "This is perilous. It is a spatial rift," Shanchuan exclaimed. He hastily embraced Linger, attempting to resist the overwhelming force. However, the strength was too immense, and they were ultimately drawn into the rift. When Shanchuan opened his eyes once more, he found himself and Linger in an unfamiliar realm. Surrounding them was a desolate desert, the heat unbearable. "Lingo, are you all right?" Shanchuan asked with concern. Lingo shook her head. "I am fine, Shanchuan. But where are we?" Shanchuan gazed around thoughtfully for a moment and remarked, "I am uncertain, but we must devise a method to find our way back." Just as they were preparing to advance, a colossal sand scorpion spirit beast emerged from the sands, launching an assault upon them. "Linger, be cautious." Shanchuan swiftly summoned his martial spirit and engaged in battle with the sand scorpion spirit beast. After a fierce struggle, Shanchuan triumphed over the formidable creature and acquired a yellow soul ring. "Linger, this soul ring may enhance my strength, aiding us in the dangers that lie ahead," Shanchuan stated. Linger smiled and nodded. "Brother Shanchuan, please absorb it quickly." After absorbing the soul ring, Shanchuan continued to journey through the desert alongside Linger. Soon, they encountered a mysterious old man. The elder gazed at Shanchuan, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. "Young man, you possess an extraordinary aura." The mountains and rivers gracefully spoke. "Esteemed elder, we have inadvertently arrived in this place and are uncertain how to return." The old man chuckled softly. "This is a forsaken realm. To return, you must seek out 3 sacred artifacts." "3 sacred artifacts?" Linger inquired. The elder nodded. "They are the soul-devouring sword, the spirit heart shield, and the star pearl. Only by gathering these 3 sacred artifacts can you unlock the passage to the Douluo Continent." Shanchuan and Lingo expressed their gratitude to the elder and embarked on their quest for the divine artifact. Throughout their journey, they encountered formidable soul beasts and treacherous traps. Yet, they remained steadfast, supporting one another through thick and thin. "Brother Shanchuan, if we fail to find the artifact, shall we be unable to return?" Linga said with a note of concern. Shanchuan gazed steadfastly at her. "Linger, do not worry. No matter how arduous the journey, I shall certainly bring you back." At last, they discovered the soul-devouring sword within the confines of an ancient castle. "Linger, we are one step closer to success," Shanchuan exclaimed with excitement. Subsequently, they acquired the Lingxin shield in a mysterious forest. Only the star pearl remained. Filled with hope, Shanchuan and Linger continued their quest. At the edge of a precipice, they stumbled upon a clue to the star pearl. However, to claim it, they must endure a formidable trial. "Linger, this may be perilous, yet I believe we shall prevail," Shanchuan declared. Linger nestled closely beside him. "Brother Shanchuan, I am not afraid." Together, they faced the challenge, ultimately securing the star pearl. With the 3 sacred artifacts united, Shanchuan and Linger followed the elder's guidance to unlock the portal to the Douluo Continent. As they set foot once more on the land of Douluo, their hearts brimmed with emotion. "Linger, we have finally returned," Shanchuan remarked. Tears glistened in Lingo's eyes. "Indeed, brother Shanchuan, we shall never part again." Unbeknownst to them, a new mission awaited on the horizon, a journey of glory. Upon their return to the Douluo Continent, Shanchuan and Linger had yet to find the opportunity for proper respite when they discovered some unusual signs manifesting across the land. The once tranquil soul beast forest had grown restless, with rare and formidable soul beasts making frequent appearances. "Brother Shanchuan, what on earth is happening?" Linger inquired with palpable concern. Mountains and rivers furrowed their brows, pondering for a moment before expressing, "I sense that a mysterious force is at play behind this. We must investigate thoroughly." The two decided to delve into the soul beast forest to uncover the truth. Within the depths of the forest, they encountered a two-headed flaming lion, a soul beast endowed with formidable fiery powers, causing the surrounding air to become searingly hot. "Linger, keep your distance. I shall confront it," Mountain declared loudly. Linger, filled with concern, replied, "Brother Shanchuan, please be careful." The mountains and rivers unveiled their martial spirits, engaging in a fierce battle with the two-headed fiery lion. After a strenuous struggle, the mountains and rivers triumphed, acquiring a precious purple soul ring. "With this soul ring, my strength will significantly enhance," declared the mountains and rivers. Lingo, with a beaming smile, responded, "Wonderful, brother Shanchuan, let us press onward." As they ventured deeper, the soul beasts they encountered grew increasingly formidable. In a secluded valley, they stumbled upon a colossal frost dragon, its scales shimmering with a chilling luminescence, and the icy breath it exhaled sent shivers down their spines. "This soul beast is far too powerful. We may not stand a chance," Linger expressed with trepidation. Shanchuan grasped her hand and comforted her, saying, "Do not be afraid. Let us devise a solution together." At that moment, an idea struck Shanchuan regarding the newly acquired soul ring skill, which might prove valuable. "Linger, please guard me. I wish to test this new ability," Shanchuan declared. Linger nodded resolutely. "All right, brother Shanchuan, you can do it." With unwavering focus, Shanchuan activated his soul ring skills, engaging in a final confrontation with the frost dragon. After a breathtaking battle, Shanchuan triumphed over the formidable beast, earning a 10,000-year soul ring. "Linger, we have succeeded," Shanchuan exclaimed with elation. Linger rushed to him, enveloping him in a warm embrace. "Brother Shanchuan, you are truly amazing." However, just as they prepared to depart, a mysterious figure emerged. "Did you think you could leave so easily?" the enigmatic individual coldly remarked. The mountains and rivers gazed at him with vigilance. "Who are you? Why have you appeared here?" The mysterious figure smiled softly. "I am here to prevent you from thwarting the plan." Shanchuan and Lingo exchanged glances, their hearts brimming with confusion. "What plan? Speak clearly," Shanchuan exclaimed. The mysterious figure, however, offered no further explanation and launched an attack instead. Shanchuan and Linger were compelled to re-engage in battle. During the confrontation, Shanchuan realized the formidable strength of the enigmatic adversary, and he and Lingo gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. "Linger, you must flee." "I will hold him off," Shanchuan urged. Lingo resolutely replied, "No, brother Shanchuan, I shall fight alongside you." At that critical moment, Shanchuan's soul artifact suddenly radiated a brilliant light, infusing him with an overwhelming power. With this newfound power, Mountain River decisively vanquished the mysterious figure. What could this possibly mean? Gazing at the soul artifact in his hand, Mountain River muttered to himself, before meeting his demise. The mysterious individual unveiled a shocking secret. A malevolent force sought to harness the power of soul beasts to dominate the Douluo Continent, having been covertly orchestrating the actions of the soul beasts all along. Shanchuan and Ling Er were acutely aware of the monumental responsibility resting upon their shoulders to save the continent. "Ling Er, no matter how arduous the path may become, we must not allow their nefarious schemes to succeed," Shanchuan declared resolutely. Ling Er nodded in affirmation. "Brother Shanchuan, I shall remain by your side always." Together, they embarked on a new journey, bravely confronting the unknown challenges that lay ahead, all in pursuit of peace and tranquility for the Douluo Continent. Upon discovering the sinister machinations of the malevolent forces, Shanchuan and Ling Er did not dare to pause for even a moment. They tirelessly embarked on a quest to gather further intelligence in preparation for the impending great battle. During their journey, they encountered a mysterious elder, who appeared to possess an intimate understanding of the nefarious situation. "Young ones," the elder intoned, his gaze penetrating as he regarded Shanchuan and Ling Er. You are still woefully inadequate to confront that dark power. The mountains and rivers humbly entreat. We seek your esteemed guidance, senior. The elder nodded lightly. In the frigid lands, there lies an ancient soul beast, the ice Chelan. If you can earn its acknowledgement and acquire its power, there may yet be a glimmer of hope for you. Shanchuan and Lingo set forth resolutely towards the frigid expanse. Along their journey, Lingo could not restrain her curiosity and inquired, Brother Shanchuan, will this expedition be perilous? The mountains and rivers held Linger's hand tightly, offering solace. Fear not, Linger, as long as we are together, we can surmount any adversity. At long last, they arrived at the realm of eternal frost, where the ice Chelan materialized before them, its chilling aura rendering it nearly impossible to approach. Insignificant humans, what brings you to this place? Echoed the voice of the ice Chelan within their minds. The mountains and rivers proclaimed with great urgency, Elder Chelan. The Douluo Continent is facing an immense crisis. We beseech your strength to assist us. The ice Chelan scoffed disdainfully. Do you truly believe that you are worthy of my aid? Linger hastily interjected, Elder Chelan, we possess unwavering convictions and an ardent determination to protect our continent. After a moment of contemplation, the ice Chelan replied, very well, should you succeed in passing my trial, I shall lend you my support. The trial proved to be exceptionally arduous, as Shanchuan and Linger struggled against the biting cold, continually encouraging one another. Linger, hold on, Shanchuan shouted. Brother Shanchuan, I can do it. Linger responded with determination. Ultimately, they triumphed over the trial, and the ice Chelan bestowed upon Shanchuan a unique soul ring, significantly enhancing his powers. Meanwhile, the malevolent forces were hastening their sinister plans. As Shanchuan and Linger hurried back, they encountered multiple assaults from the dark forces. Shanchuan, you shall not escape our grasp. The adversaries taunted. Mountains and rivers glare fiercely. As long as I am here, you shall not prevail. Intense battles unfold ceaselessly. As Shanchuan and Ling Er, fortified by their indomitable will and ever-growing strength, repeatedly turn peril into safety. With the passage of time, the day of reckoning draws ever nearer. Ling Er, are you afraid as the great battle approaches? Shanchuan inquired. Ling Er gazed steadfastly at Shanchuan. With you by my side, I fear nothing. On the day of the final confrontation, Shanchuan and Ling Er led the righteous against the forces of evil on a vast plain for their ultimate clash. On the battlefield, soul energy surged and light intertwined. Ling Er, be careful. Shanchuan shielded Ling Er from a lethal strike. With a heart full of concern, Ling Er exclaimed, Brother Shanchuan, please do not get hurt. Shanchuan gritted his teeth and persevered in battle, his martial spirit radiating brilliance as he repelled enemies time and again. In a pivotal moment, Shanchuan and Linger unleashed their formidable soul technique, honed through their shared training, decisively turning the tide of the conflict. After a protracted and fierce struggle, justice ultimately triumphed over evil, restoring the peace and tranquility of the Douluo Continent to its former glory. Amidst the embrace of mountains and rivers, they wept together, their bond fortified by the flames of war. Linger, we shall never part again. Together we will safeguard this continent, declared Shanchuan. Linger nodded with joy. Yes, forever together. In the aftermath of the great battle, the Douluo Continent was graced with a long-awaited tranquility. Shanchuan and Linger chose to traverse the land, aiding those who had suffered in the turmoil to rebuild their homes. In a remote town, they encountered an injured rare soul beast, the phantom cat. Brother Shanchuan, it appears so pitiful, Lingo said, her eyes filled with compassion. Shanchuan stepped forward, gently examining the injuries of the phantom cat. We must assist it. Under their meticulous care, the phantom cat gradually regained its health. In gratitude, the phantom cat presented Shanchuan with a mysterious soul artifact. This must be an exceedingly precious item, Linger remarked. The mountains gazed upon her with a serene smile. Perhaps it would play a significant role in the future. As they pressed onward, they heard whispers of a wondrous flower nestled within an ancient mountain range, one that could enhance the abilities of one's martial soul. Linger, I wish to seek it out, said the mountains. Linger nodded in agreement. I shall accompany you. The mountains are fraught with various perilous spirit beasts, yet they rely upon one another, successfully surmounting numerous challenges. Shanchuan, be cautious. Linger timely warned Shanchuan to evade a sudden attack from a spirit beast. At long last, they discovered the extraordinary flower. Shanchuan absorbed its power, facilitating further evolution of his martial soul while simultaneously acquiring a formidable spirit ring. As time progressed, the renown of Shanchuan and Linger spread throughout the Douluo Continent, earning the respect and gratitude of the people. However, the tranquil days did not endure indefinitely. A dark force emanating from a mysterious island began to erode the Douluo Continent. Linger, it seems we are faced with new challenges, Shanchuan remarked solemnly. Linger grasped his hand. No matter what, we shall confront it together. Upon arriving at the mysterious island, they discovered that the spirit beasts were under the control of this dark force, becoming exceedingly ferocious. What could this possibly mean? Linger exclaimed in astonishment. The mountains and rivers surveyed their surroundings, sensing that a formidable source was orchestrating these events. During their quest, they encountered a powerful adversary, one endowed with an enigmatic spirit and formidable soul techniques. It is impossible for you to triumph over me, the enemy declared arrogantly. Mountains and rivers stood undaunted. Let us see if we can prevail. In the midst of a fierce battle, they coordinated seamlessly. Linger, let us employ our combined soul technique, Mountain exclaimed. All right, Linger replied. With unwavering conviction and mutual understanding, they gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, Mountain discovered the source of the dark power and sealed it away with a mysterious soul artifact. We have succeeded, Linger exclaimed, joyfully embracing Mountain. Through this trial, their bond deepened significantly. Upon returning to the continent, they continued to safeguard this land with their strength. Mountain, I shall always remain by your side, Linger said gently. The mountains and rivers embraced her tightly. Linger, you are my eternal inspiration. Their tale transformed into a celebrated legend on the Douluo Continent, with the mountains and Linger emerging as timeless guardians, bestowing peace and hope upon the land. After Shanchuan and Linger successfully sealed the source of dark powers, their renown on the Douluo Continent grew ever more resplendent. Many young soul masters regarded them as idols and paragons, ardently desiring their guidance. In order to nurture more exceptional soul masters, Shanchuan and Linger resolved to establish a soul master academy. Upon the announcement, aspirants from various regions flocked to them, drawn by their illustrious reputation. Look, Linger, so many people believe in us. We must ensure the academy flourishes, Shanchuan declared with unwavering confidence. Linger smiled and nodded. Yes, we certainly will. During the construction of the academy, they encountered numerous challenges. Issues such as financial shortages, insufficient teaching staff, and inadequate educational facilities arose one after another. Brother Shanchuan, what shall we do? Linger expressed her anxiety. Mountains and rivers consoled her, saying, do not worry. We shall address each challenge step by step. I firmly believe that as long as we persevere, there is no obstacle we cannot overcome. They busily sought support and assistance from various quarters. At last, through their relentless efforts, the Soul Master Academy gradually found its footing. Within the academy, Mountains personally guided the students in cultivating their martial souls, while Linger was responsible for imparting knowledge about soul beasts and the techniques to confront them. The students exhibited remarkable diligence, making rapid progress. One day, a mysterious guest arrived at the academy. Clad in an elegant robe, he exuded an extraordinary presence. Pray tell, is this the Soul Master Academy founded by Mountains and Linger? The guest inquired. Mountains and rivers converge as one approaches. Indeed. May I inquire who you are? The guest smiles faintly. I am an envoy from the Douluo Palace. Having heard of your remarkable deeds, I have come to extend an invitation for you to visit the palace for a discussion. As Mountain River and Lingo exchanged a glance, their hearts brimmed with curiosity and anticipation. Upon arriving at the Douluo Hall, they were awestruck by its grandeur and solemnity. This hall had witnessed the brilliance and glory of countless soul masters. The envoy elaborated on its significance. Within the hall, they uncovered numerous ancient secrets of the Douluo Continent, as well as enigmatic soul techniques. Linger, the knowledge here is invaluable. If we could bring it back to the academy, it would greatly aid in the students' development, Mountain River remarked. Linger nodded in agreement. However, acquiring this knowledge would not be a simple endeavor. They were tasked with a formidable quest to locate a lost soul weapon. It was said that this weapon possessed immense power but was concealed in a perilous location, teeming with formidable soul beasts. Brother Mountain River, regardless of the danger, we must give it a try, Linger declared resolutely. Mountain River clasped her hand and said, all right, let us embark together. They set forth on a quest to seek the soul artifact. Along the way, they encountered numerous formidable soul beasts. Linger, be cautious. Mountain River shielded Linger from an attack by a soul beast. Linger gazed at him with concern. Are you all right? The mountains and rivers shook their heads with a smile, saying, I am fine, do not worry. After a grueling battle and relentless searching, they finally discovered the long-lost soul tool. Upon returning to the Douluo Hall with the soul tool in hand, they received the hall's acknowledgement and generous rewards. This experience has bestowed upon us an abundance of treasures. Sighed Linger. Mountains and rivers gazed at her. Indeed, we must bring all of this back to the academy, so that more individuals may benefit. Upon returning to the academy, Mountains and Linger imparted their acquired knowledge to the students, consequently strengthening the institution's prowess. During a competition organized by the academy, the students showcased remarkable abilities and a spirit of teamwork. Witnessing their growth, Mountains expressed with satisfaction that their efforts had not been in vain. Lingo leaned against his shoulder, remarking, This is the fruit of our joint endeavors. As the academy continued to flourish, the bond between Mountains and Linger deepened significantly. Together, they nurtured generations of exceptional soul masters for the Douluo Continent, crafting a magnificent chapter that belonged to them. The legacy of Douluo. Mountains, behold this list. This year, numerous exceptionally gifted children have enrolled. Linger excitedly handed a lengthy list to Mountains, her eyes sparkling with dreams of the future. Mountains and Rivers received the list, carefully perusing it, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Indeed, our academy is gaining increasing influence. However, with the rise in student numbers, our educational resources must also be further expanded. I share the same sentiment. Linger nodded. We require more exceptional educators and more advanced teaching equipment. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a simple robe slowly entered the academy's conference hall. His face bore the marks of time, yet his gaze remained remarkably clear and resolute. President Shanchuan, President Linger, I have traveled from the distant southern regions. I have heard of your academy's esteemed reputation and have come specifically to pay my respects. The old man spoke, his voice deep and resonant. Shanchuan and Linger exchanged a glance, politely rising to greet the elder. Please, take a seat. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? The old man smiled gently. I come bearing news that may greatly benefit the development of your academy, though it is accompanied by formidable challenges. Oh, pray tell. Shanchuan's brow furrowed slightly, yet his tone remained calm. Deep within the mountains of the southern border lies an ancient ruin. According to legend, it conceals a primordial soul artifact known as the Wheel of Stars. This artifact possesses immense power, capable of providing significant enhancement to soul masters. However, the vicinity of the ruin is fraught with perilous soul beasts, as well as numerous intricate traps. In my youth, I endeavored to explore it, but returned empty-handed. Now, I wish to convey this information to you, hoping that you may succeed in acquiring the Wheel of Stars for the benefit of soul masters across the Douluo Continent. Upon hearing the news, Shanchuan and Linger felt a mixture of excitement and anxiety. The thrill stemmed from the prospect of acquiring the ancient soul artifact, which would undoubtedly elevate the academy's standing. However, the ominous dangers described by the elder instilled a profound awareness of the challenges that lay ahead. Esteemed elder, we are truly grateful for your trust. We shall deliberate carefully on this proposal, Shanchuan stated with utmost seriousness. After thorough discussions, Shanchuan and Lingo resolved to assemble an expedition team to venture into the southern wilderness in search of the Wheel of Stars. They selected 10 formidable and resolute students from the academy, each a paragon in their respective martial spirit domains, possessing exceptional combat abilities and a spirit of teamwork. Brother Shanchuan, please exercise caution during this expedition, Linger urged with concern. The mountains and rivers gently clasped Ling's hand, assuring her, do not worry. I shall take good care of myself. Besides, with so many remarkable companions by our side, we shall undoubtedly overcome any obstacles and retrieve the Wheel of Stars. Guided by the mountains and rivers, the expedition team embarked on their journey to the southern frontier. Along the way, they traversed dense jungles, forded turbulent rivers, and endured countless hardships. Under the tutelage of their mentor, the students continually enhanced their abilities while learning to support one another in times of adversity. At last, the expedition team arrived at the site of the ancient ruins. However, as they approached, they were beset by an assault from soul beasts. A formidable horde of soul beasts surged from all directions, encircling the team. Be cautious. These soul beasts possess formidable strength. The mentor warned, his voice echoing with urgency. The students swiftly arranged themselves into formation, each unleashing their unique martial spirits and soul techniques. The mentor's martial spirit manifested as a colossal longsword, which he wielded to carve a bloody path through the throng of beasts. Meanwhile, the students showcased their individual strengths. Some unleashed powerful soul ring attacks, while others adeptly evaded and countered using their techniques. "Teacher, I will assist you," a student exclaimed upon seeing the mentor ensnared by several soul beasts. Without hesitation, they charged forward, deploying their soul technique to repel the beasts. "Well done. Let us all strive together. We shall surely break free from this encirclement," the mentor encouraged. Rallying the team. After an intense battle, the expedition team managed to fend off the soul beast attack, though a few students sustained minor injuries. The mentor promptly organized a moment of respite to prepare for the forthcoming exploration. "Teacher, the strength of these soul beasts is overwhelming. Can we continue our advance?" a student inquired, a hint of concern tinging their voice. The mountain stream resolutely declared, "Of course we can. Since we are here, we cannot easily give up. As long as we unite as one, there is no difficulty we cannot overcome." After repelling the spirit beasts, the expedition team cautiously entered the ruins. The interior of the ruins was dim and damp, the air thick with an ancient and mysterious aura. Strange symbols and patterns adorned the walls, seemingly narrating tales of old. "Everyone, be mindful. The mechanisms here may be triggered at any moment," Mountain Stream cautioned. They advanced with utmost care, every step taken as if walking on thin ice. Suddenly, the sound of mechanisms echoed throughout the ruins, and a massive stone slab descended from above, sealing their path. "Quick, everyone disperse and search for the switch." Mountain Stream reacted swiftly. The students immediately sprang into action, scouring the area for possible clues. One student discovered a small recess in the wall, seemingly designed to hold something. "Teacher Mountain Stream, there is a recess here. Could it be that something is needed to activate the mechanism?" the student exclaimed excitedly. The mountains and rivers were carefully examined. And indeed, it appeared that we needed to locate the corresponding items to unlock this mechanism. They continued to search within the ruins and eventually discovered a uniquely shaped stone hidden in a secluded corner. Upon placing the stone into the recess, the mechanism gradually activated, and the stone slab slowly rose, revealing a pathway leading deeper into the ruins. "Splendid. Let us proceed." Mountain River took the lead into the depths. After a challenging exploration, the expedition team finally arrived at the core area of the ruins. Here, they beheld a soul artifact known as the Celestial Wheel, radiating a resplendent glow. It floated serenely in the air, surrounded by mysterious rings of light. Is this truly the Celestial Wheel? Its power is simply overwhelming. The students marveled in awe. Mountains and rivers advanced forward, reaching out to touch the Wheel of Stars. Suddenly, a formidable force surged forth from the soul artifact, enveloping him entirely. His body began to tremble, and the expression on his face contorted in agony. "Teacher Shanchuan," the students exclaimed, rushing to offer assistance. "Do not come closer." Shanchuan struggled to articulate. "This is the power of the Wheel of Stars testing me. I must confront it alone." Amidst the torment, Shanchuan, bolstered by unwavering resolve and potent soul power, gradually acclimated to the force of the Wheel of Stars. Ultimately, he succeeded in securing the wheel, resulting in a significant enhancement of his prowess at that very moment. "We have triumphed." The students cheered jubilantly, flocking to congratulate Shanchuan. "Indeed, we have succeeded. This expedition, though fraught with peril and challenges, has culminated in victory through our unity and courage," Shanchuan reflected. Upon returning to the academy with the Wheel of Stars, Shanchuan and Linger were met with a warm welcome from the entire faculty and student body. They integrated the power of the wheel into the academy's curriculum, bestowing unprecedented advancement upon the students. During the celebratory assembly held at the academy, Shanchuan stood upon the platform, gazing down at the eager faces below, his heart swelling with pride and contentment. "Dear students, today we have achieved a monumental success, yet this is merely a small chapter in the illustrious history of our academy. In the future, we shall encounter even greater challenges and opportunities. I urge you to inherit our spirit, courageously pursue your dreams, and contribute to the noble cause of soul masters on Douluo Continent." The students were profoundly inspired by Shanchuan's words, responding with fervent cries of, "We will." Linger stood beside Shanchuan, her eyes brimming with pride and affection. She recognized that Shanchuan was not only a great soul master, but also an exceptional leader and custodian of legacy. Under his guidance, the academy's future was destined to shine even brighter. Shanchuan grasped Linger's hand tightly, silently vowing to perpetuate this brilliance, ensuring that the soul masters of Douluo Continent would forever illuminate the annals of history. Beneath the sky of Douluo Continent, the Soul Master Academy established by Shanchuan and Linger stood like a majestic lighthouse, illuminating the paths of countless soul masters. Their story would resonate throughout every corner of the continent, inspiring future generations to relentlessly pursue excellence and inscribe their own glorious chapters. Mission of the Douluo Legacy. Teacher Shanchuan. Behold this new list of incoming disciples. Each one is extraordinarily gifted, promising a bright future, exclaimed the Academy's academic supervisor, an elderly soul master in his twilight years, as he excitedly presented a list to Shanchuan. The mountains and rivers received the list, their gaze sweeping across it, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in their eyes. Indeed, it seems our Academy's allure grows ever stronger. However, this also signifies that we must shoulder a greater responsibility for our legacy. Yes, the weight of that responsibility. The old spirit master remarked, you and Dean Linger have toiled immensely for the advancement of the Academy and the future of the spirit masters. Your sacrifices are profound. As the gentle smile graced the visage of Shanchuan, his gaze drifted towards the training grounds beyond the window, where young soul masters diligently toiled, shedding their sweat in the pursuit of enhancing their prowess. All our endeavors are aimed at broadening the path of soul masters on the Douluo Continent. It is only by nurturing a greater number of exceptional soul masters that we can ensure the continuation of peace and prosperity across this land. At that moment, a messenger clad in a resplendent robe hurriedly entered the hall of the Academy. His arrival instantly captivated the attention of all present. I am the envoy of the Douluo Hall, he proclaimed, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. The Douluo Hall has pressing matters to discuss and has entrusted me with the invitation for you to join us in dialogue. Mountains and rivers furrowed their brows slightly. The Douluo Palace, the most enigmatic and esteemed soul master organization on the Douluo Continent, seldom extends invitations to outsiders. This unexpected summons must pertain to a matter of great significance. Please wait a moment, envoy. I need to make some preparations, Mountains and Rivers spoke in a solemn tone. While secretly contemplating that this invitation from the Douluo Palace might be closely tied to the future development of the Academy, Shanchuan, accompanied by several formidable disciples, followed the envoy to the Douluo Hall. This ancient sanctuary, concealed in the depths of the continent, was enveloped by a mysterious barrier, imparting an aura of solemnity and grandeur. Upon entering the hall, Shanchuan was immediately taken aback by the spectacle before him. Towering stone pillars adorned with ancient soul master runes reached towards the sky, while the walls were embellished with portraits of generations of soul masters, each exuding a powerful wave of soul energy. President Shanchuan, we welcome your presence, intoned the master of the hall, an elderly man with flowing white hair, as he rose slowly from his throne and performed a respectful gesture towards Shanchuan. Master, may I inquire the purpose of your summons? Shanchuan asked with utmost reverence, fully aware that in the Douluo Hall, even the most trivial matters could bear significant implications for the safety of the continent. The master replied gravely, President Shanchuan, are you aware that the peace of Douluo Continent is not eternal? A dark force is quietly awakening, threatening the balance of the entire continent. After years of extensive research, we at the Douluo Hall have discovered a method to counter this dark power, but it necessitates the aid of a unique soul artifact. A unique soul artifact? Shanchuan pondered, a flicker of realization igniting within him. Could this be related to their academy? Indeed, this soul artifact is known as the Heart of Light, possessing the power to purify all evil. However, the Heart of Light has been lost for many years, and our Douluo Hall has searched in vain. Yet, we believe that with your strength and that of your academy, you may be able to uncover its whereabouts. The master's gaze was fixed intently upon Shanchuan, as if awaiting his response. The mountains fell silent for a moment. He understood that this was a formidable task. Yet, for the sake of peace on the Douluo Continent, he must shoulder this responsibility. Master, I am willing to undertake this mission. I shall do my utmost to locate the Heart of Light and safeguard the tranquility of the Douluo Continent. Shanchuan's voice resonated with unwavering conviction. Upon returning to the academy, Shanchuan promptly summoned all the core disciples, imparting to them the mission of seeking the Heart of Light. Master Shan, where exactly is the Heart of Light? How shall we embark on this quest? One disciple inquired eagerly. Shanchuan shook his head, expressing his uncertainty about the exact location of the Heart of Light. However, according to the records of the Douluo Hall, its last known appearance was in the far northern reaches of the continent. This region is characterized by harsh conditions, rampant soul beasts, and an abundance of unknown dangers. Yet, for the sake of peace on the continent, We must embark on this journey. Teacher Shanchuan, we are willing to follow you in the quest for the heart of light. The disciples voiced their determination, their eyes brimming with resolve and courage. Mountains and rivers nodded in agreement, stating that they would set forth immediately. However, before embarking on this journey, meticulous preparations must be made. We must delve into the geographical features of the far north, comprehend the characteristics of the soul beasts inhabiting that realm, and amass sufficient supplies and medicinal resources. In the ensuing days, the academy was abuzz with activity. Under the guidance of mountains and rivers, the disciples diligently consulted an extensive array of texts, scrutinizing information pertaining to the far north. Concurrently, they thoughtfully selected a range of soul equipment and medicines suitable for use in the extreme cold. At long last, all preparations were complete. Leading an expedition comprised of elite disciples, mountains and rivers set forth on the journey to the far north. The far north, a desolate land blanketed in ice and snow, is characterized by its frigid temperatures and howling winds, where each step feels akin to treading upon the edge of a blade. The expedition team trudged through the storm, each member's face etched with determination. Master mountains and rivers, the conditions here are exceedingly harsh. Can we proceed any further? A disciple inquired, his voice barely audible amidst the howling tempest. The mountains turned, their gaze unwavering as they addressed the gathered crowd. We must press onward. The heart of light lies ahead. We cannot afford to falter. As long as we stand united, no challenge is insurmountable. Inspired by the mountain's words, the disciples regained their spirits and forged ahead through the biting wind and snow. Yet, a greater peril loomed in the shadows. A formidable pack of frost spirit beasts suddenly emerged from the snowy terrain, encircling the expedition team. Everyone, remain vigilant. These frost spirit beasts possess considerable strength, and we must not underestimate them. The mountains swiftly drew forth a long sword, unleashing a potent surge of soul power, ready to engage in combat. The disciples, too, summoned their respective martial spirits, launching into a fierce battle against the frost spirit beasts. In the fray, the mountains moved like a bolt of lightning, weaving through the throng of spirit beasts. With each flash of the sword, another beast fell. The disciples, demonstrating remarkable synergy and formidable soul techniques, repelled their adversaries one by one. After a grueling struggle, the expedition team ultimately drove back the assault of the frost spirit beasts, though several disciples bore injuries. The mountains promptly organized a brief respite for the group, preparing them for the challenges that lay ahead. Master Mountains, shall we delve deeper? These frost spirit beasts were merely an appetizer. There are likely more formidable foes awaiting us, voiced one concerned, injured disciple. Shanchuan nodded, aware that the journey ahead would be fraught with greater challenges, yet the heart of light lay before us. We could not falter, otherwise the peace of the Douluo Continent would remain unprotected. After enduring countless crises and trials, the expedition team finally reached the deepest recesses of the far north. Here, a colossal iceberg stood majestically, its summit radiating a gentle, ethereal glow. That was the heart of light, with fervor glinting in his eyes. Shanchuan pointed towards the luminous peak of the iceberg. Master Shanchuan, how shall we ascend? This iceberg is too lofty, and the surrounding walls of ice are impossibly smooth. Offering no foothold for climbing, the disciples expressed with concern. After a moment of contemplation, Shanchuan suddenly conceived an idea. I have a plan, he declared. We can utilize our soul power to create grooves in the icy wall, allowing us to ascend along them. Without hesitation, Shanchuan unleashed his formidable soul energy, carving out a series of indentations in the ice. The disciples followed suit, employing their own soul power to gradually scale the icy surface along the grooves. As they climbed, shards of ice occasionally fell, presenting numerous dangers. Yet, bolstered by their unwavering determination and potent soul power, Shanchuan and his disciples ultimately reached the summit of the ice mountain. There, they beheld the heart of light, gently suspended in the air, radiating a soft yet powerful glow, as if awaiting their arrival. Is this the heart of light? They marveled. Its power is truly overwhelming. Shanchuan stepped forward, reaching out to touch the heart of light. Suddenly, a warm and powerful force surged forth from the soul artifact, enveloping him entirely. His body began to tremble, and a look of anguish crossed his face. Teacher Shanchuan, the disciples exclaimed, eager to rush to his aid. Do not come closer. Shanchuan managed to utter with great difficulty. This is the power of the heart of light testing me. I must face it alone. Amidst the painful struggle, Shanchuan, through unwavering determination and formidable soul power, gradually acclimated to the strength of the heart of light. Ultimately, he succeeded in harnessing it, resulting in a significant enhancement of his own abilities. "We have succeeded." The disciples cheered jubilantly, flocking to congratulate Shanchuan. "Indeed, we have triumphed," he reflected. "This expedition was fraught with peril and challenges, yet through unity and courage, we emerged victorious." With the heart of light returned to the academy, Shanchuan received a warm welcome from the entire faculty and students. They celebrated the glory of the Douluo battle. For the peace of the Douluo Continent seemed but a fragile veil, easily shattered by a mere touch. Standing atop the highest point of the academy, Shanchuan gazed into the distant sky, a wave of inexplicable unease swelling within him. Since bringing the heart of light back, the academy's strength had greatly increased. Yet Shanchuan was acutely aware that the true challenges were only just beginning. "Teacher Shanchuan, look over there," one disciple suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the distant sky. As Mount Chuan gazed in the direction indicated by his disciple, he beheld a shadow swiftly darting across the horizon, vanishing behind the distant peaks. What could that be? A sense of urgency gripped his heart as he promptly summoned the core disciples of the academy. "Did any of you catch a glimpse of that shadow?" Mount Chuan inquired with a grave tone. The disciples shook their heads in unison, expressing that they had never witnessed such a bizarre spectacle. "It appears that new variables may have emerged on the continent," Mount Chuan murmured solemnly. "We must remain vigilant and enhance the academy's defenses. Simultaneously, I require you to conduct a covert investigation to ascertain whether anyone is plotting in the shadows." "Yes, Master Mount Chuan," the disciples responded in chorus, their eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. Just as Mount Chuan fortified the academy's defenses, a mysterious challenge letter arrived at the institution. The letter bore no signature, only a chilling line of text. "The peace of Douluo Continent is about to be shattered, and your academy shall be the first casualty." Upon reading the challenge letter, Shanchuan's expression darkened with fury. He promptly summoned all the faculty and core disciples of the academy to deliberate on a strategy. This missive was evidently a deliberate provocation. Yet we must not underestimate its gravity. "We must prepare ourselves for the impending challenge," Shanchuan declared solemnly. "Master Shanchuan, what course of action should we take?" inquired one of the disciples. "First and foremost, we must bolster the academy's defenses. All faculty members and senior disciples will be divided into teams to rotate patrols around the academy's perimeter. Secondly, we must amass sufficient supplies and medicinal resources to confront any potential skirmishes. Lastly, I implore you to remain vigilant. Should any unusual circumstances arise, report them immediately." Shanchuan swiftly issued his commands. "Understood." The assembly responded in unison, springing into action. As night descended, the academy was enveloped in a tranquil stillness. However, this serenity was soon shattered. A cohort of shadow-clad soul masters materialized around the academy, unleashing formidable soul power in a ferocious assault. "Alarm! We are under attack!" The patrolling disciples cried out in urgent warning. Upon hearing the alarm, Shanchuan swiftly led his core disciples out of the dormitory to confront the adversaries. Drawing his long sword, he unleashed a formidable surge of soul power, striking towards a cloaked soul master. With a thunderous crash, the clash of sword light and soul energy reverberated throughout the battlefield. The cloaked soul master was sent flying by Shanchuan's blow, yet more foes surged forth from all directions. "Be cautious, everyone. These enemies are formidable," Shanchuan warned his disciples with urgency. The disciples promptly summoned their own martial spirits, engaging in fierce combat with the dark-clad soul masters. In the midst of battle, Shanchuan moved like a bolt of lightning, weaving through the ranks of foes. With each flash of his sword, another enemy fell. The disciples, through their harmonious coordination and powerful soul techniques, systematically repelled their attackers. However, the enemy seemed inexhaustible, coming in relentless waves. Shanchuan and his disciples gradually felt overwhelmed, the situation growing increasingly dire. "Master Shanchuan, what shall we do?" one disciple inquired anxiously. After a moment of contemplation, Shanchuan suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. "I have a method. We can harness the power of the heart of light to vanquish these foes all at once." Without hesitation, he retrieved the heart of light and raised it high. Instantly, a formidable radiance surged forth from the soul artifact, illuminating the entire academy as if it were midday. The power of the heart of light erupted, enveloping all the dark-clad soul masters. Their anguished cries echoed as their forms gradually disintegrated in the brilliance. "Marvelous, Teacher Shanchuan, you have triumphed." The disciples cheered exuberantly, rushing forward to offer their congratulations. "Indeed, We have succeeded. Yet, this encounter was merely a preliminary test. The true challenges lie ahead, Shanchuan reflected solemnly. Following the battle, he promptly dispatched a report regarding the situation to the Douluo Palace. Before long, an envoy from the Douluo Palace arrived at the academy once more. President Shanchuan, we are already aware of the recent conflict. These dark-clad soul masters belong to a mysterious dark force that has been clandestinely plotting to undermine the peace of Douluo Continent. The envoy stated gravely. A dark force? What could be their motive? Shanchuan inquired. The envoy shook his head. We are uncertain of their specific intentions, but it is clear that they will not relent easily. The Douluo Palace has resolved to extend its full support to your academy in the fight against this dark force. Thank you for the support of the Douluo Palace. Shanchuan expressed his gratitude. President Shanchuan, we at the Douluo Palace possess a powerful soul artifact known as the Shield of Guardian. This artifact possesses formidable defensive capabilities, capable of safeguarding the academy from the encroachment of dark forces. We have decided to lend the Shield of Guardian to your academy. The envoy produced a soul artifact emanating a golden glow and handed it to Shanchuan. The Shield of Guardian? Shanchuan accepted the artifact, feeling a surge of potent energy emanating from it. Indeed, with the Shield of Guardian, your academy's defensive capabilities will be significantly enhanced, the envoy affirmed. Thank you for the trust and support of the Douluo Palace. Shanchuan solemnly accepted the Shield of Guardian, his heart brimming with gratitude. With the enhancement provided by the Shield of Guardian, the academy's defenses were greatly bolstered. However, the dark force did not retreat. Rather, they intensified their assaults on the academy. One night, the dark force launched a large-scale attack once more. This time, their onslaught was even more ferocious, featuring not only dark-clad soul masters but also various formidable soul beasts. The academy was shrouded in darkness, and the situation grew precarious. All disciples, prepare for battle. Shanchuan commanded loudly, leading his disciples out of the academy to confront the enemy. As the battle loomed, Shanchuan unsheathed his sword, unleashing a powerful surge of soul power as he struck towards the leader of the dark-clad soul masters. Meanwhile, the disciples unleashed their martial souls, engaging fiercely with their adversaries. The power of the Heart of Light and the Shield of Guardianship played a pivotal role in the battle, not only safeguarding the disciples of the academy, but also inflicting significant damage upon the enemies. However, the onslaught of the dark forces surged relentlessly, seemingly without end. Teacher Shanchuan, can we triumph? A disciple anxiously inquired amidst the chaos of battle. Shanchuan turned and gazed resolutely at the crowd, declaring, we must prevail. For the peace of Douluo Continent. For the honor of our academy, we cannot afford to lose. Inspired by Shanchuan's fervor, the disciples rallied their spirits and continued to engage fiercely with their foes. In the heat of battle, Shanchuan, wielding formidable soul power and masterful swordsmanship, felled one enemy after another. Meanwhile, the disciples, through their seamless coordination and potent soul techniques, repelled their adversaries one by one. After a grueling struggle, the dark forces could no longer withstand the onslaught and began to retreat. Shanchuan led his disciples in a victorious pursuit, driving the enemies out of the academy's territory. We have triumphed. The disciples cheered exuberantly, rushing to congratulate Shanchuan. Indeed, we have won. Yet this victory is merely temporary. The dark forces will not relent. We must strive relentlessly to enhance our strength if we are to genuinely safeguard the peace of Douluo Continent, Shanchuan reflected. Following the battle, Shanchuan promptly convened all the disciples for a profound debriefing. Dear students, this confrontation has imparted upon us a crucial realization. The peace of Douluo Continent is not eternal. The dark forces are ever watchful, coveting our tranquil existence. We must remain vigilant, Shanchuan intoned solemnly. Master Shanchuan, what should we do? One disciple inquired. First, we must persist in our training and enhance our capabilities. Only by possessing formidable strength can we stand firm against the dark forces. Secondly, we must unite as one, offering mutual support. It is through our harmonious collaboration that we can repeatedly repel our enemies in battle. Lastly, we must maintain vigilance, ever prepared to confront new challenges. Shanchuan urged with heartfelt sincerity. Yes, Master Shanchuan. The disciples responded in unison, their eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Mountains and rivers gazed upon the vibrant disciples, their hearts brimming with hope. He recognized that these students would embody the future promise of the Douluo Continent, destined to uphold the sacred duty of safeguarding its peace. Dear students, the future of Douluo Continent lies in your hands. I firmly believe that through your relentless efforts, you shall undoubtedly carve out your own resplendent chapters, he encouraged. His eyes filled with anticipation. The disciples, deeply inspired by his words, collectively proclaimed, "We will." Beneath the skies of Douluo Continent, the Soul Master Academy, established by mountains and rivers, stood tall like a magnificent lighthouse, illuminating the paths of countless soul masters. Moreover, Mountains and Rivers himself was revered as a legendary figure among them. Not only was he a formidable soul master, but he also excelled as a leader and a transmitter of knowledge. Under his guidance, the Academy's future promised to shine even brighter. Ensuring a more secure peace for the Douluo Continent, Mountains and Rivers would continue to shoulder the mission of inheritance, guiding the soul masters towards their destinies and inscribing their legendary tales. The awakening path of Douluo. Once again, dark clouds enveloped the skies of Douluo Continent, an inexplicable sense of oppression permeating the air. Standing in the Academy's training grounds, Mountains and Rivers gazed into the distant horizon, a profound unease surging within him. Since the last victory against the dark forces, the continent had seemingly returned to a temporary tranquility, yet he understood that this calm was merely the stillness before the storm. "Teacher Mountains and Rivers, look over there," a disciple suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the distant sky in astonishment. As Shanchuan gazed in the direction pointed out by his disciple, he beheld a peculiar radiance flickering on the horizon, only to vanish beyond the distant mountains. What could that be? A sense of unease gripped his heart, prompting him to summon the core disciples of the Academy. "Did any of you witness that strange light?" Shanchuan inquired with solemnity. The disciples shook their heads in unison, expressing that they had never encountered such an enigmatic phenomenon. "It seems that new variables may have emerged on the continent," Shanchuan remarked gravely. "We must remain vigilant and fortify the Academy's defenses. Additionally, I want you to conduct a discreet investigation to ascertain if anyone is orchestrating mischief behind the scenes." "Yes, Teacher Shanchuan." The disciples responded in chorus, their eyes shimmering with resolute determination. Just as Shanchuan was reinforcing the Academy's defenses, the mysterious light reappeared, this time hovering above the Academy for a brief moment before gradually descending, ultimately disappearing into the mountains behind the Academy. "Teacher Shanchuan, that light has landed in the back mountains," one disciple reported urgently, upon sensing a stirring within the Mountains and Rivers. The leader promptly guided several key disciples to the rear mountain for investigation. They traversed through the dense forest and arrived at the location where the radiance had vanished. There, they encountered a peculiar stone, emanating a faint glow that seemed to beckon them closer. "What could this be?" one disciple inquired with curiosity. Shanchuan stepped forward, scrutinizing the peculiar stone before him. Suddenly, he sensed a potent surge of spiritual energy emanating from the stone, resonating intensely with the spiritual energy within his own being. This was a soul stone, and a remarkably rare one at that. Shanchuan spoke gravely. "It may hold significance for the future of our Academy." "Soul stone? What purpose does it serve?" the disciples inquired with curiosity. "The soul stone is an essential auxiliary item for soul masters' cultivation. It enhances their spiritual energy and can even aid in awakening new soul skills," Shanchuan elucidated. "We must transport this soul stone back to the Academy for in-depth research." "Yes, Teacher Shanchuan." The disciples responded in unison, carefully carrying the soul stone back to the Academy. Upon their return, Shanchuan promptly convened a clandestine meeting, inviting several esteemed faculty members and core disciples to collectively investigate the enigmatic soul stone. "Director Shanchuan, the spiritual energy of this soul stone is remarkably potent, yet we remain uncertain of its specific applications," remarked a senior teacher. "I have an idea. We could attempt to fuse the soul stone with the Academy's soul artifacts and observe if any new effects emerge," Shanchuan proposed. "That is a splendid idea. We should give it a try," the senior teachers unanimously concurred. Through their collective efforts, the soul stone was successfully fused with the Academy's soul artifacts. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the artifact, illuminating the entire Academy as if it were daytime. Within the radiance, a figure gradually materialized, a venerable elder clad in an ancient robe. His face etched with the marks of time, yet his gaze remained remarkably clear and resolute. "I am the guardian of the soul stone. You have finally awakened me." The elder's voice resonated deeply and powerfully. "Who are you?" Shanchuan inquired, astonished. "I am an ancestor of the Douluo Continent. To protect this soul stone, I have slumbered here for countless years. Now that you have awakened me, you have also demonstrated your potential," the elder replied with a smile. "Can you reveal to us the secrets of the soul stone?" Shanchuan asked eagerly. "Certainly." This soul stone is known as the Stone of Awakening. It possesses formidable power, capable of aiding soul masters in awakening new soul skills and even enhancing the quality of their martial souls, the elder gradually elucidated. However, to harness its power, you must undergo a series of trials. Trials? Shanchuan and the disciples exchanged glances, filled with anticipation and trepidation. Indeed, trials. Only by overcoming these challenges can you truly obtain the power of the Stone of Awakening, the elder concluded, his form gradually fading into the light. Teacher Shanchuan, how shall we proceed with the trials? The disciples inquired excitedly. After a moment of contemplation, Shanchuan remarked, the elder spoke of trials. It must pertain to our martial spirits and soul power. We must first enhance our abilities to be worthy of facing such trials. Indeed, Master Shanchuan. The disciples replied in unison, promptly immersing themselves in rigorous training. Over the ensuing months, the students of the academy diligently practiced day and night, continuously augmenting their soul power and martial spirit skills. Shanchuan personally guided them, assisting in overcoming their limitations and elevating their prowess. At last, one fateful night, while in the midst of his training, Shanchuan was suddenly struck by a powerful wave of soul energy. He immediately opened his eyes to find the awakening stone radiating with a brilliant light. Disciples, the awakening stone has stirred, Shanchuan exclaimed loudly. The disciples ceased their training and gathered around. Suddenly, a beam of light shot forth from the awakening stone, enveloping Shanchuan entirely. He felt an immense power surging within him, as his martial spirit began to transform, awakening an unprecedented strength. Master Shanchuan, what is happening to you? The disciples inquired anxiously. Mountains and rivers closed their eyes, fully attuned to the transformations within. His martial soul, an ordinary longsword, suddenly transformed into a resplendent light sword, its blade adorned with enigmatic runes, radiating a formidable surge of soul power. I have awakened a new soul skill, exclaimed Mount Chuan, his eyes alight with excitement. Splendid news, Master Mount Chuan. The disciples rejoiced, rushing forth to offer their congratulations. Disciples, it is now your turn. The power of the awakening stone is finite. You must seize the moment, endure the trials, and awaken your own soul skills, Mount Chuan encouraged them. Yes, Master Mount Chuan. The disciples chorused in unison, eagerly commencing their attempts to commune with the awakening stone. Under Mount Chuan's encouragement, the disciples fervently endeavored to awaken new soul skills. Some sat cross-legged while others wielded their martial souls, fully absorbing the power of the awakening stone. One disciple, whose martial soul was a fiery phoenix, suddenly felt an intense flame igniting within him. His phoenix martial soul swiftly transformed into a dazzling firebird, enveloped in searing flames. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered he had awakened the new soul skill, Celestial Inferno. Another disciple, wielding a colossal hammer as his martial soul, was suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of immense power coursing through him. His hammer martial soul instantly morphed into a radiant light hammer, emanating a potent wave of soul energy. When he opened his eyes, he realized he had awakened the new soul skill, Earth Shatter. As time passed, an increasing number of disciples successfully awakened their new soul skills. Their strength saw a significant elevation, and the atmosphere within the academy grew ever more fervent and intense. Master Mount Chuan, we have succeeded. The disciples excitedly gathered around, showcasing their newly awakened soul skills. Mountains and rivers beheld these vibrant disciples, and a sense of gratification and pride surged within him. He was acutely aware that these students would embody the future hope of the Douluo Continent, bearing the solemn responsibility of safeguarding the peace of their realm. My dear students, you have all excelled. This awakening not only enhances your individual prowess but also significantly fortifies our academy's collective strength. However, you must remember, the true challenges lie ahead. We cannot afford to be complacent, he imparted earnestly. Yes, Teacher Shanchuan. The disciples answered in unison, their eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. With the awakening of the disciples, the academy's strength had experienced remarkable growth. Shanchuan understood they were poised to embrace new challenges. He resolved to lead his students to the farthest reaches of the Douluo Continent, in search of more soul stones and soul tools to amplify the academy's overall prowess. Students, our journey has only just begun. Countless mysterious locales abound on the Douluo Continent, concealing potent soul stones and soul tools. Our mission is to discover them, enhance our strength, and protect the peace of Douluo. Shanchuan inspired the students. Yes, Teacher Shanchuan. They chorused, their eyes brimming with anticipation and fervor. Under Shanchuan's guidance, the disciples embarked on a new expedition. They traversed dense jungles, crossed turbulent rivers, and endured countless trials and tribulations. Along their journey, they continually encountered formidable soul beasts and perilous challenges. Yet through their steadfast will and formidable strength, they overcame each obstacle. Teacher Shanchuan, there lies an ancient ruin ahead. Let us explore it. An eager disciple exclaimed. Mountains and rivers nodded in agreement. Very well, let us proceed to investigate. Upon their arrival at the ruins, they discovered the site was adorned with ancient runes and intricate mechanisms. With utmost caution, Mountains and Rivers led his disciples into the depths of the ruins, embarking on a quest to unveil its hidden mysteries. Deep within the remnants, they stumbled upon a soul artifact known as the Wheel of Time and Space, emanating a formidable spiritual energy. This artifact possessed unparalleled power, capable of manipulating both time and space, rendering it an exceedingly rare treasure. Master Mountains and Rivers, is this the Wheel of Time and Space? Its power is truly astonishing. The disciples exclaimed in awe. Shanchuan stepped forward, meticulously observing the Wheel of Time and Space. Suddenly, a formidable surge of soul energy erupted from the soul device, enveloping him completely. His body began to tremble, and a look of anguish marred his face. Teacher Shanchuan, exclaimed the disciples, rushing forth in a bid to assist. Do not approach. Shanchuan managed to utter with great difficulty. This is the power of the Wheel of Time and Space testing me. I must face it alone. In the throes of painful struggle, Shanchuan, fortified by unwavering resolve and potent soul energy, gradually acclimated to the power of the wheel. Layers of enigmatic halos surrounded his form, and time seemed to suspend around him while space subtly warped. I can feel it, echoed Shanchuan's voice through the void, as his consciousness began to merge with the Wheel of Time and Space. Suddenly, a blinding radiance erupted from the wheel, illuminating the entire ruins as if it were midday. Within the brilliance, Shanchuan's silhouette ascended slowly. At that moment, his martial soul, a resplendent sword of light, underwent a profound transformation. Surrounding the sword were ripples of time and space, with each swing appearing capable of rending the fabric of reality and distorting time itself. I did it. Shanchuan's voice brimmed with astonishment and exhilaration as he successfully integrated the power of the wheel into his martial soul. Teacher Shanchuan, you are incredible. The disciples cheered, rushing forward to offer their congratulations. Indeed, we have succeeded. This trial not only enhanced my strength, but also deepened our understanding of the forces of time and space. Shanchuan remarked with heartfelt reflection. As Shanchuan triumphantly integrated the power of the wheel, the atmosphere within the academy grew increasingly vibrant. The disciples gathered around, eagerly inquiring about the mysteries of temporal power. Teacher Shanchuan, what is the essence of temporal power? What purpose does it serve? A disciple inquired with curiosity. The Mountains and Rivers elucidated with a smile. The power of time and space is an exceedingly enigmatic force, capable of manipulating both time and spatial dimensions. In the heat of battle, we can wield this power to induce a temporal stasis, ensnaring our adversaries in a fleeting pause, thereby securing a tactical advantage. Furthermore, we can harness this force for spatial leaps, enabling swift movement to any location on the battlefield, and even transporting foes to distant realms. How wondrous! The disciples gasped, their eyes shimmering with a fervent yearning for power. However, the application of time and space power demands an immense reservoir of soul energy and meticulous precision. A moment's carelessness could unleash chaos within the fabric of time and space, potentially jeopardizing one's very existence. The Mountains and Rivers cautioned gravely. Master Shanchuan, we shall devote ourselves to rigorous training. The disciples chorused, their eyes brimming with resolute determination. Upon successfully merging with the power of the Wheel of Time and Space, Shanchuan resolved to lead his disciples on a temporal journey. They would employ the power of time and space to explore the past and future of the Douluo Continent, seeking additional soul stones and soul artifacts to enhance the Academy's overall prowess. My dear students, our odyssey through time and space is about to commence. During this expedition, we shall traverse the continuum, delving into uncharted realms. This is not merely an adventure, but also an invaluable opportunity for learning. Are you prepared? Shanchuan inspired his disciples. We are ready, Master Shanchuan. They replied in unison, their eyes glimmering with excitement and anticipation. Under Shanchuan's guidance, the disciples activated the power of time and space. Ripples of temporal energy unfolding around them, enveloping them gently. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light surged forth, and they vanished from their original location, embarking on their journey through time and space. When Shanchuan and his disciples reopened their eyes, they found themselves in an unfamiliar setting. Before them lay an expansive battlefield, shrouded in thick smoke, with the sounds of war drums and the clamor of combat echoing around them. "Where are we?" a disciple inquired, astonished, surveying the surroundings. The mountains and rivers revealed an atmosphere steeped in antiquity. Soldiers clad in ancient armor, wielding long spears and shields, were engaged in fierce combat. "We had traversed into a bygone battlefield," Shanchuan remarked. "It appears that the forces of time and space have transported us to the past of the Douluo Continent." "Master Shanchuan, what shall we do?" the disciples inquired anxiously. "Let us first observe the situation and see if we can discover a means to return to the modern world," Shanchuan replied. They cautiously concealed themselves in a corner of the battlefield, attentively watching the unfolding conflict. Suddenly, a general donned in golden armor captured Shanchuan's attention. This commanding figure, wielding a colossal battle axe, exuded an imposing presence as he directed his soldiers in their struggle. This general possesses formidable strength. His martial spirit appears to be a battle axe, Shanchuan mused quietly. "Master Shanchuan, should we offer him our assistance?" one of the disciples proposed. The mountains and rivers paused for a moment in contemplation and then spoke. "Very well, we shall assist him. Perhaps he can impart to us some knowledge regarding the intricacies of time and space." They stealthily approached the general and, with sudden ferocity, launched their attack, aiding the general in repelling the surrounding foes. The general turned, astonished, to behold the mountains, rivers, and their disciples. "Who are you? What brings you to this place?" he inquired. Mountains and rivers bowed in reverence, saying, "General, we are soul masters from the future. We have traversed through the fabric of time and space to arrive here, and we hope you can assist us in discovering a way back to the modern era." Upon hearing this, the general's eyes glimmered with surprise. Yet he quickly regained his composure. "Ah, I see. You are time travelers. I have heard tales of time and space, but have never encountered true time travelers before. Since you have rendered me assistance, I shall gladly help you." "Thank you, General." Mountain River expressed with heartfelt gratitude. With the general's aid, Mountain River and his disciples located an ancient soul master. This master possessed formidable soul power and a wealth of knowledge regarding soul masters. After listening to Mountain River's intentions, he nodded in agreement to assist them. "The power of time and space is an exceedingly mysterious force. Your ability to harness it signifies immense potential. I can impart to you some ancient soul master techniques to help you better master the power of time and space," the soul master declared. "Thank you, Master." Mountain River and his disciples chorused in appreciation. In the days that followed, the soul master taught them numerous ancient techniques, including how to better control soul power, how to utilize soul skills to craft formidable attacks, and how to maintain calmness and decisiveness in battle. These techniques greatly aided Mountain River and his disciples in their cultivation, further enhancing their strength. "Mountain River, your talents are truly remarkable. I believe that you will undoubtedly become legends of the Douluo Continent in the future," the Soul Master remarked with admiration. "Thank you for your kind words, Master. We shall strive to live up to your expectations," Mountain River humbly replied. After a period of diligent study, Mountain River and his disciples finally acquired sufficient knowledge and prepared to return to the modern era. With the assistance of the Soul Master and the General, they activated the power of time and space, and waves of temporal ripples unfolded around them once more. "Mountain River, I hope you will continue to uphold the spirit of Soul Masters and safeguard the peace of the Douluo Continent in the future," the Soul Master said. "We will, Master," Mountain River assured with determination. In a flash of brilliance, Mountain River and his disciples returned to the modern era. They discovered themselves standing once again on the back mountain of the academy, as if nothing had transpired. "Teacher Mountain River, we are back," the disciples exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Indeed, we have returned. This journey through time and space has bestowed upon us invaluable insights. Yet, we must not rest on our laurels. For the future of the Douluo Continent requires our continued efforts," Mountain River reflected solemnly. "Teacher Mountain River, we will strive onward." The disciples responded in unison, their eyes shimmering with resolute determination. Upon returning to the academy, Mountain River promptly gathered all his disciples for a profound debriefing. "Dear students, this journey through time and space has deepened our understanding of the Douluo Continent's rich history and the enduring spirit of soul masters passed down through generations. As soul masters of the new era, we must not only inherit the techniques and spirit of ancient soul masters, but also innovate continuously and enhance our own strength," Mountain River declared earnestly. "Teacher Mountain River, what should we do next?" A disciple inquired earnestly. Firstly, we must persist in our cultivation, enhancing our soul power and soul skills. Secondly, we ought to maintain an open mind, absorbing the wisdom of ancient soul masters, and integrating it with contemporary technology and knowledge to forge our unique path as soul masters. Lastly, we must unite as one, collectively safeguarding the peace of Douluo Continent. Shanchuan spoke with deep sincerity. Indeed, Master Shanchuan. The disciples responded in unison, their eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Shanchuan gazed upon these vibrant disciples, his heart brimming with hope. He understood that these students would embody the future of the Douluo Continent, destined to bear the solemn responsibility of safeguarding its peace. Dear students, the future of Douluo Continent lies within your hands. I firmly believe that with determination and perseverance, you shall carve out your own magnificent chapters. Shanchuan encouraged his disciples, his eyes alight with anticipation. Inspired profoundly by his words, the disciples erupted in unison, "We will." Beneath the vast skies of Douluo Continent, the Soul Master Academy founded by Shanchuan stood as a towering beacon, illuminating the paths of countless soul masters. Shanchuan himself is revered as a legendary figure by many soul masters. He is not only a formidable soul master, but also an exceptional leader and bearer of tradition. Under his guidance, the Academy's future is destined to shine even brighter, ensuring a more secure peace for the Douluo Continent. Furthermore, Shanchuan will continue to uphold the mission of inheritance, directing the soul masters of Douluo Continent and penning their legendary tales. The unexpected journey to Douluo. Standing on the gentle slope of the Academy, Shanchuan gazed into the distant sea of clouds, his heart brimming with reminiscences of his previous journey through time and space. However, fate seemed reluctant to allow him a tranquil existence. Suddenly, a peculiar beam of dark light sliced through the sky, hurtling directly towards him. Before Shanchuan could react, he found himself enveloped by the sinister glow. After a tumultuous whirl of sensations, he discovered himself amidst an unfamiliar forest. Shanchuan was taken aback, realizing that he might have been ensnared in an unknown dimensional event. He attempted to harness his soul energy, only to discover that the flow within him was severely sluggish, seemingly hindered by the oppressive environment surrounding him. What on earth is happening? Where am I? Shanchuan murmured to himself. Just then, he heard a deep, rumbling growl emanating from the front. On high alert, he drew forth his luminous sword spirit. However, due to the suppression of his soul energy, the sword's radiance was exceedingly faint. Suddenly, a colossal soul beast came into view. This creature resembled a wolf, yet its size was several times larger than that of an ordinary wolf, and its eyes glowed with a haunting emerald light. "Human, you have trespassed into my domain." The soul beast spoke with a voice that echoed in the air. Shanchuan, striving to maintain his composure, spoke, "Greetings, I did not intend to intrude. I was inexplicably brought here." The spirit beast, however, showed no inclination to heed his explanation. Regardless of how one arrived, in its territory, death was inevitable. With that, the spirit beast lunged toward Shanchuan. Although his soul power was suppressed, he was, after all, a person who had endured numerous trials. He deftly sidestepped the beast's assault and swung his light, sword martial spirit towards its back. Yet, the blade merely sparked against the beast's hide, inflicting no significant harm. Enraged, the spirit beast whirled around and charged at Shanchuan once more, its gaping maw revealing razor-sharp fangs. Shanchuan understood that persistently clashing with the soul beast was not a viable strategy. While evading its assaults, he contemplated a solution. He discerned that the soul beast's vulnerability might lie within its eyes, as it tended to flinch whenever an attack approached that particular area. During his evasive maneuvers, a sudden thought flashed through Shanchuan's mind. He was profoundly intrigued by the power of the soul ring. Perhaps absorbing the soul ring of this beast could augment his own strength. However, the process of absorption was perilous, especially given that his soul power was currently restrained. Gritting his teeth, Shanchuan resolved to take the risk. He feigned a weakness, leading the soul beast's attack to miss entirely, and then, with all his might, he charged towards its eyes. The soul beast was taken aback by Shanchuan's unexpected offensive against its eyes, and in its confusion, it recoiled. Taking advantage of the moment, Shanchuan thrust his sword into the eye of the spirit beast, which let out a piercing scream. Without a hint of hesitation, he swiftly drew upon his soul energy to begin absorbing the soul ring. The spirit beast, sensing Shanchuan's intent, thrashed wildly. However, as Shanchuan continued to absorb the soul ring, its power gradually waned. After a strenuous struggle, Shanchuan ultimately succeeded in absorbing the spirit beast's soul ring. Upon completion, a surge of formidable energy flooded into his body. His soul power began to restore rapidly, more robust than ever before. His light, sword martial spirit underwent a transformation, its blade gleaming brighter, and the ripples of time and space around him became more pronounced. Haha, it appears fortune favors me after all, Shanchuan exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, he noticed peculiar patterns emerging on his body, reminiscent of ancient runes. After a brief study, Shanchuan discovered that these runes could enhance his control over soul energy. Just as he reveled in the joy of acquiring the soul ring, a cacophony of noise reached his ears. The mountains and rivers moved towards the direction of the clamor, only to discover a group of soul masters besieging a formidable soul beast. This soul beast was indeed a prize of the highest order. We must obtain its soul ring, one of the soul masters exclaimed. However, the soul beast radiated an overwhelming aura, instilling fear in the hearts of these soul masters and deterring them from approaching recklessly. Shanchuan stepped forward and inquired, "Do you require assistance?" The soul masters, upon seeing Shanchuan, responded with caution, asking, "Who are you? From whence do you come?" Shanchuan briefly recounted his experiences. Upon hearing his account, the soul masters exchanged glances, sensing that Shanchuan did not appear to be fabricating his tale. "If you are indeed able to assist us, it would be nothing short of magnificent," the soul masters remarked. Mountains and rivers nodded slightly, then approached the formidable soul beast. After Shanchuan joined the fray, he swiftly subdued the soul beast using the newfound power of his soul ring and the forces of time and space. Observing this, the soul masters launched even more fervent assaults. Under the collective effort of all, the soul beast was ultimately brought under control. "Thank you for your assistance. You truly possess remarkable strength," one of the soul masters remarked to Shanchuan. The mountains and rivers smiled and said, "You're welcome. We are all soul masters, and it is only natural for us to assist one another." After the battle concluded, the soul masters gathered together to engage in conversation. "Did you not experience any backlash while absorbing the soul ring? I have heard that absorbing the rings of powerful soul beasts can be quite perilous," inquired a curious soul master. Shanchuan shared his experiences, including how he bravely absorbed soul rings despite the suppression of his soul power. The soul masters, upon hearing his tale, expressed deep admiration for his courage and wisdom. "What is that temporal power you utilized in battle? It appears quite extraordinary," inquired another soul master. Shanchuan elucidated. "This is a power I acquired from a mysterious realm, capable of manipulating certain aspects of time and space." Upon hearing this, the soul masters were filled with envy and longing. After conversing with the soul masters, Shanchuan discovered that there exist numerous formidable soul instruments in this world. These soul instruments can significantly augment a soul master's strength. Possessing a fine soul instrument would serve as an added assurance, as one soul master remarked. The mountains and rivers were greatly intrigued by the soul artifacts, prompting them to join the soul masters in their quest for these mystical objects. They traversed through the forest, seeking out places where the soul artifacts might be concealed. At last, they uncovered a faint, unusual aura emanating from an ancient cave. The mountains and the spirit masters cautiously ventured into the cave. A mysterious aura enveloped the space, and the walls were adorned with ancient runes. These runes appeared quite formidable. "Everyone, exercise caution," warned Shanchuan. As they delved deeper into the cave, a sudden sound of a mechanism being activated echoed through the air. "There's a mechanism," the spirit masters exclaimed in alarm. Upon meticulous observation of his surroundings, Mountain Stream discerned a loose stone. With a determined effort, he displaced the stone, bringing the mechanism to a halt. Continuing onward, they beheld a treasure chest. Could the soul artifact be nestled within? One of the soul masters exclaimed with excitement. Shanchuan stepped forward and opened the treasure chest. Inside lay a golden spear, emanating a formidable wave of spiritual energy. "This is the soul artifact we have been searching for," the soul masters exclaimed in unison. However, a dilemma soon arose. To whom should this soul artifact belong? "I discovered it first. It should rightfully be mine," one soul master asserted. "Yet everyone's contributions are significant. Why should it belong solely to you?" Another soul master countered. As the mountains and rivers observed the arguing spirit masters, they spoke. "Let us not quarrel any longer. This soul artifact rightfully belongs to the one most capable of wielding it. We shall engage in a contest. The victor shall claim this soul artifact." The spirit masters found this proposal agreeable, and thus began their trials. After an intense series of competitions, one spirit master emerged triumphant. "Congratulations, this soul artifact is now yours," said the mountains and rivers. The fortunate spirit master was filled with joy, expressing his gratitude to both the mountains and rivers as well as the other spirit masters. Let us continue our exploration of this world. There are countless mysteries awaiting us, the mountains and rivers declared. Consequently, they embarked once more on their journey, unaware of what lay ahead, yet their hearts brimmed with anticipation for the future. In the days that followed, they encountered numerous challenges, including formidable spirit beasts and intricate soul skill traps. However, through their camaraderie, wisdom, and courage, the mountains, rivers, and their companions overcame each obstacle time and again. In this unfamiliar world, Shanchuan gradually matures, continuously absorbing spirit rings, seeking spirit artifacts, and enhancing his prowess. He is acutely aware that he may never return to his original world. However, he harbors no regrets, for he has discovered his own worth and significance in the realm of Douluo Continent. As time passes, Shanchuan's reputation steadily spreads throughout this world, earning him the admiration of many soul masters. The tales of him and his companions have become legendary within the Douluo Continent. One day, Shanchuan learns of a mysterious castle at the edge of the continent, rumored to conceal secrets capable of altering the fate of the entire land. Let us venture to this castle, Shanchuan proposed. Though the soul masters understood that the journey to the castle would be fraught with peril, they unhesitatingly agreed. Thus, Shanchuan led the soul masters toward the edge of the continent, their silhouettes steadfast against the backdrop of the setting sun. The path to the castle proved arduous, as they had to traverse dense mountain ranges and cross turbulent rivers. Amidst the mountains, they encountered a fierce storm. The howling winds threatened to sweep them from the cliffs. "Stay close together and do not scatter," Shanchuan shouted. They clasped hands, struggling to withstand the tempest. Throughout the storm, Shanchuan utilized the power of time and space to stabilize their bodies. At last, they successfully navigated through the mountains. Upon reaching the river, they faced an assault from aquatic spirit beasts lurking beneath the surface. These creatures launched sudden attacks, injuring several members of the group. "Be cautious," Shanchuan warned. He employed his light sword spirit to create temporal barriers in the water, shielding them from the beast's onslaught. Through their collective efforts, they managed to cross the river safely. After a lengthy journey, they finally beheld the enigmatic castle. It loomed high into the clouds, emanating an aura of mystery. "The castle looks incredibly intriguing. Who knows what lies within?" remarked one of the soul masters. Mountains and rivers suggested, "Let us venture inside." Upon entering the castle, they discovered it was replete with intricate mechanisms. "Be cautious of the traps," mountains and rivers advised. They meticulously navigated through the castle. As the complexities of the contraptions posed a significant threat, even the slightest misstep could trigger a perilous snare. In a grand hall, they stumbled upon a magnificent crystal orb, which exuded an air of mystery. "This orb appears to be extraordinary," mountains and rivers remarked. As they approached the crystal sphere, it suddenly emitted a blinding radiance. Within the brilliance, an image materialized, revealing the history and future of the Douluo Continent. It became evident that the continent was on the brink of a grave crisis. In an impending conflict, it risked annihilation. The arrival of mountains and rivers and their companions was destined to avert this calamity. "We must discover a means to save the continent," mountains and rivers declared with unwavering resolve. From the vision within the crystal orb, they learned that they needed to gather fragments of sacred artifacts scattered across the globe, which, when united, would possess the power to rescue the continent. Thus, mountains and rivers led the soul masters on a new quest, scattering them across the world in search of the artifact fragments. In the course of his quest, Shanchuan encountered countless difficulties and challenges. Yet, he never wavered in his resolve. Upon an ancient continent, he discovered the first fragment of a legendary artifact. This fragment emanated a formidable power, and upon his touch, a surge of profound information flooded into his consciousness. He comprehended the origin and purpose of this fragment. "It appears we have indeed found the right object," Shanchuan remarked. He carefully secured the fragment and continued his search. Through the collective efforts of his companions, they gradually unearthed the remaining fragments. Once all the pieces were gathered, they ascended a mysterious peak, where they began to assemble the artifact. Mountains and rivers, along with other soul masters, meticulously assembled the fragments according to the guidance of the crystal ball. After considerable effort, the divine artifact was finally united. The artifact radiated a resplendent light, enveloping the entire Douluo continent in its brilliance. At that moment, the force that instigated the crisis also manifested. An exhilarating final battle erupted. The mountains and rivers wielded divine artifacts, leading the soul masters into the fray against their adversaries. In the midst of battle, The mountains and rivers adeptly harness the advantages of temporal and spatial power, constantly traversing between foes and allies. Ultimately, through their collective endeavors, they successfully salvaged the Douluo Continent. Following the conclusion of the conflict, the mountains and rivers emerged as a hero of the Douluo Continent. The tales of him and his companions were recounted by the people, becoming an everlasting legend upon the Douluo Continent. The mountains and rivers have finally found their sanctuary in this world. As they continue to explore and safeguard the peace and prosperity of the Douluo Continent. The elevation of soul power in Douluo. After successfully rescuing the Douluo Continent, Shanchuan's fame soared, yet he remained humble and unassuming. On the contrary, he increasingly sensed a profound potential within his soul power awaiting deeper exploration. And he perceived that this world held numerous mysteries yet to be uncovered. One day, while delving into a mysterious ancient relic, Shanchuan stumbled upon a crystal radiating an extraordinary luminescence. The moment he touched the crystal, a surge of powerful energy coursed through his body, causing his soul power to fluctuate uncontrollably. What is happening? Shanchuan felt a mix of astonishment and exhilaration. At that moment, his companions were drawn to the energy fluctuations surrounding him. Shanchuan, are you all right? One companion asked anxiously. I'm uncertain, but I sense that my soul power is on the brink of a transformation, Shanchuan replied. As the energy continued to flow in, the space around him began to warp, and a faint blue glow enveloped his body. Although he had already absorbed numerous soul rings, at that moment, those rings seemed to be summoned, swirling around him in a mesmerizing dance. This is a sign of soul ring awakening, an experienced old soul master exclaimed with excitement. Mountains and rivers closed their eyes, concentrating on sensing the changes within their soul energy. They discovered that their soul ring was gradually merging with a new force, one that seemed to emanate from the depths of the cosmos, brimming with infinite mysteries. Suddenly, mountains and rivers opened their eyes wide and shouted. At that moment, their first soul ring underwent a qualitative transformation, and the originally ordinary soul skill received immense enhancement. My initial soul skill can now inflict double damage upon adversaries and additionally impose a brief stunning effect, mountains and rivers exclaimed excitedly. Their companions rejoiced for them. Yet they understood that this was merely the beginning. With the awakening of the first soul ring, a powerful desire surged within mountains and rivers. They yearned to seek out new soul rings to further elevate their strength. Let us embark on a quest for new soul beasts. I am confident that there is a suitable soul ring for me, mountains and rivers declared to their companions. They all expressed their agreement. Thus, they set forth on a journey to find soul beasts. In a dense forest inhabited by soul beasts, they encountered a colossal flame leopard. The creature radiated intense flames, showcasing formidable strength. This flame leopard's soul ring appears to be well suited for me, yet its power should not be underestimated. Mountains and rivers remarked while gazing at the flame leopard. We will assist you, their companions replied. The mountains and rivers shook their heads, saying, I must acquire this soul ring on my own. It is also a test for me. Shanchuan strode purposefully towards the flame leopard, which, sensing the imminent threat, let out a fierce roar and lunged towards him. Shanchuan swiftly summoned his luminous sword spirit, harnessing the powers of time and space to decelerate the fiery leopard's movements. He then lunged towards its head. The fiery leopard, agile and quick-witted, evaded Shanchuan's strike with a sidestep and retaliated by slashing at him with its claws. Shanchuan leaped backward, evading the assault of the flame leopard. Your speed is commendable, yet insufficient, Shanchuan remarked. The flame leopard appeared to comprehend his words, launching another attack, this time with even greater swiftness. The mountain streams continuously harnessed the power of time and space to evade the fiery leopard's assaults, all the while seeking its vulnerabilities. At last, the mountain streams discerned a fleeting pause in the leopard's pounce. Seizing this opportunity, they plunged the radiant sword fiercely into the leopard's abdomen. Wounded, the leopard became increasingly frenzied, yet its strength began to wane. After a fierce battle, the fiery leopard ultimately collapsed to the ground. Mountains and rivers approached the flame leopard, commencing the absorption of its soul ring. He settled into a cross-legged position, channeling his own soul power into the flame leopard's soul ring, fervently hoping that this soul ring would bestow a significant enhancement to his strength. In his heart, he silently prayed. As the soul power flowed in, the flame leopard's soul ring gradually began to meld with his body. Mountains and rivers felt a surge of intense energy coursing through his body, honing his soul power in the process. Upon reopening his eyes, he realized that he had successfully absorbed the soul ring of the flame leopard. My second soul skill can unleash a formidable flame impact, Its power is truly astonishing, mountains and rivers exclaimed with exhilaration. After absorbing the new soul ring, he contemplated a new idea. I wish to seek a soul artifact that complements my new soul skill. This will allow me to maximize my potential. He conveyed to his companions. They nodded in agreement, and together they began to inquire about soul artifacts. Eventually, they came across a legend regarding the location of fragments of a divine artifact. It was said that on a mysterious island, numerous powerful fragments of divine artifacts lay hidden, and perhaps they could find a suitable soul artifact for mountains and rivers there, one of his companions suggested. They set sail on a soul master vessel towards the enigmatic island. At sea, they encountered various perils, including fierce storms and assaults from oceanic soul beasts. However, through their unwavering resolve and mutual cooperation, they successfully reached the island. Upon their arrival, they discovered many peculiar creatures and formidable restrictions. This place appears perilous. Yet we must find the soul artifact suited for me, mountains and rivers declared resolutely. They cautiously explored the island, and deep within, they stumbled upon a fragment radiating a dazzling glow. This fragment was unlike any he had seen before. It emanated a warm, inviting energy. This fragment seems perfect for me, mountains and rivers remarked. He approached it, eager to grasp the fragment. As his fingers made contact, a powerful force surged into his body, merging his soul power with that of the fragment. In his grasp, the fragment gradually transformed into a sword. This sword possesses immense power. I feel a unique connection with it, mountains and rivers joyfully proclaimed. While mountains and rivers continued to evolve, his companions were equally industrious, searching for soul rings and artifacts that suited them, significantly enhancing their abilities. Mountains and rivers, observe how we have all grown stronger. We are now prepared to confront even mightier foes, one companion remarked. The mountains and rivers nodded and said, Indeed, but we must not be complacent. There are still numerous unknown dangers in this world. Just as they were preparing to depart from the island, a group of enigmatic powerhouses materialized before them. You have acquired fragments of the divine artifact on our island. You must surrender them, declared one of the mysterious beings. The mountains and rivers wielded their sword, proclaiming, This sword belongs to me. We shall not surrender it. Upon hearing this, the enigmatic powerful beings launched their assault. Shanchuan and his companions exhibited unwavering courage as they fought side by side, engaging in an intense battle against the enigmatic powerful beings. Throughout the conflict, Shanchuan showcased the might of his newly acquired soul skills and soul weapons. He wielded the forces of time and space alongside fiery impacts, consistently repelling their foes. His companions also demonstrated their unique talents, coordinating seamlessly to gradually gain the upper hand. Ultimately, they triumphed over the mysterious adversaries. You are formidable. We shall spare you today, the enigmatic beings declared before retreating in defeat. Shanchuan and his companions successfully returned to the Douluo Continent, where they were greeted with enthusiastic acclaim. You are truly remarkable, bringing hope to our land, the populace exclaimed. As he gazed upon the jubilant crowd, Shanchuan was filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. He understood that their mission was far from complete. They must continue to safeguard this land. Shanchuan realized that he had matured into a formidable soul master and felt a profound responsibility to impart his knowledge and experiences to a greater number of individuals. Consequently, along with his companions, established a Soul Master Academy. Within the Academy's hallowed halls, Shanchuan personally instructed the aspiring soul masters on the intricacies of cultivating soul power, the art of absorbing soul rings, and the careful selection of suitable soul tools. I hope you all can become powerful soul masters like us and protect this continent, Shanchuan declared to the young learners. Inspired by his words, the youth brimmed with motivation. Under Shanchuan's guidance, an increasing number of young soul masters flourished. Under their vigilant protection, the Douluo Continent thrived ever more splendidly. Shanchuan gazed at the youthful spirit masters before him, his heart brimming with hope. I firmly believe that through our collective efforts, the Douluo Continent shall forever remain in peace, he remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Standing atop the Academy's rooftop, he looked into the distant sky, filled with anticipation for the future. He understood that he, along with his companions and these young spirit masters, would together compose an even more glorious chapter for the Douluo Continent. At the edge of the enigmatic starry forest, Shanchuan lingered, his gaze imbued with a vigilant awareness of the lurking dangers and an insatiable curiosity. He understood that this was the pivotal location for acquiring a soul beast and awakening a soul ring. Yet the terrifying power concealed in the shadows instilled a sense of trepidation within him. "Shanchuan, do you truly intend to enter?" inquired Xiao Wu with a hint of concern. Xiao Wu, a transformed soul beast known as the soft-boned rabbit, had been captivated by Shanchuan's resilience and uniqueness since their acquaintance, and thus chose to accompany him on this perilous journey. Mountains and Rivers took a deep breath and resolutely declared, "I must enter. Only then can I grow stronger and establish my footing in this world brimming with both peril and opportunity." Xiao Wu shook her head in resignation, replying, "You must stay closely by my side. The soul beasts in the Douluo forest are far more complex than they appear." They cautiously ventured deeper into the Douluo forest, surrounded by towering and dense trees, where sunlight could only filter through the leaves, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. Suddenly, a low, rumbling roar echoed through the air, and a 10-year-old white-winged wolf emerged before them. The wolf's eyes glinted with a fierce light, its form agile and poised. Clearly perceiving Shanchuan and Xiao Wu as its prey, Mountains and Rivers clenched their fists, feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the windwolf. Although a sense of trepidation lingered in his heart, it was overshadowed by exhilaration. This was his inaugural encounter with the assault of a soul beast. The windwolf initiated the attack, darting towards Mountains and Rivers like a streak of white lightning. He deftly sidestepped, causing the windwolf to miss its mark. "Little dance?" Standing nearby, chuckled and remarked, "Mountains and Rivers, while the speed of the windwolf is indeed impressive, its attacks are rather predictable. Simply identify its vulnerabilities." Shanchuan observed the actions of the windwolf with meticulous attention, discovering that the creature paused briefly after each attack. Seizing the moment when the windwolf lunged again, Shanchuan propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful punch to the creature's abdomen before it could pivot to strike once more. The windwolf yelped in pain. After a fierce battle, Shanchuan ultimately triumphed over the windwolf, bearing several scratches from its claws yet displaying no concern, his face radiant with the joy of victory. Looking at Shanchuan, Xiao Wu's eyes brimmed with admiration. "Shanchuan, you exhibit great courage and commendable combat awareness. However, this is merely the beginning. You will soon encounter even mightier soul beasts." As they ventured deeper into the Douluo forest, they encountered a century-old mandala snake. Its body shimmered in a vibrant green adorned with black patterns, and its venomous fangs glinted ominously. "Shanchuan, the venom of this mandala snake is formidable. Exercise caution," Xiao Wu warned. The mandala snake flicked its tongue, hissing menacingly. Before launching an attack, its serpentine form glided swiftly, compelling Shanchuan to remain vigilant. As the snake approached, he kicked a nearby branch, which struck the mandala snake's head and caused it to momentarily falter. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wu sprang into action, her body rebounding like a spring as she landed a punch at the snake's vulnerable spot. The mandala snake writhed for a moment before collapsing to the ground. Shanchuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and expressed his gratitude. "Xiao Wu, thank you. Without you, it would have been exceedingly difficult for me to confront it." Xiao Wu replied with a smile, "We are partners, after all." Through relentless exploration and fierce battles, Shanchuan finally discovered a millennium soul beast, the flame leopard, that was well suited for him. The flame leopard radiated intense flames, showcasing its formidable strength. "Shanchuan, the flames of this leopard are exceptionally powerful. You must be cautious of its attack range," Xiao Wu advised earnestly. Mountains and Rivers nodded slightly, his eyes brimming with determination. The flame leopard initiated the assault, unleashing a torrent of fire that surged towards the Mountains and Rivers. Swiftly, he rolled on the ground, evading the fiery onslaught. Thereafter, he commenced his counterattack. His body erupted with formidable strength as he charged towards the flame leopard. Upon witnessing the approaching figure, the flame leopard exhaled flames once more. Unwavering, he focused his energy, enveloping himself in a protective aura, and bravely plunged into the inferno. The flame leopard, taken aback by his audacity, was momentarily astonished. As he drew near, he delivered a powerful punch to the flame leopard's head. The creature staggered backward, enraged, and let out a furious roar as it prepared to strike again. The Mountains and Rivers engaged in a fierce life-and-death struggle with the flame leopard. Throughout the battle, the Mountains and Rivers continuously transcended their limits, their soul power escalating with each passing moment. Ultimately, the Mountains and Rivers triumphed over the flame leopard. The defeated creature collapsed to the ground, transforming into a radiant beam of light that vanished into the ether, while a magnificent soul ring materialized around the Mountains and Rivers. "Congratulations, Mountains and Rivers. You have successfully acquired a Millennium Soul Ring," exclaimed Xiao Wu with exuberance. Shanchuan felt the surging soul power within him, his heart brimming with joy. He understood that this was a significant step towards his empowerment. After acquiring the soul ring, Shanchuan commenced his quest for soul artifacts. He had heard whispers of ancient ruins deep within the soul beast forest, where powerful soul artifacts might be concealed. They stumbled upon an ancient castle nestled in a secluded valley. The castle's grand entrance stood resolutely shut, adorned with enigmatic runes. It appeared rather extraordinary. While it might harbor soul artifacts, it could also harbor peril, as Xiao cautioned. Mountains and rivers showed no hesitation as he stepped forward, his hand brushing against the runes etched upon the grand door. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed, and the door creaked open slowly. They entered the castle, where an air of mystery enveloped the surroundings. In the hall of the castle, there lay a sword radiating a chilling glow. This sword appeared to be extraordinary, remarked Shanchuan. As he drew closer to the blade, an overwhelming force surged forth from it, engulfing him entirely. Shanchuan felt as though his very soul was being stretched by an unseen power, and he struggled in agony. Shanchuan. Xiao Wu wished to assist him, but was thwarted by the same formidable force. Mountains and rivers endure through suffering, their resolve remarkably steadfast. Gradually, that force began to be absorbed by him, and the brilliance of the sword softened with time. Ultimately, he successfully tamed the blade, which transformed into his soul weapon, further enhancing his prowess. Shanchuan departed from the castle with Xiao Wu, continuing their exploration of the starry forest. They encountered a myriad of soul beasts, some filled with hostility towards them, while others exhibited curiosity. On one occasion, they stumbled upon a small fox soul beast. The little fox had injured its leg and appeared exceedingly pitiable. Mountains and rivers evoke compassion within him as he crouches down to tend to the wounds of the little fox. The fox, sensing the kindness of the man, nuzzles its head against his hand. "You truly are a kind-hearted person," Xiao Wu remarked. The mountains and rivers spoke with a smile. Every life deserves respect. As time flowed, the mountains and rivers continuously flourished in the Douluo Continent. His name gradually spread, becoming a legend in the eyes of many. One day, a formidable team of soul masters arrived at the Stardow Forest, seeking to capture a powerful soul beast. "We discovered this place first. You cannot capture soul beasts here," declared the mountains and rivers. The captain of the soul master team glanced disdainfully at him. "You, a mere mortal, dare to obstruct us?" The mountains and rivers stand fearless. "I shall not permit you to act with impunity here." The soul master team launched their assault, and Shanchuan fought valiantly alongside Xiao Wu, with his soul sword brandished. Shanchuan emanated an overwhelming power. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu showcased her agility, relentlessly striking at the adversaries. After a fierce battle, Shanchuan and his companions successfully repelled the soul master team. "Shanchuan, you have grown even stronger," remarked Xiao Wu. Shanchuan gazed into the distance, aware that his journey through Douluo was far from over. He would encounter numerous challenges ahead. Yet he possessed an unwavering belief to continuously grow stronger and forge his own legend within this enchanting realm. In the days that followed, Shanchuan ventured further into the Douluo Continent, relentlessly confronting formidable soul beasts to obtain superior soul rings, all the while seeking out more potent soul tools. His friendship with Xiao Wu deepened significantly as they faced various perils together, supporting one another in this world governed by the survival of the fittest. The name of Shanchuan resounds increasingly across the Douluo Continent, his tale reverberating through the hearts of many, serving as a beacon of inspiration for countless individuals in their pursuit of dreams. Meanwhile, he continues to forge ahead on this enchanting land, delving into the mysteries yet to be uncovered, crafting a magnificent narrative that is uniquely his own. He understands that as long as his heart harbors conviction and he perseveres tirelessly, there exists nothing he cannot conquer. Like a resplendent star, he radiates a distinctive brilliance in the sky of Douluo Continent. Whether confronting the terrifying legion of soul beasts or contending with envious soul masters who seek to suppress him, Shanchuan resolutely dismantles their threats with his indomitable will and exceptional prowess. He perpetually transcends his own limits, advancing further along the path of soul masters, evolving into a truly legendary figure. The soul beasts of Douluo and the path of awakening. The renown of Mountain River and Xiao Wu gradually spread throughout the starry forest, becoming known to numerous spirit masters and woodland creatures alike. One day, they ventured into a valley previously untouched by their presence. The air was thick with a profound essence of soul power, and an array of peculiar flora flourished within. This place felt distinctly unusual. Mountain River. Xiao Wu cast a vigilant gaze around. Indeed, yet danger often accompanies opportunity. Mountain River tightened his grip on the soul sword in his hand. Suddenly, a colossal shadow leopard leapt forth from the darkness. This shadow leopard towered over the fiery leopards they had encountered earlier, its fur resembling the shadows of the night. With eyes glimmering an eerie green. "Beware its shadow power," Xiaowu cautioned. The shadow leopard emitted no growls, launching directly towards Mountain River. He sensed a formidable pressure emanating from the creature and swiftly summoned his soul power. As the shadow leopard approached, Mountain River unleashed a new soul technique. A layer of blue radiance enveloped his light sword spirit, a skill he had acquired after merging with a new soul ring, Ice Spike Impact. Mountains and rivers infused their soul power into the luminous sword, thrusting it towards the shadow leopard. The azure brilliance on the blade transformed into an ice spike, hurtling towards the shadowy beast. In a swift motion, the shadow leopard evaded the icy projectile, yet its claws grazed Shanchuan's arm. Such astonishing speed! Shanchuan furrowed his brow. The shadow leopard launched another assault, its form flickering in and out of the shadows. Shanchuan focused intently, harnessing the power of time and space to perceive the leopard's position. Suddenly, he charged in a specific direction, his sword slicing through the air and striking the leopard's tail. The creature let out a pained roar, charging at Shanchuan with even greater velocity. Shanchuan remained vigilant, fighting alongside Xiaowu. Xiaowu deftly leaped, evading the leopard's assaults, while simultaneously delivering strikes to its eyes and abdomen. Shanchuan utilized ice spikes to continuously hinder the shadow leopard's movements. After a fierce battle, Shanchuan ultimately triumphed over the shadow leopard. The beast collapsed to the ground, transforming into a beam of light that vanished, granting Shanchuan a new surge of soul power. "You have grown stronger once more, Shanchuan," Xiaowu remarked with a smile. Deep within the valley, they stumbled upon an ancient cave, emanating mysterious waves of power. "Perhaps there are treasures within," Shanchuan suggested. They cautiously ventured into the cave, which was suffused with an ancient aura, its walls adorned with intricate runes. At the center of the cave lay a crystal sphere radiating light. As Shanchuan approached the sphere, it suddenly emitted a brilliant beam, enveloping his body. The mountains and rivers sensed a powerful influx of information into their minds, revealing knowledge of an ancient soul technique. "What is this soul technique?" Xiaowu inquired with curiosity. Shanchuan shook his head, expressing uncertainty, yet an overwhelming sense of strength lingered. After departing from the cave, Shanchuan and Xiaowu continued their exploration within the Douluo forest. They encountered an adorable little squirrel spirit beast. Upon seeing them, the squirrel exhibited no fear. Instead, it scampered towards them. "Greetings, I am Xiaosong," the squirrel chirped in a youthful voice. "Hello, Xiaosong," Shanchuan replied with a smile. Xiaosong led them to the edge of a small lake, where an array of peculiar fish spirit beasts swam gracefully. "The fish here are quite delectable. Would you care to sample them?" Xiaosong inquired. Shanchuan and Xiaowu shook their heads. Xiaosong gazed at them, his eyes brimming with curiosity. "You are not here to capture us, are you?" The mountains gently shook their heads, assuring, "We shall not harm you." Xiaosong beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Then you are indeed friends." The lives of Shanchuan and Xiaowu in the starry forest are filled with delight. One day, a mysterious spirit beast approached Shanchuan. "Are you Shanchuan?" inquired the enigmatic creature. "Indeed. And who might you be?" Shanchuan responded with caution. "I am the guardian of the starry forest, and I am aware of your extraordinary potential. I wish to bestow upon you a spirit ring," the mysterious spirit beast declared. The mountains and rivers gazed in astonishment at the enigmatic spirit beast. "Why?" "Because you share a fateful connection with our Douluo forest," declared the mysterious spirit beast. Shanchuan gazed gratefully at the enigmatic spirit beast, expressing his heartfelt thanks. The mysterious spirit beast placed a colossal soul ring before him. Shanchuan sat cross-legged, commencing the absorption of the soul ring. During this process, he felt a formidable energy surge into his body. His soul power continuously escalated, and the awakening strength of the soul ring intensified. "What is happening?" Xiaowu inquired in astonishment. Shanchuan remained silent, focusing intently on absorbing the soul ring. Once he had completed the absorption, a radiant golden aura enveloped his body. "My soul power has significantly increased, and I have awakened a new soul skill," Shanchuan exclaimed with excitement. The new soul skill is the light shield, capable of withstanding formidable attacks. Shanchuan and Xiaowu bid farewell to the Douluo forest and embarked on a new journey. They arrived in a bustling city, alive with a myriad of soul masters and soul beasts. "It is indeed vibrant here," remarked Xiaowu. Indeed, There are countless opportunities and challenges awaiting us, Shanchuan replied. They took residence in a Soul Master Academy, where the students gazed upon them with curiosity. Where do you hail from? Inquired one student. We have come from the Stardo Forest, Shanchuan responded. The students looked upon them with envious admiration. Within the academy, Shanchuan and Xiaowu continued their cultivation. Mountains and rivers continually challenge the mightiest of disciples, and his strength is ever on the rise. One day, a formidable spirit master confronted the mountains and rivers. I have heard of your great prowess. Today, I shall witness for myself just how powerful you truly are, declared the spirit master. The mountains and rivers remained silent as he unsheathed his soul sword, readying himself for battle. The confrontation commenced, and the soul master unleashed a formidable assault. But the luminous shield conjured by the warrior successfully deflected the onslaught. Subsequently, he executed a new soul technique, forcing the soul master to retreat. You are indeed powerful. Yet I shall not concede, declared the soul master. With renewed vigor, he launched an even more ferocious attack. The warrior adeptly evaded the strikes, meticulously searching for an opportunity. Ultimately, he harnessed the combined might of the Ice Spike Impact and the Radiant Shield, triumphantly vanquishing the Soul Master. You are truly remarkable, the Soul Master remarked in admiration. The mountains and rivers smiled and said, Thank you. Within the academy, the mountains and rivers forged numerous friendships with Xiaowu. Together, they cultivated their skills, fought side by side, and grew together. The name of Shanchuan has become increasingly renowned within the academy, and his tale has transformed into a legend among the students. One day, a mysterious figure approached Shanchuan. Are you Shanchuan? The enigmatic individual inquired. Indeed, and who might you be? Shanchuan responded. I am your adversary. The mysterious figure replied with a chilling smirk. The mountains and rivers vigilantly observed the enigmatic figure. What are your intentions? They inquired. I aspire to vanquish you and emerge as the most formidable soul master in the Douluo Continent, declared the mysterious individual. Mountains and rivers gripped the soul sword tightly, declaring, I shall not allow you to succeed. The mysterious figure launched an assault, prompting both mountains and rivers and Little Dance to stand united in combat. The strength of the enigmatic adversary was formidable. However, mountains and rivers and Little Dance exhibited a remarkable synergy. Employing an array of soul techniques and strategies, they engaged in a fierce battle against the mysterious foe. After a strenuous contest, mountains and rivers ultimately triumphed over the enigmatic figure. You are indeed powerful. But I shall not relent, the mysterious figure proclaimed. The mountains and rivers declared with a smile, I shall grow ever stronger and deny you any opportunity. Within the academy, the mountains and rivers diligently honed their skills, their prowess perpetually ascending. Aware that their journey in the realm of Douluo is far from over, they anticipate encountering myriad challenges ahead. Yet, fortified by unwavering faith, they are committed to relentless self-improvement, aspiring to forge a unique legend in this enchanting world. Their friendship with Xiaowu deepened considerably as they confronted various perils together, providing mutual support in this merciless world where the strong prevail over the weak. Mountains and rivers resemble a resplendent star, gleaming with a unique brilliance in the sky of Douluo Continent. Whether confronting the terrifying legion of soul beasts or those envious soul masters seeking to suppress him, the mountains and rivers resolutely dispel every challenge with unwavering determination and extraordinary prowess. He continually transcends his own limits, journeying further along the path of the soul master, ultimately evolving into a true legend. His name shall be eternally etched in the annals of Douluo Continent's history, becoming an idol and exemplar in the hearts of countless individuals. The awakening of soul weapons and soul rings. After an intense battle with a mysterious figure, Shanchuan's reputation within the academy soared. Yet he did not allow this newfound acclaim to breed complacency. One day, he resolved to venture alone into a mystical forbidden area situated behind the academy, a place rumored to be imbued with ancient and formidable power. As he stepped into the forbidden realm, the very atmosphere grew heavy with anticipation. Suddenly, a colossal three-headed canine spirit beast materialized before him, enveloped in a swirling black mist, each of its heads emitting a deep, menacing growl in unison. Are you the guardian of this place? Shanchuan inquired, taking a deep breath. One of the heads snarled ferociously, Mortal, this is not a realm for your kind. Depart at once. Shanchuan gripped the soul sword firmly in his hand, resolutely seeking methods to enhance his strength, unwilling to retreat easily. The three-headed hound, upon sensing his presence, launched a direct assault. Each of its heads unleashed a torrent of black flames, icicles, and dark lightning. Shanchuan swiftly conjured a luminous shield, successfully deflecting these fierce onslaughts. This adversary was indeed formidable, Shanchuan mused to himself. He continuously analyzed the attack patterns of the three-headed hound in his mind, while channeling the soul energy within him. He discerned that although the intervals between each head's attack were brief, there was a discernible overlap in the coverage of their simultaneous strikes. As the mountains and rivers seized an opportunity, when the flames and icy spikes of the three-headed hound advanced, he abruptly dropped the radiant shield and, in a blur, charged towards the beast. The three-headed hound, taken aback by such audacity from the mountains and rivers, found itself unable to evade the imminent assault. Mountains and rivers thrust the soul sword fiercely into the central head of the three-headed hound. The creature, wounded, furiously whipped its body, casting mountains and rivers aside. Yet he swiftly regained his footing. During the skirmish, mountains and rivers inadvertently discovered a conspicuous vulnerability on the three-headed hound, a glimmering scale radiating a faint light upon its chest. He resolved to seize the opportunity to strike there. After a series of maneuvers and assaults, mountains and rivers finally succeeded in plunging the soul sword into the vulnerable scale on the hound's chest. The beast let out a chilling wail, its massive form gradually collapsing. As the three-headed hound fell, a formidable soul ring emerged. Sensing the power contained within the ring, mountains and rivers felt a mixture of exhilaration and trepidation. Absorbing this soul ring could expose him to tremendous peril, yet the potential for substantial strength enhancement was undeniable. He mused internally. Ultimately, he steeled himself, settling cross-legged to commence the absorption of the soul ring. The power of the ring surged into his body, and mountains and rivers felt his meridians ablaze with excruciating pain. However, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Amidst the agony, he perceived his soul power being continuously refined and augmented. "I cannot give up," he encouraged himself within. As time elapsed, mountains and rivers successfully absorbed the potent soul ring. "My soul power has undergone a qualitative leap, and I sense a newfound precision in my control over it," he exclaimed with excitement as he rose. After completing the absorption, mountains and rivers stumbled upon a peculiar soul artifact deep within the forbidden area. It was a longbow radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, adorned with ancient runes etched along its limbs. As Shanchuan approached the longbow, a surge of formidable energy coursed through his entire being upon his touch. This bow was extraordinary. "It seemed to resonate with the soul force within me," Shanchuan remarked. He attempted to draw the longbow, discovering it demanded an immense expenditure of soul energy. Yet, as he managed to pull it back a short distance, a resplendent arrow of light began to coalesce upon the bowstring. At that moment, a small fox-like spirit beast rushed forth. "Who are you? Why have you taken our sacred protector?" the little fox inquired, speaking with human-like articulation. Mountain Stream explained. "I did not intend to cause any offense. I am merely here to explore, to discover that this bow is destined for me." The little fox circled around Mountain Stream, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. "This bow is a sacred relic of our clan. You may take it, but you must promise me to wield it wisely, ensuring it does not fall into the hands of malevolent individuals," the little fox stated. Shanchuan nodded solemnly. "I promise you." The little fox cast a glance at Shanchuan before turning and departing. Shanchuan held the longbow in his hands, meticulously examining it. He discovered a certain connection between the power of the longbow and the newly absorbed soul ring. Perhaps their union could yield unforeseen results. Upon returning to the academy, Shanchuan commenced a seclusion to delve into the optimal application of the longbow soul artifact. During this period of introspection, his friends were deeply concerned for him. Xiaowu would frequently visit the site of Shanchuan's retreat, softly whispering, "Shanchuan, you must succeed." Within the confines of the secluded chamber, although Shanchuan could not respond to Xiaowu, he could certainly feel the warmth of his friend's concern. After an extensive period of exploration, Shanchuan ultimately discovered the secret to merging the powers of the longbow with the soul ring. When he drew the longbow once more, not only did the potency of the light arrows significantly amplify, but they were also imbued with unique effects bestowed by the new soul ring, capable of impacting the very souls of his adversaries. After Shanchuan emerged from the confines, he joyfully shared the splendid news with his friends. "Shanchuan, you have indeed become even more formidable." His friends congratulated him with heartfelt enthusiasm. However, there were also some envious individuals within the academy. A student named Jack remarked, "Shanchuan, do not presume that your recent accomplishments make you exceptional. Let us settle this on the battlefield of true competition." Shanchuan was aware that Jack was deliberately provoking him, yet he was unwilling to show any signs of weakness. Very well, I accept your challenge. On the battlefield, Jack unleashed his most formidable soul technique, launching an assault toward Shanchuan. The mountains and rivers remained unhurried. First, he utilized a radiant shield to deflect Jack's onslaught. Before seizing his longbow, with a surge of ethereal energy, he released a luminous arrow imbued with a soul-shattering force towards Jack. Upon being struck by the arrow, Jack trembled violently, as if his very essence had been violently assaulted, causing him to collapse to the ground. This contest further elevated Shanchuan's prestige within the academy. Yet, he understood this was merely a fleeting episode. His journey of self-improvement was far from over. My aspirations extend beyond being merely a formidable figure within the academy. I aim to ascend as one of the premier soul masters across the entirety of Douluo Continent, Shanchuan resolutely declared within himself. Thus, he resolved to depart from the academy and venture into the vastness of the world. Without hesitation, Xiao Wu chose to accompany him. They embarked on a new odyssey, encountering a myriad of soul beasts along their path. On one occasion, they faced a horde of soul beasts led by a millennium-old tree demon, the ancient tree demon. Upon spotting Shanchuan and Xiao Wu, swung its colossal branches toward them with alarming ferocity. The mountains and rivers, along with Xiao Wu, adeptly evaded the assaults. Mountains and rivers unleashed several luminous arrows from the longbow, striking the body of the tree demon. However, it appeared largely unscathed. With her agile finesse, Xiao Wu leapt onto the branches of the tree demon, delivering powerful blows to its trunk. Through their combined efforts, the tree demon was ultimately vanquished. Throughout this ordeal, mountains and rivers continually honed his skills, becoming increasingly adept in both combat techniques and the application of soul power. As time passed, the name of mountains and rivers spread further across the Douluo Continent. They arrived at the ruins of an ancient castle, rumored to conceal higher secrets regarding soul beasts and soul tools. Upon entering the castle ruins, an aura of mystery and peril enveloped them. Mountains and rivers gripped the longbow tightly, while Xiao Wu also readied herself for battle. Unknown dangers awaited them ahead, yet Shanchuan's heart brimmed with fearlessness. He understood that only through relentless challenges could one achieve continual growth and carve out a personal legend in the enchanting yet perilous realm of Douluo Continent. Amidst the ruins of the castle, they encountered various traps and faced formidable soul beasts. However, Shanchuan, armed with his intellect, courage, and ever-augmenting strength, adeptly turned peril into safety time and again. Throughout this journey, he gained clearer insights into his abilities and future trajectory. No longer content with mere personal prowess, he aspired to explore a path where soul masters, soul beasts, and soul tools could coexist in greater harmony. A pursuit with profound implications for the peaceful development of the entire Douluo Continent. As their exploration deepened, Shanchuan stumbled upon an ancient scroll, inscribed with long-lost soul techniques and secrets of soul beast evolution. This discovery was undoubtedly a monumental triumph, akin to unearthing a treasure. Together with Xiao Wu, he embraced this boon and continued their journey down the road laden with uncertainty and challenges, intent on crafting an even more splendid saga of their own. The power of the soul rings in Douluo. The mountains gradually opened their eyes, revealing the mysterious and vast starry forest before him. He understood that he must swiftly enhance his strength to survive in the perilous yet opportunistic Douluo Continent. His previous awakening of the soul ring was merely the first step on his path to becoming a formidable warrior, and now he yearned for greater power. He treaded cautiously through the forest, where the towering and dense trees allowed only fragmented rays of sunlight to filter through the leaves. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound captured his attention. He halted, alert, and beheld a small white fox peering out from the underbrush. Its eyes sparkled like blue gemstones, radiating cleverness. It gazed at him with curiosity, seemingly devoid of malice. "Who are you? What brings you here?" he inquired softly. The small fox tilted its head, offering no reply, but instead bounded closer to him. A stir of intrigue coursed through him. He sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from the fox. Perhaps it was a soul beast. Just then, a larger wild wolf leapt forth from the side. Its eyes glinted with ferocity, clearly regarding both him and the fox's prey. "Be cautious." He instinctively positioned himself in front of the small fox. Drawing the short blade from his waist, he recognized that although it had yet to become a soul weapon, it was nonetheless an essential tool for his survival in this world. The wolf lunged fiercely at him. He sidestepped swiftly and retaliated with a thrust of his blade. The wolf, however, reacted swiftly, twisting midair to evade the strike. It charged at him once more, this time with increased speed. He dared not underestimate it. Focusing intently as he summoned the faint soul power within him, he discovered that in the face of life and death peril, his soul power seemed to flow more smoothly. Just as the wolf was about to sink its teeth into him, a flash of blue light erupted, and the small fox emitted a sharp cry. The wolf was momentarily stunned, its body trembling slightly. Seizing the opportunity, he plunged his blade into the wolf's vital point, and with a mournful howl, the beast collapsed to the ground. Shanchuan let out a sigh of relief and turned to look at the little fox. "Thank you." The little fox wagged its tail and dashed into the depths of the forest. Filled with curiosity yet understanding the futility of pressing further, Shanchuan continued on his journey. As he walked, he arrived at a tranquil valley. A gentle mist enveloped the area, and the air seemed to resonate with a profound aura of spiritual energy. He sensed that powerful soul beasts must inhabit this place. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him, and a colossal black panther emerged slowly from the mist. The panther's body shimmered with a metallic luster, and its eyes burned like two fiery orbs. The mountains and rivers understood that they were no match for the formidable Black Panther, yet they were unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Taking a deep breath, they procured a pair of windstorm boots from the system. The moment they donned the boots, a surge of speed coursed through them, elevating their swiftness manifold. The Black Panther seemed to sense this transformation, letting out a low growl before leaping towards them. With a powerful push from the ground, they shot forward like a bolt of lightning, closing in on the panther. In a split second, as they neared the beast, they executed a sideways flip, thrusting their dagger towards the panther's back. The panther, stung with pain, turned in a fury to retaliate. As they danced around the panther, they discerned a pattern in its formidable attacks, despite its strength. Remaining composed, they began to exploit the speed advantage granted by the windstorm boots, gradually wearing down the panther's stamina. After a fierce struggle, the panther's movements began to slow. Seizing the moment, they summoned their inner soul power, channeling all their strength into the dagger. With a fierce cry, they charged at the panther's vital points. The panther attempted to evade, but it was too late. The dagger struck true, piercing the panther's heart. With a thunderous roar, the panther collapsed to the ground. The mountains and rivers gasped for breath, and his body was utterly fatigued from the immense consumption of soul power. Yet, he understood that this battle had been immensely rewarding for him. From the Black Panther, he had acquired a total of 2 soul rings, 1 yellow century-old soul ring and 1 purple millennium soul ring. Shanchuan seated himself cross-legged, commencing the operation of his cultivation technique, poised to absorb the 2 soul rings. His heart brimmed with anticipation, for he understood that assimilating these soul rings would catalyze a qualitative leap in his strength. As the yellow soul ring enveloped his martial soul, he felt a warm surge of soul power flood into his being, resulting in a marked enhancement of both his strength and speed. However, the moment the purple soul ring encircled his martial soul, he endured excruciating agony. The purple soul ring harbored formidable soul energy, threatening to rupture his body. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered, ultimately succeeding in absorbing the purple soul ring through sheer determination. Upon completing the absorption, Shanchuan rose to his feet, acutely aware that his soul power had ascended to unprecedented heights. He gazed towards the distant forest, his spirit ignited with unyielding resolve. He recognized that a lengthy journey awaited him, necessitating continual enhancement of his abilities to explore the enigmatic Douluo Continent. As he ventured forward, he arrived at the banks of a crystalline stream. The water shimmered with an enchanting radiance. Just as Shanchuan contemplated bending down for a sip, he noticed a glimmering object submerged within the water. After considerable effort, he retrieved the object, discovering it to be a delicate crystal necklace. The instant he grasped the necklace, a flash of light enveloped him, and the crystal seamlessly integrated into his being. To his astonishment, he found himself endowed with a unique ability to sense the emotions of the surrounding soul beasts. This newfound capability facilitated his interactions with the soul beasts. He ventured into a habitat teeming with various soul beasts, and soon observed a small deer weeping sorrowfully, having become separated from its mother. A wave of compassion surged within Shanchuan, prompting him to assist the distressed creature. Utilizing his recently acquired ability, he set out to trace the whereabouts of the deer's mother. Throughout his search, he encountered numerous other soul beasts. Some regarded him with suspicion, while others greeted him with warmth. Gradually, he began to comprehend the intricate tapestry of emotions and relationships that existed in the realm of soul beasts. At long last, he discovered the mother deer. The moment the fawn reunited with its mother was filled with joy as it leapt exuberantly, its mother expressing profound gratitude toward Shanchuan. In that instant, Shanchuan gained a deeper appreciation for the diversity of this world. Shanchuan continued his exploration within the forest, yearning to discover more formidable spirit beasts and acquire powerful spirit rings. His ambition was to become the most formidable spirit master on the Douluo Continent, safeguarding all that he held dear. As he ventured deeper into the woods, he encountered a colossal bear-like spirit beast. This creature emanated an overwhelming aura, its strength leaving Shanchuan breathless. "You little rascal, how dare you trespass into my territory?" the bear-like spirit beast bellowed. Shanchuan took a deep breath, fully aware that retreat was not an option. He retrieved another soul artifact, a shield bracelet, from his backpack, an item capable of withstanding formidable attacks in crucial moments. "I mean no harm, esteemed one. I merely passed through this place," Shanchuan respectfully stated. The bear-like soul beast snorted dismissively. "Pass through? This is my territory. Only the mightiest soul masters are permitted to traverse here. Mountains and rivers are acutely aware of the necessity to demonstrate their prowess." He summoned the soul power within, and the soul rings adorning his form radiated a brilliant luminescence. "Senior, I am willing to accept your challenge." The bear-like soul beast regarded Shanchuan's resolute gaze and nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity." With that, the bear-like soul beast launched a ferocious assault towards Shanchuan. Shanchuan utilized a shield bracelet to withstand the ferocious assault of the bear-type spirit beast, and then unleashed his newly acquired spirit skill to counterattack. The clash between them was extraordinarily intense, with everything around being obliterated by the formidable waves of spirit power. Throughout the battle, Shanchuan relentlessly tapped into his potential, becoming increasingly adept with his spirit skills. The bear-type spirit beast regarded him with newfound respect, astonished that such a young spirit master possessed such formidable strength. After a protracted struggle, Shanchuan finally discerned the beast's flaw. He launched a decisive strike, and the bear-type spirit beast, upon being struck, gradually succumbed to the ground. From the fallen beast, Shanchuan obtained an orange 10,000-year spirit ring. As he absorbed this spirit ring, he felt an unprecedented pressure. However, fortified by his unwavering will and the experience he had previously amassed, he successfully assimilated the orange spirit ring. Upon completing the absorption, Shanchuan's prowess experienced an immense enhancement. He emerged as a formidable spirit master, his name gradually echoing across the Douluo Continent. Yet, Shanchuan remained humble and unassuming. Fully aware that his journey was only just beginning, he resolved to continue exploring this wondrous Douluo Continent, perpetually challenging himself in pursuit of even greater strength. Thus commenced Shanchuan's odyssey of growth and discovery. After successfully absorbing the orange eternal soul ring, Shanchuan experienced a significant enhancement in his strength. He resolved to depart from the familiar confines of the forest and venture towards the human settlements. Seeking to acquire further knowledge about the world of soul masters and to discover soul tools and soul rings that might better suit him, he arrived at a quaint town on the outskirts of the Douluo forest. The town bustled with activity, predominantly inhabited by soul masters and their companions. Shanchuan's presence drew considerable attention, as he exuded a unique and enigmatic aura. "Look, that young man appears quite extraordinary," remarked a young soul master to his companion. "Perhaps he is a hidden master," the companion replied. As Shanchuan entered the soul master shop nestled within the quaint town, he was greeted by an array of peculiar and extraordinary soul artifacts adorning the shelves. His gaze was captivated by a long sword emanating a haunting azure glow. "This sword appears rather splendid," Shanchuan remarked to the proprietor. The owner appraised him with a discerning eye, explaining that this exquisite artifact was procured from a formidable sea soul beast, and thus it commanded a rather steep price. After pondering over the soul coins he currently possessed, Shanchuan hesitated for a moment before deciding to give it a try. "Boss, may I have a trial with it first?" he inquired. The proprietor paused briefly before nodding in agreement. As Shanchuan grasped the long sword, he instantly felt a refreshing power coursing through his arm and into his body, sensing a profound synergy between the sword and his soul energy. "Boss, I shall purchase it," Shanchuan declared, gritting his teeth. Upon exiting the shop, he encountered an elderly man. The old man appeared ethereal and wise, exuding a formidable wave of soul power. "Young man, that sword is impressive, but do you know how to unleash its full potential?" the elder asked. The mountains and rivers shook their heads. He had just acquired this sword and was merely beginning to explore its potential. The old man smiled. revealing that the true power of this sword lies in its ability to merge with the user's soul techniques and transform its form according to the user's will. With a heart full of joy, Shanchuan eagerly sought the counsel of the elder. The elder began to impart his wisdom with great patience. Under the elder's guidance, Shanchuan gradually mastered the unique abilities of the sword. After parting ways with the elder, Shanchuan continued to explore the quaint town. He heard whispers of a legend regarding soul beasts that had emerged in the nearby mountains, a group of creatures never before witnessed, possibly adorned with extraordinary soul rings. Shanchuan resolved to venture into the mountains for a closer examination. Upon his arrival, he indeed discovered several uniquely shaped soul beasts. These creatures bore a resemblance to wolves, yet their entire bodies radiated a golden luminescence, with eyes that twinkled like stars. Mountains and rivers approached cautiously, and these spirit beasts seemed to sense his arrival, each assuming a defensive stance. "I bear no ill will. I merely wish to understand you." Shanchuan attempted to convey goodwill through his soul power. One of the spirit beasts stepped forward, regarding Shanchuan with a peculiar gaze. "Human, you possess a distinct aura, yet our soul rings are not for you to covet." The mountains and rivers earnestly proclaimed, "I do not wish to seize your soul rings. Rather, I aspire to acquire deeper knowledge about soul beasts. Perhaps we could even forge a friendship." The soul beasts exchanged glances, seemingly engaged in silent communication. After a brief interval, the leading soul beast remarked, "You may approach us a little closer, but refrain from any untoward actions." Mountains and rivers gradually drew closer as he began to engage with these spirit beasts. He discovered that these creatures possessed remarkable intelligence, their wisdom rivaling that of humans. During his interactions with the spirit beasts, he unexpectedly uncovered a unique awakening ability of his soul ring. One of his yellow century soul rings, through amiable contact with these golden wolves, abruptly emanated a warm force, instilling a sense of safety and tranquility in the surrounding beings. What could this phenomenon signify? A perplexing yet delightful mystery lingered in his heart. He continued to delve deeper into communication with the spirit beasts, gleaning invaluable knowledge about their survival, evolution, and the formation of soul rings. After departing from the mountainous region, he arrived in a grand city, where a prestigious soul master competition was underway, attracting soul masters from far and wide. Shanchuan also registered for the competition. During the event, he encountered a myriad of opponents. Among them was a noble scion who gazed at Shanchuan with disdain, proclaiming, "You, an insignificant nobody, dare to participate in this contest?" The mountains and rivers paid no heed to his provocation, directly entering a state of combat. Throughout the competition, Shanchuan, leveraging his unique soul skills, formidable soul weaponry, and the wisdom gained from communicating with soul beasts, overcame numerous challenges with remarkable prowess. His ethereal blue longsword played a pivotal role in the battles, continually transforming its form, at times enhancing its sharpness, while at others, morphing into a shield to deflect incoming attacks. Furthermore, the special emotional bond he established with the soul beasts enabled him to better comprehend his opponent's emotions during combat, allowing for more precise strikes and defenses. As the competition progressed, Shanchuan encountered increasingly formidable adversaries. Among them was a competitor wielding an exceptionally powerful beast martial spirit, which proved to be an almost invincible entity in battle. The mountains and rivers were engulfed in a fierce battle, yet he did not yield. With a composed demeanor, he meticulously analyzed his opponent's attack patterns while summoning every ounce of strength within himself. At a pivotal moment, he awakened a new soul skill. His entire being radiated with the brilliance of soul rings, and a mysterious force erupted from his body. This power amalgamated the strength of his soul tool, the wisdom gleaned from soul beasts, and the combat experience he had meticulously accrued over time. He unleashed this newfound soul skill, instantly turning the tide of battle and triumphantly vanquishing his adversary. His victory elicited a chorus of cheers from the audience, establishing him as a dazzling new star in the competition. The triumph brought a myriad of rewards to him, including a substantial monetary prize and the companionship of like-minded friends. However, he remained unsatisfied, acutely aware that his ultimate aspiration was to become the most esteemed soul master in the Douluo Continent. He resolutely continued his journey in pursuit of more soul beasts and soul tools, relentlessly awakening the powers of his soul rings. He understood that countless challenges awaited him. Yet he brimmed with confidence, for he believed that through unwavering effort, he would surely realize his ambitions. Through interactions with diverse characters, he continually evolved. The unique bond he forged with soul beasts deepened his understanding of this world, while his competition and exchanges with other soul masters propelled his growth. In this realm teeming with enchantment and challenges, the saga of his journey on the Douluo Continent continues to unfold. The mountains and rivers departed from the city. Embarking on a new journey of exploration, he advanced towards the legendary land of the soul beasts, situated in the far north. It is said that there exist soul beasts of such formidable power that they could shake the very foundations of the entire Douluo Continent, concealing many precious secrets of soul rings and soul tools. During his voyage to the far north, he encountered a team of soul masters who were likewise headed to the same destination. "Greetings, friend. Are you also traveling to the far north?" inquired one of the soul masters from the team. The mountains and rivers nodded slightly. "Indeed. I have heard that there are many formidable spirit beasts and precious resources in that region. We can journey together, as it would be considerably safer," remarked the soul master. After some contemplation, Shanchuan consented. During their journey, they exchanged their experiences and knowledge with one another. Among the team was a soul master skilled in healing techniques, who imparted to Shanchuan various strategies for conserving stamina and preventing injuries from worsening in battle. In turn, Shanchuan shared the wisdom he had gleaned from the soul beast with them. As they approached the far north, the weather grew increasingly frigid. Shanchuan felt his soul power being affected by the cold, yet his determination propelled him onward. Upon entering the far north, they were greeted by a realm of ice and snow, dominated by towering glaciers and majestic snow-capped mountains. It was here that they encountered a colossal ice spirit snow wolf, whose soul power emanated an extraordinarily potent aura, sending a chilling wave through the air as they drew near. Mountains and rivers cautiously navigated their surroundings. Shanchuan drew forth his azure longsword, the blade emanating a warm glow that offered some respite from the biting cold. They engaged in a thrilling battle against the ice spirit snow wolf. During the skirmish, Shanchuan discerned the creature's vulnerability lay in its eyes. Seizing the moment, he deftly utilized his agility and the power of his soul weapon to successfully strike the wolf's eyes. Wounded, the ice spirit snow wolf became even more frenzied. However, through the concerted efforts of their team, it was ultimately vanquished. From the defeated beast, Shanchuan acquired a white 10,000-year soul ring. The process of absorbing this soul ring proved exceptionally arduous, as the frigid climate of the extreme north significantly hindered the flow of his soul power. Yet, bolstered by unwavering determination, Shanchuan persevered through the cold, ultimately succeeding in absorbing the soul ring. With this absorption, his soul abilities underwent a remarkable advancement. He discovered that in the frigid environment, his soul techniques could manifest unique effects, such as freezing the movements of his foes or utilizing the chilling aura to conceal his presence. After departing from the extreme north, Shanchuan and his companions parted ways. He continued on his solitary journey, his ambition set on exploring uncharted territories and seeking further opportunities to enhance his prowess. He arrived at a cursed island, rumored to harbor formidable evil beasts, yet also concealing treasures that could alter one's fate. Upon ascending the island, Shanchuan was enveloped by an oppressive aura. The soul beasts inhabiting this place exuded malevolence, and upon sighting Shanchuan, they launched a fierce assault. Mountains and rivers must exert their utmost efforts to confront the challenges ahead. In the midst of battling these malevolent beasts, his heart undergoes a profound trial. At times, he ponders the relentless pursuit of power. What is its true purpose? Yet, in those moments of doubt, he recalls the friends he cherishes in this world and those whom he has sworn to protect. His resolve strengthens, and he vows to surmount every obstacle in his quest for what he desires on this perilous island. Deep within the heart of the island, he discovers a dagger emanating an aura of darkness. This dagger appears to possess formidable magical prowess, yet he senses it is not meant for him. Just as he contemplates departing, an evil soul master materializes before him. "Boy, relinquish all that you've acquired on this island, or today shall mark your end." The malevolent soul master threatens. The mountains and rivers tighten their grip on the azure longsword, declaring that acquiring what is mine would not come so easily. He engaged in a fierce battle with the malevolent soul master. This confrontation was not merely a clash of weapons, but also a contest of soul techniques. With his wisdom and strength, Shanchuan gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, he vanquished the malevolent soul master and successfully purified the dagger that emanated a dark aura, transforming it into his own soul weapon. This purified dagger became yet another formidable ally for Shanchuan. Mountains and rivers persist in their adventures across the Douluo Continent, during which they continually evolve, interacting with a myriad of characters and delving into the mysteries of soul beasts and soul tools, awakening the power of their own soul rings. Their name gradually spreads across the Douluo Continent, becoming a legendary figure among many soul masters. However, the mountains and rivers remain unenchanted by this burgeoning fame. They are acutely aware that their journey is far from over, and they shall continue to strive towards the pinnacle of the Douluo Continent. The conflict and growth of Douluo. The adventures of Shanchuan in the Douluo Continent gradually rendered him the focal point of attention from various factions, consequently igniting a series of conflicts. Upon arriving in a bustling city-state, a place where commerce and soul master culture intertwine, Shanchuan immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. It seemed that whispers of his sudden rise as a soul master echoed through the streets and alleys. In the heart of the city-state stood a colossal soul master tower, the gathering place for the city's soul masters and a venue for the rivalries among various soul master factions. Driven by curiosity, Shanchuan approached the tower, only to be obstructed by the guards at the entrance. Outsiders are not permitted to enter without authorization, the guard stated coldly. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows. I merely wish to enter and observe, for I harbor a profound interest in the cultivation methods of soul masters. Humph. This is not a place for a nameless nobody like you. The guard scoffed disdainfully at him. Just then, a soul master adorned in resplendent attire emerged. Oh, who is this rustic interloper daring to act so brazenly before me? Mountains and rivers cast a glance at him. I merely wish to enter for a visit. Wherefore such presumptuous remarks? This affluent young master, a soul master, was filled with indignation. If you do not present a sufficient amount of soul coins today, do not entertain the thought of departing from this place. In the heart of the mountains, a sense of indignation brewed within him. Typically, he held no inclination to quarrel over matters of money, yet the other party's unreasonable behavior stirred his ire. I possess no soul currency to offer you, and you have no authority to impede my passage. Upon hearing this, the wealthy young master, a soul master, erupted into laughter. No soul currency? Then prepare to face my wrath. He summoned his martial spirit, a magnificent flame eagle. As the flame eagle materialized, it radiated an intense heat, causing the temperature in the vicinity to soar instantaneously. The mountains and rivers summoned their own azure longsword, its blade shimmering with a ghostly blue radiance. I am rather curious to witness the prowess of your flame eagle. Just as the two were poised for conflict, an elder emerged from the soul master tower. What is the meaning of this? Are you fighting on my territory, as if my soul master tower does not exist? The affluent young soul master hastily replied, Elder, this fellow seeks to force his way into our soul master tower. I merely intended to teach him a lesson. The elder turned his gaze towards the young man. Pray tell, why do you wish to enter the soul master tower? The mountains and rivers responded calmly, expressing a fervent desire for knowledge regarding the cultivation of soul masters, hoping to glean more wisdom within. After a moment of contemplation, the elder stated, in that case, follow me inside. The young master from a wealthy family changed his expression, exclaiming, Elder. The old man shot him a glare, warning, if you continue to be so disrespectful, do not blame me for imposing punishment upon you. Shanchuan followed the elder into the soul master tower, where he beheld an array of soul skill manuals and research materials concerning soul beasts and soul rings. As he delved into these documents, Shanchuan gained a newfound understanding of soul rings. In a secluded corner, he stumbled upon a unique method for awakening soul rings, a technique that necessitated forging a pact with a particular type of soul beast. Shanchuan resolved to depart from the city-state in pursuit of this elusive spirit beast. He ventured into an ancient forest, where legends spoke of a mysterious spirit deer, said to be connected to the awakening of a unique soul ring. In the heart of the forest, Shanchuan cautiously searched for something elusive. Suddenly, he was enchanted by the melodious call of a deer. Following the sound, he beheld a mystical stag, radiating a luminous white glow. Its eyes sparkled like celestial stars. Are you the ethereal stag I have been seeking? Shanchuan inquired softly. The stag cast a glance at him and nodded gently. I wish to forge a pact with you, to awaken my soul ring, Shanchuan expressed with sincerity. The stag appeared to ponder for a moment, then approached Shanchuan and nuzzled his hand. Just then, a band of poachers emerged, their eyes gleaming with greed. Capture that stag. It is worth a fortune, they shouted as they charged forward. Mountains and rivers swiftly summoned a cerulean sword, standing resolutely before the spirit deer. You shall not harm it. The poachers, perceiving that Shanchuan was merely a young soul master, scoffed with disdain. Boy, do you truly believe you can obstruct us? They surged forward. Yet Shanchuan showed no sign of retreat. He unleashed his most potent soul skill, engaging the poachers in a fierce battle. During the confrontation, Shanchuan discerned the cunning nature of these marauders. Their methods of attack were diverse. However, through the profound bond he shared with the spirit deer, the creature utilized its unique abilities to disrupt the poachers' assaults, enabling Shanchuan to respond more effectively. After a grueling struggle, he ultimately vanquished all the poachers. This encounter deepened the understanding between Shanchuan and the spirit deer. Upon returning to the city-state, Shanchuan prepared for the awakening of his soul ring. He and the spirit deer ventured to an open meadow beyond the city. Shanchuan, following the method observed earlier in the Soul Master Tower, forged a contract with the spirit deer. Upon the establishment of this contract, a circle of extraordinary luminescence enveloped his form. One of his azure soul rings began to shimmer, this being one of the soul rings he had previously awakened. As the radiance continued to infuse, the blue soul ring underwent a remarkable transformation. It emanated a formidable ice-blue power, which not only amplified his offensive capabilities, but also bestowed upon him a unique ability, a transient realm of ice. Within this icy domain, Shanchuan's movements became increasingly nimble, and his attacks bore an additional freezing effect. The transformation of the mountains and rivers incited envy and apprehension among certain soul masters within the city-state. A powerful organization of soul masters commenced covert scheming against the mountains and rivers. The leader of this organization, a middle-aged soul master named Kronos, expressed his concerns, stating, "This entity grows ever more formidable. If allowed to flourish, it will undoubtedly pose a threat to us in the future." One of the subordinates inquired, "What course of action shall we take against him, my lord?" Kronos replied with a sinister smile, "Firstly, we shall disseminate some rumors, alleging that he has colluded with malevolent soul beasts, and subsequently, we shall seize the opportunity to eliminate him." Thus, whispers regarding the mountains and rivers swiftly spread throughout the city-state, leading many to cast accusatory glances in their direction. Upon learning of this rumor, Shanchuan was filled with immense anger. "I have never committed such an act. How can these individuals slander me so?" he expressed to the spirit deer. The spirit deer emitted a low growl, seemingly conveying its support for him. Shanchuan resolved to uncover the mastermind behind the scheme. He embarked on an investigation into the origins of the rumor, and after considerable effort, he ultimately unveiled it to be the machination of Kronos. Mountains and rivers resolved to confront Kronos directly. He arrived at Kronos' residence. "Kronos, why do you spread such slanderous rumors about me?" Mountains and rivers inquired with indignation. Upon seeing him, Kronos displayed a hint of disdain. "Humph, you dare to come here? What do you think you can do to me?" He retorted, "Your actions are utterly immoral. What compels you to behave this way?" Mountains and rivers pressed. Kronos erupted into laughter, declaring, "This world is one of the survival of the fittest. Your strength compels me to eliminate you." With that, he summoned his martial spirit, a colossal dark magic wolf. The mountains and rivers summoned the ethereal blue sword and the spirit deer. "Today, I shall make you aware of the consequences of slandering me," declared the mountains and rivers resolutely. The battle between the two was on the brink of eruption. Kronos was taken aback by the audacity of the mountains and rivers to launch a direct assault, and a flicker of anger coursed through him. His dark magic wolf, imbued with formidable dark power, charged toward the mountains and rivers. The mountains and rivers harnessed the realm of ice, temporarily restricting the movements of the dark magic wolf. He then unleashed his most formidable soul technique, the azure longsword emanating a radiant brilliance. A breathtaking battle ensued between him and Kronos. During the conflict, he discerned that although Kronos possessed immense power, his attacks were overly reliant on dark forces, revealing significant vulnerabilities in his soul techniques. Mountains and rivers seized upon these vulnerabilities, relentlessly assaulting Kronos. Gradually, Kronos found himself at a disadvantage, succumbing to a growing sense of panic. Under the formidable onslaught of the mountains and rivers, Kronos' dark wolf spirit was shattered, leaving him severely wounded. "Dare to harm me, and I shall not let you escape," Kronos spat menacingly. Shanchuan declared, "It was you who first slandered me. Today is merely a lesson for you." This confrontation served to vindicate Shanchuan's reputation within the city-state, allowing more individuals to recognize him as a trustworthy spirit master. Subsequently, Shanchuan resumed his journey of adventure, forging an even deeper bond with the spirit deer. He relentlessly honed his abilities, inscribing his own legend upon the Douluo Continent, a realm teeming with challenges and opportunities. The mountains and rivers are aware that numerous challenges await him in the future. Yet, as long as he possesses unwavering faith, He is confident in his ability to surmount all obstacles. He continues to delve into the realm of soul beasts, seeking out more formidable soul tools and persistently awakening his soul rings. Interacting with a multitude of characters, whether through camaraderie or conflict, serves as stepping stones for his growth. Throughout this journey, he gradually comprehends his true mission, not merely the pursuit of immense power, but the preservation of peace and justice on the Douluo Continent. The manifestation of soul tools in Douluo is at hand. The mountains and rivers cautiously traverse the ruins, each step imbued with prudence. The surrounding walls were etched with ancient runes, emanating an aura of mystery. Suddenly, a concealed projectile hurtled towards the traveler. Swiftly, he sidestepped to evade it. "Who goes there?" he called out warily. From the shadows emerged several figures cloaked in black, their features obscured. "Intruders, this is not a place for you," one of the shadows spoke coldly. The mountains and rivers clenched their fists. He could sense the malevolent intentions of these individuals. "I merely came to explore, with no intention to offend." "Humph. The treasures here are not for your covetous eyes." Upon finishing their words, the shadows launched their assault. The mountains and rivers unveiled their soul techniques, engaging in a fierce struggle. Amidst the conflict, the protagonists discerned that although the assaults appeared chaotic, they were imbued with hidden intricacies. As he gradually acclimated to the rhythm of their attacks, a sudden realization struck him. The assailants seemed intent on guiding him toward a specific destination. Where do they wish to lead me? A sense of perplexity enveloped Shanchuan. He feigned a retreat under the relentless onslaught, moving toward that enigmatic direction. Abruptly, he stumbled upon a colossal stone door, adorned with an array of peculiar symbols. As Shanchuan approached, the door swung open of its own accord, revealing a blinding radiance emanating from within. Behind the stone barrier lay a sword, exuding an aura of ancient majesty. It was a soul weapon. A jolt of astonishment surged through Shanchuan's heart. Just as he reached out toward the soul weapon, the shadowy figures intensified their assault, seemingly intent on preventing him from acquiring it. Thus commenced a psychological duel with the mysterious adversaries. Mountains and rivers are aware that in order to acquire the soul artifact, one must first confront these shadowy figures. "Who are you? Why are you attempting to thwart my progress?" Mountains and rivers inquired amidst the fray. The shadows offered no response, relentlessly launching their assaults. In the midst of battle, Yama began to analyze their psyche. He surmised that these individuals might be the guardians of the soul artifact. Yet they seemed unwilling to allow it to fall into the hands of outsiders, or perhaps a more sinister conspiracy loomed behind them. If he could persuade them of his benign intentions, he might obtain the artifact. Contemplating this, Yama endeavored to soothe them with his words. "I am genuinely interested in this soul artifact. I harbor no ill will towards this place. I assure you, should I acquire it, I will safeguard it diligently." The shadows appeared to pause momentarily, yet soon launched an even fiercer assault. Mountains and rivers are aware that mere words are insufficient. One must demonstrate true prowess. He summoned the soul power within him and launched a fervent assault upon the shadows. His onslaught intensified, rendering the shadows increasingly unable to withstand his might. At a pivotal moment in the battle, one of the shadows suddenly spoke. "If you can pass our test, we shall bestow upon you the soul artifact." The mountains and rivers nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall accept your trial." The trial of the soul beast is one of trust. After the shadows vanished, they were replaced by a colossal soul beast. This creature towered like a mountain, exuding an overwhelming aura. "You must pass its trial to obtain the soul artifact." The voice of the previous shadows echoed once more. As Shanchuan beheld the formidable spirit beast before him, a flicker of trepidation coursed through his heart. Yet, he recognized that this was a challenge he must confront. The spirit beast surged towards him with great ferocity, but Shanchuan did not falter. He unleashed his soul skills, endeavoring to exploit the creature's vulnerabilities. Amidst the tumult of battle, Shanchuan discerned that although this spirit beast possessed immense power, there lingered an air of intelligence within its gaze. This revelation evoked memories of the old fox spirit he had encountered previously. "I mean you no harm. We are merely engaged in a transaction," Shanchuan attempted to convey to the spirit beast. It appeared to comprehend his words, and its attacks softened slightly in response. Mountains and rivers continued to engage with the spirit beasts, treating them with a gentle demeanor. Gradually, the spirit beasts began to accept him. Ultimately, the spirit beasts acknowledged the mountains and rivers, clearing the way. As the mountains and rivers guided him towards the soul artifact, the moment he grasped it, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through his being. This soul artifact manifested as a long sword, adorned with ancient runes etched into its blade. It resonated harmoniously with his martial soul, This sword shall become an essential companion in my quest for survival in this realm, he declared with fervent excitement. Following the awakening of his soul ring and the acquisition of newfound abilities, he departed from the ruins. Upon returning to the small town, he entered a period of seclusion for rigorous cultivation, aiming to awaken a new soul ring. During this time of introspection, he sensed his soul power steadily amplifying. A clear advantage reaped from the soul artifact. At last, his soul power ascended to unprecedented heights, culminating in the successful awakening of a new soul ring. This ring shimmered in a regal purple hue, symbolizing millennia of strength. In that moment of awakening, he felt his body brimming with vigor, and his soul skills underwent significant enhancement. He unleashed a newly acquired soul technique, and a formidable beam of light erupted from his long sword, warping the very air around him with its potent force. Shanchuan's heart brimmed with joy, for he knew he had ascended to a higher echelon. Engaged in a psychological contest with other characters, Shanchuan's rise incited jealousy and trepidation in some. Among the most envious was Wang Ming, who had previously clashed with him. This fellow seethed with resentment, questioning why Shanchuan deserved such a formidable soul weapon and the awakening of a new soul ring. Consumed by his bitterness, Wang Ming began to circulate rumors throughout the town, alleging that Shanchuan had acquired his soul weapon and soul ring through unscrupulous means. These whispers swiftly permeated the town. Upon hearing these rumors, Shanchuan felt a surge of indignation. How could these individuals defame me in such a manner? He expressed to his companions. He resolved to confront Wang Ming regarding the matter. When Shanchuan located Wang Ming, however, Wang Ming feigned innocence. Wang Ming, why do you propagate these rumors? Shanchuan inquired with fury. Wang Ming replied, I have not done so. It is your own conduct that is questionable. The mountains and rivers discerned that Wang Ming was being evasive. He resolved to speak through strength. The two engaged in a fervent debate in the square of the small town. Shanchuan refuted Wang Ming's rumors with wisdom and facts, and gradually, the townsfolk began to place their trust in Shanchuan. Witnessing the failure of his scheme, Wang Ming left in disgrace. A new adventure awaited, alongside his spirit beast companions. The mountains and rivers did not cease their flow due to these events. He resolved to persist in his exploration of the Douluo Continent. During one of his adventures, he encountered an injured little wolf spirit beast. The poor creature had a wounded leg and appeared exceedingly pitiable. Mountains and rivers evoke compassion. He utilized his soul power to heal the wounds of the little wolf spirit beast. The little wolf spirit beast sensed the kindness of the mountains and rivers, developing a fondness for him. You truly are a good person, the little wolf spirit beast articulated. The mountains and rivers smiled gently. Are you not afraid of me? I am human. The little wolf spirit beast shook its head. You are unlike other humans. From that moment on, the little wolf spirit beast became a companion to the mountains and rivers. Together, they embarked on adventures across the Douluo Continent, facing various dangers in unison. During an encounter with a formidable spirit beast, the little wolf spirit beast utilized its remarkable speed and agility to help the mountains and rivers evade the attack. In turn, the mountains and rivers retaliated against their adversary with his long sword and spirit skills. Their synergy was impeccable, enabling them to successfully fend off the powerful foe. As time passed, the mountains and rivers experienced numerous events in this world. He transformed from an ignorant mortal into a formidable spirit master. He endured countless battles, engaged in psychological warfare, forged profound friendships with spirit beasts, and acquired precious spirit tools and spirit rings. Throughout this journey, not only did his strength flourish, but his inner self also matured significantly. I will continue to explore this world, safeguarding those lives that require protection, while incessantly enhancing my own abilities. The mountains and rivers vowed silently within. He understood that the road ahead was long, and he would encounter many more challenges and opportunities. Yet, he believed that as long as he persevered, he would undoubtedly inscribe his own legendary tale in this enchanting Douluo Continent. The mountains and rivers accompany their companions as they embark upon a new journey. Their silhouettes appear particularly resolute under the setting sun as they advance toward an uncertain future, embracing new challenges and creating even greater glories. The latent crises of Douluo. The adventures of Shanchuan and Little Wolf on the continent of Douluo continue unabated. One day, they arrive at an ancient and enigmatic forest. This woodland is shrouded in a delicate mist, with towering, venerable trees that seem to harbor countless untold secrets. As they venture deeper into the forest, they encounter a mysterious group of spirit masters. At the forefront of this assembly stands a spirit master named Lingyu. Distinguished by his flowing white hair and an air of haughtiness reflected in his gaze, Look, there is a little wolf spirit beast. Capturing it might yield a handsome profit, remarked one of Ling Yu's subordinates. Mountains and rivers furrowed their brows and positioned themselves before the young wolf. You cannot harm it. Ling Yu cast a scornful glance at mountains and rivers, saying, And who might you be? A mere soul master dares to obstruct us? Shanchuan declared, It is my friend, and I shall not allow you to harm it. Ling Yu chuckled disdainfully, responding, Then do not blame me for being impolite. Behind him, a group of soul masters unleashed their martial spirits, preparing to launch an assault on Shanchuan and the little wolf. In his heart, Shanchuan felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet he understood that for the sake of the little wolf, he must engage in battle. Shanchuan gripped the long sword tightly in his hand, the soul weapon acquired from the ruins emanating a gentle radiance. The little wolf sensed the impending danger, growling softly, its body taut and poised for battle. Ling Yu was the first to strike, summoning a colossal flaming bird spirit, which lunged towards Shanchuan with fierce intent. Shanchuan deftly utilized the agility of his longsword, sidestepping the assault of the fiery bird. He understood that Ling Yu possessed formidable strength, and he could not afford to engage in a direct confrontation. The mountains and rivers began to contemplate their countermeasures. He observed that although Ling Yu's assaults were formidable, there existed brief pauses between each strike. He resolved to exploit this weakness and seek an opportunity to retaliate. Meanwhile, the little wolf harried Ling Yu's spirit master team, employing its speed and agility to incessantly disrupt the adversaries. In the midst of the battle, the little wolf suddenly emitted a distinctive cry. Shanchuan was astonished to discover a faint halo surrounding the small wolf, a luminescence that seemingly enhanced its speed and strength. Was this a newfound ability of the small wolf? A thrill coursed through Shanchuan's heart. Harnessing this new power, the small wolf launched even more ferocious assaults on Ling Yu's team. It lunged towards a spirit master, who attempted to evade, but the small wolf's speed was too swift, crashing upon him and pinning him to the ground. Ling Yu, witnessing his subordinate being subdued by the small wolf, was consumed by rage. He intensified the attack of the firebird, its flames burning even more fiercely as it charged toward Shanchuan. Shanchuan took a deep breath, channeling the soul power within him into the longsword. The blade emitted a dazzling radiance that collided with the flames of the fiery bird. Amidst the fierce battle, Shanchuan felt his soul power depleting incessantly. However, he also discerned that this intense combat seemed to awaken the latent potential of his soul rings. His purple Millennium Soul Ring began to shimmer, seemingly indicating the emergence of newfound abilities. As the mountains and rivers stirred within his heart, he recognized an opportunity. No longer hesitating, he focused intently, directing his soul energy towards the soul ring. The surrounding soul masters gazed at him in astonishment, sensing the formidable wave of soul power emanating from him. Ling Yu felt a twinge of panic, taken aback by the unexpected transformation in such circumstances. As the soul energy continued to converge, Shanchuan's purple soul ring suddenly erupted with a tremendous force. This surge of power coursed through his entire being, rendering his physique even more robust and enhancing his soul abilities. Mountains and rivers unveiled a new soul technique, as a radiant blade infused with formidable power shot forth from the longsword, directly cleaving towards Ling Yu's fiery bird. Upon being struck by the luminous blade, the flaming avian instantly vanished. Ling Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated such prowess from Shanchuan. Following the conclusion of their battle, Ling Yu gazed at Shanchuan, his heart brimming with admiration. You are truly formidable. I had underestimated you before, Ling Yu remarked. Shanchuan remarked, You should not harm spirit beasts for the sake of profit. Ling Yu, feeling a twinge of shame, lowered his head. I understand now. This time, I was in the wrong. Shanchuan and Xiaoling accepted their apologies. Through this battle, Shanchuan and Ling Yu's team gained a deeper understanding of one another. Ling Yu revealed to Shanchuan that they are a team dedicated to procuring rare soul beasts for clients in order to obtain soul rings. Though their previous methods had indeed been somewhat unethical, Shanchuan advised them to amend their approach, emphasizing the importance of not solely focusing on profit, but also respecting the lives of the spirit beasts. Ling Yu reflected upon Shanchuan's words and found them to be quite insightful. As they continued their exploration of the forest, Shanchuan and his companions encountered a spirit beast in distress. It was a white fox spirit beast, ensnared by a trap that had captured its leg. Shanchuan and the little wolf hurried forward to offer their assistance. The white fox, upon seeing them, was filled with apprehension. The mountains and rivers gently reassured him, saying, Do not fear, we shall assist you. With the aid of the little wolf, the mountains and rivers successfully unraveled the trap. The white fox gazed at them, its wariness dissipating. "Thank you," the white fox spoke in human tongue. Mountains and rivers spoke with a gentle demeanor, expressing their hospitality. The white fox, sensing the kindness emanating from the mountains and rivers, resolved to accompany them. Thus, a new soul beast companion joined the ranks of mountains and rivers. With the addition of this new ally, mountains and rivers gained a fresh perspective on soul beasts. They discovered that not all soul beasts were malevolent. Many possessed their own emotions and wisdom. Deep within, their conviction to safeguard these creatures was further solidified. In this world, both humans and soul beasts should coexist harmoniously. Mountains and rivers mused. Together with their soul beast companions, they continued to explore the forest. They encountered numerous breathtaking vistas, as well as some perilous soul beasts. Yet, through the trust and cooperation they shared, they successfully navigated every challenge. One day, mountains and rivers stumbled upon a legend concerning ancient ruins. It was said that within those ruins lay powerful soul artifacts and precious soul rings. The group decided to embark on an exploration of the ruins. Upon arriving at the site, they discovered that it was sealed by a formidable force. Mountains and rivers endeavored to unravel the seal. Yet he soon realized the task was far from simple. Together with Little Wolf and his other spirit beast companions, they diligently explored methods to break the seal. After considerable effort, they ultimately discovered a way to dismantle the enchantment. As the seal was lifted, a formidable force surged forth. Entering the ruins, they beheld numerous treasures, among which was a bow radiating with resplendent hues of the rainbow. As Shanchuan approached the bow, he sensed a profound resonance between it and his soul power. He attempted to grasp the bow, and the moment his fingers made contact, an overwhelming surge of energy coursed through his body. This bow transformed into his new soul weapon. With the acquisition of this new soul weapon, Shanchuan's strength significantly escalated. As they departed from the ruins, they encountered a series of traps. Mountain and his team members collaborated seamlessly, skillfully evading the traps laid before them. In the face of peril, they profoundly realized the strength of teamwork. Shanchuan and his companions departed from the ruins, continuing their adventures across the Douluo Continent. Their renown gradually spread, transforming them into legends in the eyes of many. Shanchuan is acutely aware that he has a long journey ahead of him. He must continually enhance his abilities to safeguard more soul beasts and delve into uncharted territories. Together with his soul beast companions, he strides towards a more expansive realm, ready to embrace new challenges and inscribe his own illustrious narrative. In this enchanting yet perilous land of Douluo, the saga of Shanchuan and his companions unfolds, their future brimming with boundless possibilities. The journey of resistance in Douluo. The legendary tale of Shanchuan and the Douluo Continent continues, yet a new crisis quietly looms. At this moment, he is in pursuit of formidable soul tools within a mysterious relic. This relic conceals ancient powers, and it is said that the soul tools within possess the capability to alter the entire landscape of the continent. Shanchuan is acutely aware of this, but his intention is not to seize control over the continent. Rather, he hopes to harness this power to better protect the land he cherishes. Just as he is engrossed in deciphering the mechanisms within the relic, an overwhelming aura suddenly envelopes the entire site. Shanchuan instinctively raises his head, witnessing the clouds above swiftly coalescing as several figures gradually descend from the heavens. These are the gods of the Douluo Continent. At the forefront stands the god of thunder. Surrounded by dazzling arcs of electricity, his gaze filled with authority and vigilance. Shanchuan, how dare you trespass here in search of forbidden artifacts? Do you comprehend the calamity this may unleash? The voice of the god of thunder reverberates through the relic like a thunderclap. Mountains and rivers tightened in his heart. He understood that the deities had undoubtedly misunderstood him. He respectfully elucidated, "Great Lord of Thunder, my sole intention in entering this realm was to seek treasures that might aid in the protection of the continent. I harbor no ulterior motives. I hold this land in profound reverence and entertain no thoughts of destruction." However, the gods appeared unconvinced by his words. The god of war stepped forward, emanating a potent aura of combat. "Humph, as a mere mortal, your rapid ascent in power and your continuous ventures into perilous territories leave us with little reason to trust you." The soul beasts of the mountains and rivers sensed their master's plight. The little wolf let out a low growl, while the white fox perked up its ears, adopting a defensive stance. The thunder god was the first to launch an assault, thrusting his palms forward as a massive bolt of lightning surged toward the mountains and rivers. This lightning contained the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth, distorting the very fabric of space in its wake. Shanchuan, without a moment's hesitation, swiftly summoned the newly acquired soul weapon, a heavy sword radiating an ethereal blue luminescence. As he infused it with soul power, the sword erupted in a brilliant blue shield, colliding fiercely with the oncoming lightning. A thunderous roar resounded, causing the very ruins to tremble. Observing that the god of thunder's assault had been thwarted, the god of war charged toward Shanchuan, wielding his battle axe. His speed was astonishing, and in an instant, he stood before Shanchuan, the axe whistling through the air as it descended upon him. Beneath the mountains, he moved with agility, sidestepping the onslaught of the war god. With a sweeping motion of his great sword, he unleashed a crescent-shaped silver blade aimed at the war goddess' waist. Just as the blade was about to strike, the god of light appeared. Extending a hand, a luminous white shield manifested before the war god, thwarting the attack from the mountains. Shanchuan, your actions have exceeded the bounds of our tolerance. Today, we must put an end to your defiance, proclaimed the god of light with a resonant voice. Mountains and rivers gazed upon the assembly of deities before him, his heart laden with helplessness. He understood that without a complete resolution to this misunderstanding, his journey of guardianship could not proceed. O Lord of Light, I harbor no ill intentions. I am willing to accept any trial you deem necessary to prove my innocence, he earnestly declared. Yet, the deities paid no heed to his words. Convinced that the might of mountains and rivers had already posed a peril to the equilibrium of the realm. At this moment, the spirit beast companions of Shanchuan played a crucial role. The little wolf tugged at the hem of Shanchuan's garment, signaling him to flee deeper into the ruins. In an instant, Shanchuan comprehended the little wolf's intent and sprinted towards the heart of the relics. The deities pursued relentlessly. During the chase, Shanchuan sensed the continuous depletion of his soul power, yet he also observed a peculiar phenomenon. The soul rings within him appeared to undergo a transformation under such perilous circumstances. His Millennium Soul Ring began to shimmer, as if drawn by an enigmatic force. A spark ignited within Shanchuan. He realized this could be an opportunity. He began to focus his energy, channeling the power within the soul ring. As he guided it, the Millennium Soul Ring suddenly unleashed a potent wave of soul energy, surging towards Shanchuan's consciousness. In Shanchuan's mind, ancient images began to materialize, portraying a harmonious coexistence between spirit beast and humanity, as if an age-old force was guiding him towards the righteous path. At that moment, the little wolf unexpectedly unleashed a peculiar soul skill, enveloping its form in a faint violet glow. This luminescence transformed into chains that surged forth towards the deities. The gods were taken aback by the little wolf's unexpected offensive, momentarily flustered. Seizing this opportunity while the deities were momentarily hindered by the wolf's assault, Shanchuan halted his flight. He inhaled deeply and proclaimed to the deities, esteemed gods, you have long believed that I would disrupt the balance of the continent. Yet, all my actions have been aimed at combating the dark forces lurking within this land. My quest for soul artifacts is not a pursuit of dominion, but rather a means to fortify my own strength, enabling me to better safeguard all of you. Upon hearing Shanchuan's words, the thunder god softened his expression slightly, asking, are you truly speaking the truth? The mountains and rivers nodded resolutely, proclaiming, I swear by my soul that all my actions stem from goodwill. The deities began to converse among themselves, gradually discerning from the gaze of the mountains and rivers, as well as his past experiences, that he appeared to be truthful. After a moment of contemplation, the god of light spoke, mountains and rivers, although we trust you, the soul artifact you hold indeed harbors perilous power. You must ensure that it never falls into the hands of malevolent beings. The mountains and rivers swiftly nodded in agreement. I assure you, I pledge my very life. After the misunderstanding was resolved, the deities vanished. Shanchuan gazed at the heavy sword in his hand, his heart brimming with emotions. This soul weapon would become an essential tool for him to safeguard the continent. Together with his soul beast companions, he continued to explore the ancient ruins. Ultimately, they discovered the fabled soul weapon, a staff radiating with a kaleidoscope of colors, its apex adorned with a magnificent star gem. The moment Shanchuan grasped the staff, he sensed his soul power merging flawlessly with it. His soul rings were further enhanced by the staff's formidable energy. This power shall be wielded to protect the entire Douluo Continent, Shanchuan mused inwardly. Clutching his newly acquired soul weapon, he departed the ruins alongside his soul beast companions. Yet, Shanchuan was aware that numerous unknown dangers awaited him across the continent. Armed with this newfound strength, he would continue his journey to safeguard Douluo, embrace greater challenges, and inscribe his own legend. Upon acquiring a new soul weapon, Shanchuan experienced a significant enhancement in his power. He, along with his soul beast companions, continued to traverse the Douluo Continent, in search of greater opportunities and challenges. One day, Shanchuan came across a piece of news. A vast expanse of ice had become the habitat for an abundance of rare soul beasts, and a mysterious soul ring was in the process of gestation. This revelation stirred his heart, compelling him to embark on a journey to the icy plains to uncover the truth. The mountains and rivers embarked on a journey towards the icy expanse. The frigid winds howled mercilessly, and snowflakes danced through the air. Undeterred by the biting cold, the mountains and their spirit beast companions pressed onward. Deep within the ice fields, they encountered a pack of white ice spirit wolves. These wolves emanated an aura of chilling frost, their eyes gleaming like sapphires. Upon sensing the arrival of the mountains and their companions, the ice spirit wolves assumed aggressive stances. Shanchuan swiftly signaled his spirit beast companions to exercise caution. The little wolf stood beside Shanchuan, its eyes fixated intently on the ice soul wolves. Meanwhile, the white fox took refuge behind Shanchuan. Sensing the formidable danger posed by these ice soul wolves, Shanchuan stepped forward, attempting to communicate with the ice spirit wolves. "We mean no harm. We are merely passing through," he proclaimed. The ice spirit wolves appeared to comprehend his words, yet they remained vigilant. One of the larger ice spirit wolves gradually advanced, asserting, "Humans, this expanse of ice is our territory. You must leave at once." Mountains and rivers understand that to traverse the icy expanse smoothly, one must earn the approval of the ice spirit wolves. He began to exhibit his soul power and presented a selection of precious items he had collected during his journey, attempting to negotiate passage through the frozen wilderness. The ice spirit wolves, perceiving his sincerity, began to waver. Ultimately, the larger of the ice spirit wolves proclaimed, "Very well. You may cross the icy expanse, but you must not harm anything within our domain." The mountains and rivers nodded appreciatively. During their traverse across the icy expanse, Shanchuan discovered a unique rapport with the ice spirit wolves. The wolves seemed to harbor little animosity towards him as an outsider. They navigated the frozen terrain with ease. And at the end of the ice field, they stumbled upon a colossal ice cavern. Mountains and rivers sensed a formidable wave of spiritual energy emanating from the ice cave, and he understood that the enigmatic soul ring resided within. As he ventured into the icy depths, the temperature plummeted further, the cold biting fiercely. In the heart of the cave, a soul ring radiating with a spectrum of colors floated in midair. This ring exuded immense power, and as he approached, he felt his own spiritual energy being overwhelmed by an overwhelming force. Mountains and rivers are aware that this presents a formidable opportunity, yet it also poses a significant challenge. He took a deep breath, summoning the soul power within him, striving to absorb this soul ring. His soul beast companions also sensed his intention and gathered around to provide protection for him. A faint halo began to emerge around Shanchuan's form. As his soul power continuously converged deep within his essence, the soul ring gradually advanced towards him, and as the distance between them diminished, he felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him. His body struggled to withstand this immense force, yet he remained resolute. Gritting his teeth, he persistently guided the soul ring onward. At last, the soul ring integrated seamlessly into his being. With this integration, Shanchuan experienced a remarkable enhancement in his soul power. His soul ring awakened a new ability, Soul Freeze. This capability allowed him to instantaneously immobilize an enemy's soul, rendering them powerless to act. Upon absorbing the soul ring, Shanchuan emerged from the ice cave. The ice phantom wolves, witnessing Shanchuan's successful absorption, revealed a hint of envy in their eyes. "Human, you are indeed formidable," spoke the leader of the ice phantom wolves. The mountains and rivers spoke with a smile, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance. Without you, it would have been exceedingly difficult for me to absorb this soul ring." The leader of the ice spirit wolf shook his head in response. "This is the result of your own perseverance." After bidding farewell to the mountains and the icy wolves, the traveler resumed his journey. Along the way, he encountered an elderly man. Clad in a flowing white robe, the old man bore a benevolent countenance. "Young one, the aura that envelopes you is quite extraordinary," the elder remarked. The mountains and rivers curiously inquired, "Grandfather, who are you?" The old man chuckled softly. "I am merely an elderly soul who has dwelled upon this continent for many years. I see great strength within you. Yet I sense that you possess untapped potential yet to be realized." Upon sensing a stirring within the mountains and rivers, he realized that there remained much for him to learn. "Elder, would you be willing to impart some wisdom to me?" The old man nodded, "Certainly. But you must understand that the path of cultivation is long and arduous." Shanchuan nodded resolutely. Under the guidance of the elder, Shanchuan's soul power experienced further enhancement, and his mastery over the soul weapon became increasingly proficient. However, Shanchuan's burgeoning strength attracted the attention of certain malevolent forces. An evil soul master organization set its sights on Shanchuan's soul weapon, dispatching numerous skilled individuals to seize it from him. Mountain and his soul beast companions were ambushed by these individuals. "Surrender your soul artifacts, or today shall mark your demise," declared an ominous soul master with a menacing tone. Mountains and Rivers, wielding his heavy sword, prepared for battle alongside his soul beast companions. "You shall not prevail," declared Mountains and Rivers. As the battle loomed, he and his allies faced formidable challenges. Yet, they stood resolute, drawing strength from their unbreakable bond and formidable prowess, engaging in a fierce confrontation against the malevolent soul masters. In this clash, Mountains and Rivers showcased his extraordinary strength and intellect. Utilizing his newly awakened soul skill, Soul Freeze, he successfully immobilized the souls of several wicked soul masters, granting invaluable time in the heat of combat. Meanwhile, his soul beast companions played pivotal roles: the sharp assaults of the young wolf, the formidable defense of the white fox, and the recently befriended ice spirit wolf joined forces in their fight against the nefarious soul masters. After an intense struggle, Mountains and Rivers and his companions emerged victorious, driving back the malevolent foes. Their heroic deeds echoed throughout the entirety of the Douluo Continent. Mountains and Rivers have become the heroes in the hearts of the people. He continues to explore the Douluo Continent alongside his soul beast companions, aware that greater challenges await him in the future, yet he remains unafraid. He will persist in his training to enhance his strength, determined to safeguard the Douluo Continent with his own power. He believes that as long as there is conviction in his heart, he can overcome any adversity. In this realm filled with fantasy and adventure, the legendary tale of Mountains and Rivers unfolds further as he embraces his dreams and beliefs to face the challenges ahead, striving to create even more brilliance. The Battle of the Soul Beast Body in Douluo. Shanchuan has wandered in the enigmatic starry Great Forest for several days. He is acutely aware that danger lurks in every corner, yet driven by the quest for a soul ring suitable for himself, he ventures deeper with utmost caution. At this moment, he clutches a rudimentary yet razor-sharp iron sword tightly in his hand. This sword is not only his soul weapon, but also his first soul tool. The creation of this soul tool is rather extraordinary. During a fortuitous encounter in an ancient mine, Shanchuan sensed a faint yet pure wave of metallic soul power. Relying on his keen perception, he devoted several days to extracting the ore imbued with soul power, subsequently refining and forging it through relentless effort. Although the process was arduous, under his meticulous craftsmanship, the iron sword gradually emanated a unique luster, with subtle patterns of flowing soul power etched upon its blade. When he first infused it with soul power, the sword trembled slightly, as if imbued with life, and he could sense its yearning for the soul energy. As Shanchuan traversed the path, the surrounding trees grew increasingly dense, allowing only fragmented beams of sunlight to pierce through the layers of leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Suddenly, a low, resonant growl echoed from ahead, causing his heart to race in trepidation. Emerging from the depths of the forest was a colossal wolf-like spirit beast, radiating an ethereal blue aura. Its eyes, akin to profound amethyst gems, glimmered with a chilling intent to kill. Shanchuan recognized this formidable creature as the purple shadow demon wolf. Known for its agility and formidable attacking prowess, a considerable challenge for him at this moment. The wolf initiated the assault, darting toward Shanchuan like a bolt of blue lightning. Swiftly, he sidestepped to evade the onslaught, simultaneously thrusting his iron sword toward the beast. The wolf adeptly twisted in midair, evading the sword strike, and lunged at Shanchuan's face with its razor-sharp claws. He leaped backward, mentally lamenting the creature's remarkable agility. "I cannot remain on the defensive any longer," he contemplated silently. Channeling his spirit energy into the iron sword, it erupted with a brilliant light. Shanchuan seized the initiative, unleashing the sword techniques he had mastered in the mundane world. The flashes of his blade momentarily bewildered the purple shadow demon wolf. However, this beast was, after all, a spirit creature enhanced by spirit energy with combat experience far surpassing that of mere mortals. It abruptly came to a halt, unleashing a potent wave of spirit energy, causing the surrounding air to feel as if it had frozen. Is it preparing to deliver a fatal blow? Shanchuan thought, startled. Just as he braced himself to counter with full force, the purple shadow demon wolf pivoted and sprinted deeper into the forest. Shanchuan hesitated for a moment, then realized that the wolf had deemed him insufficiently formidable to continue the confrontation. Yet, he refrained from pursuing, fully aware that he lacked the requisite strength to vanquish such a powerful spirit beast at this juncture. Mountains and rivers led him deeper into the forest, where he arrived at the edge of a small lake. The water was crystal clear, revealing the lakebed beneath. Upon a massive rock by the water's edge, he discovered a stone emanating a gentle glow. As he approached, a wave of warm spiritual energy surged into his body upon contact with the stone. He realized that this could be a significant opportunity in his quest for a soul ring. Just as he was enveloped in this energy, the lake's surface suddenly erupted with violent waves. A colossal water-type soul beast leaped from the depths, a frost spirit water serpent. Its body stretched for dozens of meters, adorned with translucent scales that glistened, exuding an intense chill. "Human, how dare you covet that which belongs to my domain?" The frost spirit water serpent spoke, its voice as sharp as a blade of ice. Mountains and rivers hastily declared, "I bear no malice. I merely stumbled upon this stone, believing it might serve a purpose for me." The ice soul water serpent let out a disdainful snort, retorting, "Do you think you can depart from here so easily? You are the first human to dare trespass into my domain." With that, the ice soul water serpent swung its massive tail towards mountains and rivers. Fully aware of the futility of a direct confrontation, he concentrated his soul energy into his feet and leaped towards a nearby grand tree. The serpent's tail crashed heavily against the tree, causing it to splinter instantaneously. "I cannot continue to evade like this," mountains and rivers pondered. He once more infused his iron sword with soul energy, only to discover that, upon absorbing his essence, strange runes began to emerge along the blade. These runes radiated formidable power, enhancing his strength significantly. Shanchuan, wielding an iron sword, charged towards the ice spirit water serpent, which opened its gaping maw to bite him. With a nimble leap, Shanchuan evaded the serpent's jaws, simultaneously thrusting his sword towards its eye. The ice spirit water serpent, in agony, lashed out with its claws in a furious swipe at Shanchuan. Struck by the claws, he was sent sprawling backwards, crashing heavily to the ground. Shanchuan felt as though his very organs had been displaced, yet he gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. "I cannot perish here. I must become a formidable force." His heart brimmed with resolve. The ice essence water serpent lunged at him once more, and Shanchuan took a deep breath, channeling all his spiritual energy. With a fervent shout, he proclaimed, "Sword of demon breaking." In an instant, an immense beam of light erupted from his iron sword, cleaving towards the ice essence water serpent. The serpent sensed this formidable power and attempted to evade, but it was too late. The radiant blade struck its body, shattering its scales and eliciting a wretched cry as it gradually collapsed. As the ice essence water serpent fell, a blue soul ring ascended from its being. Shanchuan recognized this as the soul ring he had long sought, yet he remained cautious, drawing upon the methods he had learned on the Douluo Continent for soul ring absorption. He approached the ring with utmost care. Just as he prepared to absorb the soul ring, the spirit of the ice essence water serpent materialized, declaring, "Human, if you dare to absorb my soul ring, I shall haunt you even in death." Mountains and rivers gazed upon the soul of the ice spirit water dragon and declared, "I have no other choice. I must grow stronger to survive in this world." The soul of the ice spirit water dragon roared angrily and charged towards the mountains and rivers. Yet, the latter closed his eyes, resolutely channeling his soul power to begin absorbing the soul ring. The soul of the ice spirit water dragon relentlessly battered against his mental defenses, and mountains and rivers felt as though his head might explode, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, and the soul of the ice spirit water dragon gradually faded away, while mountains and rivers successfully absorbed the soul ring. He sensed a qualitative leap in his strength. His soul power became more robust, and he acquired a new soul skill, the ice spirit shield. This skill could conjure a layer of ice blue protection around his body, capable not only of withstanding attacks, but also of inflicting a freezing effect upon any foes that drew near. After absorbing the spirit ring, Shanchuan continued to explore the Stardew forest. He encountered a myriad of spirit beasts, some of which regarded him with hostility, while others observed him with curiosity. He learned to coexist peacefully with several weaker spirit beasts, gaining a wealth of knowledge about the Douluo Continent through these encounters. One day, he stumbled upon an injured little fox spirit beast. Its leg was caught in a hunter's trap, bleeding profusely. Shanchuan, feeling a surge of compassion, utilized his herbal knowledge to bandage the fox's wound. The little fox gazed at Shanchuan, its eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, human," the fox spoke in human language. The mountains and rivers spoke with a smile. "You're welcome, but do exercise caution in the future." The little fox replied, "Did you know? Deep within the forest lies an ancient relic, said to be home to numerous powerful treasures, yet fraught with perilous traps." A stir coursed through Shanchuan's heart. Yet he understood that this was not the moment for exploration. He must first enhance his own prowess. As time flowed, Shanchuan's experiences within the starry forest deepened. His iron sword, a manifestation of his soul, underwent continuous evolution. Eventually, he stumbled upon a mysterious or within the lair of a soul beast, which he melded with his iron sword, thereby augmenting its formidable power. The runes etched upon the blade became increasingly intricate, capable of unleashing a variety of soul power skills. In a fierce battle, Shanchuan confronted a formidable flame leopard spirit beast. The leopard's attacks were ferocious, its flames nearly engulfing Shanchuan. Armed with an iron sword, he conjured an ice spirit shield, which resonated with thunderous roars as the flames crashed against it. Subsequently, Shanchuan unleashed a newly acquired skill from his iron sword, the flame sword break. Fiery flames erupted from the blade as he charged towards the flame leopard, engaging in an intense combat. Ultimately, through his wisdom and courage, Shanchuan triumphed over the flame leopard. From the defeated beast, he obtained a crimson soul ring, which significantly enhanced his fiery attribute soul power. The mountains and rivers have gradually transformed him into a formidable human warrior, one that even the spirit beasts regard with reverence. He no longer struggles on the Douluo Continent merely for survival. Instead, he has cultivated his own aspirations and ideals. His quest is to uncover the myriad secrets of this world and to ascend as a truly preeminent entity within the Douluo Continent. His legendary tale continues to unfold. As Shanchuan delved deeper into the vast expanse of the starry forest, he transformed from a naive traveler into a formidable soul master, instilling fear in many low-level soul beasts. One day, he arrived at an ancient thicket within the forest, enveloped in an aura of mystique. He sensed that this place might conceal precious treasures or powerful soul beasts. His gaze settled upon a soul beast not far away, resembling a raccoon yet possessing enormous ears that radiated a ghostly green luminescence. It was a spectral spirit raccoon. The creature regarded Shanchuan with vigilance, its small eyes filled with wariness. "Human, have you returned to encroach upon our territory?" echoed its voice within Shanchuan's mind. Shanchuan hastily waved his hand and said, "I did not mean it that way. I was merely passing through and did not intend to offend." However, the ethereal spirit raccoon scoffed coldly. "You humans are never up to any good. Every time you come, it is solely for the purpose of hunting us soul beasts." As the mountains and rivers stirred within him, he yearned to alter the ethereal fox spirit's perception of himself. Thus, he retrieved several spirit fruits, which he had gathered from the forest, from his storage soul guide, a remarkable artifact he had fortuitously acquired during his previous trials that possessed the ability to store items and provide a measure of protection. "I harbor no ill intentions. These spirit fruits are beneficial to me, yet I believe they may restore your soul power more effectively," he said earnestly. The ethereal fox spirit gazed at the spirit fruits he offered with a hint of surprise. After a brief moment of hesitation, it accepted the gift. "Do you truly have no ulterior motives?" "Indeed, I merely wish for us to coexist harmoniously," he replied with a smile. Perhaps the flavor of the spirit fruits had diminished the fox spirit's wariness, for it began to engage in conversation with him. "Did you know? Deeper within this forest lie many wondrous places. There exists a spirit spring, whose waters possess the miraculous ability to cleanse and rejuvenate. However, it is heavily guarded by formidable restrictions and a powerful guardian beast." The stirring of the mountains and rivers within his heart signified a tremendous opportunity for him. However, he was reluctant to jeopardize the fragile bond he had painstakingly forged with the ethereal luminescent spirit fox due to his own avarice. "Could you perhaps guide me on how to reach that place?" he inquired. After a moment of contemplation, the luminescent spirit fox responded, "Considering your earnestness, I shall provide you with a general direction. Yet, you must exercise utmost caution, for that realm is indeed fraught with peril." After bidding farewell to the ethereal spirit fox, Shanchuan proceeded in the direction it had indicated. Not long after, he encountered an old friend, the little fox spirit beast that had once been injured. The little fox had grown a bit since their last meeting, appearing even more lively. "Brother Shanchuan, why have you ventured into such perilous territory once again?" the little fox inquired with concern. Shanchuan conveyed his thoughts to the little fox, who furrowed her brow in concern. "Brother Shanchuan, that place is truly perilous. I have heard that many formidable soul masters have ventured there and never returned. Shanchuan said, I understand, but I long to grow stronger. Only by continuously challenging myself can I survive in this perilous world. The little fox gazed into Shanchuan's resolute eyes and ceased its objections. Brother Shanchuan, then I shall accompany you on this journey. The mountains and rivers stirred with a hint of emotion, thus, we must tread carefully. They traversed the winding path, skillfully evading the territories of numerous formidable soul beasts along the way. At last, they beheld the area described by the ethereal light spirit, the luminescent lynx. A delicate veil of mist enveloped the surroundings, where the flora and trees appeared exceptionally colossal. Beside the spiritual spring lay a soul beast resembling a chelan, its form radiating a mesmerizing azure glow as it slumbered. This was the guardian of the spiritual spring, the azure chelan. Mountains and streams approached the little fox with utmost caution, striving to make not a sound. However, just as they were on the verge of reaching the ethereal spring, the cerulean chelan abruptly opened its eyes. Two beams of azure light emanated from its gaze, leaving Shanchuan with the sensation that his very soul had been encased in ice. How dare you trespass upon my domain? The voice of the cerulean chelan resonated in their minds, thunderous as a tempest. The mountains and rivers hastily elucidated, esteemed Kirin. We harbor no intention of offense. We have merely heard of the existence of a spiritual spring in this vicinity and wish to harness its powers to enhance our own abilities. Should you grant us permission? We are prepared to pay any price. The ethereal blue Kirin scoffed coldly. Humans, in their relentless pursuit of strength, are often unscrupulous. How can I place my trust in you? Shanchuan felt a tightening in his heart, aware that persuading the azure Kirin would be a formidable challenge. At that moment, an idea struck him, his iron sword soul artifact. He drew forth the sword and infused it with his soul power. Instantly, the sword emitted a dazzling radiance, within which runes flickered enchantingly. Esteemed Kirin, this is a soul artifact forged from my very essence. It embodies my convictions. I wish to use it to demonstrate my sincerity. Shanchuan proclaimed. The azure Kirin gazed at the iron sword, a flicker of astonishment crossing its eyes. This soul artifact was indeed remarkable, yet it was still insufficient. Shanchuan gritted his teeth and recounted his experiences in the Douluo Continent, his original intentions, and his yearning for peaceful coexistence to the azure blue Kirin. The Kirin listened intently, and after a prolonged silence, it spoke slowly. In light of your sincerity, I shall grant you the opportunity to utilize the spiritual spring. However, you may only absorb a small portion of its waters, and this must be conducted under my vigilant supervision. Mountains and the little fox were filled with immense joy, promptly expressing their gratitude to the azure Kirin. They approached the spirit spring and, following the guidance of the azure Kirin, began to absorb the spring's water. A powerful force surged into Shanchuan's body. His soul power was being refined continuously, and his physique grew increasingly robust. During the absorption of the spring water, Shanchuan suddenly sensed a stirring force within him. He realized that this was a sign of his soul ring about to awaken. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He understood the gravity of the moment. He quickly calmed himself, channeling his soul power to guide the emerging force. Brother Shanchuan, what is happening to you? The little fox inquired anxiously. I am fine. I am on the verge of awakening a new soul ring. Shanchuan gritted his teeth in response. As time passed, a faint golden radiance began to envelop Shanchuan. The glow intensified, ultimately forming a colossal soul ring that encircled his body. This is my fourth soul ring. I feel my strength has ascended to a new level, Shanchuan exclaimed with excitement. The azure Kirin observed Shanchuan, a glimmer of admiration evident in its eyes. You are indeed a remarkable human. Make good use of your powers. After bidding farewell to the ethereal blue chelan, Shanchuan departed from the spirit spring alongside the little fox. However, during their journey, they encountered a series of tribulations. A hunting squad comprised of human soul masters spotted the little fox by Shanchuan's side, intent on capturing it. Surrender the spirit beast, or you shall not escape, growled one of the soul master leaders menacingly. The mountains and rivers gazed coldly upon them, these individuals who would stop at nothing for their own gain. I shall not allow you to succeed. The leader of the spirit masters scoffed. You fool who knows not the meaning of mortality, with so many of us. Why should we fear just one? With that, he commanded his team members to launch an assault on the mountains and the little fox. Mountains and rivers wielded an iron sword, demonstrating his newly comprehended soul technique. First, he conjured the ice spirit shield, sheltering the little fox behind him, and then charged towards the hunting squad. His sword danced through the enemies like lightning, catching the members of the hunting team off guard with his formidable prowess, causing them to descend into a state of disarray. As the mountains and rivers engaged in battle, a profound inner monologue unfolded. These individuals resemble the invaders of yore, fixated solely on plunder. I cannot permit them to harm the little fox. After a fierce confrontation, the mountains and rivers successfully repelled the hunting party, whose members fled in disarray. The little fox gazed at the mountains with gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, brother mountain." The mountains and rivers smiled as they gently patted the little fox's head, declaring, "We are friends, and of course, I shall protect you." After enduring these trials, Shanchuan's resolve to emerge as a formidable force on the Douluo Continent, to safeguard the vulnerable and uphold peace, has only intensified. He resumes his journey, oblivious to the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. The Odyssey of Bonds in Douluo. Shanchuan and the little fox continued their journey through the vast starry forest, their bond growing ever closer. Shanchuan's affection for the little fox transcended mere companionship. It embodied his reverence for all spirit beasts. They arrived at a region lush with peculiar herbs, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Shanchuan immediately recognized several of these herbs as rare medicinal plants capable of enhancing soul power. Just as he intended to gather some, a majestic unicorn spirit beast materialized before them. This unicorn, resplendent in its snowy white coat, bore a spiraled horn upon its forehead that radiated a sacred light. Upon witnessing Shanchuan approach the herbs, a flicker of anger ignited in its eyes. "Human, these herbs are under my protection. You shall not harvest them," the unicorn spirit beast declared with an air of haughtiness. The mountains and rivers hastily replied, "Esteemed unicorn, I understand the significance of these herbs to you. I merely wish to gather a few for research purposes, with no ill intent. Furthermore, I am willing to offer you a service in exchange for the privilege to utilize these herbs." The unicorn spirit beast regarded him with a hint of disdain. "What could you possibly do for me?" After a moment of contemplation, Shanchuan proposed, "I can assist you in eliminating some of the lesser soul beasts that frequently disrupt your tranquility." The unicorn soul beast pondered for a while and replied, "Very well, but you may only gather a limited quantity of herbs." The mountains and rivers nodded with joy, expressing gratitude to the esteemed unicorn. He began to cautiously gather herbs, with the little fox assisting him nearby. During the gathering process, the elder brother Shanchuan inadvertently pricked his hand on a thorny herb. "Are you all right, elder brother Shanchuan?" the little fox inquired with concern. The mountains and rivers chuckled softly, shaking their heads. Such minor wounds were of no consequence. After they had gathered the medicinal herbs, the mountains and rivers did not forget their promise. They began to search the surroundings for lower-tier soul beasts. In their quest, they stumbled upon several sharp-toothed rabbits feasting on the unicorn soul beast's herbs. The mountains and rivers did not directly assault the sharp-toothed rabbit spirit beasts. Instead, they emitted a gentle voice infused with soul power. "Sharp-toothed rabbits, you must cease consuming these herbs. They belong to the esteemed unicorn." The sharp-toothed rabbit spirit beasts, sensing no malice from the mountains and rivers, huddled together in trepidation. "We are hungry and have no other options." Shanchuan retrieved some provisions from his storage soul guide and tossed them to the sharp-toothed rabbit soul beasts. "You may partake of this, and refrain from consuming the herbs of the unicorn lord." The sharp-toothed rabbit soul beast joyfully devoured the provisions before scampering away. Shanchuan returned to the side of the unicorn spirit beast, offering it a portion of his provisions. "Esteemed unicorn, I have taken care of it," he stated. The unicorn spirit beast gazed at Shanchuan with a hint of astonishment, remarking, "You are indeed a remarkable human. You may depart now. Feel free to take the herbs you desire." After expressing his gratitude to the unicorn spirit beast, Shanchuan departed with the little fox. In a different part of the forest, Shanchuan came across an injured bear spirit beast. The bear appeared exceedingly feeble, bearing several deep wounds upon its body. A wave of compassion surged within the mountains and rivers as he approached the bear spirit beast alongside the little fox. "Brother bear, how have you come to be injured?" The bear spirit beast cast a feeble glance in his direction and replied, "I was wounded in battle with another spirit beast, and I lack the strength to continue." Shanchuan swiftly took out his herbs and began to bandage the wounds of the bear spirit beast, while the little fox assisted him. "Brother Shanchuan, why are we aiding this bear spirit beast? It could potentially attack us," the little fox inquired softly. Shanchuan remarked, "Every life deserves compassion, be it human or spirit beast. If we do not extend our help today, it may perish here." Under the care of Shanchuan and the little fox, the bear spirit beast's injuries gradually improved. With gratitude, it gazed at Shanchuan and the little fox. Thank you, humans. I have always believed that humanity was malevolent, yet you have transformed my perspective, the bear spirit beast expressed. The mountains and rivers spoke with a smile. Brother bear, I hope you recover well and continue your journey. The mountains and rivers sensed that their soul power had reached another bottleneck. They understood the necessity of seeking a new soul ring to achieve a breakthrough. They arrived near an ancient relic, which emanated a mysterious aura, surrounded by formidable barriers. Mountains and rivers yearned to venture into the ruins. Yet he was acutely aware of the imminent perils that awaited. Just as he hesitated, an ancient phoenix spirit beast materialized before him. This magnificent creature was engulfed in flames, and its gaze emanated an aura of boundless authority. Human, you should not be here. The mountains and rivers respectfully spoke. Great Phoenix, I am aware that this place is fraught with peril, yet I yearn to discover a means to transcend my soul power. I seek a formidable soul ring. The phoenix soul beast cast a glance at him, acknowledging that the soul rings within were not so easily obtained, and that numerous perilous restrictions and traps lay in wait. The mountains and rivers resolutely declared, I am aware, yet I fear not the challenges ahead. I am willing to take the risk. The phoenix soul beast pondered for a moment and replied, Very well, if you can endure the trials within, you shall be rewarded with a formidable soul ring. However, should you falter, you will perish within. The mountains and rivers nodded in gratitude, expressing their thanks to the great phoenix. He and the little fox cautiously ventured into the ruins. Within the ruins, an aura of mystery enveloped them, with the surrounding walls adorned with ancient runes. As they traversed deeper, they unexpectedly encountered a mechanical trap, unleashing a torrent of arrows aimed directly at them. Shanchuan swiftly conjured an icy shield, sheltering the little fox behind him. The arrows struck the shield, producing a cacophony of thunderous echoes. Little fox, stay behind me. I shall devise a solution, Shanchuan proclaimed. Mountains and rivers concentrated their soul power, unleashing the skill of flame sword break. The iron sword ignited with a roaring blaze as he plunged it into the ground. The flames spreading across the earth, melting the arrows that rained down upon them. They pressed on, ultimately discovering the location of the soul ring. However, a formidable soul beast stood guard over it. This creature resembled a gluttonous beast, its eyes gleaming with avarice. How dare you attempt to seize my soul ring? Shanchuan spoke. Lord Taotai, I do not come to seize. My sole desire is to transcend my own soul power. I harbor no other malice. The Taotai soul beast let out a cold snort. Humans, I have witnessed your malevolence far too often. Today, I shall not allow you to easily claim the soul ring. With that, the Taotai soul beast lunged towards Shanchuan. Mountains and rivers wielded an iron sword, engaging in a fierce battle with the voracious soul beast. During the clash, the mountains and rivers discerned that the soul beast's attacks were exceptionally ferocious, its maw capable of devouring all. As the mountains and rivers engaged in battle, he contemplated strategies. A thought struck him regarding his ice soul shield. He could lure the gluttonous soul beast towards the ice soul shield and subsequently freeze it using his soul power. The mountains and rivers commenced the execution of this plan, luring the Taotai soul beast to the ice crystal shield, and then utilizing soul power to encase the Taotai soul beast in ice. The Taotai soul beast thrashed about, unleashing a formidable force that shattered the ice crystal shield. Shanchuan was jolted back a few steps, yet he did not surrender. He unleashed his soul skill once more, engaging in a final confrontation with the formidable Taotai soul beast. After a fierce battle, Shanchuan ultimately subdued the Taotai. He removed the soul ring from the beast and began the arduous process of absorption. The experience was excruciating, as if his very being were on the verge of being torn asunder. I cannot fail. I must grow stronger, he silently affirmed. Focusing his mind, he guided the power of the soul ring to merge with his own essence. Gradually, Shanchuan succeeded in absorbing the soul ring, feeling an immense surge in his soul power and a remarkable strengthening of his physique. He and the little fox departed from the ruins, returning to the forest. Within the woods, Shanchuan continued to express his affection for the little fox and other soul beasts. He utilized his herbal remedies to aid the injured beasts and wielded his strength to protect the vulnerable. The mountains and rivers are aware that on this Douluo Continent, the bond between him and the soul beasts will deepen increasingly. He shall continue to safeguard the peace and tranquility of this world with his own strength. His tale with the little fox unfolds further, and his legend continues to be recounted throughout the Douluo Continent, accompanied by soul beasts and soul tools. After the elevation of his soul power, Shanchuan was acutely aware of his need to continually enhance his strength. One day, as he traversed a desolate expanse, the sky suddenly darkened, and a colossal avian soul beast circled ominously above. This beast exuded a pungent scent of sulfur, its massive wings stirring up fierce winds. Shanchuan's heart raced. He had never encountered such a formidable creature. How dare a mere human intrude upon my territory? The avian soul beast screeched. Shanchuan tightened his grip on the soul dagger in his hand and replied, I am merely passing through, harboring no ill intentions. With a disdainful snort, the avian soul beast retorted, passing through is not permissible. This territory exclusively belongs to me. As a tense standoff ensued, a wolf-like soul beast leapt forth from the shadows. Friend, let us confront it together, it urged. Shanchuan cast a grateful glance at the wolf-like beast. Upon sighting its companion, the avian soul beast let out another furious roar. You traitor! How dare you collude with a human? Instantly, the battle erupted. The avian soul beast swooped down, its sharp claws aimed at Shanchuan. He swiftly sidestepped, simultaneously slashing with his dagger, unleashing a blade of soul energy that hurtled toward the beast. The avian creature deftly flapped its wings, narrowly evading the attack. Seizing the opportunity, the wolf-like beast launched its own assault, pouncing at the avian beast from the side. With a powerful flap of its wings, the avian beast sent the wolf-like creature hurtling back several meters. Shanchuan pondered to himself, this avian soul beast is incredibly formidable. I must discover its weakness. He began to meticulously observe the avian creature's movements and noted that it paused briefly after each strike. When the avian soul beast once again dove toward him, Shanchuan seized the moment, channeling all his strength to hurl his dagger. The dagger transformed into a streak of light in midair, piercing precisely into the avian beast's eye. The avian soul beast emitted a cry of anguish, its power beginning to wane. The wolf-like beast seized the opportunity, lunging to sink its teeth into the creature's neck. After a fierce struggle, the avian soul beast finally succumbed and fell to the ground. Shanchuan wiped the sweat from his brow, grateful for the presence of his companion. The wolf-like spirit beast wagged its tail in response. Following the fierce battle, Shanchuan realized the necessity of acquiring additional soul skills. Thus, he resolved to seek a second soul ring that would suit him. They arrived at a marshland, a habitat for numerous formidable spirit beasts. Shanchuan tread cautiously, sensing the multitude of hidden dangers surrounding him. Suddenly, a colossal water snake spirit beast erupted from the swamp. Its massive form writhed as it flicked its long tongue. Human. This is the Death Marsh, a realm not meant for your kind. The water snake spirit beast snarled menacingly. The mountains and rivers were not intimidated by its grandeur. I have come here with a request. I wish to forge a pact with you, and have you become my spirit beast. Upon hearing this, the water serpent spirit beast erupted into laughter, exclaiming, You? Do you not realize that I am one of the most formidable spirit beasts in this marshland? Shanchuan earnestly remarked, I am aware of your current strength, yet I possess immense potential. I firmly believe that our collaboration will yield even greater advancements. The water serpent spirit beast glanced at Shanchuan and inquired, What abilities do you possess that could instill in me a sense of trust in you? The mountains and rivers revealed the prowess of their soul skills and soul artifacts. The water snake soul beast pondered for a moment and finally declared, Very well. I am willing to enter into a contract with you. During the process of signing the contract, Shanchuan felt a surge of potent energy merging with his being. He successfully absorbed the 200-year soul ring of the water snake soul beast, thereby acquiring a new soul skill, water snake entanglement. This skill enabled him to summon countless water snakes to ensnare or assault his adversaries. As Shanchuan's strength continued to ascend, so too did his renown, spreading ever further. Many soul masters began to regard him with a profound sense of reverence. One day, in a quaint town, Shanchuan encountered an elderly man gravely injured. He approached the man, offering support, and asked, Elder, what has befallen you? The old man, in a weakened voice, replied, I was pursued by a group of nefarious soul masters. My family possesses a treasured soul artifact that they seek to seize. A surge of righteousness welled up within Shanchuan as he reassured the elderly man, Fear not. I shall protect you. No sooner had the words left his lips than a group of malevolent spirit masters pursued them. Hand over the old man, or we shall take your life, one of the sinister spirit masters threatened. With a cold smirk, Shanchuan retorted, You wicked fiends. Today I shall not allow your nefarious schemes to succeed. As the battle loomed, Shanchuan unleashed all his soul skills, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the malevolent spirit masters. His wolf-like spirit beast and water serpent spirit beast joined the fray, amplifying his prowess. The evil spirit masters, taken aback by Shanchuan's formidable strength, found themselves in disarray. Under the relentless assault from Shanchuan and his spirit beasts, the tide of battle began to turn against them. Ultimately, Shanchuan succeeded in repelling the evil spirit masters. Gratefully, the elder remarked, "Thank you, young man. You are truly a great hero. My family shall repay your kindness." Shanchuan smiled, responding, "No need for thanks, elder. It is my duty." Later, the elder's family extended an invitation for Shanchuan to visit their home. Within their abode, he beheld a wondrous soul artifact known as the Wheel of Time, a mystical device capable of transporting individuals to the past or revealing glimpses of the future. Shanchuan harbored a profound interest in the soul artifact and sought the wisdom of the elders from the old man's clan regarding its intricacies. Recognizing Shanchuan's benevolent nature and formidable strength, the elders imparted to him the methods of wielding the Wheel of Time. Shanchuan, accompanied by the cyclical essence of time, returned to the dwelling of his wolf-like spirit beast and the water serpent spirit beast. He embarked on a quest to unravel the mysteries of the Wheel of Time. After considerable effort, Shanchuan finally mastered the art of utilizing the Wheel of Time. Through its power, he glimpsed fragments of his previous life, granting him profound insights into his past. Simultaneously, he beheld visions of the future of Douluo Continent, a future fraught with war and calamity. Resolute in his purpose, he vowed to avert the impending turmoil. Mountains and rivers began to cultivate incessantly, yearning to enhance their prowess in order to confront the challenges that lay ahead. Throughout this journey, the soul beasts accompanying them also experienced remarkable growth. The wolf-type soul beast evolved into the Wolf King, significantly augmenting its strength and wisdom. Similarly, the water snake soul beast transformed into the Water Snake King, its soul skills becoming increasingly formidable. Shanchuan and his soul beasts have developed an increasingly harmonious synergy. Together, they venture into uncharted territories and confront formidable foes. One day, Shanchuan learned of a revelation regarding the relics of the gods. It is said that this site conceals numerous powerful artifacts, along with secrets that could enable soul masters to transcend their limits. Shanchuan resolved to journey to the relics of the divine. Accompanied by his spirit beasts, he embarked on this expedition. Within the relics of the divine, Shanchuan encountered numerous trials and tribulations. There were formidable mechanisms and fearsome spirit beasts. Yet, Shanchuan and his companions did not falter. With unwavering conviction and immense strength, they overcame every obstacle in their path. At long last, they discovered the heart of the relics. At its center lay a colossal divine soul crystal, radiating an overwhelming aura of divine power. Shanchuan felt the immense allure of this divine power. He understood that if he could absorb it, his strength would undergo a transformative leap. Thus, he commenced the absorption of the divine soul crystal's energy. Throughout this arduous process, his body endured excruciating pain. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered. His spirit beast stood vigil beside him, offering unwavering mental support. After a grueling struggle, Shanchuan ultimately succeeded in harnessing the power of the divine soul crystal, elevating his soul power to an unprecedented pinnacle. He departed from the divine relics and returned to the Douluo Continent. At this moment, Shanchuan had become one of the most formidable soul masters on the continent. With his newfound strength, he averted several impending disasters. He established a peaceful organization, uniting the soul masters of Douluo Continent to collectively safeguard their world. The tales of his bond with his spirit beasts and soul tools became legendary, eternally reverberating through the annals of Douluo Continent's history. Standing at the pinnacle of the Douluo Continent, Shanchuan gazed upon the breathtaking landscape, his heart brimming with pride. He understood that his mission remained unfulfilled, and he would persevere in his efforts to enhance the beauty of this world. He was acutely aware that in the days to come, numerous challenges awaited him. However, he held unwavering faith that, with the companionship of his spirit beasts and soul tools, he would undoubtedly surmount any obstacles that lay ahead. The tale of Shanchuan continues to unfold, and his legend shall be eternally celebrated by the people. Under Shanchuan's profound influence, the soul masters of the Douluo Continent have ceased their relentless struggles for personal gain, learning instead the virtues of unity and mutual support. The children, inspired by Shanchuan, strive diligently in their cultivation, aspiring to become great soul masters like him. As Shanchuan observed these transformations, his heart brimmed with a profound sense of satisfaction. He understood that this was the very goal he had tirelessly pursued. Furthermore, he resolved to continue his journey on the enigmatic and challenging Douluo Continent. Penning his own legendary tale, his gaze was resolute and radiant, as if he had already glimpsed the boundless hopes of the future. With this hope in his heart, he would forge ahead, delving into the mysteries of the soul beast realm. At the edge of the ancient forest in the Douluo Continent, Shanchuan stood, his heart brimming with a profound yearning to delve deeper into the realm of soul beasts. This forest marked his initial step into the world of soul beasts. Yet he was acutely aware that the distant unknown harbored even more wonders and perils awaiting him. Companions, let us embark. Today we shall venture further into the depths of the forest, Shanchuan declared to the wolf-like soul beast at his side. The creature wagged its tail joyfully, its eyes sparkling with excitement. They traversed the winding path, the trees around them growing ever taller and sturdier, with sunlight filtering through the dense foliage, casting dappled patches of light upon the ground. Suddenly, a low, resonant roar echoed through the air, imbued with an ancient and mysterious power. Shanchuan became alert, drawing forth a longsword-shaped soul tool from behind him. This sword, acquired by chance in an ancient ruin, bore enigmatic runes along its blade, enhancing his soul power during combat. Before long, a colossal bear-like soul beast emerged before them, its form resembling a mountain, its fur gleaming with a metallic sheen. Intruders, you are not welcome here, the bear-like soul beast intoned in a deep voice. Shanchuan inhaled deeply and said, we harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to explore this forest and comprehend the realm of spirit beasts. The bear-like spirit beast snorted dismissively. You humans always come with ulterior motives. Shanchuan hastily clarified, I am not like those individuals. My companions and I genuinely aspire to coexist peacefully with the spirit beasts. The wolf-like spirit beast barked in agreement from the side, seemingly corroborating Shanchuan's words. The bear-like spirit beast regarded them, and its hostility lessened slightly. Humph. I hope you truly mean what you say. As Shanchuan ventured forth, he discovered that the soul beasts inhabiting this region possessed unique behaviors. Some soul beasts excelled in concealing their presence, effortlessly maneuvering among the branches, while others had the remarkable ability to traverse the earth in an instant. During his exploration, Shanchuan felt his soul power being nurtured by the surrounding environment. He understood that the deeper he delved into the realm of soul beasts, the greater the enhancement of his own strength would be. Suddenly, they arrived at the edge of a mysterious lake. The water of the lake exhibited an extraordinary blue hue, emanating gentle waves of soul energy. Intrigued, Shanchuan approached the lake, yet behind him, the wolf-like soul beast let out a warning growl. At that moment, a colossal fish-like soul beast leaped from the water. Its body appeared to be crafted from crystal, radiating a mesmerizing glow. You should not venture near my territory, echoed the voice of the fish-like soul beast in Shanchuan's mind. Shanchuan hastily apologized, I am truly sorry. We merely passed by and were intrigued by this peculiar lake, prompting us to come and take a look. The fish-shaped spirit beast admonished him, your insatiable curiosity as humans often leads you into peril. As Shanchuan was about to explain, he suddenly noticed a faint glimmer shimmering at the bottom of the lake. He pondered to himself that it could be a precious treasure or a clue related to the soul ring. Unable to resist the urge, he felt compelled to dive down for a closer look. The wolf-like spirit beast seemed to understand his intentions, anxiously pacing in circles by the lakeshore. Shanchuan gently patted its head, reassuringly saying, do not worry, I shall be cautious. The mountains gradually descended into the depths of the lake. The further he plunged, the greater the water pressure became, yet his spiritual energy sustained him. Upon reaching a place where shimmering lights danced, he discovered a soul ring radiating a celestial blue glow. This soul ring appeared to be of ancient origin. A surge of excitement coursed through the heart of Shanchuan, for he realized that this could be an opportunity to significantly enhance his strength. However, he was also acutely aware that the absorption of this soul ring would not be a simple task. He gradually approached the soul ring, initiating an attempt to communicate with it. The soul ring appeared to possess its own consciousness, morphing in shape under the touch of his soul power. Do you wish to absorb me? Do you possess the capability? The soul ring seemed to be testing him. Shanchuan resolutely declared, I am willing to make an attempt. I believe I possess this potential. He continuously infused his soul power into the soul ring, striving to establish a connection with it. On the shore, the wolf-type soul beast waited anxiously, while the fish-type soul beast observed quietly from the side, seemingly assessing whether Shanchuan would succeed. The body of Shanchuan began to endure immense pressure as the power of the spirit ring relentlessly surged against him. He felt as though his soul power might burst forth. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. I cannot surrender. This is a splendid opportunity for me to elevate my strength, he silently encouraged himself. After a strenuous effort, Shanchuan finally succeeded in establishing a connection with the spirit ring, commencing the absorption of its power. Under the transformative influence of the spirit ring, his body grew significantly stronger, and the capacity of his soul power experienced a remarkable enhancement. As he emerged from the depths of the lake, he had already become a soul master endowed with a new spirit ring. The wolf-type soul beast joyfully leaped onto him, while the fish-type soul beast cast a glance of approval. Thank you, my friend. Without your consent, I could not have attained this formidable spirit ring, Shanchuan expressed to the fish-type soul beast. The fish-type soul beast flicked its tail and replied, since you have successfully absorbed the spirit ring, it signifies that you possess this destiny. I hope you treat the soul beasts well in this world. The mountains and rivers continued their journey, and he, accompanied by a wolf-like spirit beast, arrived at a secluded valley. A mysterious aura enveloped this place, suggesting that the spirit beasts within possessed remarkable intelligence. In the valley, he encountered a white fox spirit beast whose gaze was imbued with cunning. Human, your arrival here indicates that you possess a certain level of skill, spoke the white fox spirit beast. The mountains and rivers spoke with a smile. I merely wish to explore more realms and comprehend the world of spirit beasts. The white fox spirit beast circled around him, remarking, you possess many intriguing items, such as your soul apparatus. Shanchuan gently caressed the sword-shaped soul artifact in his hand. A treasure I acquired from an ancient ruin. A glimmer of greed flickered in the eyes of the white fox soul beast. May I have a glimpse? After a moment of contemplation, Mountain River decided to showcase his abilities, for he yearned to foster amicable relations with the spirit beasts. He unsheathed his sword, its blade shimmering with radiant runes. Upon witnessing the weapon, the white fox spirit beast's eyes widened in astonishment. Could this be crafted from fragments of an ancient artifact? Shanchuan was taken aback. How do you know? The white fox spirit beast replied with a sense of pride. We spirit beasts have existed in this world far longer than humans, and thus we naturally possess knowledge of ancient matters. The mountainous terrain and the white fox spirit beast engaged in extensive discussions about the secrets of the spirit beast realm. The white fox spirit revealed to him that deep within the valley lies an ancient palace, home to powerful spirit artifacts, yet fraught with perilous traps. In the depths of his heart, the mountains and rivers stirred. He found himself captivated by the formidable soul artifacts. Yet, he was acutely aware of the perils that lay ahead. Should he dare to embark on an exploration? His inner turmoil raged on. Should he succeed in acquiring those soul artifacts, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. However, the prospect of being ensnared by intricate traps or vanquished by powerful guardian soul beasts loomed ominously, rendering such a venture a potential folly. The white fox-type soul beast discerned his hesitation and remarked, if you possess sufficient strength and courage, it may be worth the endeavor. However, do ensure you are well prepared. After a moment of contemplation, Shanchuan turned to his companion, the wolf-like spirit beast, and asked, are you willing to accompany me? The wolf-like spirit beast resolutely emitted 2 barks in affirmation. Thus, Shanchuan and his companion ventured deeper into the valley, meticulously avoiding one trap after another until they finally arrived at the entrance of an ancient palace. The grand doors stood firmly shut, adorned with intricate and mysterious runes. Drawing upon his acquired knowledge, Shanchuan endeavored to decipher the runes inscribed on the door. After considerable effort, the door gradually creaked open, unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Inside the palace lay an array of various spirit artifacts, causing Shanchuan's eyes to widen in awe. However, he remained composed, aware that other dangers lurked within. Indeed, a colossal stone gargoyle spirit beast materialized before them, wielding an immense stone axe. Intruders, it declared. This is not a place for you to tread. Mountains and rivers gripped the sword-shaped soul device tightly in hand, expressing a desire to visit without any ill intent. The gargoyle spirit beast, however, was not swayed by his words. It brandished a stone axe and charged towards mountains and rivers. Mountains and rivers unleashed their soul skills, engaging in a fierce battle with the gargoyle spirit beast. The wolf-like spirit beast also joined the fray, employing its agility to incessantly assault the gargoyle's vulnerabilities. Amidst the conflict, the mountains and rivers discerned that while the gargoyle spirit beast possessed formidable defenses, its attack speed was comparatively sluggish. The mountains and rivers seized the opportunity, channeling their soul power into the sword-shaped soul weapon, unleashing a formidable blade of soul energy that struck directly at the vital point of the gargoyle soul beast. The gargoyle soul beast fell to the ground with a resounding crash. Shanchuan let out a long breath, beginning to select a soul artifact that suited him. He chose a bracelet-shaped soul artifact, which had the ability to enhance his defensive capabilities and could unleash a formidable shield at critical moments. Shanchuan departed from the ancient palace, accompanied by his newly acquired soul weapon and a wolf-shaped soul beast. Following this adventure, his exploration of the soul beast realm perseveres. He is acutely aware that numerous undiscovered territories await his exploration, and many formidable soul beasts yearn for his acquaintance. Simultaneously, he is destined to grow continuously, crafting a legendary narrative uniquely his own within this enigmatic world of soul beasts. His heart brims with anticipation, and he has resolutely reaffirmed his commitment to engage with soul beasts peacefully, embarking on a joint exploration of this realm. Each interaction with a soul beast, every new soul weapon acquired, and each awakening of a new soul ring render him increasingly formidable, instilling him with greater confidence in this wondrous world. The bond he shares with the wolf-shaped soul beast deepens with each passing day. They support one another like true brothers, confronting the uncertainties that lie ahead together. In the days to come, Shanchuan shall persist in his quest to unravel the mysteries of the soul beast world, armed with his beliefs, soul weapons, and companion beasts, striving to become a human soul master truly recognized by the realm of soul beasts. The journey of adventures within the soul beast world awaits. The mountains and the wolf-like spirit beast continue their journey through the spirit beast world of Douluo Continent, surrounded by an increasingly primitive and mysterious landscape. They ventured into an ancient maple forest, where the maple leaves blazed like fire, carpeting the ground in a thick layer that crunched softly beneath their feet. The scenery here is truly exquisite, Mountain Stream could not help but exclaim. Yet this place may also conceal dangers, the wolf-like spirit beast cautioned, its keen ears swiveling attentively. Just then, a melodious flute tune wafted through the air. Mountain Stream and the wolf-like spirit beast exchanged a glance, their hearts brimming with curiosity. How could such music echo from the depths of this maple forest? Following the sound of the flute, they stumbled upon a peculiar little wooden cottage. Before the cottage sat an elderly man clad in unusual attire, holding a jade-green flute, the source of the enchanting melody. "Greetings, esteemed elder," Mountain Stream approached politely. The old man slowly opened his eyes, a profound light shimmering within them. "Young one, what brings you to this perilous maple forest?" Mountains and rivers elucidated. "I am delving into the realm of soul beasts, seeking to unravel its mysteries." The elder chuckled softly. "Your courage is indeed commendable. However, this place is not as simple as you might envision." A wolf-like soul beast growled softly behind the mountains and rivers, seemingly harboring a measure of wariness towards the elder. The elder glanced at the wolf-like creature. "You, little wolf cub, appear quite astute. Yet, I sense a unique aura emanating from you, human." The mountains and rivers stirred within, sensing a unique aura. The elder rose to his feet, remarking that you possess a rare quality that draws spirit beasts near, an extraordinary essence indeed. Mountains and rivers ponder. "I too am somewhat uncertain. I merely wish to coexist peacefully with the spirit beasts." The old man nodded. "Do you know the secrets hidden within this maple forest?" The mountains and rivers shook their heads. The elder pointed towards the depths of the maple forest, where an ancient maple tree stood, adorned with a formidable soul ring. However, acquiring it would not be a simple task, as it was fiercely guarded by powerful soul beasts and ensnared by unique restrictions. As the heart of the mountains stirred within him, he felt an urge to embark on a journey. The old man gazed at him and remarked, "You possess a commendable vigor, young one. However, before you proceed, I must bestow upon you a gift." The elder retrieved a small cloth pouch from his bosom and handed it to the young man. "Within this pouch lies a seed. In times of peril, it may very well save your life." Shanchuan gratefully accepted the cloth bag, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder." With the elder's blessings, Shanchuan and the wolf-like soul beast ventured deeper into the maple forest. The further they advanced, the heavier the pressure became. Suddenly, a colossal firebird soul beast materialized before them. Its feathers blazed with flames, and its eyes radiated a searing light. "How dare you trespass into my territory, seeking to covet the soul ring upon that maple tree?" The firebird soul beast roared in fury. Shanchuan stated firmly, "We mean no offense, but that soul ring is of great significance to us." The firebird soul beast, however, paid no heed to his words and lunged directly toward Shanchuan. Mountains and rivers drew forth their sword-shaped soul weapons, engaging in a fierce battle with the firebird soul beast. The wolf-shaped soul beast also assisted from the sidelines, utilizing its speed to disrupt the firebird's movements. Shanchuan discerned the vulnerability of the firebird soul beast lay in the sparsely feathered region of its abdomen. Seizing the opportunity, as the firebird soul beast dove down, he exerted all his strength to thrust his sword-shaped soul tool into its underbelly. Wounded, the creature let out a furious shriek, flapping its wings and unleashing a torrent of flames toward Shanchuan. He hastily evaded, sensing the searing heat of the flames nearly engulfing him. In that moment of despair, he recalled the seed given to him by the elder. Swiftly, he retrieved the cloth bag and cast the seed upon the ground. Instantly, the seed took root and sprouted, transforming into a colossal vine-like plant that ensnared the firebird soul beast, rendering it immobile. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the mountains and rivers launched another assault. Successfully vanquishing the firebird soul beast, he approached the ancient maple tree, where the soul rings adorning it shone with an even more resplendent brilliance than he had witnessed before. Shanchuan began his endeavor to assimilate the soul ring, seating himself upon the ground as he infused his soul power into the ring. The surroundings seemed to freeze in time. Shanchuan was wholly absorbed in the process of absorption. His body underwent a continuous transformation wrought by the power of the soul ring, significantly enhancing his capacity for soul power. Upon completing the absorption, he acquired a new soul skill, the Maple Leaf Shield. This skill allows him to instantaneously summon countless maple leaves to form a formidable shield, which not only boasts impressive defensive capabilities but also inflicts counterdamage upon attackers. As the mountains and rivers departed from the maple forest, they were met on their continued journey by an eccentric duo of spirit masters. One, a diminutive figure with a cunning glint in his eyes, and the other, a towering presence with a rather simplistic demeanor. Well, what do we have here? A lad accompanied by a spirit beast, adorned with numerous treasures. The shorter spirit master remarked with a sly grin. What are your intentions? Shanchuan inquired with a wary tone. The tall spirit master brandished his hefty club, declaring, "We intend to do as we please. Surrender the valuable possessions upon your person." The mountains furrowed their brows, disapproving of your actions. The diminutive soul master chuckled, remarking that this world operates under the principle of might makes right. With that, he initiated the assault. Shanchuan effortlessly evaded his attacks, and then unleashed his own soul technique. His maple leaf shield deflected the assault of the towering soul master, and he swiftly directed a blade of soul power towards the diminutive soul master. Taken aback by Shanchuan's formidable strength, the small soul master hurriedly sought to evade the oncoming strike. A chaotic battle erupted between the two soul masters, Shanchuan and the wolf-like soul beast. Amidst the fray, Shanchuan discerned that although the two soul masters lacked harmonious coordination, their individual soul techniques still posed a significant threat. Shanchuan calmly confronted the situation, wielding his sword-shaped soul tool and incessantly attacking the two soul masters with his soul skills. After a fierce battle, Shanchuan successfully overcame the two adversaries. "You ought to reform your ways. Resorting to violence to seize what belongs to others is unjust," he remarked to them. The two soul masters fled in disgrace. Shanchuan continues to traverse the realm of soul beasts, his reputation resonating ever more widely across this continent. It is widely known that there exists a benevolent and formidable soul master who explores the world of soul beasts, coexisting peacefully with them while continually enhancing his own prowess. As his strength escalates, so too do the challenges he encounters. Yet, time and again, he triumphs over adversity, drawing upon his wisdom, the might of his soul tools, and the support of his soul beast companions. His inner conviction grows ever stronger. He aspires to become a magnificent soul master capable of fostering harmony between humans and soul beasts. Along his journey, he encounters an array of fascinating soul beasts, such as a loquacious squirrel soul beast that reveals the locations of precious herbs, and a good-natured wild boar soul beast, which, despite its seemingly clumsy demeanor, possesses astonishing strength in battle. The legendary tale of Shanchuan continues to unfold in this realm of mystical challenges and soul beasts. Like a resplendent star, he radiates a unique brilliance across the skies of Douluo Continent. Each new revelation and every interaction with soul beasts and novel characters deepens his understanding of this world. Enriching his soul, he is acutely aware that countless unknowns await his exploration ahead, and with unwavering faith, courage, and the companionship of his allies, he will persist in inscribing his own legend upon this enchanting Douluo Continent. The adventure of soul beasts beckons. The mountains and the wolf-type spirit beast embarked on their adventurous journey across the Douluo Continent. They arrived at a region known as the Misty Forest, perpetually shrouded in a veil of light mist, casting an eternal gloom that hindered visibility. Upon entering the forest, a chill enveloped Shanchuan. "Something feels amiss here," he remarked to his wolf companion. The wolf-type spirit beast, sensing the tension, perked up its ears and tail in alertness. They tread cautiously when suddenly a soft sound of weeping reached their ears. Exchanging a glance, they followed the sound to a clearing where they discovered a small fox spirit beast, curled up in a corner, weeping softly with several wounds adorning its frail body. "What troubles you, little fox?" Shanchuan inquired gently, kneeling beside it. The little fox lifted its head, fear evident in its eyes. "I got separated from my mother, and then I was attacked by a pack of wild wolves." Shanchuan felt a tightening in his heart at the sight of the wolf-like soul beast. The creature shook its head, indicating that it was not one of its kind. "Fear not. We shall protect you," Shanchuan reassured. Just then, the surrounding trees began to sway, as if something was drawing near. Before long, a pack of wild wolf soul beasts emerged before them. The eyes of these wolves glimmered with a greenish light, and drool dripped from their mouths. "Ha! We found a meal," one of the wild wolf soul beasts exclaimed with a wide grin. Shanchuan gripped the sword-shaped soul weapon firmly, declaring, "If you wish to harm the little fox, you must first pass through me." The wild wolf soul beasts erupted in laughter, mocking, "A mere human dares to oppose us?" In an instant, battle ensued as Shanchuan summoned the maple leaf shield, charging headlong towards the wild wolf soul beasts. Undeterred, the wolf-shaped soul beast darted swiftly among its wild counterparts, seeking out their vulnerabilities. Shanchuan discovered that although these wild wolf spirit beasts were numerous, their attacks were rather singular in nature. Utilizing the agility of his sword-shaped soul device, he adeptly evaded their assaults while simultaneously launching counterattacks. Under the watchful gaze of the little fox spirit beast, Shanchuan became increasingly valiant in battle. He unleashed a new soul skill, transforming the maple leaf shield into a flurry of sharp maple leaf blades that shot towards the wild wolf spirit beasts. Upon being struck by the blades, the wild wolves sustained injuries. Seizing the opportunity, a wolf-type spirit beast pounced upon the leading wild wolf spirit beast, swiftly severing its throat. Witnessing their leader's defeat, the remaining wild wolf spirit beasts fled in disarray. Shanchuan let out a long sigh of relief as he approached the little fox spirit beast. "Do not be afraid anymore. The danger has passed." The little fox spirit beast looked up at Shanchuan with gratitude in its eyes. "Thank you, dear human brother." Shanchuan, accompanied by the little fox spirit beast, continued their journey. As they ventured deeper into the misty forest, they stumbled upon an ancient stone tablet. Inscribed upon it were archaic characters, which Shanchuan meticulously deciphered. It contained a unique method for awakening soul rings, eliciting a sense of astonishment from Shanchuan. At that moment, a dark shadow suddenly leaped forth, seizing the little fox spirit beast. "Little fox!" Shanchuan exclaimed. The wolf-like spirit beast dashed after the shadow, with Shanchuan closely in tow. They arrived at the entrance of a cave, where the shadow vanished within. Shanchuan cautiously stepped into the cave, discovering a foul stench pervading the air. Deep within the cave, they encountered a massive shadow leopard spirit beast, its claws gripping the little fox spirit beast. "Why have you abducted the little fox?" Shanchuan demanded angrily. The shadow leopard spirit beast let out a cold laugh. "This little fox is a rare spirit beast. I intend to present it to my master, who will bestow upon me numerous rewards." In a fit of rage, Mountain River declared that they would not allow him to succeed. Together with the wolf-like spirit beast, he launched an assault on the shadow leopard spirit beast. The shadow leopard, possessing remarkable agility, darted effortlessly through the cavern, evading the onslaught of Mountain River and the wolf-like spirit beast. The mountainous terrain unleashed its full potential as his sword-shaped soul weapon continuously unleashed assaults. The wolf-type soul beasts encircled the shadow leopard soul beast, relentlessly tearing at it. However, the defensive prowess of the shadow leopard soul beast was formidable, making it difficult for them to vanquish it in that moment. Shanchuan pondered deeply, determined to uncover the vulnerabilities of the shadow leopard spirit beast. He meticulously observed the creature's movements and discerned that its underbelly was relatively weak. He exchanged a knowing glance with the wolf-type spirit beast, which understood his intent. Shanchuan deliberately feigned a weakness, prompting the shadow leopard spirit beast to leap towards him. Just as it soared through the air, the wolf-type spirit beast lunged from the side, sinking its teeth into the creature's abdomen. The shadow leopard spirit beast let out a pained roar, and seizing the opportunity, Shanchuan thrust his sword-shaped spirit tool towards its critical point. The shadow leopard spirit beast collapsed to the ground, and the little fox spirit beast was rescued by the wolf-type spirit beast. "Thank you," exclaimed the little fox spirit beast. The mountains and rivers smiled and said, "No need for courtesy." They continued to delve into the inscriptions upon the stone tablet. After considerable effort, the mountains and rivers successfully awakened a new spirit ring in accordance with the methods inscribed. This spirit ring bestowed upon him a new ability, mist concealment, which enabled him and his companions to shroud themselves in mist, evading detection by foes. With this newfound skill, the mountains and rivers sensed a significant enhancement in their strength. Accompanied by the wolf-like spirit beast, they emerged from the misty forest alongside the little fox spirit beast, which was now preparing to part ways in search of its mother. The mountains and rivers, along with the wolf-like spirit beast, bid farewell to the little fox spirit beast. As they continued their journey, they encountered a mysterious elder seated beneath a grand tree, eyes closed in meditation. "Young one," the elder spoke suddenly, opening his eyes, "you possess commendable strength. Yet there remains much for you to learn." Mountains and rivers stepped forward and inquired, "Dear elder, could you offer me some guidance?" The old man smiled and replied, "I can bestow upon you an item, but you must agree to one condition." "What condition?" Mountains and rivers asked. "You must use your strength to safeguard the peace of this continent." The mountains and rivers resolutely declared, "I promise you." The elder retrieved a necklace from his bosom, from which hung a blue crystal. This necklace is a formidable soul artifact, capable of augmenting your spiritual power and ensuring your survival in critical moments. The mountains and rivers adorned themselves with the necklace, gracefully draping it around their necks. "Thank you, dear grandfather." The mountains and the wolf-like spirit beast continued their adventurous journey. They arrived near a volcanic crater, where the environment was exceedingly harsh, with scalding lava flowing everywhere. What could possibly cause such an abundance of lava? Mountain Stream inquired with curiosity, while the wolf-like spirit beast remained vigilant, observing its surroundings. Suddenly, a flame dragon spirit beast erupted from the molten rock. Its entire body was engulfed in flames, and its emergence caused the temperature in the vicinity to soar dramatically. "How dare you trespass into my territory?" the flame dragon spirit beast roared. The mountains and rivers enveloped in a shroud of mist concealed the approach of wolf-like spirit beasts. Stealthily drawing closer to the flame dragon spirit beast, they launched a sudden assault, catching the flame dragon spirit beast off guard, unprepared for their unexpected appearance. The mountains and rivers wielded a sword-shaped soul weapon, lunging towards the head of the flame dragon soul beast. Meanwhile, the wolf-shaped soul beast pounced towards the legs of the flame dragon soul beast. Upon realizing the threat, the flame dragon soul beast retaliated with an enraged breath of fire. Shanchuan swiftly evaded, conjuring a maple leaf shield to deflect the fiery onslaught. Amidst the fierce battle, he discerned the vulnerability of the flame dragon spirit beast lay within its eyes. He patiently awaited his moment, when the beast unleashed a torrent of fire. Its eyes momentarily shut. Seizing the opportunity, he charged towards the creature's eyes, channeling all his strength to thrust his sword-shaped soul artifact into the beast's gaze. The flame dragon spirit beast roared in agony, thrashing its claws in a frenzied manner. The mountains and rivers, along with the wolf-shaped spirit beast, evaded the onslaught of the flame dragon spirit beast while simultaneously seeking an opportunity. After a fierce battle, the mountains and rivers ultimately triumphed over the flame dragon spirit beast. Within the lair of the flame dragon spirit beast, he discovered a crimson soul ring. Upon absorbing this soul ring, the mountains and rivers acquired a new soul skill, Flame Impact. This skill enables him to unleash a formidable wave of fiery energy, inflicting substantial damage upon his foes. With newfound soul skills, the protagonist departed from the volcano alongside his wolf-like spirit beast. His adventurous saga continues, marked by his relentless growth and his daring confrontations with increasingly formidable foes. His name resonates ever more widely across the Douluo Continent. Through his own strength, he safeguards the tranquility of this realm, and the bond he shares with the spirit beast deepens with each passing day. Every adventure and every new revelation further enriches his understanding of this world, fortifying his spirit in the process. He is acutely aware that countless challenges lie ahead, yet he stands undaunted, ready to forge his own legend on this wondrous Douluo Continent, armed with his beliefs, spirit tools, and companions. Throughout this journey, he encounters a myriad of intriguing individuals and events, rendering his tale akin to an endlessly captivating series, enticing more souls to delve into the mysteries and challenges of the Douluo Continent. The secrets of spirit beasts and the legends of spirit tools await. After the mountain range and the wolf-type soul beast left the volcanic crater, they continued their journey towards uncharted territories. Their footsteps entered a realm known as the Forest of Starlight. This forest earned its name because, when night falls, the branches and leaves of the trees shimmer with twinkling lights, resembling the scattered stars of the night sky. The mountains and rivers gazed curiously at their surroundings, filled with an insatiable desire to explore this enigmatic forest. "My companion, this place appears distinctly unique," he murmured to the wolf-like spirit beast by his side. The wolf-like spirit beast, meanwhile, was sniffing the air, its tail occasionally swaying as it seemed to acclimate to this extraordinary environment. As they ventured deeper into the woods, a spirit deer radiating a blue luminescence appeared before them. The antlers of the spirit deer were exquisitely ornate, resembling coral, while its fur shimmered with a silken sheen. "Outsiders, what brings you to the starry glade?" inquired the spirit deer, its voice resonating in the mind of the mountains and rivers like a crystal-clear spring. The mountain and river respectfully replied, "We merely wish to explore this forest and gain insight into the realm of the spirit beasts, harboring no ill intentions." The spiritual deer spirit beast gazed at him for a moment, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. "Your aura is quite peculiar, distinct from that of the greedy humans. However, this forest conceals many perilous secrets. You must tread carefully." Thanking the ethereal deer spirit beast for its guidance, Shanchuan pressed onward. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they stumbled upon an ancient temple. The temple exuded a sacred aura, with the surrounding soul energy pulsating intensely. "Perhaps there are treasures hidden within," Shanchuan mused. He glanced at the wolf-shaped spirit beast, which nodded in agreement to explore the temple. Upon entering, a formidable force surged towards them, nearly toppling them over. Steadying himself, Shanchuan noticed a stone platform at the center of the temple's grand hall, upon which lay a gem radiating a spectrum of colors. What could this be? Curiosity piqued. Shanchuan approached the stone platform. Just as he reached out to grasp the gem, the surrounding runes ignited, unleashing a barrage of soul energy attacks towards him. Swiftly, Shanchuan conjured a maple leaf shield to fend them off. This must be a mechanism guarding the treasure, he thought. Meanwhile, the wolf-shaped spirit beast scoured the area for a weakness in the mechanism, its claws scraping against the walls while emitting low growls. After a diligent search, it identified a symbol on the wall that differed from the others. Following the wolf spirit's guidance, Shanchuan destroyed the symbol. The attack ceased, allowing him to seize the radiant gem. The moment he grasped the gem, a surge of potent soul energy flooded into his being, causing his soul rings to flicker to life. It turned out to be a unique treasure capable of facilitating the awakening of soul rings. Seizing the opportunity, Shanchuan settled down to absorb the gem's power, initiating the awakening process. During this absorption, he felt as though his soul had transcended into an extraordinary realm, filled with countless flickering orbs of light, each representing a unique soul technique or the inheritance of power. The consciousness of the mountains and rivers weaves through him, continually absorbing these formidable energies. His physique undergoes a profound transformation, his soul force becoming increasingly robust, while his soul rings grow ever more substantial. Upon emerging from his awakened state, he discovers he has acquired two new soul skills. The first is the power of starlight, which enables him to summon a radiance akin to that of the stars, allowing him to assault adversaries or illuminate the enveloping darkness. The second is the guardian of the spirit deer. This skill grants him a fleeting share of the spirit deer's defensive prowess and facilitates a unique communion with the soul beasts in his vicinity. Shanchuan stood up with excitement, feeling the transformation brought about by newfound strength. "My companion, we have grown stronger once again," he said with a smile to the wolf-like spirit beast, which wagged its tail joyfully. After departing from the temple, they took a moment to rest by a stream. As Shanchuan gazed into the water, he was lost in a myriad of thoughts upon seeing his own reflection. "I am continually evolving, yet this world holds countless mysteries awaiting my discovery. I must become a more formidable spirit master. Only then can I safeguard the beautiful things and delve deeper into the realm of spirit beasts," he pondered silently. As they ventured further into the stellar forest, they encountered a mysterious elder cloaked in shadowy robes, obscuring his features. "Young man, the spirit tool you possess is quite remarkable." The elder's voice was hoarse and deep. The mountains and rivers gazed warily at the old man. "Who are you?" The elder slowly raised his hand, pointing to the sword-shaped soul device set aside by the mountains and rivers. This sword possessed ancient power, yet it could still be further enhanced. When the heart of the mountains and rivers stirs, could you enlighten me on how to strengthen it? The elder smiled softly, revealing that in the distant lands of the far north lies a castle of ice. Within this fortress resides a crystal of pure ice essence, which resonates with the soul of your sword-shaped artifact, allowing its power to multiply manifold. In the heart of the mountains, there lingered a sense of hesitation. The far north seemed an exceedingly distant and perilous realm. Yet, in pursuit of personal strength, he resolved to embark on this venture. "Companion, would you accompany me?" he inquired, casting a glance at the wolf-like spirit beast. Without a moment's hesitation, the wolf-like spirit beast wagged its tail, signifying its eagerness to join the expedition. Thus, they commenced their journey towards the frigid north. Along the way, they encountered fierce storms and crossed paths with various cold attribute spirit beasts that sought to devour them. However, with Shanchuan's spirit abilities and the wolf-like spirit beast's agility, they deftly turned danger into safety time and again. Eventually, they arrived at the ice castle of the extreme north. The castle emanated an unbearable chill, and Shanchuan felt as though his very blood might freeze solid. They cautiously explored the castle in search of the ice crystal. In a grand hall, they discovered a colossal ice pillar with the ice crystal perched atop. Yet, guarding the ice pillar was a gigantic ice bear spirit beast. Upon noticing Shanchuan and his companion's arrival, the ice bear let out a thunderous roar and charged towards them. The mountains and rivers unveiled the mystical deer guardian, enhancing its own defenses before charging towards the ice bear spirit beast. The sword-shaped soul weapon appeared to undergo a peculiar transformation in the frigid environment. Its strikes imbued with a piercing chill. Mountains and rivers engaged in an intense battle with the ice bear spirit beast. The ice bear spirit beast possessed immense strength, and each of its attacks forced the mountains and rivers to retreat several paces. However, leveraging his agile movements and the synergy with his wolf-type spirit beast, he continuously sought out the ice bear spirit beast vulnerabilities. He discerned that the ice bear spirit beast experienced a brief moment of pause immediately after each strike. Seizing this opportunity, he thrust his sword-like spirit artifact fiercely towards the creature's eye. Injured, the ice bear spirit beast responded with furious swipes of its claws. Seizing this opportunity, the mountains and rivers unleashed the power of the stars, enveloping the ice bear spirit beast in the radiance of celestial bodies, causing it to temporarily lose its sense of direction. The wolf-like spirit beast took advantage of this moment, lunging forward to seize the hind leg of the ice bear spirit beast. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Shanchuan ascended the icy pillar and procured the ice soul crystal. When he placed the ice soul crystal alongside the sword-shaped soul artifact, the latter emanated a dazzling radiance. The sword-shaped artifact absorbed the power of the ice soul crystal, becoming even sharper, with the runes upon it becoming more pronounced. The mountains and rivers sensed that this soul weapon had undergone a profound transformation. Throughout this arduous journey, he had acquired a formidable instrument of power. Armed with the newfound strength of the soul weapon, the protagonist and his wolf-like spirit beast embarked on their journey home. They were aware that countless adventures awaited them on the Douluo Continent, along with myriad secrets of the spirit beasts yet to be uncovered. With abundant anticipation and ever-growing prowess, they would continue to pen their own legendary tale. As they traversed the path back, his heart brimmed with aspirations for the future. With increased abilities, I can better safeguard all that exists upon this earth, he silently affirmed to himself. Both humanity and spirit beasts ought to coexist harmoniously in this world. Each step he took resonated with unwavering determination, and his gaze was imbued with a yearning for the unknown. The wolf-like spirit beast beside him seemed to sense his resolve, closely following his lead. Together, they resembled eternal companions, advancing through the enchanting and challenging realm of the Douluo Continent. Mountains and rivers are aware that as he continues to grow, he will encounter a multitude of formidable soul masters, more powerful soul beasts, and unimaginable challenges. Yet, he is confident that through his own wisdom, courage, and the unique bond he shares with the soul beasts, he will undoubtedly surmount all obstacles and become a great soul master remembered by this continent. Each adventure he embarks upon, every interaction with soul beasts, and the acquisition of new soul skills and soul tools will become integral components of his legendary life, inspiring him to relentlessly pursue higher aspirations. His name, Shanchuan, will resonate increasingly across the Douluo Continent, transforming into a symbol imbued with legend. Whether in the farthest corners of human society or within the lore of soul beasts, his story will be recounted, a grand tale of harmonious coexistence between humanity and soul beasts, relentless exploration, and courageous challenges. He will continue to traverse this land steeped in mystery. Akin to an indefatigable wanderer, fueled by a profound love for the world and an unquenchable thirst for power, journeying towards the unknown. Beside him, his wolf-like soul beast will remain his most loyal companion, accompanying him through every hardship and facing each challenge together. Their bond, akin to a seed nurtured by the passage of time, has grown into a towering tree, becoming a part of their strength and supporting them as they continuously inscribe their own legend in this world. The tale of Shanchuan continues to unfold. Akin to a resplendent star illuminating the sky of the Douluo Continent with its distinctive radiance, captivating an ever-growing audience with its legendary journey. Whether it be the young soul masters yearning for power or the soul beasts intrigued by humanity, all shall be moved by his narrative and inspired by his spirit. Shanchuan, in turn, will carry this attention and encouragement forth, crafting even more splendid chapters that belong solely to him within the realm of Douluo. Each of his adventures, every decision he makes, and each battle he engages in will indelibly shape the fates of those around him and the destiny of the entire Douluo continent. He embodies a gentle spring breeze, traversing every corner of this perilous and challenging world, instilling hope and transformation in both humankind and soul beasts alike. His legendary saga shall eternally resonate throughout the Douluo continent, becoming an everlasting myth. The silhouettes of mountains and wolf-like spirit beasts gradually recede in the twilight glow, as they stride resolutely toward the future, a realm brimming with hope and the unknown. Though they remain unaware of the specific challenges that lie ahead, they possess an unwavering belief that as long as they have each other and faith in their hearts, there is nothing insurmountable. This optimism for the future and trust in one another will serve as the wellspring of their motivation as they continue their journey across the Douluo continent. They are acutely aware that in this ever-changing land, each new day may unveil fresh opportunities and challenges. Yet, they stand prepared, ready to embrace each dawn with steadfast steps and courageous hearts, welcoming every new adventure that awaits them. Shanchuan, a transcender hailing from the realm of mortals, has inscribed his own legendary tale upon the enigmatic Douluo continent, a land brimming with spiritual energy and mystery. Yet, this narrative is far from its conclusion. He, alongside his companion, the wolf-like spirit beast, shall persist in their exploration, adventures, and growth within this wondrous world, ultimately becoming an everlasting legend etched in the annals of Douluo Continent. The legacy of the spirit beast of Douluo. The mountains and rivers slowly opened their eyes, revealing a strange yet enchanting forest. Towering trees loomed overhead, casting a canopy that allowed only flecks of sunlight to filter through the gaps in the leaves. He distinctly recalled being an ordinary individual, yet for reasons unknown, he had traversed into this so-called Douluo Continent. What on earth was happening? He murmured to himself. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dust from his clothing and commenced his exploration of this unfamiliar realm. Not venturing far, he was suddenly met with a deep, resonant roar. A wave of tension surged through him as he cautiously approached the source of the sound. Peering through the thick underbrush, he beheld a colossal soul beast. This creature bore resemblance to a wolf, yet its size was several times that of an ordinary wolf, radiating an ethereal blue glow, with eyes resembling two blazing flames. His heart raced, for he realized he was unarmed, facing such a formidable soul beast with almost no chance of survival. At that moment, a faint light flickered across his arm. Looking down, he discovered an unusual pattern, akin to an ancient rune. What could this mean? His mind was filled with questions. Yet, he had no time to ponder, for the soul beast had already detected him and was lunging in his direction. The mountains and rivers instinctively shifted aside, allowing the soul beast to miss its target. Seizing the opportunity, he surveyed his surroundings, hoping to discover a place to hide or a weapon to wield. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a sharp branch on the ground. He swiftly picked it up and gripped it tightly in his hand. Though this branch might be regarded as a mere trinket by the soul beast, at that moment, it represented his sole glimmer of hope. The soul beast launched another attack, its gaping maw aimed menacingly at the mountains and rivers. With determination, he thrust the branch fiercely towards the creature's eye, eliciting a painful response that made the beast shake its head in fury. Taking advantage of the moment, he retreated a few steps, his heart racing and his clothes drenched in sweat. I cannot be defeated so easily, he motivated himself silently. Just then, the runes on his arm began to shimmer with intensified brilliance. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from within him, and his eyes sparkled with an unusual light. He sensed an exhilarating lightness in his body and instinctively felt that he could harness the elemental forces surrounding him. Mountains and rivers attempted to gather power within his grasp. And soon a pale blue radiance emerged in his hand, gradually coalescing into a small luminous sphere. What is this power? Mountain River gazed at the orb in astonishment. Before he could comprehend the situation, the soul beast lunged at him once more. Without hesitation, he hurled the light sphere toward the creature. Upon impact, the orb struck the soul beast, which let out a piercing cry before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Mountain River exhaled in relief, sinking to the earth beneath him. As he stared at the rune in his hand, a sense of bewilderment enveloped him, yet it was accompanied by an inexplicable thrill. He realized that he had seemingly acquired a unique ability in this world. A few days later, Mountain River encountered an elder in the forest, clad in a gray robe. The old man's eyes shimmered with profound light. "Young man, I perceive an extraordinary aura emanating from you. How did you come to possess such power?" the elder inquired. Shanchuan recounted to the elder the incident of encountering a soul beast, during which the runes on his arm had unexpectedly illuminated. The elder nodded slightly, suggesting that the runes upon your arm may signify an ancient lineage. In this Douluo Continent, power is derived from soul beasts and soul tools. Soul beasts possess formidable soul power, while soul tools serve as instruments to assist soul masters in combat. "What, then, is my situation?" Shanchuan inquired. "Perhaps you triggered a peculiar force during your traversal, granting you a unique ability," the elder replied. "However, to truly enhance your strength, you must awaken a soul ring." "A soul ring? What is that?" Shanchuan asked, his curiosity piqued. A soul ring is a crystallization of soul power that forms upon the demise of a soul beast. Upon absorbing a soul ring, a soul master can acquire a portion of the soul beast's abilities, thereby augmenting their own strength, the elder elucidated. With a stirring in his heart, Shanchuan resolved to seek a soul ring suited to him. Under the guidance of the elder, he ventured into a valley frequented by soul beasts. The valley was enveloped in an air of mystery, and Shanchuan treaded carefully. Suddenly, he beheld a diminutive soul beast. This creature resembled a rabbit, yet its ears were shaped like wings, shimmering with iridescent hues. It was an exceptionally suitable soul beast for beginners, possessing a gentle soul ring. Should you manage to absorb it, you would undoubtedly reap significant rewards, remarked the elder from the side. Mountains and rivers took a deep breath, then advanced towards the soul beast. The soul beast, upon seeing mountains and rivers, no longer exhibited the previous wariness. Instead, it gazed at him with curiosity. Mountains and rivers extended his hand, wishing to caress the soul beast. To his surprise, the soul beast gently licked his hand, warming his heart. "I am about to absorb your soul ring. I hope you do not hold it against me." Mountains and rivers spoke softly. The soul beast seemed to comprehend his words, quietly lying down and closing its eyes. Shanchuan settled into a cross-legged position, commencing the absorption of the soul ring as instructed by the elder. He focused his mental energy on the soul beast, attuning himself to the essence of its soul ring. As time progressed, the power of the soul ring gradually integrated into his being. Shanchuan felt his body brimming with strength, distinctly aware of the marked enhancement in both his speed and power. "I have succeeded," he exclaimed with exhilaration. The elder nodded in approval, remarking, "Indeed, you possess the innate potential of a soul master. However, this is merely the initial step on your journey to greatness. You must continually seek out more formidable soul beasts and absorb higher-level soul rings." The mountains bid farewell to the elder, embarking on a solitary journey. He was acutely aware that on this perilous yet opportunity-laden Douluo Continent, a long road lay ahead. No longer was he an ordinary individual. He had transformed into a soul master imbued with boundless potential. In the days to come, he relentlessly challenged increasingly formidable soul beasts. He encountered ferocious bear-like soul beasts, whose enormous paws nearly reduced him to mere pulp. He also faced cunning serpent-like soul beasts, from which he narrowly escaped the clutches of their venom. Yet, time and again, he managed to turn peril into safety through his intelligence and ever-evolving strength. The acquisition of a soul weapon came as an unexpected delight. During one of his explorations in an ancient cave, he found himself enveloped by an aura of mystery, with the walls adorned with archaic runes and patterns. Curiously observing his surroundings, he ventured deeper into the cavern and stumbled upon a sword radiating a chilling light. The hilt of the sword was embedded with a cerulean gem, and the blade shimmered with clarity akin to autumn waters. As he grasped the sword, a wave of formidable power surged through him, suggesting a unique bond between them. Attempting to strike a massive boulder with the sword, he witnessed the blade effortlessly glide through the stone, shattering it into fragments in an instant. Could this truly be a soul weapon? It was nothing short of miraculous. His heart brimmed with joy, for he understood that with this soul weapon, he would wield greater proficiency in battle. However, he also recognized that as his power grew, so too would the challenges he would face. In this realm where strength reigns supreme, he must continually enhance his abilities to safeguard himself and the precious things he held dear. Shanchuan's heart was ablaze with determination as he gazed into the distance, his eyes resolutely fierce. I will carve out a realm of my own in this world, he vowed silently. During a fierce battle, Shanchuan encountered a formidable group of soul beasts. Each of these beasts possessed extraordinary strength, encircling him with predatory intent. Gripping his sword tightly, Shanchuan felt not a trace of fear within him. Come forth. I shall not fear you, he proclaimed boldly. In an instant, the battle erupted, and Shanchuan unleashed the myriad skills he had acquired, engaging in a desperate struggle against the soul beasts. His sword danced through the throng of beasts, each swing releasing a cascade of crimson. After an arduous confrontation, Shanchuan finally triumphed over the soul beasts. Exhausted, he sank to the ground, drenched in sweat and bearing numerous wounds. Yet, his eyes shimmered with exhilaration. I have grown stronger once more, he thought, filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. As time progressed, Shanchuan's renown spread across the Douluo Continent. He became a legendary figure in the eyes of many spirit masters. Young spirit masters looked up to him as a paragon, diligently studying his combat techniques and indomitable spirit. However, Shanchuan remained humble, recognizing that he still had much to learn and improve upon. He continued to explore the enchanting Douluo Continent, seeking ever more powerful soul beasts, soul rings, and soul artifacts, ceaselessly enhancing his strength. His adventure was far from over, and he would inscribe his own magnificent chapter in this land teeming with challenges and opportunities. Douluo, the Titan giant ape. At the edge of the vast and enigmatic starry forest, Shanchuan stands, a realm both mysterious and perilous, which serves as a pivotal location for his ascension and strength. Having resided in this world for some time, he has encountered numerous battles and adventures. However, this time, his objective is to acquire a soul ring of superior quality. Mountains and rivers inhaled deeply, gradually stepping into the vast starry forest. The surrounding trees stood tall and dense, with sunlight filtering through the layers of leaves, casting dappled shadows. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound piqued his alertness. He tightened his grip on the soul weapon's sword, which emitted a gentle glow, a treasure he had stumbled upon in an ancient ruin. Slowly, a head emerged from the underbrush. It was a white, fox-like soul beast, its eyes sparkling like two amethyst gems. The little fox gazed curiously at the mountains and rivers, refraining from attacking immediately. Greetings, little creature. Do you know where I might find powerful soul beasts in this forest? He inquired gently. The little fox tilted its head, seemingly pondering his words, then turned and dashed off in a particular direction. A spark of hope ignited within him, and he cautiously followed behind. The little fox darted through the forest with remarkable speed, yet he kept close on its heels. After an indeterminate period, they arrived at a more open area, permeated by a powerful and perilous aura. The little fox halted, its expression betraying a hint of fear. Before them loomed a colossal soul beast, a Titan giant ape, its form as imposing as a mountain. Upon seeing the mountains and rivers alongside the little fox, the Titan giant ape bellowed in fury, pounding its enormous fists against its chest, causing the surrounding trees to tremble perilously. Why have you led me to this treacherous place, little fox? He chastised inwardly, though there was no time to dwell on it. The Titan giant ape lunged toward him, prompting him to swiftly swing the soul weapon's sword at its massive arm. With a resounding clang, he felt a jolt reverberate through his arm, while the Titan giant ape appeared largely unscathed. This soul beast is far too powerful. I must devise a strategy, he thought, evading the Titan giant ape's onslaught. At that moment, the little fox emitted a series of sharp cries, bounding around the Titan giant ape in a lively dance. The Titan giant ape seemed perturbed by the little fox's antics, attempting to seize it. Yet the fox was exceptionally agile. Seizing the opportunity, he concentrated his spirit energy, channeling his soul power into the soul weapon sword. The blade shimmered with a brilliant radiance as he shouted, charging toward the Titan giant ape's eyes. The beast, taken aback by his sudden ferocity, retreated hastily. However, he had already reached its front, and the sword's edge grazed the Titan giant ape's eye. In pain, the beast grew even more enraged, retaliating fiercely against him. Mountains and rivers understood that this situation could not persist, His soul power was depleting incessantly. Suddenly, he discerned a spot on the Titan giant ape that emanated a notably potent soul energy, which he surmised might be the location of its soul ring. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to take a daring risk. Seizing an opportunity during one of the Titan giant ape's attacks, he leapt high into the air and, with all his might, thrust towards the core of soul energy on the creature's body. The Titan giant ape, sensing impending danger, attempted to evade, but it was already too late. The blade penetrated its flesh, eliciting a thunderous roar of fury from the beast. At that moment, a radiant light emanated from the wound, gradually coalescing into a massive soul ring. Mountain and river sensed the immense power contained within this soul ring, yet he was acutely aware of the formidable challenge that lay in absorbing it. I must absorb this soul ring, he silently encouraged himself. Drawing upon his previous experiences with soul ring absorption, he settled cross-legged before the ring, initiating the process of establishing a connection. Although the Titan giant ape was injured, it was not yet vanquished. Upon witnessing Mountain's intent to absorb its soul ring, it thrashed angrily, striving to retaliate. Suddenly, a small fox leapt onto the Titan giant ape's head, using its body to restrain the beast, as if to assist Mountain in his endeavor. The mountains and rivers gazed in astonishment at the little fox, their hearts brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, little one," Mountain River silently expressed. He then devoted all his mental energy to forging a connection with the soul ring. The power of the soul ring surged through Mountain River's body, a sensation akin to being pierced by countless swords simultaneously, an excruciating torment. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, harboring an unwavering conviction within, "I cannot fail. I must grow stronger." As time passed, Mountain River's body gradually acclimated to the soul ring's power, and he slowly began to absorb it. This process extended over a considerable duration, during which he felt his soul power continuously elevate, accompanied by wondrous transformations within his being. Upon fully assimilating the soul ring, Mountain River gently opened his eyes, sensing a significant leap in his strength. Rising to his feet, he felt a formidable energy surging from within. "Thank you for your assistance, little fox," he said, approaching the creature to stroke it. The little fox affectionately rubbed against Mountain River's hand. "With this newfound strength, I should be able to make a greater name for myself in this world," he declared with confidence. In a quaint town, Mountain River encountered several young soul masters. "Who are you? You appear quite powerful," one of the young soul masters inquired. "I am Mountain River, just returned from training in the Douluo Forest," he replied succinctly. "You acquired a soul ring in the Douluo Forest? That must be impressive," another soul master remarked enviously. "Indeed, but the journey was quite arduous," Mountain River acknowledged. "Could you share with us about your soul weapon?" one soul master asked, eyeing the sword in Mountain River's hand with curiosity. This sword was a serendipitous find in a mysterious relic. "It seems to possess a special connection with me, unleashing formidable power in battle," Mountain River elucidated. The young soul masters listened with envy. Observing their expressions, Mountain River encouraged them to diligently pursue their training and embrace challenges. For only through such endeavors could they truly grow. As the mountains and rivers continued their journey, he arrived at an ancient valley. Within this valley seemed to lurk some hidden secrets, for he sensed a mysterious force drawing him closer. Upon entering the valley, he discovered a colossal altar, inscribed with archaic runes that radiated an enigmatic glow. Approaching the altar, the moment he made contact, a flash of light enveloped him, and ancient memories surged into his mind. These recollections appeared to pertain to a formidable soul technique capable of harnessing the powers of nature. Filled with exhilaration, he began to practice this technique according to the methods etched in his memory. After a period of diligent training, he finally grasped the rudiments of this soul technique. During a confrontation with a powerful soul beast, he unleashed this newfound ability. The surrounding trees, flowers, and stones obeyed his command, launching an assault against the soul beast. Caught off guard, the creature was ultimately vanquished by him. As his strength continued to grow, so too did the number of friends he amassed in this world. He aided many in overcoming their troubles with soul beasts and garnered a wealth of information about this realm in return. One day, a mysterious elder approached him. "Youth, your prowess has become formidable, yet your journey is far from over. There exist ancient secrets in this world awaiting your discovery," the elder proclaimed. "What secrets?" he inquired. Curiosity piqued. "The origins of soul beasts and soul artifacts, along with the truths behind some powerful soul techniques. You possess a unique opportunity. I believe you have the potential to unveil these mysteries." With that, the elder vanished into thin air. The mountains and rivers brimmed with curiosity and an insatiable desire for exploration. He was acutely aware that a new journey awaited him. Armed with his sole weapon and unwavering conviction, he ventured forth into the realm of the unknown. He held steadfast in his belief that in the days to come, he would continually surpass himself, crafting an abundance of legendary tales that would be uniquely his own upon this Douluo Continent. Shanchuan continued his adventures in the Douluo Continent, and within an ancient cave, he stumbled upon a series of murals. These murals depicted the fierce battles between soul beasts of antiquity and human soul masters, alongside intriguing illustrations of unique soul tools wielded by these masters. One particular image captivated his attention, a soul master brandishing a soul tool radiating a golden glow, encircled by formidable soul beasts that appeared to regard the soul tool with utmost reverence. What manner of soul tool could this be? Shanchuan found himself lost in contemplation. Upon exiting the cave, he sought information regarding this mysterious soul tool. He learned that in a distant, enigmatic mountain range, there might exist similar ancient soul tools. Thus, he embarked on a journey toward the mysterious mountains. Along the way, he encountered an adventurous team, equally in search of treasures. Among them were soul masters skilled in tracking and others possessing formidable defensive capabilities. Greetings, we are also headed to that mysterious mountain. Would you care to join us on our journey? Invited one of the soul masters from the group. After a moment of contemplation, Shanchuan concluded that having companions would indeed provide a greater sense of security, and thus he agreed to join them. During their journey, they encountered a natural calamity. A colossal storm descended upon them, causing everything in its vicinity to sway perilously. Together, Shanchuan and his comrades unleashed their soul techniques and established a defensive formation, barely managing to withstand the tempest. United in purpose, they found that no obstacle was insurmountable. Shanchuan offered words of encouragement, and with renewed determination, they pressed onward until they finally reached the enigmatic mountain range. This range was fraught with perilous traps and formidable soul beasts. As they navigated cautiously, a gigantic flying soul beast suddenly swooped down from the sky. Its massive wings unfurled, and it unleashed flames from its maw. Shanchuan and his companions swiftly launched a counterattack. Shanchuan wielded the sword of the soul artifact, charging towards the soaring soul beast, while his allies assaulted from various directions. After a fierce battle, they triumphed over the flying soul beast. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, they finally uncovered the fabled location of the ancient soul artifact. It was a divine weapon radiating an endless brilliance, surrounded by an aura of mysterious and formidable power. As the mountains and rivers led him to the artifact, the moment his hand made contact with it, a torrent of potent information surged into his mind. He learned that this artifact possessed the power to alter both space and time, yet the conditions for its use were exceedingly stringent. Shanchuan and his companions diligently explored the utilization of this extraordinary artifact. Throughout their relentless quest, Shanchuan forged profound friendships with his peers. As Shanchuan's strength grew and his circle of friends expanded, his significance within the Douluo Continent became increasingly pronounced. With his intellect and might, he continually addressed the myriad crises besetting this realm. His inquiries into soul beasts, soul tools, and his own powers persist in deepening. His legendary tale flows like an unceasing river, resonating across the Douluo Continent and inspiring countless aspirants to fervently pursue strength and dreams. The journey of Douluo's soul is boundless. Shanchuan's journey through the Douluo Continent has been fraught with both wonder and peril, yet he comprehends that an abundance of unknown challenges lies ahead. On this particular day, Shanchuan ventured into a territory inhabited by soul beasts, a realm he had never before explored. The air was thick with a primal ferocity, and danger lurked at every turn. Proceeding with utmost caution, Shanchuan remained vigilant, his eyes scanning the surroundings for any signs of movement. Suddenly, a soul beast resembling a leopard but possessing 3 eyes sprang forth from the underbrush, its speed astonishing as it closed the distance to Shanchuan in an instant. Another formidable soul beast, Shanchuan mused inwardly. Gripping his soul weapon tightly, he braced himself for combat. The 3-eyed leopard soul beast did not immediately launch an assault. Instead, it circled Shanchuan, seemingly assessing him. "What do you intend to do?" Shanchuan inquired loudly. In response, the 3-eyed leopard soul beast emitted a deep, rumbling growl before lunging towards him with remarkable swiftness. As the mountain stream swiftly shifted, it simultaneously swung its sword to strike at the 3-eyed cheetah spirit beast. The agile creature deftly evaded the blow and lunged at the mountain stream once more. In response, the mountain stream executed several backward somersaults, distancing itself from the three-eyed cheetah spirit beast. This approach would not suffice. I must discern its weakness, the mountain stream pondered within. It observed that each time the three-eyed cheetah spirit beast launched an attack, the central eye would flicker momentarily. A clever idea sparked in the mountain stream's mind as it intentionally exposed a vulnerability to lure the beast toward itself. When the three-eyed cheetah spirit beast charged forward, the mountain stream seized the opportunity, channeling soul energy into the soul weapon, and aimed directly at the creature's central eye. The three-eyed cheetah spirit beast, stung with pain, furiously swung its claws in retaliation against the mountain stream. As the mountains and rivers evaded the onslaught, a thought struck him on how to deliver a fatal blow to the three-eyed cheetah spirit beast. Suddenly, he noticed a sharp stone upon the ground, and an ingenious idea dawned upon him. Channeling his soul power, he kicked the stone towards the three-eyed cheetah spirit beast, striking its leg and causing it to lose its balance. Shanchuan seized the opportunity to strike the neck of the three-eyed leopard soul beast with his sword. The three-eyed leopard soul beast, caught off guard, was struck in the neck. It let out a dreadful cry before collapsing to the ground. Shanchuan let out a sigh of relief, fully aware that the soul ring from the three-eyed cheetah spirit beast presented a splendid opportunity for enhancement. He commenced the process of absorbing the soul ring, adhering to the method he had previously employed. During the absorption, Shanchuan felt a surge of formidable power coursing through his body. His soul force steadily increased, and his physique began to undergo certain transformations. I must become stronger, Shanchuan silently vowed to himself. Upon completing the absorption of the soul ring, Shanchuan continued on his journey. He arrived at a quaint little town, where the townsfolk were abuzz with discussions regarding a remarkable soul device. Have you heard? A mysterious soul device has appeared in the antique shop, one resident remarked. Is that true? What kind of soul device is it? Another resident inquired with curiosity. Upon a stir in his heart, Shanchuan resolved to investigate the enigmatic soul artifact. He arrived at an antique shop, where he beheld the mysterious relic. It was a dagger radiating a violet luminescence, etched with ancient runes. The dagger appeared quite extraordinary. Shanchuan mused. He inquired with the shopkeeper about the origins of this dagger, to which the shopkeeper confessed his ignorance, revealing that he had acquired it by mere chance. Mountains and rivers resolved to acquire the dagger. Upon returning to his dwelling, he commenced an exploration of this weapon. He discovered that the dagger harbored a mysterious power, seemingly intertwined with the fabric of space. If I can harness this power, my prowess in battle will become considerably more adept, Mountains and Rivers mused. He endeavored to forge a connection with the dagger, and after considerable effort, he ultimately succeeded in mastering this enigmatic force. Now that I possess a new soul artifact, my strength shall surely be significantly enhanced, Mountains and Rivers exclaimed with excitement. Mountains and Rivers, imbued with a newfound soul weapon, embarked once more on an extraordinary journey. He arrived at a mysterious forest, teeming with perilous soul beasts. Within this enigmatic woodland, he encountered a colossal bear soul beast, whose formidable strength rendered him somewhat overwhelmed by its assaults. I cannot be vanquished so easily, he resolutely proclaimed within himself. He began to harness the myriad skills he had acquired, engaging in a fierce battle against the bear soul beast. During the fray, he discerned that the creature's hide was remarkably thick, making ordinary attacks nearly futile. He resolved to employ the spatial powers he had recently mastered to confront the bear. Utilizing his spatial abilities, he ensnared the bear soul beast within a confined dimension. Enraged by its entrapment, the bear soul beast relentlessly battered against the walls of its prison. Taking advantage of the moment, Shanchuan launched an assault, channeling his soul power into his soul tool before directing it towards the bear soul beast. Struck by Shanchuan's attack, the bear soul beast let out a piercing cry. After a fierce battle, Shanchuan ultimately vanquished the bear soul beast. He recognized that the soul ring of this bear soul beast presented an excellent opportunity for his own enhancement. Mountains and rivers began to absorb the soul rings of the bear spirit beast, and during the process of absorption, he felt his spiritual power continually enhancing. After completing the absorption of the soul rings, he continued on his journey. He arrived at a cave, which was enveloped in an aura of mystery. As Shanchuan ventured into the cavern, he discovered its walls adorned with ancient runes. These runes emanated a mysterious luminescence, instilling within Shanchuan a profound sense of enigmatic power. In the depths of a cavern, Shanchuan embarked on a journey of exploration, only to unexpectedly uncover a concealed passage. Following this hidden route, he arrived at an enigmatic realm. Within this mysterious space, Shanchuan beheld a colossal soul beast, emanating an overwhelming aura that instilled a profound sense of pressure within him. Could this be the legendary divine beast? Shanchuan pondered silently. He understood that the creature possessed formidable strength, necessitating utmost caution in his approach. Upon noticing Shanchuan, the divine beast's eyes flickered with contempt. It launched an assault towards him, prompting Shanchuan to swiftly evade. As he maneuvered to avoid the onslaught, he realized the beast's strikes were immensely powerful, leaving him with scant opportunities for retaliation. I must devise a strategy to counterattack, Shanchuan resolved inwardly. He began to employ a variety of skills he had mastered, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the divine beast. During the clash, Shanchuan discerned the creature's vulnerability lay within its abdomen. Resolute in his decision, he resolved to utilize spatial powers to ensnare the beast before targeting its weak point. Harnessing his spatial abilities, he trapped the divine beast within a dimensional space. Enclosed within this realm, the creature exhibited intense fury, relentlessly battering against the walls of its confinement. Taking advantage of the moment, Shanchuan launched his assault, infusing his soul power into the soul weapon before striking at the beast's abdomen. The divine beast let out a piercing cry as Shanchuan's attack landed. After a fierce battle, Shanchuan ultimately triumphed over the divine beast. He understood that the soul ring of this creature presented a remarkable opportunity for his enhancement. Mountains and rivers began to absorb the soul rings of divine beasts. During this process, he felt his soul power steadily increase. Once he had absorbed the soul rings, he continued his journey and arrived at a city where the inhabitants were engaged in fervent discussions about a matter concerning soul beasts. Have you heard? A formidable soul beast has emerged in the forest beyond the city, and many soul masters have already been defeated by it, one resident remarked. Is that true? What shall we do? Another resident inquired. With a stirring in his heart, Mountain River resolved to seek out the spirit beast. Venturing into the forest beyond the city, he encountered the creature. This spirit beast bore the likeness of a tiger, yet it was adorned with wings, exuding an aura of formidable power. You are indeed powerful. But I shall not be easily defeated, Mountain River silently vowed. He commenced an intense battle, employing the diverse skills he had mastered. During the confrontation, Mountain River discerned that the beast's vulnerability lay within its wings. He resolved to ensnare the spirit beast using spatial powers, subsequently targeting its wings. Harnessing his spatial abilities, he confined the beast within a specific realm. Enraged by its entrapment, the spirit beast relentlessly assailed the barriers of its prison. The mountains and rivers seized the opportunity to launch an attack, as he invoked the soul power of the Douluo Soul Path contract. In his previous adventures, Shanchuan had gradually evolved into a formidable soul master. However, he was acutely aware that on the enigmatic Douluo Continent, his journey was far from over. This time, he had heard whispers of extraordinary soul beasts dwelling within a distant, ancient mountain range, said to bestow unique enhancements upon those who forged a pact with them. With such hopeful anticipation, Shanchuan embarked on his quest toward the ancient mountains. Throughout his journey, he traversed dense forests where occasional low-level soul beasts would dart forth. Yet he effortlessly dispatched them. At last, the ancient mountains loomed before him, shrouded in mist and exuding an aura of mystery and antiquity. Upon entering the mountain range, Shanchuan proceeded with utmost caution. Suddenly, a melodious flute tune wafted through the air, seemingly imbued with a certain enchantment that beckoned him toward its source. In a secluded valley, he beheld a gathering of soul beasts resembling ethereal sprites. They were diminutive in stature, adorned with translucent wings, and their eyes shimmered with a lively brilliance. Greetings, I am Shanchuan. I harbor no ill intentions, he spoke softly. One soul beast, appearing to be the leader, fluttered closer, tilting its head as it scrutinized him. Your human essence is distinctly different from those who have ventured here before. The mountain spoke earnestly. I am aware that you are the guardians of this range. It has come to my attention that forging a pact with a formidable spirit beast can bestow immense power. I have come here in hopes of forming such a covenant with one among you. The leader of the spirit beast smiled gently. It is not so simple. We shall only choose those whose hearts are pure and possess sufficient potential as our contract partners. Shanchuan firmly declared, I have endured numerous battles in the Douluo Continent, tirelessly striving to enhance my strength, and I hold a deep respect for all forms of life. The leader of the soul beasts circled around Shanchuan, seemingly assessing the veracity of his words. Then, why don't you demonstrate your power? Shanchuan nodded slightly, drawing forth his soul weapon sword, its blade shimmering with radiant light. He unleashed a newly acquired soul technique, and the surrounding air seemed to be guided by his power, forming currents that surged into the distance. The soul beast displayed expressions of astonishment. "Your strength is indeed formidable, yet you must still undergo our trial," declared the leader of the soul beasts. As the words fell, a swarm of soul beasts began to whirl around Shanchuan at a rapid pace, releasing waves of mental energy that assaulted his mind. Shanchuan tightly shut his eyes, concentrating to resist the onslaught. Within his heart, he continuously reminded himself, "I cannot be defeated by this. I possess unwavering conviction." After a period of intense struggle, Shanchuan successfully withstood the mental barrage. "Well done, but the final test is to engage in battle alongside us, to see if you can trust us and cooperate harmoniously," the leader of the soul beast stated. At that moment, a colossal soul beast emerged from the depths of the mountains. This creature resembled a giant bear, yet boasted 8 robust legs, emanating a powerful soul pressure. Shanchuan's heart tightened, but he swiftly regained his composure. The battle commenced, and Shanchuan coordinated with the soul beasts. He adjusted his strategy according to their rhythm of attack, wielding the soul weapon sword to strike at the giant bear's legs while the soul beasts targeted its vulnerable eyes from various angles. The giant bear roared relentlessly, its assaults fierce, but Shanchuan and the soul beasts grew increasingly synchronized in their efforts. After a fierce confrontation, they ultimately vanquished the giant bear soul beast. "You have passed our trial. We can now forge a contract with you," announced the leader of the soul beasts. During the contract signing process, Shanchuan felt a warm energy flowing from the contracted soul beast into his body, merging with his own soul power. He could distinctly perceive the thoughts of the soul beasts, while they, in turn, grasped his intentions. "Now we are partners, and we shall fight side by side from now on," Shanchuan exclaimed joyfully. With the support of the contracted soul beast, his strength underwent a further enhancement. He resolved to continue seeking soul rings suitable for his absorption. Soon after, he discovered traces of a powerful soul beast in another part of the mountains. This was a flame wolf soul beast, surrounded by searing flames, incinerating all vegetation in its wake to ashes. Shanchuan did not act impulsively. Instead, he meticulously observed the behavioral patterns of the flame wolf soul beast. He discerned that this soul beast would take a brief respite to catch its breath after an attack, revealing its vulnerability. As the flame wolf soul beast lunged at him once more, Shanchuan adeptly evaded its strike with the assistance of his contracted soul beast, and, seizing the moment of its inhalation, he launched a counterattack. His soul weapon, a sword, pierced the vital point of the flame wolf soul beast, causing it to collapse onto the ground. The mountain stream began to absorb its soul ring. During this process, he felt his soul power surging like tumultuous waves, relentlessly crashing against new realms. A red luminescence flickered around his body, a manifestation of the soul ring's power merging with his own soul energy. Upon completing the absorption of the soul ring, the mountain stream experienced a profound elevation in strength. In the ensuing adventures, the mountain stream and his contracted soul beast encountered a myriad of challenges. On one occasion, they inadvertently trespassed into a mysterious relic. Within this ancient site lay a plethora of mechanisms and traps, guarded by formidable soul artifacts. "Everyone, be cautious," the mountain stream cautioned his contracted soul beasts. They meticulously deciphered the mechanisms, and when confronted by the guardian soul artifacts, the mountain stream employed his intellect and newfound strength in an attempt to communicate. "I understand you are here to protect this place. We mean no offense," he conveyed his thoughts through his soul power. The guardian soul artifact seemed to sense his sincerity, and after a series of exchanges, it revealed to the mountain stream that within the relic was concealed a powerful soul technique manual. Upon acquiring the ancient tome, Shanchuan commenced an arduous journey of study. Throughout this enlightening process, his contracted spirit beasts proved to be invaluable allies. Some of these ethereal companions utilized their wisdom to elucidate the more obscure passages of the tome, while others assisted him in rigorous trials of strength. As he diligently honed his skills, Shanchuan's reputation within the Douluo Continent flourished. Other spirit masters regarded his contracted companions with a blend of envy and intrigue. One fateful day, a formidable team of spirit masters approached Shanchuan, eager to challenge him. "We have heard tales of your unique contracted spirit beasts. Today, we shall ascertain the extent of your prowess," one of the challengers taunted provocatively. The tranquil mountain spoke. "I harbor no desire for conflict. Yet should you insist on a challenge, I shall not show mercy." Once the battle commenced, the synergy between the mountains and his contracted spirit beasts was impeccable. Their formidable soul skills overwhelmed the opposing team, leaving them at a loss. The rival spirit masters had not anticipated the extraordinary prowess of the mountains and his spirit beasts, and gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Ultimately, the mountains and his companions triumphed effortlessly in the skirmish. You are indeed formidable. We concede defeat. The opposing team of spirit masters retreated in dismay. The mountains and rivers continue their journey, and he is acutely aware that in this enchanting yet perilous land of Douluo, he must incessantly enhance his abilities, safeguard his covenant companions, and venture into the exploration of myriad unknown secrets. His legendary tale shall endure and resonate throughout this vast continent. The legend of reincarnation in Douluo. As the mountains and rivers gradually opened their eyes, a piercing pain throbbed in their head, and the surrounding scenery slowly came into focus. He found himself ensconced within a dense forest, where towering trees obscured the sky, and beneath him lay a soft carpet of grass, interspersed with peculiar flowers exuding a faint fragrance. A jolt of alarm surged through him. Where was he? Hadn't he been peacefully slumbering at home? Suddenly, a low, menacing growl reverberated from the distance, causing his body to tense instinctively. He beheld a colossal wolf-like creature approaching, its eyes glimmering with an eerie green luminescence, and its fur as unyielding as steel. Was this the legendary spirit beast? A flicker of fear danced in his heart, but he understood that retreat was not an option. You, little wolf, why do you roar in this place? He summoned his courage and called out boldly. Upon hearing his words, the spirit beast paused momentarily, then replied, You, insignificant human, dare to speak so brazenly in my domain. I am the wind wolf of 10 years, and this territory belongs to me. In the depths of his heart, he silently lamented as the mountains and rivers loomed ominously. Although the wind wolf of a decade was not particularly formidable, it posed a significant threat to him, a mere mortal devoid of any strength. At that moment, a voice resonated within his mind. Host, you can now awaken your soul ring. In the heart of the mountains, a surge of joy coursed through him, for he realized that this might very well be the key to his survival in the Douluo Continent. Following the guidance in his mind, he seated himself cross-legged and began to focus his spirit. A faint glow enveloped his body, and a mysterious force surged within him. The wind wolf, observing the unusual behavior of Shanchuan, flickered with a hint of wariness in its eyes. It could not comprehend what this human was attempting, yet it sensed an air of danger. You insignificant human, what trickery are you attempting? The wind wolf roared once more. The mountains and rivers remained silent, yet the radiance emanating from Shanchuan intensified dramatically. Suddenly, a luminous halo materialized above his head, a yellow soul ring. Shanchuan felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, significantly enhancing his strength, speed, and perception. Is this the power of the soul ring? Excitement surged within him. Rising to his feet, he gazed at the wind wolf, feeling a newfound confidence. The wind wolf, upon noticing the yellow soul ring atop Shanchuan's head, was taken aback. Although merely a decade-old soul beast, it was aware of the soul ring's formidable might. It had not anticipated that this human could awaken such a power so effortlessly. Human, you are indeed impressive, but today you shall still fall beneath my claws, declared the wind wolf, lunging toward Shanchuan. The mountains and rivers swiftly receded as a long sword inexplicably materialized in his hand. This sword was his soul weapon. It had emerged simultaneously with his awakened soul ring, its blade shimmering with a chilling light, as if imbued with boundless power. Mountains and rivers wield their long swords, striking towards the wind wolf. The wind wolf deftly evades the assault of the mountains and rivers, then extends its claws to grasp at them. The mountains and rivers sidestep, retaliating with a kick aimed at the wind wolf. Struck, the wind wolf stumbles back a few paces. You little wolf, today I shall claim you and make you my companion, proclaims the mountains and rivers. Hearing this, the wind wolf replies with disdain, You mere human. To think that I would become your partner is nothing short of a delusion. The mountains and rivers remained silent as he once again launched an assault against the wind wolf. This time, he unleashed a skill he had recently acquired from the soul ring, Wind Shadow Sword Technique. His figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, the long sword in his hand slicing through the air as waves of sword energy surged towards the wind wolf. Unable to evade, the beast was struck, sustaining numerous wounds. Acknowledging its inferiority to the mighty mountain, the wind wolf felt a surge of defiance against its impending defeat. In that moment, he ceased his attack, gazing at the wind wolf, and spoke. Wind wolf, I recognize your strength. Should you choose to become my ally, we could traverse this world together. I shall protect you, and in return, you shall grow even stronger. The wind wolf regarded him with a flicker of hesitation. It had never contemplated forming a partnership with a human, yet it understood the gravity of its predicament. Human, Do you speak the truth? Will you truly protect me? The Wind Wolf inquired. Indeed, I would not deceive you, he replied earnestly. After a brief moment of contemplation, the Wind Wolf nodded and declared, Very well, I accept your offer to be your companion. At that instant, a radiant light enveloped both mountain and wolf, a luminous sign of their newly forged bond. Henceforth, they became inseparable partners, bound by the ties of life and death. In the heart of the mountains and rivers, Shanchuan felt a profound joy. The more companions he had, the greater his chances of survival in the Douluo Continent. Fenglang, having lived in this forest for such an extended period, you must be aware of the formidable soul beasts and other perils that inhabit this place. Shanchuan inquired. Fenglang nodded and responded. This forest is home to numerous powerful soul beasts, such as the century-old tree demon and the fiery leopard, among others. Additionally, there are many human adventurers who occasionally engage us in battle for the soul rings of these beasts. With a tightening in his heart, Shanchuan recognized the multitude of challenges that lay ahead. Yet, he felt no fear, with the Wind Wolf as his companion, along with his own soul weapon and soul rings. He harbored a steadfast belief in his survival. What shall we do now? Shanchuan inquired. Let us first depart from this forest and explore the world beyond. The outside realm is vibrant and teems with formidable soul beasts and treasures, replied the Wind Wolf. Shanchuan nodded slightly and then set off with Fenglang towards the outskirts of the forest. As they walked, Shanchuan encountered numerous extraordinary spirit beasts. One was a colossal tortoise, its shell adorned with sharp spikes. This was the century-old spiked tortoise. Another was a winged tiger, soaring gracefully through the sky. This was the wind-winged tiger. Mountains and rivers are filled with curiosity about this world, aware that countless secrets await exploration. Suddenly, a colossal soul beast materialized before them, a 1,000-year-old flame demon lion. Its flames blazed fiercely, emanating an overwhelming aura. You two little creatures dare to intrude upon my territory, roared the flame demon lion. The mountains and the winds grew alert as they understood that the blazing magic lion was not a foe to be trifled with. Esteemed elder of the magic lion, we mean no intrusion into your territory. We are merely passing through, spoke the mountains with utmost respect. The blazing magic lion regarded the mountains with a glimmer of disdain in its eyes and replied, Passing through? Human, do not attempt to deceive me. Humans have an affinity for misleading our spirit beasts. Shanchuan felt a tinge of helplessness within. He was acutely aware of humanity's rather tarnished reputation on this continent. Great Flame Lion, I swear upon my very soul that we are merely passing through, Shanchuan declared. The Flame Lion regarded Shanchuan, sensing the sincerity woven into his words. After a moment's contemplation, it replied, Very well, since you are merely transiting, I urge you to depart swiftly. Shanchuan and Fenglang breathed a sigh of relief as they nodded towards the flame demon lion and continued their journey beyond the forest. As they made their way out, Shanchuan observed numerous adventurers. Some were hunting soul beasts, while others were in search of traces of soul artifacts. Fenglang, look at those humans. They are so cruel, Shanchuan remarked. Fenglang nodded in agreement and replied, This world is indeed merciless. Humans will stop at nothing in their pursuit of power. Shanchuan was filled with a sense of contemplation. He understood that he must strive to become more formidable in order to safeguard his companions in this vast world. Upon exiting the forest, he arrived at a quaint little town. The town was bustling with numerous edifices and throngs of people engaged in commerce. Shanchuan observed a plethora of items related to soul beasts and soul devices. Fenglang, let us pause here for a while, Shanchuan suggested. Fenglang nodded in agreement and accompanied Shanchuan into the town. Within the town, Shanchuan overheard an abundance of news regarding this realm. He learned that on this continent, there existed many powerful soul masters whose prowess could reach the esteemed rank of title de law. To ascend to the heights of a formidable soul master, one must continuously acquire soul rings and obtain increasingly potent soul devices. The mountains and rivers brim with yearning. He understands that he must ceaselessly strive to become a formidable soul master. Shanchuan, look over there. There is an auction for soul masters, Wind Wolf remarked. As Shanchuan gazed in the direction indicated by the Wind Wolf, he observed a throng of individuals gathered in a particular spot, which was likely the auction venue. Let us venture over, Shanchuan remarked. He and the Wind Wolf maneuvered through the crowd, arriving at the scene of the auction. The event showcased a plethora of exquisite items, including the soul rings of millennia-old soul beasts, formidable soul weapons, and an assortment of peculiar soul techniques. The breathtaking scenery dazzled his eyes, intensifying his yearning for power. At that moment, an auctioneer ascended the stage and commenced the auction of a remarkable item. "Esteemed soul masters," the auctioneer proclaimed, "today we present for auction an exceedingly precious artifact, a soul bone that has existed for 100,000 years." The mountains and rivers stirred with astonishment. The soul bone, a treasure of immense value, had surfaced after a millennium. "What powers does this soul bone possess?" inquired a voice from the crowd. "This soul bone can significantly enhance a spirit master's soul force and bestow upon them a formidable skill," replied the auctioneer. As the bidding commenced, the price soared to unprecedented heights. In the depths of his heart, Shanchuan felt a sense of helplessness. He currently lacked the funds to acquire this soul bone. "Shanchuan, let us make a bid as well," spoke Fenglang. Shanchuan shook his head and remarked, "Wind Wolf, we currently lack sufficient funds. Let us observe for now." Wind Wolf nodded in agreement, and together they continued to watch the auction unfold. Although Shanchuan did not acquire the soul bone, he gleaned a wealth of knowledge regarding soul beasts, soul artifacts, and soul techniques at the auction. He understood that to gain more power in this world, he must embark on a continuous journey of exploration. After the auction concluded, Shanchuan and Wind Wolf departed from the quaint town, setting their sights on a broader world filled with opportunities and challenges. As they walked, a myriad of thoughts swirled within Shanchuan's mind. "I am determined to become a formidable soul master, to protect my companions and unveil the secrets of this world. Though fraught with peril, this realm brims with possibilities. I shall not falter. I must forge ahead," he silently resolved. Wind Wolf sensed Shanchuan's unwavering determination and affectionately nudged his hand, seemingly offering encouragement. Thus, Shanchuan and his companion, Wind Wolf, embarked on a new journey, their story continuing to unfold. The pinnacle of soul masters in Douluo awaits. After the mountains and rivers, the Wind Wolf departed from the small town, journeying forth into the realms of the unknown. As Shanchuan ambled along, he engaged in conversation with the Wind Wolf. "Wind Wolf," he remarked, "if only we could discover a place abundant with soul beasts, I would be able to acquire a greater variety of soul rings and become even more formidable." His eyes shimmered with longing. The Wind Wolf shook its head gently. "Shanchuan, in this world, powerful soul beasts often possess their own territories, and these areas are frequently fraught with peril. Take the previously mentioned blazing magic lion, for instance. Its domain may be guarded by other formidable soul beasts, and we must also remain vigilant against the traps set by humans." Shanchuan nodded, fully aware of the validity in Fenglong's words. Suddenly, a range of mountains emerged before them, suffused with a profound aura of soul energy. The intensity of the soul energy here is remarkable. It surely indicates the presence of numerous formidable soul beasts. Shanchuan exclaimed with excitement. "However, it is fraught with peril, so exercise caution," Fenglang warned. They tread carefully into the mountains. Before long, they encountered a soul beast resembling a fox, yet adorned with 9 majestic tails, the legendary 9-tailed fox, a beast of millennia. Upon noticing Shanchuan and Fenglang, the 9-tailed fox's eyes glimmered with wariness. "Intruders, this is not a place for you." The majestic mountains bowed slightly, addressing the venerable 9-tailed fox. "We mean no offense. We merely pass through in search of opportunity." The 9-tailed fox let out a disdainful snort, remarking that humans often disguise their intentions in such a manner. "However," she continued, "I perceive that your essence is relatively pure, unlike those greedy and ruthless humans." In the depths of the mountains, the heart of Shanchuan felt a sense of relief. He desired to delve deeper into the range, and thus inquired, "Esteemed elder, could you enlighten me on the perils that lurk within these mountains?" The 9-tailed fox pondered for a moment and replied, "Deep within these mountains dwells a shadow leopard, aged a millennium. Its swiftness is unparalleled, and its assaults are exceedingly fierce, with a remarkable talent for concealing itself. Additionally, there exist hidden rifts in space. Should one fall into them, they may become lost in an alternate dimension." The mountains and rivers chronicled this information, yet his gaze was captivated by an object shimmering in a corner. What could it be? Curiosity piqued. He approached and discovered a soul artifact emanating a faint azure glow, resembling an exquisitely crafted dagger. The 9-tailed fox, witnessing his discovery of the soul artifact, remarked, "This was left behind by a formidable soul master. He sought to subjugate me, but ultimately met his demise at the hands of other soul beasts, leaving his soul artifact behind." As the mountains and rivers directed him towards the dagger, it seemed to possess a peculiar awareness, soaring into his grasp as he approached. He felt streams of soul energy coursing into his being, as if the dagger were merging with him. It appears that this dagger has acknowledged you as its master. The nine-tailed fox remarked in astonishment. In the heart of the mountains, a wave of elation surged within him as he acquired a new soul weapon, granting him a semblance of security. However, he soon sensed an overwhelming presence approaching, unmistakably that of the ancient shadow leopard. The creature emerged languidly from the depths of a shadow, its voice dripping with disdain as it addressed the nine-tailed fox. How is it that you associate with such a feeble human? The nine-tailed fox stepped protectively in front of him, warning, Shadow Leopard. It would be wise for you to refrain from attacking him. The shadow leopard scoffed, casting a derisive glance at the human. A mere insignificant creature like you dares to provoke my wrath. Mountains and rivers gripped the dagger tightly in hand. The shadow leopard. Though my strength pales in comparison to yours, I shall not cower before you. Suddenly, the shadow leopard launched an astonishingly swift attack. Mountains and rivers were caught off guard. But the wind wolf immediately leapt forth, attempting to intercept the shadow leopard. Wind wolf, be careful, mountains and rivers shouted. Although the wind wolf adeptly evaded the shadow leopard's assault, it still sustained injuries. In a state of anxious urgency, Shanchuan sought to unleash an assault using a newfound soul weapon. He mentally communicated with the dagger and, in a moment of decisive action, activated a skill known as frost spike piercing. The dagger released several icy spikes that hurtled toward the shadow leopard, caught off guard by Shanchuan's unexpected offensive capability. The shadow leopard was unable to evade in time and felt the sting of the icy projectiles against its body. You human, you possess some skill. The shadow leopard roared in fury. At this moment, Mountain River calmed himself, realizing that he could not confront the shadow leopard head-on. He needed to seize an opportunity. He recalled his soul ring skill and activated a technique that enhanced his speed, causing his form to become swifter in an instant. He maneuvered to the side of the shadow leopard, relentlessly striking at its eyes and other vulnerable areas with his dagger. The shadow leopard grew increasingly agitated by Mountain River's persistent assaults and unleashed its full fury. However, Mountain River and the wind wolf exhibited an impeccable synergy. The wind wolf used its speed to distract the shadow leopard, allowing Mountain River to launch his attacks. After an intense battle, the shadow leopard finally retreated. Mountains and rivers gazed at the wounded wind wolf, a profound sense of guilt swelling within. Wind wolf, it is my recklessness that has brought this upon you. The wind wolf shook its head. Mountains and rivers, we are comrades and ought to assist one another. After this battle, mountains and rivers felt a sense of personal growth. They sought refuge in a safe haven within the mountains to rest. As night fell, mountains and rivers lay upon the ground, his inner monologue unfolding. In this Douluo Continent, I have encountered perilous situations far too many times. Each survival has been thanks to my companions and the opportunities that have arisen. I am acutely aware of my shortcomings. Although I managed to repel the ancient shadow leopard, I have also recognized the vast chasm between myself and truly formidable soul beasts. I must incessantly strive for self-improvement, acquire more soul rings, and fortify my strength. Furthermore, I yearn to unravel the deeper mysteries of the soul beasts, to comprehend their languages and cultures, so as to coexist with them harmoniously. On the following day, mountains and rivers continued their exploration through the mountains. They stumbled upon a mysterious cave, emanating a rich aura of soul power. Treading cautiously, they ventured into the depths of the cave, where mountains and rivers discovered a stone radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. What could this be? He pondered curiously, reaching out to touch the stone. Suddenly, it unleashed a surge of potent soul energy, coursing into his body. Mountains and rivers felt his soul power ascend, and he noticed the rings of his soul beginning to loosen. What is happening? He exclaimed in astonishment. The wind wolf approached, seemingly attuned to this newfound energy as well. Mountains and rivers understand that this may be an opportunity for the awakening and enhancement of his soul ring. He settled into a meditative posture once more, adhering to the soul ring awakening method he had previously employed. Surrounding him, the soul power incessantly converged toward Shanchuan, and a radiant glow enveloped his form. His first soul ring began to transform, transitioning from a vibrant yellow to a deep purple, while its size noticeably increased. Shanchuan successfully elevated his first soul ring from 10 years to 100 years, resulting in a profound leap in his strength. Shanchuan, you are truly remarkable, Fengling exclaimed joyfully. Mountain River rose to his feet, feeling invigorated with strength. This marks a new beginning for me, and I firmly believe that I shall grow even more powerful in the future. As they ventured deeper into the cave, they encountered a new spirit beast. Resembling a colossal rabbit, yet with ears akin to wings, this was the Millennium Spirit Rabbit. The Millennium Spirit Rabbit appeared quite docile. showing no hostility towards Mountain River and Wind Wolf upon their approach. "Greetings, how did you arrive here?" the spirit rabbit inquired. Shanchuan briefly recounted his experiences with the Wind Wolf. The spirit rabbit nodded, expressing admiration for their courage. This cave harbors numerous elements conducive to the enhancement of soul power. Yet it also conceals many dangers. You must exercise caution. Shanchuan expressed his gratitude to the spirit rabbit for the reminder, and they forged a friendship. The spirit rabbit informed Shanchuan that at the deepest recesses of this cave, there exists an ancient legacy of soul techniques. Upon a stirring within his heart, he yearned to endeavor in acquiring this soul skill inheritance. Guided by the ethereal rabbit, they ventured to the innermost recesses of the cave. There, they discovered a stone platform, etched with ancient runes that whispered secrets of the past. As Shanchuan approached the Shurtai, it suddenly emanated a radiant glow that enveloped him. He sensed a multitude of information flooding his mind, all pertaining to an ancient soul technique. This technique, known as Spirit Shadow Mirage, could elevate his speed to an astonishing level in an instant, while also creating phantasms to bewilder his adversaries during movement. Shanchuan successfully mastered this soul technique and joyfully expressed his gratitude to the Spirit Rabbit, saying, "Thank you, Spirit Rabbit." The Spirit Rabbit smiled and replied, "You're welcome. I hope you thrive in this world." After bidding farewell to the Spirit Rabbit, the Wind Wolf departed from the cave. His strength continuously grew, and his reputation on the Douluo Continent gradually spread. One day, they encountered a destitute team of soul masters, which had nearly been annihilated by a formidable soul beast. The mountains and rivers, along with the Wind Wolf, intervened to assist them, driving back the soul beast. The captain of the soul master team addressed the mountains and rivers, saying, "You are truly formidable. Would you be inclined to join us in forming a team?" After a moment of contemplation, Shanchuan concluded that having companions was indeed a blessing. Thus, he nodded in agreement. They formed a new team, continuing to inscribe the legendary tale of Shanchuan in the perilous realm of Douluo Continent. The precious soul rings of Douluo. As the team of new soul masters journeyed forward, they heard whispers of an ancient valley ahead, rumored to harbor numerous formidable soul beasts, along with unparalleled soul artifacts and precious soul rings. The members of the team were abuzz with excitement, yet deep within Shanchuan's heart lay a different contemplation. Gazing into the distance, he mused to himself, "This valley is surely fraught with peril, but to grow stronger, I cannot afford to miss this opportunity. What do you think, Wind Wolf?" Shanchuan turned to inquire of his companion, Wind Wolf. Wind Wolf shook his head, his ears twitching occasionally. "Shanchuan, I sense a powerful and dangerous aura emanating from that place, yet to acquire greater strength, we must take risks." Upon their entry into the valley, the atmosphere around them seemed to grow dense with tension. Suddenly, a colossal soul beast loomed before them, a 10,000-year-old rock-armored beast. Its entire form was enveloped in a heavy rock shell, each fragment shimmering with a metallic luster, and its eyes glowed like two immense rubies. "Insignificant creatures, how dare you trespass into my domain?" The deep voice of the rock-armored beast echoed throughout the valley. Shanchuan took a deep breath and stepped forward. Addressing the venerable rock-armored beast, "We did not intend to intrude upon your domain. We have merely heard whispers of the precious treasures that reside here and seek opportunities to enhance our strength." The rock-armored beast let out a furious roar, proclaiming, "I am well aware of human greed, and today I shall not permit your easy escape." At that moment, some of the soul masters within the team were eager to launch an attack, but Shanchuan swiftly intervened. "Let us refrain from acting impulsively. This rock-armored beast possesses formidable power, and we must devise a prudent strategy." Mountains and rivers spoke while contemplating countermeasures. He turned to the Wind Wolf beside him and inquired, "Do you possess any means to disrupt its line of sight?" The Wind Wolf nodded affirmatively. "I can emit a unique aura to confuse it, albeit only for a brief moment. Then let us seize this opportunity. I shall endeavor to discern its defensive vulnerabilities," declared Mountains and Rivers. The Wind Wolf promptly released its aura, causing the rock-armored beast to experience a momentary disorientation. Seizing the moment, Mountains and Rivers maneuvered to the side of the rock-armored beast, meticulously examining its anatomical structure. He discerned that a particular section of the creature's abdomen bore a slightly different hue, leading him to surmise that this might be its Achilles heel. The Mountains and Rivers drew forth their soul weapon from their waist, a long sword radiating a blue luminescence. This blade was acquired during a previous adventure. It possesses the ability to augment the wielder's attack power by 30%, while also bestowing an icy effect. Shanchuan unleashed a skill from his long blade. known as Ice Blade Break Armor. A long icy blade emerged from the weapon, aiming for the vulnerable underbelly of the rock-armored beast. Sensing imminent danger, the beast attempted to evade, yet the interference from the wind wolf's presence caused its movements to falter. The ice blade struck true, leaving a fissure upon its rocky armor. Enraged, the rock-armored beast let out a furious roar, swinging its massive claws towards Shanchuan. Shanchuan swiftly leaped backward, and his companions simultaneously launched their assaults on the armored beast, diverting its attention. Under the relentless onslaught of the group, the armored beast gradually began to exhaust its strength. Seizing the opportune moment, Shanchuan initiated another attack. He infused his soul power into his long blade, unleashing a new skill, the Severing Strike. The blade radiated with brilliant light as a colossal arc of energy surged forth towards the armored beast. This time, the creature could not withstand the force. It was struck by the blade's energy and collapsed with a thunderous crash. As the armored beast fell, a black soul ring manifested upon its forehead. Shanchuan understood that this was a Millennium Soul Ring, presenting a tremendous opportunity for him, yet absorbing it would entail formidable risks. Shanchuan's heart was filled with turmoil. He was acutely aware that a failed absorption could result in dire repercussions. "Shanchuan, you must contemplate this carefully," advised an elder soul master from the team. Shanchuan gritted his teeth, recalling the myriad experiences he had endured on the Douluo Continent. He remembered his desire to protect his comrades and his aspiration to become a formidable soul master. "I have decided to give it a try," Shanchuan declared resolutely. He approached the lifeless body of the rock-armored beast, settled into a cross-legged position, and commenced the absorption of the soul ring, employing the method he had learned previously. The forehead of the mountain began to glisten with minute beads of perspiration as a radiant luminescence enveloped his being. The surrounding soul energy surged towards him incessantly, while the ominous black spirit ring, aged for millennia, gradually approached and encircled his existing soul ring. Shanchuan felt his soul power surging within him like a tumultuous tide, threatening to rupture his meridians. He clenched his teeth tightly, continuously channeling his soul power in an effort to master this overwhelming force. Throughout the process of absorbing the soul ring, a myriad of illusions danced in his mind. He envisioned himself as the most formidable soul master in this realm, safeguarding those he cherished and his companions. Yet he also witnessed the backlash of the soul ring's power, transforming him into a mere husk of a man. Nevertheless, his conviction remained unwavering, and he incessantly reminded himself that success was imperative. After enduring considerable hardship, Shanchuan ultimately absorbed the Millennium Soul Ring. Rising to his feet, he sensed a profound transformation in his strength. His soul power level had ascended significantly, and he had acquired a new soul skill, the Rock Armor Shield. This skill enabled him to summon a layer of rocky armor for his protection, while also absorbing a portion of incoming attack power to convert it into his own soul power. The news of Shanchuan successfully absorbing the Millennium Soul Ring spread throughout the entire team, filling everyone with joy. However, Shanchuan remained humble and did not succumb to arrogance. He understood that in the formidable realm of Douluo Continent, there were still many lessons to learn and areas for improvement. He continued to explore the valley alongside his companions. Deep within the valley, they stumbled upon a mysterious cave, suffused with an ancient and enigmatic aura. As they ventured inside, the sight before them left them in awe. The walls of the cave were adorned with an array of intricate patterns, seemingly narrating the ancient history of the Douluo Continent. At the innermost recess of the cave, they discovered a stone pedestal, upon which rested a uniquely crafted soul weapon. This weapon was a bow, its body shimmering with a golden light, while a single arrow, radiating a spectrum of colors, was nestled within the quiver. As Shanchuan stepped forward and grasped the bow and arrows, he felt a powerful surge of energy coursing through his body. This bow and arrow were no ordinary items. They appeared to be divine-grade soul artifacts. Shanchuan exclaimed with excitement. Just then, a soul beast concealed within the cave revealed itself. It was a sacred soul beast known as the Radiant Spirit Deer. Its form radiated a dazzling brilliance, and its antlers glimmered with a crystal-like transparency. "Humans, you should not take this bow and arrow. They are sacred relics of our soul beast clan," declared the Radiant Spirit Deer. Shanchuan hurriedly elucidated, "Predecessor Yaowang Spirit Deer, we mean no offense. We merely stumbled upon this place and discovered this bow and arrow." The Yaowang Spirit Deer gazed at Shanchuan, seemingly sensing his sincerity. "Human," it spoke, "this bow and arrow possess formidable power, yet they are accompanied by immense peril. Only those destined may wield it." Upon a stir within his heart, He pondered that perhaps he was the destined one. The radiant, glimmering deer continued, stating that if they wished to claim the bow and arrows, they must first pass my trial. Shanchuan gazed at the bow and arrow in his hands, then turned his attention to the radiant spirit deer. He nodded, saying, "Elder, I am willing to accept the trial." The radiant spirit deer returned the nod and replied, "Very well. My trial requires you to seek out a luminous spirit pearl that radiates with a spectrum of colors within a forest teeming with illusions. This forest is fraught with perilous soul beasts and numerous traps. You must tread carefully." Mountains and rivers ventured into the enchanting forest of illusions. A veil of mist enveloped the woodland, severely constraining their line of sight. They could only rely on their keen spiritual energy to navigate forward. Suddenly, a colossal spider soul beast descended from the trees. This spider soul beast was the 1,000-year-old venom shadow spider, whose venom could instantly claim the life of an ordinary soul master. Shanchuan swiftly drew his long blade, addressing the poison shadow spider, "Do not impede my path." The poison shadow spider unleashed a lengthy thread of silk, aimed directly at Shanchuan. In response, Shanchuan summoned his rock armor shield, successfully deflecting the incoming silk with the protective barrier. The mountains and rivers wielded their long blades, striking towards the venomous shadow spider. The spider, agile and swift, deftly evaded the assault and retaliated by spitting a stream of poison at the mountains and rivers. Mountains and rivers unleash icy blades to shatter armor. A shard of ice hurtles towards the venom, encasing it in a frozen embrace midair. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Shanchuan unleashed the ethereal shadow step, swiftly approaching the venomous shadow spider, and with a single stroke, he vanquished the creature. He pressed onward, persistently searching for the spirit orb within the depths of the forest. At long last, amidst the verdant embrace of the woods, he discovered the orb radiating with a kaleidoscope of colors. The moment he grasped the spirit orb, the illusionary forest dissipated into nothingness. Shanchuan returned before the radiant spirit deer, clutching the luminous orb. The radiant spirit deer gazed at the orb in Shanchuan's hand and nodded. "Human, you have successfully passed my trial. This bow and arrow now belong to you." Shanchuan joyfully grasped the bow, feeling an extraordinary connection with this legendary soul artifact. He departed the cave, accompanied by his companions and the bow in hand. As they traversed the valley, Shanchuan encountered various other soul beasts. Some approached with intent to attack, while others sought to forge a friendship. The mountains and rivers, along with the wind wolves, engage in interactions with these spirit beasts. They have forged contracts with certain benevolent spirit beasts, thus becoming companions. The companions of Shanchuan are increasing in number, and his strength is growing ever more formidable. He is acutely aware that his legend continues to be inscribed upon this continent of Douluo. He is determined to strive ceaselessly to become the most powerful soul master in this realm, safeguarding those he holds dear and his allies. Together, they embark on a new journey, advancing toward uncharted territories. Shanchuan's heart brims with anticipation and confidence for the future. He firmly believes that with relentless effort, he will undoubtedly realize his dreams. The unique bond he has forged with the soul beast will serve as a significant asset in his endeavors across Douluo. He shall confront the myriad challenges that lie ahead alongside these soul beast companions, crafting a glorious narrative that is uniquely theirs. As he delves deeper into the continent, Shanchuan's renowned burgeons. He has become a legendary figure in the eyes of numerous soul masters, and his tale resonates widely across Douluo. Furthermore, he continues to explore the myriad secrets of soul beasts, soul tools, and soul rings, diligently enhancing his prowess as he relentlessly ascends toward the pinnacle of Douluo. The awakening of Shanchuan in Douluo. On the vast expanse of the Douluo Continent, Shanchuan stood gazing at the undulating mountains in the distance, a torrent of boundless ambition and yearning surging within him. As an ordinary mortal from a commonplace world, he had traversed into this realm brimming with wonder and adventure for several months. Throughout this period, he had endured countless trials and tribulations, while also gaining invaluable friendships and strength. "Shanchuan, you seem lost in thought again." The voice of Windwolf jolted him back to reality. Windwolf, his first spirit beast companion, was a wolf spirit imbued with the power of wind, its keen gaze forever reflecting loyalty and concern for Shanchuan. "Wolf, I was pondering how we have journeyed through so many places on this continent and encountered numerous spirit beasts. Yet my spirit power always seems to fall just short of a breakthrough into a higher realm." Shanchuan mused, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Windwolf gently reassured him. "Shanchuan, the enhancement of spirit power requires both time and opportunity. You have already exerted yourself greatly. Besides, Have we not been tirelessly seeking spirit beasts and spirit artifacts that could aid you in your advancement? Indeed, I too believe that one day I shall discover my destined opportunity, Shanchuan replied, inhaling deeply as he regained his resolve. At that moment, an unusual sound emanated from the distant forest, as if some colossal creature were weaving through the underbrush. Shanchuan and Wind Wolf exchanged a glance, excitement and vigilance dancing in their eyes. Let us investigate the source of the commotion, Shanchuan declared, leading the charge toward the noise, with Wind Wolf closely in tow. Navigating through the dense foliage, they arrived at a clearing, where a massive spirit beast was engaged in fierce combat with a horde of lower-level spirit beasts. This formidable creature was a peak-level flame lion king, its body adorned with a mane of flames, its eyes ablaze with intense fire, exuding an imposing presence. Flame Lion King, why do you trouble yourself with these lesser spirit beasts? Shanchuan called out, attempting to halt the confrontation. The Flame Lion King turned its gaze toward Shanchuan, momentarily taken aback, before displaying a look of disdain. Human, do you presume to meddle in my affairs? These inferior spirit beasts have interrupted my cultivation, and I must naturally cleanse my domain. While cultivation is indeed vital, it should not come at the expense of innocent lives. If you could master your strength, perhaps such conflicts could be averted, Shanchuan patiently urged. Fully aware of the pride and obstinacy inherent in spirit beasts, yet still hopeful for a peaceful resolution. The lectures of humans hold no sway over me. However, should you withstand a single strike from me without faltering, I may consider sparing them. The Flame Lion King's eyes glimmered with cunning, as it seemed to doubt Shanchuan's capabilities. With a faint smile, Shanchuan understood that this was an opportunity as well as a test bestowed upon him by the Flame Lion King. He swiftly entered a state of combat, his soul powers circulating within. The soul weapon in his hand, a long blade emanating a bluish glow, radiated a chilling light. Come forth, Flame Lion King, let me witness your strength, Shanchuan proclaimed, his voice imbued with determination and confidence. The Flame Lion King let out a thunderous roar, and in an instant, powerful flames erupted around its body, forming a colossal fireball that surged toward Shanchuan. With a focused gaze, Shanchuan wielded his long blade, unleashing a flurry of icy blades that collided with the fireball, producing a sizzling sound as the spectacle of ice and fire unfolded in the air. The battle raged on for an extended duration. Shanchuan, utilizing his soul skills and weapon, deftly evaded the Flame Lion King's assaults while simultaneously seeking opportunities for counterattacks. Gradually, the Flame Lion King began to regard Shanchuan with newfound respect, astonished by the formidable prowess of this human soul master. Ultimately, during a cleverly executed counterstrike, Shanchuan's long blade grazed the mane of the Flame Lion King. Although it resulted in merely a slight wound, it elicited a flicker of pain within the mighty beast. Well done, human, you have passed my test. I, the Flame Lion King, am willing to forge a pact with you and become your soul beast companion. The Flame Lion King's voice carried a note of reverence as it lowered its head, offering a strand of its mane into Shanchuan's hands. Shanchuan grasped the mane, a warm current surging within him. He understood that this was not merely a formidable soul beast companion, but a profound bond of trust and responsibility. Clutching the mane tightly, he infused it into his soul ring with his own soul power. Blazing Lion King, we welcome you into our ranks, Shanchuan declared with a smile, his eyes shimmering with joy. The Blazing Lion King rose, shaking its mane and letting out a jubilant roar. The surrounding lesser soul beasts sensed this aura of peace and dispersed. Shanchuan, you are truly remarkable, the Wind Wolf said, drawing closer to him, its eyes filled with admiration. This is the fruit of our collective efforts, Shanchuan humbly replied, aware that without the Wind Wolf's assistance, he could not have navigated the Blazing Lion King's trial with such ease. Next, we must seek the soul artifact that can aid your soul power breakthrough, the Wind Wolf reminded him. Indeed, I have heard whispers of an ancient ruin deep within the continent, where countless treasures and powerful soul artifacts lie hidden, Shanchuan remarked, a glimmer of anticipation crossing his eyes. Then what are we waiting for? Let us set forth without delay, the Wind Wolf exclaimed eagerly. Brimming with excitement for the adventure ahead, mountains and rivers nodded slightly, accompanied by the Wind Wolf and the Flame Lion King, as they set forth towards the ancient ruins. They traversed through countless forests and crossed numerous rivers, enduring innumerable hardships and obstacles. At last, on a moonless night when the wind howled, they arrived at the entrance of the ruins. The site was shrouded in a mysterious barrier, emanating an eerie glow. This barrier appeared to possess formidable power. We must approach it with caution, Mountains and rivers gazed intently at the barrier, a look of solemnity crossing his face. "Allow me to attempt," said the Flame Lion King as he stepped forward, flames erupting around him, forming a massive fireball directed at the barrier. However, upon the fireball's mere contact with the barrier, it was repelled by a powerful force. It seemed this barrier was not easily breached. After a moment of contemplation, mountains and rivers suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "Windwolf, why not employ your power of wind?" The Wind Wolf nodded, and in an instant, a tempest swirled around him, rushing towards the barrier. The gale clashed against the barrier, producing a howling sound, and a slight crack appeared in the barrier. "Well done, Windwolf. Continue your assault, and I shall assist you." Mountains and Rivers drew his long blade and unleashed the ice blade piercing skill, sending a flurry of ice blades towards the crack to aid the Wind Wolf in widening it. Through their combined efforts, the barrier was finally shattered, and a beam of light shot forth from the ruins, illuminating the entire night sky. "Quickly, let us enter," exclaimed Mountains and Rivers, as he and his companions dashed into the ruins. Inside, the ruins were filled with ancient mechanisms and traps, yet Mountains and Rivers, with his wisdom and courage, deftly navigated each challenge. They passed through numerous corridors, ultimately arriving at the core area of the ruins. There, they beheld an ancient-looking soul device, a longsword. The sword radiated a soft golden light, its blade adorned with mysterious runes, emanating a powerful wave of soul energy. "Is this the soul device we seek?" Mountains and Rivers approached cautiously, lifting the longsword. A warm and potent force instantly surged into his being. "Indeed, this longsword contains immense soul energy, capable of aiding you in transcending to a higher realm." The Wind Wolf's voice carried a note of excitement. However, the longsword seemed to possess its own consciousness, awaiting a destined individual. A flicker of doubt crossed Mountains and Rivers' eyes as he sensed the powerful soul energy within the sword resonating with his own. "Perhaps you are that destined one," spoke the Flame Lion King's voice, imbued with conviction. Shanchuan gripped the long sword tightly, closing his eyes as he endeavored to communicate with the soul energy contained within it. His own soul energy coursed through his body, merging with that of the sword, unleashing a formidable force that erupted within him. "Ack!" Shanchuan let out a pained groan as the overwhelming soul energy surged through him, threatening to rupture his meridians. Yet, he did not relent. He clenched his teeth resolutely, continuously channeling his soul energy in an attempt to harness this immense power. Amidst the agony and struggle, Shanchuan's soul energy finally broke through its limitations, reaching a new pinnacle. A brilliant radiance enveloped his form, and the sword emitted a clear, ringing sound, as if celebrating his breakthrough. "I have succeeded." Shanchuan opened his eyes, tears of excitement shimmering within them. He could feel the potent soul energy within him, marking a significant leap in his strength. "Shanchuan, you are truly remarkable," remarked Feng Lang and the Flame Lion King, who gathered around him, their eyes brimming with admiration and joy. "This achievement is a testament to everyone's support. Without it, I could not have made such a smooth breakthrough," Shanchuan replied with a smile, understanding that without the backing of his companions, this accomplishment would have been unattainable. "Now, we must continue our adventures across this continent, seeking greater opportunities and growing stronger," Shanchuan asserted firmly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for the future. "Indeed, our legend has only just begun," Feng Lang exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm for the adventures that lay ahead. The Flame Lion King echoed a joyful roar, its eyes gleaming with dreams of what was to come. Mountains and Rivers, accompanied by their companions, embarked once more on a new journey. On this land of Douluo Continent, they left behind their unique footprints and legends. Their tales shall be recounted by future generations, becoming the enduring lore of the soul abyss of Douluo. At the edge of the Douluo Continent, Shanchuan stood gazing upon the mysterious expanse shrouded in mist, a tumultuous wave of indescribable excitement and trepidation surging within him. This was the fabled soul abyss, a realm rife with the unknown and perilous, yet brimming with boundless opportunities. It was said that those who ventured within, the soul masters, either emerged with formidable soul rings and soul tools or met their demise, leaving no trace behind. "Shanchuan, have you truly resolved to enter?" The voice of the Wind Wolf carried a note of concern, its keen gaze fixed intently upon Shanchuan, as if seeking a flicker of doubt in his eyes. "Wolf, I am acutely aware of the dangers. Yet I also understand that only by stepping into the soul abyss can I uncover the key to transcending into the tidal Douluo realm." A faint smile graced Shanchuan's lips, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Moreover, we have prepared for this moment for so long. With you by my side, I have naught to fear. The Blaze Lion King approached, its massive form gently nudging Shanchuan, its deep voice imbued with reassurance. Shanchuan, we are your allies, regardless of the perils that lie ahead. We shall stand shoulder to shoulder with you in battle. As the warmth enveloped him, Shanchuan understood that with the companionship of the Wind Wolf and the Flame Lion King, he possessed ample courage to confront the forthcoming trials. Taking a deep breath, he stepped boldly into the Soul Abyss secret realm. Instantly, a dense mist engulfed them, rendering their vision unclear. Shanchuan had to rely solely on his soul power to cautiously navigate forward. He could sense a formidable wave of soul power permeating the air around him, stirring both excitement and vigilance within him. The soul energy here was overwhelmingly potent. With each step fraught with peril, the Wind Wolf's voice quivered slightly, yet it steadfastly followed Shanchuan. Indeed, the soul beasts here are of exceedingly high rank. We must exercise utmost caution, Shanchuan cautioned, gripping tightly the golden longsword he had acquired from the ruins, which had now become his most reliable ally. At that moment, a deep roar resonated from ahead, causing Shanchuan and his companions to tense instantly. They swiftly entered a combat-ready stance, preparing for the imminent challenge. A colossal soul beast emerged slowly from the mist, a peak-level 9th-grade shadow python, measuring several dozen meters in length, its body cloaked in black scales, and its eyes glistening like two dark gemstones, radiating a chilling glow. Humans, how dare you trespass into my territory? You seek death. The shadow python's voice dripped with fury, as its immense form unleashed a powerful surge of soul energy, dispersing the surrounding mist. Shadow python, we harbor no intention of hostility. We merely pass through this place, Shanchuan proclaimed loudly, attempting to avert unnecessary conflict. Merely passing through. This is the Soul Abyss secret realm, and no one can easily depart. A glint of cunning flickered in the shadow python's eyes. Unless you can defeat me. The mountains and rivers were acutely aware that the battle had become inevitable. He swiftly drew his golden longsword and unleashed the golden radiant slash, a brilliant beam of light hurtling towards the shadow giant python. Simultaneously, the Wind Wolf and the Flame Lion King launched their own assaults. The Wind Wolf summoned a raging gale to obscure the vision of the shadow giant python, while the Flame Lion King expelled a searing fire, targeting the creature's massive form. The shadow giant python let out a furious roar, coiling its colossal body to deflect all of Shanchuan's attacks. In an instant, it launched itself towards Shanchuan. Reacting quickly, he retreated, wielding his longsword in a flurry of movements, creating a shimmering net of golden light in an attempt to thwart the impending strike of the shadow giant python. The skirmish persisted for an extended duration, with both sides sustaining varying degrees of injury. Shanchuan's soul power gradually waned, yet he persevered, acutely aware that surrender would seal their fate within this enigmatic realm. Just as he felt on the brink of collapse, a flash of inspiration illuminated his mind. He recalled the sensation of absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring, where his soul power coursed through him, melding with the ring's might. He swiftly recalibrated his focus, channeling his soul power into the golden longsword, and activated the Soul Abyss explosion technique. The sword emitted a resounding chime, and a formidable beam of golden light erupted from its tip, striking the shadow giant python squarely in the head. The creature released a piercing cry. Its immense body hurled backward by the force of the light, crashing heavily to the ground. You have indeed defeated me, shadow giant python, echoed its voice, tinged with a hint of reluctance, as its massive form began to fade into transparency, ultimately vanishing into the mist. We have triumphed, the Wind Wolf exclaimed, its keen eyes sparkling with joy. Indeed, we have won, Shanchuan replied with a smile, his heart swelling with exhilaration and pride. He understood that this confrontation had not only secured their victory, but also bestowed upon them invaluable experience and growth. Next, we shall delve deeper into the Soul Abyss. Seeking further opportunities, Shanchuan declared resolutely, anticipation glimmering in his gaze. Shanchuan, you are truly remarkable. The Flame Lion King's voice resonated with admiration, its formidable form closely shadowing Shanchuan. Yes, Shanchuan, you consistently exhibit extraordinary strength at critical moments, the Wind Wolf concurred, its eyes brimming with respect. With a subtle smile, Shanchuan understood that all of this was made possible by the assistance and support of his companions. He took a deep breath and continued to venture into the depths of the Soul Abyss secret realm alongside his comrades. As time progressed, they encountered increasingly formidable soul beasts, with each battle brimming with peril and challenge. However, through his own wisdom and courage, coupled with the cooperation of his allies, Shanchuan triumphed over his adversaries time and again, acquiring invaluable soul rings and soul artifacts. During a confrontation with a pinnacle-level 9th-grade frost giant bear, Shanchuan obtained a Millennium Soul Ring and an Ice Attribute Soul Artifact. The Frost Shield. This artifact could generate a layer of icy protection, safeguarding Shanchuan from harm, while also converting a portion of the incoming attack's force into his own soul power. "This soul artifact is truly remarkable," exclaimed the Wind Wolf, its eyes shimmering with envy. "Indeed, with this soul artifact, our strength has significantly enhanced," nodded the Flame Lion King, its gaze filled with anticipation. The mountain spoke with a gentle smile. "None of this would be possible without your assistance. We are a team, and only through unity can we conquer all adversities. We shall forever stand by you." "Mountain," echoed the Wind Wolf and the Flame Lion King in unison, their eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. Deep within the soul abyss, they stumbled upon a vast cavern. An ancient and enigmatic aura pervaded the cave, as if concealing countless secrets. "What is this place?" Mountain inquired with curiosity, his gaze alight with the spirit of exploration. "I do not know, but I sense danger here," the Wind Wolf replied, a hint of concern lacing its voice, its keen eyes fixed intently on the cave's entrance. "Indeed, the energy here is formidable. We must proceed with caution," the Flame Lion King cautioned, its eyes glinting with vigilance. Mountains and Rivers nodded, aware that he could not act recklessly. He took a deep breath and stepped into the cave first. The Wind Wolf and the Flame Lion King closely followed, vigilantly observing their surroundings. The interior of the cave was filled with various traps and mechanisms, yet Mountains and Rivers, through his wisdom and courage, managed to navigate them all. They traversed passage after passage until they finally arrived at the heart of the cave. There, resting in a peculiar display, was a soul artifact, a black longbow. The bow emitted a faint black glow, its body adorned with enigmatic runes, emanating a powerful wave of soul energy. "Is this the soul artifact we seek?" Mountains and Rivers approached cautiously, lifting the longbow with care, and an immense force surged into his body instantaneously. "Indeed, this longbow harbors formidable soul energy, capable of propelling you to a higher realm." The Wind Wolf's voice carried a hint of excitement. However, this longbow seemed to possess its own consciousness, waiting for a fated individual. A flicker of doubt crossed Mountains and Rivers' eyes as he sensed the powerful soul energy within the bow resonating with his own. "Perhaps you are that destined one." The Flame Lion King's voice carried a note of certainty. The Mountains and Rivers tightly grasped the longbow, closing his eyes as he endeavored to commune with the soul power contained within it. His own soul power flowed through his body, merging with that of the longbow, and a tremendous force erupted within him. He let out a painful groan as the overwhelming soul power assaulted him, threatening to rupture his meridians. Yet, he did not relent. Gritting his teeth, he continuously circulated his soul power, striving to tame this immense strength. Amidst the agony and struggle, his soul power ultimately broke through the bottleneck, reaching a new realm. A brilliant radiance enveloped his body, and the longbow emitted a crisp twang, as if celebrating his breakthrough. "I have succeeded." He opened his eyes, shimmering with tears of exhilaration. He could sense the powerful soul energy surging within him, marking a qualitative leap in his strength. "Shanchuan, you are remarkable." The Wind Wolf and the Flame Lion King surrounded him, their eyes brimming with admiration and joy. "It is thanks to everyone's support that I could ascend to this level," Shanchuan replied with a smile, fully aware that without the backing of his companions, such a seamless breakthrough would have been unattainable. "Next, we shall continue our discourse and forge contracts upon this continent." After successfully repelling the forces of darkness, Shanchuan's reputation soared. Yet he remained humble and unassuming. On the contrary, he was acutely aware that on the vast Douluo Continent, countless unknown dangers and challenges awaited him. To further enhance his strength, Shanchuan resolved to venture deeper into the heart of the Soul Beast Forest, accompanied by Huiying and Lingshui. There, more formidable soul beasts resided, concealing numerous secrets regarding soul tools and soul rings. They navigated cautiously through the forest, where the trees grew increasingly tall and majestic, allowing sunlight to filter through the layers of leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Suddenly, a deep and resonant roar echoed, causing the leaves to rustle vigorously. Before them stood a colossal, bear-shaped soul beast, radiating a golden glow. Shanchuan instantly recognized it as a Millennium Soul Beast, possessing formidable power. Shanchuan felt a tightening in his heart, but he quickly regained his composure. He exchanged a knowing glance with Huiying and Lingxue, then brandished his soul weapon sword. Assuming a battle stance. Friends, let us proceed with caution, Shanchuan murmured. Huiying was the first to charge at the Millennium Bear Soul Beast, skillfully weaving around the bear with agility, striking whenever an opportunity arose. Meanwhile, Lingxue stood at the side, channeling her soul energy to bolster Shanchuan and Huiying. The Millennium Bear Soul Beast swung its massive paw towards Huiying. With remarkable agility, Huiying dodged and leaped onto the bear's back, sinking his teeth into its flesh. Huiying, be wary of its counterattack, Shanchuan shouted. The Millennium Bear Soul Beast, enraged, shook its body violently in an attempt to dislodge Huiying. Seizing the moment, Shanchuan charged forward with his sword in hand. Infusing his soul energy into the blade, it radiated with brilliant light as he thrust it toward the Millennium Bear Soul Beast. The beast effortlessly parried Shanchuan's assault, regarding him with a disdainful glare. Human, do you truly believe you can defeat me? The Millennium Bear Soul Beast rumbled. The mountains and rivers gazed deeply into its eyes and declared, I shall not yield easily. I respect your strength. Yet I hope you two can honor the battle that lies between us. The ancient bear spirit seemed moved by these words, ceasing its assault and settling upon the ground. You humans are unlike others. You possess both courage and wisdom. Mountains and rivers, seizing the opportunity, spoke. I wish to befriend you. We can assist each other. The Millennium Bear spirit pondered for a moment and then nodded. Very well, I am willing to enter into a contract with you, but I must first witness your sincerity. In the heart of the mountains and rivers, a surge of joy welled up within him, for he recognized this as a fortuitous opportunity. He began to invoke the sacred art of contract, gradually merging his soul power with that of the 1,000-year-old bear spirit beast. After considerable effort, he successfully forged a pact with the ancient beast, whom he named Talon. Talon's power was immensely formidable, and its presence significantly enhanced the strength of their team. Master, I shall protect you from this day forth, Talon intoned with a deep, resonant voice. Shanchuan joyfully patted its shoulder. Very well, let us explore this continent together. With Talon's presence, their endeavors within the Soul Beast forest progressed with greater ease. They encountered a plethora of soul beasts. Some became allies, while others maintained their neutrality. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Shanchuan discovered a unique locus of concentrated soul energy. He sensed that this place might harbor the power to aid him in awakening a new soul ring. Resolute, he decided to attempt the awakening here. He instructed his companions to guard him closely, and then began his preparations. Shanchuan settled cross-legged, meticulously calibrating his soul energy to its optimal state. His companions anxiously observed him from the side, each harboring a fervent hope for success. This time, it must be successful, Shanchuan silently vowed within his heart. He began to channel the surrounding soul energy, drawing it into his body, where it circulated ceaselessly. However, the process of awakening the soul ring proved to be fraught with challenges. A formidable backlash surged relentlessly against Shanchuan's body. Master, hold on. Gray Shadow, Lingxue, and Tailong urged fervently. Shanchuan gritted his teeth, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He felt as if his very soul were on the verge of being torn asunder. I cannot give up. My comrades are still counting on me, he fervently cried within himself. He continuously adjusted his soul power, gradually suppressing the backlash that threatened to overwhelm him. After a grueling struggle, he finally succeeded in awakening a new soul ring. His strength experienced a qualitative leap, and he sensed the formidable power that the new soul ring bestowed upon him. With the awakening of the soul ring, Shanchuan discovered that his soul weapon, the treasured sword, had undergone a transformation as well. The gem on the hilt gleamed more brilliantly than before, and mysterious runes began to appear along the blade. He attempted to wield the sword, and found its power had intensified significantly. He could even perform new sword techniques, skills that had previously been beyond his reach. It seems this new soul ring has upgraded my soul weapon, Shanchuan exclaimed joyfully. His companions shared in his elation. Under Talon's guidance, they journeyed to an ancient ruin, a site steeped in the lore of soul beasts. Within the ruins, they uncovered numerous ancient inscriptions and murals that chronicled the history of soul beasts and some of their formidable abilities. Shanchuan and his companions meticulously examined the inscriptions and murals, acquiring a wealth of new knowledge. It turned out that the soul beasts harbored numerous secrets. Shanchuan marveled at this revelation. They diligently documented their findings, intending to delve deeper into their studies in the future. However, this period of enlightenment was fleeting. A mysterious dark force re-emerged on the Douluo Continent. More formidable than the previous malevolent entities, beginning to encroach upon both soul beasts and humanity. Shanchuan and his companions understood that they must rise once more. We cannot allow the forces of darkness to prevail, Shanchuan declared resolutely. His companions nodded in agreement. They began to mobilize, uniting with other righteous forces to confront the encroaching darkness. In the climactic battle against the malevolent powers, Shanchuan and his allies played a pivotal role. Shanchuan wielded the upgraded soul weapon sword, unleashing formidable swordsmanship as he charged towards the heart of the dark forces. Gray Shadow, Ling Shui, and Talon also exhibited their utmost strength. Their synergy was impeccable as they engaged in a desperate struggle against the malevolent powers. After a breathtaking battle, they ultimately triumphed over the darkness. The Douluo Continent was restored to peace once more. Mountains and his companions have emerged as heroes, their deeds celebrated and recounted by the people. Standing atop the mountain, Shanchuan gazed at the enchanting Douluo Continent, his heart brimming with reflections. There remains much ground for us to traverse. This land harbors countless secrets awaiting our exploration, he declared. His companions, positioned beside him, exhibited eyes filled with anticipation for the future. Thus, Shanchuan, accompanied by his allies, embarked once more on a new journey to inscribe their own legendary narrative. In the southeastern expanse of the Douluo Continent lies a vast and enigmatic sea. This mysterious expanse is perpetually shrouded in thick fog, rumored to conceal numerous formidable soul beasts and ancient soul artifacts, yet few dare to delve into its depths. Standing at the shoreline, Shanchuan contemplated the uncharted waters, a profound yearning for adventure surging within him. Shanchuan, have you truly resolved to venture into that sea? Ling Shui inquired with concern, her eyes reflecting deep apprehension. Indeed. There are too many unknowns awaiting our exploration, and perhaps we might discover opportunities to enhance our strength, Shanchuan replied resolutely, his gaze sparkling with the allure of adventure. Moreover, I sense a mysterious soul power summoning me. Then we shall accompany you. Gray Shadow and Talon echoed in unison, their eyes radiating determination. They boarded a specially crafted vessel and sailed into the arcane waters. The sea roiled with tumultuous waves, the thick fog enveloping them, rendering visibility exceedingly low. Suddenly, a colossal wave surged forth, violently rocking the boat. Shanchuan and his companions clung tightly to the railing, striving to maintain their balance. Be cautious, Shanchuan shouted, as a gigantic figure emerged from the depths, revealing a massive whale soul beast, stretching dozens of meters in length, emanating a radiant blue glow, unmistakably a 10,000-year soul beast. This is the 10,000-year whale soul beast. Everyone, proceed with caution. Shanchuan swiftly unsheathed his soul artifact sword, the runes along its blade shimmering with brilliant light. Gray Shadow transformed into a dark shadow, darting swiftly around the whale soul beast in search of an opportunity to strike. Ling Shui harnessed her soul power, enveloping Shanchuan in Gray Shadow in a protective barrier. Talon let out a fierce roar, charging towards the whale soul beast, aiming his massive paw at it. The whale soul beast swung its enormous tail, conjuring towering waves that surged towards them. Shanchuan and his companions fought valiantly to withstand the onslaught. Yet the force of the waves was overwhelming, threatening to capsize their vessel. This cannot continue. We must devise a method to communicate with it, Shanchuan exclaimed resolutely. Mountains and rivers took a deep breath, channeling their soul power, and proclaimed loudly, Elder Whale Soul Beast, we bear no ill intentions. We merely seek adventure in these waters and hope you will spare us. The whale soul beast halted its assault, turning its colossal form to gaze at the group with its profound eyes. You humans dare to trespass into my territory and yet claim to harbor no malice? Its voice resonated with a low, powerful timbre. We truly mean no harm. Our curiosity about the soul beasts and soul tools of this sea is profound. We wish to coexist peacefully with you and the other soul beasts here, mountains and rivers earnestly replied. The whale soul beast fell silent for a moment, seemingly in contemplation. Among your kind, there are indeed few who understand the importance of respecting soul beasts. Very well, I shall grant you mercy, but you must agree to one condition. Speak, and we shall comply, provided it is within our means. Mountains and rivers responded without hesitation. Help me drive away a group of malevolent soul beasts that have invaded my territory. They are wreaking havoc on the ecological balance here, the whale soul beast articulated. We promise to assist you, mountains and rivers exclaimed in unison. After aiding the whale soul beast in expelling the evil soul beasts, its demeanor towards them underwent a significant transformation. You humans are indeed exceptional. I am willing to forge a pact with you and become your ally. Shanchuan was overwhelmed with joy, fully aware that this was a rare opportunity. We are profoundly honored to enter into a covenant with you, and we shall always hold you in the highest regard, standing by you through every trial. Thus, Shanchuan began to invoke the sacred rites of the contract, gradually merging his own soul power with that of the whale spirit beast. The whale spirit beast, in turn, willingly released its own soul energy, and the two forces intertwined, slowly becoming one. Master, I shall henceforth be your companion, and with my strength, I will safeguard you, declared the whale spirit beast, its voice imbued with unwavering loyalty. Mountains and rivers tenderly caressed the colossal form of the whale spirit beast. Thank you, my new companion. Together we shall safeguard the tranquility of these waters. After forging a pact with the whale spirit beast, they continued their exploration of the enigmatic sea. One day, they stumbled upon a peculiar cave on a solitary island, emanating potent waves of spiritual energy. This must be the source that will aid in awakening my new soul ring, exclaimed the mountain. He instructed his companions to stand guard outside the cave, while he ventured in alone. Inside, the cave was dark and damp, yet the spiritual energy grew increasingly intense. The mountain discovered a spacious area, seated himself cross-legged, and commenced the calibration of his spiritual power. This time, I must successfully awaken the new soul ring to empower our forthcoming adventures, he silently vowed. He began to channel the surrounding spiritual energy towards his body, which circulated within him, gradually forming a formidable vortex. However, the process of awakening the soul ring proved to be arduous. A sudden and powerful backlash surged forth, assaulting the mountain's body. He felt as if his very organs were being torn asunder, enduring excruciating pain. Master, hold on, cried Gray Shadow, Ling Shuel, and Talon anxiously from outside the cave. Mountains and rivers bore witness to his unwavering determination, beads of sweat glistening upon his brow. He felt as though his very soul was on the brink of being consumed by this retaliatory force. I cannot surrender. My comrades await me. I must awaken this soul ring, he fervently proclaimed within the depths of his heart. He tirelessly adjusted his soul power, striving to suppress the backlash. Moments ticked by, and though his body grew increasingly frail, he persevered undeterred. Finally, after a particularly intense wave of backlash, he succeeded in transforming that very force into the impetus for awakening his soul ring. His body erupted in a resplendent glow, a formidable surge of soul power soaring skyward from within him. As the radiance faded, he slowly opened his eyes to discover that he had indeed awakened a new soul ring. His strength had undergone a remarkable transformation, and he could feel the immense power bestowed upon him by this new ring. I have succeeded, he exclaimed with elation. His companions, drawn by his voice, rushed into the cavern, their hearts swelling with joy at his success. Master, you are truly remarkable, Gray Shadow exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Shanchuan, your strength has increased tremendously. This is wonderful, Ling Shuai smiled. Tai Long then added in a deep, resonant voice, Master, from now on, we can challenge even more formidable soul beasts. As Shanchuan gazed at his soul weapon, the sword, he noticed its transformation. The gem on the hilt gleamed with greater brilliance, and the runes along the blade were more pronounced. When he attempted to wield the sword, he discovered its power had intensified remarkably, enabling him to execute new sword techniques. It appears this new soul ring has upgraded my soul weapon, Shanchuan exclaimed joyfully. In this enigmatic sea realm, the classification of soul beasts diverged from that on the mainland. Beyond the common categorizations of 100-year, 1,000-year, and 10,000-year ranks, there existed a unique classification known as the Ocean Soul Realm. Beasts of the Ocean Soul Realm are the most formidable entities of the ocean, possessing the ability to command the forces of the sea, their strength unfathomable. The Whale Soul Beast, a creature in the early stages of the Ocean Soul Realm, surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast. Through their interactions with the Whale Soul Beast, Shanchuan and his companions gradually came to understand the characteristics and habits of the soul beasts inhabiting the Ocean Soul Realm. The Whale Soul Beast was gentle in disposition, yet when provoked, it unleashed tremendous power. It held the ecological balance of this marine expanse in high regard, refusing to permit any external forces to disrupt it. Master, I have observed that the soul beasts in this sea are quite sentient. They cooperate with one another to safeguard this territory, Gray Shadow remarked. Indeed, although the soul beasts here are of a high caliber, their relationships are remarkably harmonious. We are incredibly fortunate to be able to form a pact with the Whale Soul Beast, Ling Shuai said with a smile. Talon then added, Master, we could learn some marine combat techniques from the Whale Soul Beast to enhance our abilities. The mountains and rivers nodded in agreement. It was an excellent idea to seek counsel from the whale spirit beast, for perhaps we could uncover methods to enhance our soul power. Having successfully awakened the soul ring and forged a pact with the whale spirit beast, I stood atop the island's peak, gazing out over the vast expanse of the ocean, my heart brimming with emotion. Indeed, this enigmatic sea teems with both opportunities and challenges. Not only have I awakened a new soul ring, but I have also gained a formidable companion in the whale spirit beast. Our strength has significantly increased, and now we are prepared to explore the deeper realms of the ocean. I silently reflected. However, I am acutely aware that this sea harbors even more powerful soul beasts and perilous challenges that await us. I must remain ever vigilant, continually enhancing my abilities to safeguard my companions and protect the tranquility of these waters. A resolute gleam sparkled in my eyes. I firmly believe that as long as we unite in purpose and confront difficulties with courage, we shall etch our own legendary tale within this mysterious ocean. My heart swelled with anticipation for the future. After a brief respite, we embarked once more on a new journey. We navigated our vessel into the deeper waters, seeking further unknowns and challenges. Master, ahead lies a vast coral reef. Powerful soul beasts may be guarding it, Gray Shadow pointed out. Very well, let us investigate, I replied, my eyes shimmering with the thrill of adventure. Little did we know what awaited us ahead on the path of Douluo's counterattack. In the enigmatic sea, Shanchuan and his companions persist in their adventurous quest. Their covenant with the whale spirit beast has significantly enhanced their prowess. However, they are acutely aware that this mysterious expanse conceals countless unknown perils and challenges. One day, as Shanchuan stood contemplatively at the bow of the ship, Ling Shui approached him softly and inquired, Shanchuan, what occupies your thoughts? The mountains and rivers gently lifted their gaze, peering into the distant mist, and remarked, I ponder. Our adventure has only just begun. How many secrets lie hidden within this vast sea, awaiting our discovery? At that moment, the shadowy figure leapt forth with a playful grin, exclaiming, Fear not. With us by your side, we can confront any peril. Talon, with a deep, resonant voice, affirmed, Indeed, my master, we shall grow ever stronger. Suddenly, the vessel began to sway violently, prompting everyone to brace themselves. The mountain spirit's expression grew serious as he warned, Be cautious. Danger may be approaching. As anticipated, a colossal octopus spirit emerged from the depths, extending its tentacles towards the ship. Instantly, the group fell into a state of combat readiness. The mountain spirit brandished a sword, its runes shimmering with radiant light, and leapt forth to strike at the octopus spirit's appendages. Ling Shui summoned her soul energy, conjuring a powerful water barrier in an effort to thwart the creature's assault. The shadowy figure darted like lightning amidst the tentacles, seeking an opportunity to strike. Meanwhile, Talon unleashed his immense strength, delivering a fierce blow to the body of the octopus spirit. However, the octopus spirit proved formidable, its tentacles exhibiting unparalleled resilience, rendering their attacks momentarily ineffective. Just as they found themselves in dire straits, the whale spirit sensed their peril and hastened to their aid. With a thunderous roar, the whale spirit's sonic waves caused the octopus spirit's tentacles to quiver. It charged forth with its massive form, colliding with the octopus spirit and forcing it to retreat. Seizing the opportunity, Shanchuan and his companions intensified their assault, and ultimately, through their collective efforts, the octopus soul beast was repelled. Following this battle, Shanchuan realized the necessity of perpetually enhancing their strength. He resolved to seek out additional soul tools and soul rings to bolster both his own and his comrades' combat capabilities. In the days that followed, they continued their exploration of the enigmatic sea. One day, they arrived at a mysterious isle, shrouded in a veil of ethereal mist that obscured the circumstances within. Shanchuan cautiously remarked, This small island appears quite extraordinary. Everyone, tread carefully. They ventured onto the island with utmost care, discovering an abundance of peculiar flora and ancient relics. Amidst the ruins, they stumbled upon a long spear radiating a formidable aura of spiritual energy. Mountains and rivers grasped the long spear, feeling the formidable power it encompassed. This spear must undoubtedly be a potent soul weapon, which we can utilize to our advantage. Just as they were preparing to depart from the ruins, a fierce tiger-shaped soul beast suddenly emerged. This creature emanated an overwhelming aura, clearly indicating it was a powerful 10,000-year soul beast. The mountains and rivers swiftly prepared for battle, with the gray shadow charging forth first to engage in a fierce confrontation with the tiger-shaped soul beast. Ling Shui, standing aside, channeled her soul power to provide support for the gray shadow. Talon and Shanchuan soon joined the fray as well. The tiger-shaped soul beast was exceedingly ferocious. Its attack speed so rapid that it rendered evasion nearly impossible for the group. However, Shanchuan and his companions did not falter. Fueled by their indomitable spirit and harmonious cooperation, they embarked on a breathtaking clash with the beast. During the battle, Shanchuan discerned the creature's vulnerability lay within its eyes. Seizing the opportunity, he thrust his spear towards the soul beast's eye. The beast emitted a pained roar before collapsing to the ground. The group triumphed over the tiger-shaped soul beast, acquiring its soul ring. Shanchuan absorbed the soul ring, further enhancing his strength. As their adventure in the mysterious sea deepened, the soul beast they encountered grew increasingly formidable. On one occasion, they encountered a colossal sea turtle soul beast, which boasted formidable defensive capabilities, rendering their attacks nearly ineffective. Shanchuan pondered for a moment before declaring, "We cannot confront it head-on. We must devise a strategy to uncover its vulnerabilities." They closely observed the movements of the sea turtle spirit beast and discerned that its underbelly appeared relatively soft, potentially its Achilles heel. With this insight, Shanchuan formulated a plan. They would first draw the attention of the sea turtle spirit beast, enticing it to pursue them. At a propitious moment, Shanchuan and Huiying swiftly maneuvered to the rear of the sea turtle spirit beast, launching an attack on its vulnerable abdomen. Meanwhile, Ling Shui and Tai Long continued to captivate its attention from the front. After a fierce battle, they ultimately triumphed over the sea turtle spirit beast, securing its soul ring and a precious soul artifact. Throughout their adventurous journey, Shanchuan and his companions also encountered other spirit masters, who were similarly seeking their fortunes within the enigmatic sea realm. The adventures of Shanchuan and his companions in the enigmatic seas persist. Their pact with the soul whale beast has bestowed upon them formidable assistance in this realm teeming with uncertainties, yet they are acutely aware that further challenges lie ahead. One day, Shanchuan stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the tumultuous waves, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Ling Shui approached, softly inquiring, "Shanchuan, what occupies your thoughts?" Mountains and rivers subtly turned their gaze towards Ling Shui's exquisite visage, and he mused, "I ponder when our adventure shall reach its conclusion, and how many formidable spirit beasts and enigmatic spirit artifacts await our discovery in these waters." Ling Shui replied with a smile, "Regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, we shall confront them together." At that moment, Huiying leapt over from the opposite end of the vessel, brimming with excitement. "Hey, look over there. It seems something is stirring." The group followed Huiying's pointing finger and beheld a colossal whirlpool emerging in the distance. With a grave expression, Shanchuan cautioned, "Everyone, be vigilant. This whirlpool may be more than it appears." They cautiously approached the whirlpool when, suddenly, a gigantic shark spirit beast surged forth from its depths. This formidable creature was immense, with razor-sharp teeth and an aura of potent spiritual energy radiating from its form. Mountains and rivers immediately drew forth their treasured swords, preparing for battle. Talon also let out a fierce roar, adopting a combat stance. Ling Shui swiftly summoned her soul power, bestowing protective enhancements upon the group. The shark soul beast opened its gaping maw, lunging towards them. Mountains adeptly evaded the shark soul beast's assaults while searching for its vulnerabilities. Gray shadow darted rapidly around the shark soul beast, attempting to divert its attention. After an intense skirmish, Mountains discerned that the beast's eyes were its Achilles heel. He called out to his companions, urging them to strike at its eyes. United in purpose, they ultimately succeeded in hitting the shark soul beast's eyes. The creature roared in agony, turning to flee back into the whirlpool. Upon the conclusion of the battle, they continued their journey. Before long, they arrived at a mysterious island. A shroud of enigmatic mist enveloped the isle, obscuring their view of what lay within. The mountains and rivers spoke cautiously. "This island appears quite extraordinary. Everyone should tread carefully." They ventured onto the island with great care and discovered an abundance of peculiar flora and ancient relics. Amidst the ruins, they stumbled upon a battle axe radiating a formidable spiritual power. Shanchuan grasped the battle axe, feeling the formidable power it contained. This axe must undoubtedly be a potent soul weapon, one we can utilize to great effect. Just as they were preparing to depart from the ruins, a colossal spider soul beast suddenly materialized. This spider soul beast was adorned with vibrant patterns, presenting a truly terrifying sight. The mountains and rivers swiftly prepared for battle, with the gray shadow leading the charge against the fierce spider soul beast. Ling Shui, positioned at the side, wielded her soul power to provide support for Gray Shadow. Talon and the others soon joined the fray. The spider soul beast, cunning and deceptive, incessantly spat out webs in an attempt to ensnare them. However, the team was undeterred. Fueled by their resolute spirit and harmonious cooperation, they engaged in a breathtaking battle with the spider soul beast. During the skirmish, Shanchuan discerned that the creature's abdomen was its Achilles heel. Seizing the moment, he struck with his battle axe, landing a decisive blow to the spider soul beast's underbelly. It let out a pained roar before collapsing to the ground. The group successfully vanquished the spider soul beast and claimed its soul ring. Shanchuan absorbed the soul ring, further enhancing his prowess. As their adventure in the enigmatic sea deepened, they encountered increasingly formidable soul beasts. On one occasion, they faced a colossal dragon soul beast, renowned for its immense power and speed, plunging them into a fierce struggle. Shanchuan gazed at the soaring dragon soul beast, contemplating strategies within his mind. He conveyed to his companions, "We cannot confront it head-on. We must devise a means to uncover its vulnerabilities." As they observed the movements of the dragon soul beast, they discerned that its wings were its Achilles heel. Consequently, Shanchuan formulated a plan. They first drew the attention of the dragon soul beast, leading it on a chase. Then, at an opportune moment, Shanchuan and Huiying swiftly maneuvered behind the beast to strike at its wings, while Lingxue and Tailong continued to captivate its focus from the front. After an intense battle, they ultimately triumphed over the dragon soul beast, securing its soul ring and a precious soul artifact. Throughout their adventures, Shanchuan and his companions encountered several other soul masters, who too were in search of their fortunes within the enigmatic sea. They exchanged experiences, offered mutual assistance, and collectively faced various challenges. One day, they stumbled upon a legend. It spoke of an immensely powerful soul beast residing in the depths of the mysterious sea, possessing arcane powers capable of forging covenants with humanity, the mysterious covenant of Douluo. The adventurous journey of Shanchuan and his companions in the enigmatic sea continues unabated. They engage in battles against formidable soul beasts, perpetually in pursuit of new soul tools and soul rings to enhance their strength. One day, while resting on a deserted island, Lingxue gazes thoughtfully at the distant sea, pondering aloud, "Shanchuan, what secrets do you think this mysterious ocean conceals?" As Shanchuan approached Lingxue, gazing at the tumultuous sea before them, he remarked, "Our journey thus far has brought us face to face with numerous formidable spirit beasts and enigmatic spirit artifacts. The secrets of this maritime expanse are likely beyond our wildest imagination." Meanwhile, Huiying danced excitedly nearby, exclaiming, "Hee, regardless of the secrets that await, we shall uncover them all." Tyrone, with a calm demeanor, interjected, "Master, we must proceed with caution. The perils of this ocean are not to be underestimated." At that moment, an unusual cry echoed through the sky, prompting everyone to look upward. They beheld a colossal avian spirit beast soaring gracefully above, its plumage a dazzling array of colors. With wings spanning over 10 meters, its eyes shimmered with a mysterious luminescence. Shanchuan cautiously remarked, "Everyone, be vigilant. This soul beast appears to be formidable." Suddenly, the avian soul beast swooped down, launching an attack against them. Instantly, Shanchuan and his companions entered a state of combat. Lingxue summoned her soul power, conjuring a curtain of water in an attempt to thwart the assault of the avian soul beast. Huiying transformed into a shadow, swiftly darting around the avian beast, seeking an opportunity to strike. Talon let out a fierce roar as he charged at the avian soul beast, aiming to strike it with his enormous paw. However, the avian soul beast exhibited remarkable agility, effortlessly evading their attacks while unleashing powerful soul force shocks. Armed with his treasured sword, Shanchuan engaged in an intense duel with the avian soul beast. He soon realized that its speed was astonishing, making it exceedingly difficult to land a hit. In the midst of the battle, a thought struck Shanchuan. He called out to Lingxue, "Lingxue, harness your soul power to manipulate the sea water and create a vortex to ensnare the avian soul beast." Without hesitation, Lingxue wielded her soul power, commanding the sea water to form a colossal vortex. The avian soul beast found itself trapped within the whirlpool, unable to escape. Seizing the opportunity, Shanchuan rushed forward and pierced the beast's wing with his sword. The avian soul beast let out a cry of agony, collapsing onto the ground. Together, they had successfully vanquished the avian soul beast and acquired its soul ring. Through this battle, Shanchuan and his companions realized that in this enigmatic sea realm, they must continuously enhance their strength to confront the myriad of powerful soul beasts. Shortly thereafter, they heard whispers of a legend regarding a mysterious soul artifact. According to the tale, deep within the enigmatic sea, there lay an ancient staff imbued with immense power, capable of controlling various soul beasts. Shanchuan was profoundly intrigued by this legend, prompting him to lead his companions in search of the enigmatic staff. Following the clues embedded in the tale, they arrived at a mysterious isle enveloped in a shroud of ethereal mist, obscuring their view of the surroundings. Shanchuan cautiously warned, "Be vigilant, for this island may conceal peril." They tread carefully into the island, discovering an abundance of peculiar flora and ancient ruins. Deep within the remnants of the past, they ultimately unearthed the fabled staff. It emanated a formidable spiritual energy, adorned with a magnificent gemstone. As Shanchuan grasped the staff, he was acutely aware of the immense power it harbored. At that moment, a colossal serpentine soul beast materialized unexpectedly. Its scaly body glistened ominously, eyes ablaze with a crimson glow, while it unleashed a stream of black venom from its maw. Shanchuan and his companions promptly prepared for battle as the shadowy figure, Huiying, charged forth to engage in a fierce confrontation with the serpentine soul beast. Lingxue, meanwhile, stood by, channeling her soul power to provide support to Huiying. Talon and Shanchuan soon joined the fray. The serpentine soul beast proved to be exceedingly ferocious, its venom possessing a highly corrosive nature, making it difficult for the group to approach. Yet, Shanchuan and his comrades did not falter. With unwavering determination and seamless cooperation, they embarked on a breathtaking struggle against the soul beast. During the clash, Shanchuan discerned that the creature's 7-inch mark was its Achilles heel. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a powerful surge of soul energy from his staff, striking the serpent at its vulnerable point. The beast emitted a pained roar before collapsing to the ground. The group triumphed over the serpentine soul beast, earning its soul ring as a reward. This battle deepened their understanding of the mysterious staff's power, leading them to resolve to harness its strength to forge contracts with more soul beasts, thereby safeguarding this enigmatic marine realm. In the days that followed, they continued their adventures in the mystical sea, encountering a myriad of soul beasts, including colossal sea turtle soul beasts, fierce lion soul beasts, and agile monkey soul beasts. Each creature possessed unique abilities and personalities, presenting Shanchuan and his companions with new challenges to navigate. Mountains and rivers, alongside his companions, persist in their adventurous journey across the enigmatic continent of Douluo. They traverse perilous terrains, engaging in fierce battles against formidable soul beasts, all the while seeking new soul tools and soul rings to enhance their prowess. One day, as they take a respite in an ancient forest, Lingxue leans against a grand tree, gazing at the sky, and contemplatively inquires, "Shanchuan, when do you suppose we shall discover even more powerful soul tools?" Shanchuan sat aside, meticulously polishing the sword in his hand, and remarked, "I am uncertain, yet I firmly believe that through relentless effort, we shall ultimately reap rewards." The shadowy figure nearby leaped joyfully among the branches, exclaiming, "Hee, I have a feeling we will soon encounter a formidable soul weapon. Perhaps the next one will be extraordinarily powerful." Talon, standing steadfastly to the side, vigilantly surveyed their surroundings and cautioned, "Master, we must remain vigilant. This land is rife with unknown dangers." Just then, a deep growl resonated through the forest, instantly heightening everyone's alertness. Shanchuan tightened his grip on the sword, whispering, "Caution! A soul beast approaches." Moments later, a colossal bear-shaped soul beast emerged from the thicket. Towering several meters tall, its body was cloaked in a coat of jet-black fur, and its eyes gleamed with a crimson light. Its claws were razor-sharp, causing the ground to tremble with each step it took. Lingxue gasped, "This soul beast appears incredibly formidable." Shanchuan spoke calmly, urging everyone to remain composed and unite their efforts. Instantly, the group entered a state of readiness, with Huiying leading the charge, transforming into a shadow that swiftly darted around the bear soul beast, searching for its vulnerabilities. Lingxue conjured a veil of water, positioning it in front of the others to shield against any sudden assaults from the beast. Tailong let out a furious roar and lunged towards the bear soul beast, striking with his immense paw. The creature bellowed in response, brandishing its claws as it engaged in a fierce battle with the group. Shanchuan nimbly evaded the bear soul beast's onslaught, seeking opportunities to counterattack. He observed that although the beast possessed tremendous strength, its movements were relatively sluggish. During the fray, Shanchuan called out to his companions, urging them to coordinate their attacks on the beast's legs to destabilize it. Heeding his command, The group directed their strikes towards the bear soul beast's limbs. After an intense skirmish, they ultimately triumphed over the creature. With the defeat of the bear soul beast, the group acquired its soul ring, and upon absorbing it, Shanchuan experienced a further enhancement of his powers. As they continued along their journey, they encountered a legend regarding a mysterious soul artifact. It was said that within a distant, enigmatic valley lay a sword imbued with extraordinary power. This sword had once belonged to a formidable soul master, capable of summoning a tempest of soul energy to obliterate any adversary. The mountains and rivers were filled with curiosity regarding this legend. Thus, he resolved to lead his companions in search of the enigmatic sword. Following the clues of the tale, they arrived at the mysterious valley. A mysterious mist enveloped the valley, obscuring the circumstances within. Mountain River cautiously remarked, "Everyone, tread carefully. This valley may conceal peril." They ventured into the valley with utmost care, discovering an array of peculiar flora and ancient relics. Deep within the ruins, they finally uncovered the enigmatic sword. The blade was embedded in a massive stone, radiating a formidable aura of soul energy. Mountain River stepped forward and gently grasped the hilt, instantly feeling a surge of immense power coursing through him. At that moment, a colossal serpentine soul beast emerged from the depths of the earth. This serpentine creature shimmered with a violet glow, its eyes gleaming like precious gems. Its length extended for several dozen meters, and it expelled a noxious black venom from its maw. Ling Shui exclaimed in terror, "This soul beast is truly fearsome." The mountains and rivers spoke calmly, "Do not fear. We shall fight together." The crowd immediately readied themselves for battle. The gray shadow transformed into a dark figure, swiftly darting around the serpent soul beast in an attempt to divert its attention. Ling Shui then summoned her soul power to conjure an icy wall, shielding against the serpent soul beast's venomous assault. Tyrone let out a fierce roar as he charged towards the serpent soul beast, engaging in a fierce struggle with his immense strength. Shanchuan wielded a mysterious sword, engaging in a breathtaking battle against the serpent spirit beast. He discovered that the sword possessed immense power, capable of effortlessly slicing through the creature's scales. Throughout the clash, Shanchuan relentlessly searched for the serpent spirit beast's vulnerabilities. After a fierce confrontation, he finally identified its Achilles heel, the point 7 inches from its head. Seizing the moment, he thrust the sword with great force into this critical spot. The serpent spirit beast let out an anguished roar before collapsing onto the ground. The group triumphed over the beast, securing its soul ring. Shanchuan gazed at the Douluo's boundary-breaking quest in his hand. The adventures of Mountain River and his companions in the Douluo Continent continue unabated. They have just vanquished a formidable serpentine soul beast, acquiring a precious soul ring in the process, while that enigmatic sword has significantly augmented their strength. Mountain River. This sword is truly remarkable, Ling Shui exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with excitement. The mountains gently caressed the blade of the sword, sensing the immense power it contained. Indeed, with this sword in hand, we shall embark on our forthcoming adventures with renewed confidence. The lively gray shadow bounced nearby, exclaiming, "Let us hasten to seek out more soul artifacts and soul beasts." However, Talon, with a composed demeanor, cautioned, "Master, we must not let our guard down. The Douluo Continent harbors many unknown dangers." As they ventured forth, they encountered a myriad of soul beasts. On one occasion, they encountered a colossal avian soul beast. Its wings spanned over 10 meters, feathers as unyielding as steel, and its eyes gleamed with a piercing light. "Be cautious. The soul beast is formidable. Warn Mountain River with vigilance." Ling Shui swiftly summoned her soul power, conjuring a curtain of water to prepare for the avian soul beast's onslaught. Meanwhile, Gray Shadow transformed into a shadowy figure, rapidly circling the soul beast, seeking an opportunity to strike. With a fierce roar, Talon charged at the avian soul beast, attempting to force it back with his immense strength. The avian soul beast emitted a sharp cry, flapping its wings and unleashing a tempest. Mountain River, wielding the sword, skillfully evaded the soul beast's attacks while searching for its vulnerabilities. "Everyone, take heed. This avian beast is exceptionally swift. We must coordinate our efforts," Mountain River shouted. After a fierce battle, they finally discerned that the creature's eyes were its Achilles heel. Seizing the moment, Mountain River unleashed a potent soul power attack with the sword, striking true at the avian soul beast's eye. The beast screeched in agony and plummeted to the ground. They acquired the soul ring from the avian soul beast, and upon absorbing it, Mountain River experienced a significant enhancement in strength. As they continued their adventures, they heard whispers of a legendary, mystical soul artifact. It was said that deep within an ancient mountain range lay a mysterious cave, harboring an immensely powerful soul artifact capable of altering one's destiny. Shanchuan resolved to lead his companions in search of the enigmatic soul artifact. They traversed lush forests and scaled towering mountains, ultimately arriving at the fabled cave. A shroud of mysterious mist enveloped the cave's entrance, obscuring the interior from view. Shanchuan cautiously advised, "Be vigilant, for this cave may be fraught with peril." With utmost care, they ventured into the cave, which was dim and damp, its walls shimmering with an unusual luminescence. Deep within the cavern, they stumbled upon a colossal stone platform, upon which rested an armor radiating a mystical glow. Could this be the legendary soul artifact? Ling Xue exclaimed in astonishment. Mountains and rivers stepped forward, scrutinizing the formidable armor that lay before them, a sight that demanded utmost caution. Just as they were about to seize the armor, a colossal spider soul beast descended from the cave's apex. This arachnid creature was adorned with sharp spines, its eyes glimmering with a malevolent red light, while it exhaled viscous webs from its maw. "Beware, it is the spider soul beast," Tyrone exclaimed. Instantly, the group assumed a battle-ready stance, as gray shadow darted agilely around the spider soul beast, endeavoring to disrupt its movements. Ling Xue summoned her soul energy, conjuring an icy barrier to intercept the webs spewed forth by the beast. Meanwhile, Mountains, wielding his sword, engaged in a fierce confrontation with the spider soul beast. The creature proved to be exceedingly cunning, relentlessly casting webs in an attempt to ensnare Mountains and his companions. Yet, undeterred by fear, they fought valiantly, their unwavering spirit and seamless cooperation igniting a thrilling clash against the spider soul beast. During the fray, Mountains discerned a vulnerability in the beast's abdomen. Seizing the moment, he thrust his sword toward its underbelly. The spider soul beast emitted a harrowing roar of agony before collapsing to the ground. They triumphed over the spider soul beast, claiming its soul ring as a reward. As Mountains lifted the enigmatic armor, he felt the immense power it contained. Donning the armor bestowed upon him a remarkable enhancement of strength. Their adventures on the Douluo Continent continued, where they encountered even more formidable soul beasts and daunting challenges. On one occasion, they arrived at a mysterious desert. The winds howled fiercely, and sand swirled tumultuously through the air. Deep within the desert, they encountered a gigantic scorpion soul beast. Its formidable form towered ominously, the venomous stinger on its tail shimmering ominously. Its eyes glowed red, instilling a sense of dread. "Everyone, exercise caution. This scorpion soul beast is exceedingly perilous," Mountains warned. Ling Xue summoned her soul energy. The adventure of Shanchuan and his companions on the Douluo Continent continues unabated. They have recently triumphed over a colossal scorpion soul beast in a mysterious desert, securing a precious soul ring. At this moment, they sit together, deliberating their next course of action. "Shanchuan, we have encountered numerous formidable soul beasts, yet we have yet to discover the ultimate soul tool," Ling Xue remarked, her brow slightly furrowed. The Mountains and Rivers contemplated for a moment before responding. "I too have pondered this question, yet I firmly believe that as long as we persevere, we shall undoubtedly discover the legendary soul artifact." The gray shadow, leaping excitedly nearby, chimed in, Indeed, we are certain to find it. Perhaps the next encounter will be the one." Tyren, however, spoke with a calm demeanor. "Master, we must remain vigilant for the formidable soul beasts during our quest for the soul artifact, for they may appear at any moment." Just as they engaged in their discussion, a weary traveler approached from a distance. The traveler appeared exhausted, yet his gaze conveyed an unwavering resolve. "Greetings," he inquired. "I have heard that you are in search of a powerful soul artifact." The Mountains and Rivers vigilantly regarded the traveler and replied, "Indeed. Do you possess any news?" The traveler smiled and said, "I am aware of a legend concerning a mysterious soul artifact. It is said that on a distant, enigmatic island lies a sealed divine sword, endowed with unparalleled power capable of severing all malevolence." Upon hearing this, Shanchuan and the others were filled with an exhilarating excitement. "Where is that island?" Ling Xue inquired eagerly. The traveler shook his head and replied, "I do not know the precise location, but I have heard that a passage leading to that island only appears at specific times and places." The Mountains and Rivers fell into contemplation. He understood that this lead, albeit vague, was still worth pursuing. "Thank you for your message. We shall continue our search," he remarked to the traveler. The traveler nodded and turned to depart. Shanchuan and his companions resolved to continue their exploration of the Douluo Continent. in search of the passage leading to the enigmatic island. During their journey, they encountered a multitude of diverse soul beasts. On one occasion, they ventured into an ancient forest, shrouded in a mysterious mist that obscured the path ahead. Be cautious. The fog here is peculiar and may conceal dangers, Shanchuan cautioned. They proceeded with utmost care into the forest, when suddenly, a colossal ape-soul beast descended from the trees. Standing several meters tall and covered in golden fur, its eyes sparkled with an aura of wisdom. This soul beast appears extraordinary, Lingxue remarked. In an instant, Huiying transformed into a shadow, darting towards the ape-soul beast to gauge its strength. The ape-soul beast effortlessly evaded Huiying's attack and let out a thunderous roar. Shanchuan, wielding a treasured sword, prepared to engage in battle. The soul beast, a formidable ape, swung its massive fist towards him. Shanchuan deftly evaded the attack, while simultaneously seeking an opportunity to strike. During the skirmish, he discerned that the ape's speed was astonishingly swift and its strength overwhelming. It took the combined efforts of several individuals to barely contend with the soul beast. This stalemate is untenable. We must devise a strategy to uncover its vulnerabilities, Shanchuan declared. After a moment of contemplation, Lingxue responded, I believe its eyes may be a point of weakness. We could attempt to target them. Mountains and rivers nodded. Then addressed Talon and Gray Shadow. You shall divert its attention while Lingxue and I seek an opportunity to strike at its eyes. Talon and Gray Shadow immediately sprang into action, relentlessly assaulting the monkey spirit beast, leaving it no chance to focus on anything else. Meanwhile, Mountains and Lingxue seized the moment to search for an opening. At last, when the monkey spirit beast lunged at Talon, Mountains and Lingxue found their opportunity. They unleashed a powerful soul energy attack simultaneously, striking the monkey spirit beast's eyes with precision. The creature let out a pained roar, collapsing to the ground. They had successfully vanquished the monkey spirit beast and obtained its soul ring. Following this battle, Mountains and his companions became ever more cautious. They continued their quest across the Douluo Continent in search of a passage to the mysterious island. Finally, on a moonlit night, they discovered a mysterious glow on a seaside cliff. Within the radiance, a passage appeared to flicker. Could this be the gateway to the mysterious island? Lingxue exclaimed with excitement. Shanchuan meticulously observed the radiance and remarked, It is quite possible. Let us venture in and explore. They cautiously stepped into the luminous glow, immediately enveloped by an overwhelming force. Suddenly, darkness consumed them, and they succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, they discovered themselves on an unfamiliar island, shrouded in an aura of mystery that evoked the sensation of being in a fantastical realm. The endless adventure of Douluo. Shanchuan and his companions gradually opened their eyes, only to discover that they were on a mysterious island. The air seemed to be imbued with an enigmatic energy, and the surroundings were breathtakingly beautiful, adorned with exotic flowers and peculiar plants, while ancient structures loomed faintly in the distance. Wow, what is this place? It's so beautiful, Lingxue exclaimed in awe. The mountains and rivers stood tall, cautiously surveying their surroundings. We must have arrived at the fabled mysterious island. Everyone, be vigilant. Unknown dangers may lurk here. The Gray Shadow bounced excitedly nearby, exclaiming with glee, Surely, there are many formidable soul beasts and soul tools awaiting us. Talon spoke with poise, Master. We must remain alert and be ready to confront any potential threats. They proceeded with utmost care, their eyes widened by the sight of various exotic plants along the way. Suddenly, a brilliantly colored bird soared overhead, leaving behind a series of melodious chirps. What a beautiful bird, Lingxue exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows. In this unfamiliar land, we could not afford to be complacent. Perhaps this seemingly beautiful bird was, in fact, a soul beast. Just as the mountains and rivers had anticipated, the bird suddenly veered back, its form rapidly enlarging into a colossal raptor soul beast. Its feathers were as unyielding as steel, and its eyes glimmered with a fierce light. Prepare for battle, Mountain shouted, brandishing his sword as he charged forward. Lingxue swiftly unleashed her soul power, conjuring a curtain of water in an attempt to thwart the raptor soul beast assault. Huiying transformed into a shadow, darting rapidly around the raptor, seeking an opportunity to strike. Talon let out a furious roar, lunging at the raptor soul beast, engaging in a fierce struggle with his immense strength. This creature is incredibly swift, Lingxue exclaimed. As Shanchuan deftly evaded the onslaught of the ferocious avian spirit beast, he urged his companions, Let us coordinate our efforts and strike at its wings, rendering it incapable of flight. After a fierce confrontation, they ultimately succeeded in targeting the wings of the beast, causing it to plummet to the ground. The avian spirit beast unleashed a furious roar, yet, under the combined assault from Shanchuan and his allies, it was ultimately vanquished. They obtained the spirit ring from the avian beast, and upon absorbing it, Shanchuan experienced a further enhancement of his powers. Continuing their journey, they arrived at the threshold of an ancient castle. The grand entrance stood firmly shut, shrouded in an air of mystery. This castle appears quite extraordinary. There must be treasures hidden within, Gray Shadow exclaimed with excitement. Shanchuan cautioned, we must not be careless. Let us first observe. They circled the castle and discovered that its walls were adorned with strange runes. Just as their confusion deepened, the grand entrance of the castle slowly creaked open, revealing a magnificent lion spirit beast emerging from within. This lion spirit beast emanated a radiant golden glow, its gaze formidable and commanding. Its roar seemed capable of shattering the very essence of one's soul. What a powerful spirit beast! Exclaimed Ling Shui in astonishment. Mountains and rivers gripped their swords tightly and declared, fear not, everyone, let us advance together. They engaged in a thrilling battle against the lion spirit beast. The strength of the lion spirit beast was formidable, with each strike imposing immense pressure upon Shanchuan and his companions. This cannot continue. We must devise a strategy to uncover its weakness, Shanchuan proclaimed. After pondering for a moment, Ling Shui suggested, I believe its eyes may be its vulnerable point. We should attempt to strike at its eyes. Mountain River nodded, and then spoke to Talon and Gray Shadow, instructing them to divert the creature's attention while he and Ling Shui sought an opportunity to strike at its eyes. Talon and Gray Shadow sprang into action, launching relentless assaults on the lion spirit beast, ensuring it was preoccupied. Meanwhile, Mountain River and Ling Shui scoured for a chance to attack. At last, when the lion spirit beast lunged at Talon, they seized the moment. Together, they unleashed a formidable surge of soul power, striking true at the creature's eyes. The lion spirit beast let out a heart-wrenching roar before collapsing to the ground. They had triumphed over the lion spirit beast and acquired its soul ring. Upon entering the castle, they were met with a myriad of enigmatic mechanisms and traps. They advanced cautiously, ever vigilant. This place is perilously dangerous, Ling Shui exclaimed. The mountains and rivers responded, urging caution, assuring that they would undoubtedly uncover what they sought. Deep within the castle, they stumbled upon a colossal treasure chest, adorned with intricate, enigmatic runes that radiated a formidable aura of spiritual energy. This must be a treasure, Gray Shadow exclaimed with fervor. As they pried open the chest, a blinding brilliance erupted forth, revealing a mysterious staff nestled within. Is this the soul artifact we have been searching for? The mountains and rivers, along with their companions, gazed at the mysterious staff within the treasure chest, their eyes brimming with astonishment and anticipation. Ling Shui gently caressed the staff, remarking, this staff appears to be extraordinarily formidable. It must be a powerful soul artifact. The mountains and rivers nod in acknowledgement, yet we must not let our guard down. There are undoubtedly more perils awaiting us on this island. The shadowy figure nearby bounces about, exclaiming, what is there to fear? With the mighty mountains and rivers leading us, we shall surely conquer all soul beasts. In contrast, Talon spoke with a measured tone, Master, we must exercise caution. The appearance of this staff may very well attract more formidable soul beasts. As if anticipating Talon's warning, the ground trembled violently the moment they grasped the staff. A colossal spider soul beast emerged from the depths below, emanating a menacing purple glow, its immense form instilling fear. Everyone, be vigilant, Mountain shouted, brandishing his sword in readiness. Ling Shui swiftly summoned her soul power, conjuring a wall of ice in an attempt to obstruct the spider soul beast's advance. The creature emitted a piercing shriek, unleashing a mass of viscous silk that instantaneously dissolved the ice barrier. This silk is formidable, Ling Shui exclaimed in astonishment. The shadow transformed into a dark blur, swiftly circling the spider soul beast in search of an opportunity to strike. However, the spider soul beast reacted with astonishing speed, consistently landing precise blows on the shadowy figure. With a roar of fury, Talon charged at the beast, engaging in a fierce struggle with his immense strength. Yet, the creature's shell was impenetrably hard, rendering Talon's efforts largely ineffective. This cannot continue. We must devise a strategy, Mountain declared. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Shui proposed, I believe we can exploit its weaknesses. Spiders are generally averse to fire. We might try utilizing fire-based soul power to attack it. The mountains and rivers nodded in agreement, acknowledging the brilliance of the plan. Shadow, they said, Distract its attention while Ling Xue and I prepare our fire-based soul power attack. Talon, await your opportunity to strike at its abdomen. Without hesitation, Shadow sprang into action, weaving swiftly around the spider soul beast, taunting it incessantly. Infuriated by Shadow's provocations, the spider soul beast unleashed a frenzied assault against him. Taking advantage of the moment, Shanchuan and Ling Xue concentrated their fire-based soul power, preparing to launch an assault. As the attention of the spider soul beast was entirely captivated by Huaying, Shanchuan and Ling Xue unleashed a formidable fire-based soul power attack simultaneously. The flames engulfed the spider soul beast in an instant, eliciting a cry of agony from it. Seizing the opportunity, Talon charged towards the abdomen of the spider soul beast, delivering a strike with all his might. Under the combined force of their assault, the spider soul beast finally succumbed and collapsed to the ground. They had triumphed over the spider soul beast and successfully obtained its soul ring. After absorbing the soul rings, Shanchuan experienced a further enhancement of their powers. They continued their exploration of the island, seeking additional soul artifacts and treasures. Deep within the island, they stumbled upon a mysterious cave, emanating a powerful wave of soul energy, suggesting the presence of a significant treasure within. This cave appears quite extraordinary. Let us venture inside, Shanchuan remarked. They cautiously entered the cave, which was dark and damp, the walls shimmering with an unusual luminescence. In the depths of the cave, they discovered a long sword radiating a blue glow. This sword must undoubtedly be a formidable soul artifact, Ling Xue exclaimed with excitement. However, just as they prepared to seize the long sword, a colossal serpent-like soul beast descended from the cave ceiling. This creature emitted a greenish light, its eyes glinting with ferocity. Be careful, Shanchuan shouted, charging forward with his sword drawn. The serpent soul beast opened its cavernous maw and lunged at Shanchuan. He skillfully evaded its attacks, searching for a vulnerable point. Ling Xue summoned her soul energy, conjuring a water barrier in an attempt to obstruct the beast's advance. Yet, the creature's strength was overwhelming, shattering the barrier in an instant. Gray Shadow transformed into a shadow, darting swiftly around the serpent soul beast, seeking an opportunity to strike. Meanwhile, Talon awaited the opportune moment to launch a decisive blow. This serpent soul beast is incredibly powerful. We must devise a strategy, Shanchuan stated. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Xue proposed. I believe we can exploit its poor eyesight by attacking from various angles. Mountains and rivers nodded in agreement, acknowledging the brilliance of the plan. Gray Shadow, divert its attention to the left, while Talon maneuvers to the right. Ling Xue and I shall launch our assault from the front. They executed the strategy with precision. Gray Shadow and Talon skillfully drew the attention of the serpentine spirit beast from either side, while Mountains and Ling Xue launched a frontal attack. The serpentine spirit beast was left bewildered by their onslaught. The battle between Shanchuan and his companions against the serpentine soul beast grew increasingly fierce. The serpent twisted its body incessantly, spewing forth a noxious green venom that splattered onto the ground, instantly corroding it into deep craters. Everyone, be cautious. This venom is formidable, Shanchuan shouted. Ling Xue swiftly summoned her soul power, conjuring a watery shield around them to fend off the venomous assault. This soul beast is proving to be quite a challenge. What other abilities could it possess? Huaying inquired while deftly evading the serpent's strikes. Talon, with his gaze fixed intently on the creature, replied, judging by its demeanor, it undoubtedly harbors even more potent techniques yet to be unleashed. It appeared that the serpentine soul beast comprehended their exchange, as it suddenly emitted a sharp, piercing shriek, its scales beginning to glimmer with an eerie radiance. Almost immediately, it unleashed a powerful beam of green light from its maw, shattering the rocks in its path. Mountains and rivers immediately raised the treasured sword, positioning it before him in an attempt to withstand the radiant light. Yet, the force of that brilliance was overwhelmingly potent, causing him to stagger backward repeatedly. What tremendous power! He gritted his teeth and exclaimed. Ling Xue, in a state of urgency, urged, we must devise a plan. We cannot simply endure this onslaught. Suddenly, Huaying had a flash of inspiration and proposed, I have an idea. We can harness its assault to counterattack. When it unleashes that green light again, let us concentrate our energy on Mountain River's sword, then rebound the light back at it. Tai Long nodded in agreement. It is worth a try. Thus, they awaited the serpentine soul beast to strike once more. The serpentine soul beast indeed unleashed another burst of green light, and Mountain River and his companions immediately focused their soul power on the sword. In an instant, the sword blazed with brilliance, successfully deflecting the green light back at the beast. Struck by its own attack, the serpentine soul beast let out a piercing cry of agony. However, it did not retreat. Instead, it launched into a more frenzied assault. "It seems we have provoked it," Ling Xue remarked. The mountains and rivers calmly declared, "Everyone, remain composed and proceed according to our plan." They continually evaded the onslaught of the serpentine soul beast, seeking opportunities for counterattack. The speed of the serpentine soul beast escalated, and its assaults grew increasingly ferocious. "This cannot continue. We must swiftly identify its vulnerabilities," Talon asserted. Suddenly, Gray Shadow had a revelation and remarked, "I recall a particular soul beast whose weakness lies at the 7-inch mark. I wonder if this serpentine soul beast shares the same trait." Shanchuan's eyes sparkled with insight as he declared, "Indeed, we shall attempt to strike at its vulnerable point." They began to deliberately entice the serpentine soul beast into an attack, seizing the opportunity to locate its critical weakness. After considerable effort, they finally identified the precise spot. "Now is the moment," Shanchuan shouted, brandishing his sword and thrusting it with all his might towards the beast's weak point. At the same instant, Ling Xue channeled her soul power to amplify Shanchuan's assault. Meanwhile, Huiying and Tailong engaged in a strategic maneuver to distract the serpentine soul beast, preventing it from evading their strike. The sword found its mark, piercing the beast's vulnerable point, eliciting a piercing scream as it collapsed to the ground. They triumphed in vanquishing the serpentine soul beast and secured its soul ring as a reward. The mountains and rivers, having absorbed the soul rings, experienced a further enhancement of their strength. They continued their exploration on the enigmatic island, seeking additional soul artifacts and treasures. As they traversed the narrow paths of the island, they were suddenly met with a deep, resonant roar. "What is that sound?" Ling Xue inquired anxiously. The mountains and rivers stood vigilantly, surveying their surroundings, and remarked, "I cannot say for certain, but there is undoubtedly a spirit beast nearby. Everyone, be cautious." As the roar grew increasingly nearer, a colossal bear-shaped spirit beast materialized before them. Towering several meters high, its body was covered in tough fur, and its eyes glimmered with a fierce light. "This creature appears formidable," Gray Shadow commented. Talon clenched his fists and declared, "Regardless of its strength, we must not falter." Upon noticing their presence, the bear-shaped spirit beast charged at them, its speed astonishing as it closed the distance in an instant. Shanchuan swiftly raised his sword, intercepting the onslaught of the bear-shaped soul beast. Yet the beast's strength was formidable, leaving Shanchuan's arm numb from the impact. "Such overwhelming power," he exclaimed. Ling Xue immediately harnessed her soul energy to conjure an ice wall, endeavoring to impede the advance of the bear-shaped soul beast. However, with a mere swipe of its paw, the beast shattered the ice barrier. "This creature's strength is utterly terrifying," Ling Xue cried out. Huaying transformed into a shadow, rapidly circling around the bear-shaped soul beast, seeking an opportune moment to strike. Yet the soul beast's reflexes were exceedingly swift, consistently landing strikes upon Huaying. Talon let out a furious roar. The battle between the Mountain River Alliance and the bear-shaped spirit beast has reached a stalemate. The bear-shaped spirit beast emits thunderous roars, swinging its massive paws, each strike imbued with formidable power and destructive force. "This creature is exceedingly difficult to contend with," Ling Xue exclaimed while evading the bear's powerful strikes. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows in contemplation, responding, "We cannot confront it head-on. We must devise a strategy to uncover its vulnerabilities." The shadow, swift in its movements, interjected, "Given its formidable strength, perhaps its speed is its Achilles heel." Talon nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. We can attempt to attack from various angles, overwhelming it with our assaults." With that, they began to disperse, launching their offensive from multiple positions against the bear-shaped soul beast. Mountain held his sword, darting swiftly around the beast, seeking opportunities to strike. Ling Xue summoned her soul power, conjuring a barrage of water arrows that relentlessly assailed the creature. Gray Shadow transformed into a fleeting silhouette, occasionally launching surprise attacks from behind. Meanwhile, Talon confronted the beast head-on, leveraging his immense strength. The bear-shaped soul beast, incensed by their onslaught, let out a thunderous roar, its fur bristling as it unleashed a torrent of flames from its maw. "Be careful," Mountain shouted, hastily evading the fiery onslaught. Ling Xue quickly conjured a curtain of water in an attempt to shield against the flames. But the water evaporated instantaneously upon contact with the inferno. "This soul beast's abilities are incredibly formidable," Ling Xue exclaimed in awe. Gray Shadow urged them on, We must not be daunted by its flames. We must continue our assault. They renewed their attacks. Yet the bear-shaped soul beast's fiery onslaught rendered it perilous for them to approach. This method is unsustainable. We must devise a means to counter its flame attacks, Mountain declared. After pondering for a moment, Talon remarked, I recall a certain soul artifact that can counter flames. We should seek it out. Thus, they began to scour the vicinity for any potential soul artifacts. In a nearby corner, they stumbled upon a gem radiating a captivating blue light. This gem appears extraordinary. It may very well be the soul artifact we seek, Ling Xue suggested. Shanchuan grasped the gem, feeling an immense surge of power. He endeavored to channel the gem's energy. And in an instant, a radiant blue light enveloped them. As the bear-shaped soul beast unleashed another torrent of flames, the blue glow successfully countered the inferno. Splendid! It worked! Gray Shadow exclaimed with exhilaration. Seizing the opportunity, they launched another wave of attacks, gradually overwhelming the bear-shaped soul beast. However, the beast refused to yield. It suddenly emitted an even more ferocious roar, its body beginning to swell. What on earth is it planning to do? Ling Xue inquired anxiously. Shanchuan spoke with a grave expression. It seems it is about to unleash its final move. Everyone be cautious. The bear-shaped spirit beast's body swelled to its utmost extent before it charged towards them with tremendous speed, its strength now magnified several times compared to before. The group of Shanchuan and others hastily sought refuge. Yet the attack radius of the bear-shaped soul beast was exceedingly vast, and they were nonetheless affected. Such formidable force. Talon was jolted back several paces. Shanchuan gritted his teeth and declared resolutely, We must not retreat. We shall undoubtedly vanquish it. They once again gathered together. Channeling all their strength, Shanchuan wielded a treasured sword, emanating a formidable wave of soul power. Ling Xue, Huiying, and Talon also infused their soul energy into Shanchuan's blade. The sword blazed with brilliance. With a powerful swing, Shanchuan unleashed a formidable sword aura towards the bear-shaped soul beast. Struck by the sword's might, the beast let out a mournful cry and collapsed to the ground. They had successfully defeated the bear-shaped soul beast and acquired its soul ring. After absorbing the soul ring, Shanchuan experienced a significant enhancement in his power. Following this intense battle, they all felt a sense of weariness. Yet, they understood that on this enigmatic island, further challenges awaited them. We must find a place to rest and recuperate our strength, suggested Ling Xue. The mountains and rivers nodded in agreement, stating, Very well. Let us first seek a secure location. They searched the island for a concealed spot to rest and regain their strength. During their respite, they contemplated their next course of action. This island undoubtedly harbors numerous formidable spirit beasts and precious spirit artifacts. We must not let our guard down, remarked the mountains and rivers. The Gray Shadow added, Indeed, we must exercise greater caution. There may be creatures even more powerful than the bear-shaped spirit beast we just encountered. Meanwhile, Talon remained silent, pondering how to better harness his abilities to assist the mountains and rivers in facing the forthcoming challenges. After a period of rest, they resumed their journey along the pinnacle path of Douluo. After a brief respite on the enigmatic island, Shanchuan, Ling Xue, Huiying, and Talon once again embarked on a journey fraught with challenges. I wonder what kind of soul beast we shall encounter next, Ling Xue expressed, a mixture of anticipation and apprehension in her voice. Mountains and rivers gripped their swords with unwavering resolve, declaring that regardless of the challenges ahead, they must face them with courage. The shadow flitted about in the air, exuberantly exclaiming, I can hardly contain my excitement for another battle. Talon, calm and vigilant, trailed closely behind, ever alert. They traversed a rugged path, the atmosphere gradually turning eerie. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling roar echoed from afar. Something was amiss. Mountains and rivers halted abruptly, keenly directing their gaze toward the source of the sound. The group tensed in anticipation. And soon a colossal avian spirit beast descended from the heavens. Its body was adorned with resplendent feathers, and its wings spanned several meters, glinting with the sharpness of its talons. What an imposing spirit beast! Ling Xue marveled. The avian spirit beast emitted a piercing cry before launching itself toward them. Mountains and rivers swiftly raised the sword to defend, but the beast's formidable force sent him staggering several steps back. What immense power! He gritted through clenched teeth. The shadow swiftly morphed into a dark silhouette, circling around the avian spirit beast in search of an opportunity to strike. The beast flapped its wings, generating a tempest that sent the shadow tumbling in disarray. Talon roared in fury, charging at the avian spirit beast, his fist poised to strike its body. The beast deftly evaded Talon's assault, retaliating with a swipe of its claw. Ling Xue hastily conjured a wall of ice, shielding them from the beast's onslaught. This spirit beast is exceedingly swift, proving to be quite a formidable adversary. Mountains and rivers observed the movements of the avian spirit beast with calm scrutiny and remarked, "We must devise a method to curtail its speed." Suddenly, Gray Shadow interjected, "I have an idea. We could ensnare it with traps." The group found merit in this suggestion and commenced the setup of traps in the vicinity. Utilizing the surrounding terrain along with branches and stones, they crafted a rudimentary trap. The avian spirit beast seemed to sense their intentions, growing increasingly vigilant as it circled in the air, searching for an opportunity to strike. "We need to lure it in," Mountains and Rivers stated decisively. Ling Xue nodded in agreement and summoned a massive water orb using her soul power, hurling it towards the avian spirit beast. Captivated by the water orb, the beast swooped down to attack it. Just as it neared the ground, the trap was triggered. Ropes from the trap ensnared the wings of the avian spirit beast in an instant, rendering it flightless. The creature emitted a furious cry, thrashing about in desperation. "Now is our chance," Mountains and Rivers shouted, brandishing his sword and charging forward. Talon followed closely behind, swinging his fist towards the avian spirit beast. Ling Xue continuously unleashed her soul power, assaulting the beast. Despite being trapped, the avian spirit beast resisted fiercely, opening its mouth to unleash a searing flame. "Be careful," Mountains and Rivers exclaimed, swiftly evading the fiery onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Gray Shadow soared onto the back of the avian spirit beast, gripping its feathers with his claws. The beast writhed in agony, struggling even more fiercely. After an intense battle, they ultimately triumphed over the avian spirit beast. As it fell, it transformed into a radiant light, leaving behind a precious soul ring. After absorbing the soul ring, Shanchuan felt a distinct enhancement in his strength. "The power of the soul ring is truly formidable," he exclaimed. Sensing the surge of soul energy within him, Ling Xue smiled and replied, "Wonderful. We have grown even stronger." They continued their exploration on the island and soon arrived at a mysterious valley. A thin veil of mist enveloped the valley, obscuring the view of what lay within. "This valley appears quite enigmatic. I wonder what secrets it holds," Gray Shadow remarked curiously. Shanchuan cautiously remarked, "Let us proceed with care and explore within." They ventured into the valley, discovering an array of peculiar flora flourishing amidst the landscape. Deep within the valley, they encountered a vast cavern, emanating a formidable wave of spiritual energy. "Surely, there must be powerful soul beasts or soul artifacts within," Talon asserted. They treaded carefully into the cave, which was shrouded in darkness and dampness. Suddenly, a colossal spider soul beast descended from the cavern ceiling. This creature was larger than any spider soul beast they had previously encountered, adorned with even more intricate patterns. "Another spider soul beast," Ling Xue exclaimed. The spider soul beast emitted a piercing shriek before launching a mass of viscous silk towards them. Shanchuan swiftly severed the silk with his sword, simultaneously cautioning everyone. "Beware of it." Mountains and Rivers, Ling Xue, Guiying, and Tailong stood resolutely before the enigmatic soul spider beast. This creature appeared rather formidable. Guiying circled in the air, a hint of tension evident in his tone. Mountains and Rivers gripped the treasured sword tightly, gazing resolutely at the spider spirit beast, regardless of the circumstances. "We must vanquish it." Ling Xue stood aside, her eyes betraying concern. "Everyone, be cautious. The web of this spider spirit beast is troublesome." Tailong flexed his muscles and proclaimed with authority, "Come forth, let me have a proper encounter with it." The spider spirit beast unleashed another massive web, swiftly advancing towards them. Without hesitation, Mountains and Rivers swung his sword to sever the web and charged at the spider spirit beast. The beast nimbly evaded Mountains and Rivers' assault, then lunged at him with its sharp claws. "Be careful," Ling Xue shouted, swiftly channeling her soul power to summon a wall of water, successfully blocking the beast's claws. As Shanchuan seized the opportunity to adjust his stance, he once more swung his sword towards the spider spirit beast. The creature emitted a furious shriek, followed by a stream of venom spewing from its maw. "Quick, evade," Tyrone shouted, swiftly pulling Shanchuan aside. The venom splashed onto the ground, instantly corroding a deep pit. The gray shadow flitted through the air, searching for an opportunity to strike. "We must devise a strategy to counter its venom and web," Ling Xue remarked. After a moment of contemplation, Shanchuan proposed, "I have an idea. We can harness Talon's strength to draw the attention of the spider soul beast, while Gray Shadow and I launch a flanking assault." Ling Shui, your role will be to provide support from a distance. The group nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, Talon charged towards the spider soul beast, swinging his fists and relentlessly assaulting it. Infuriated by Talon's onslaught, the spider soul beast focused all its attention on him. Mountains and the shadows of ash seized the opportunity to flank from the side, poised to launch their assault. Ling Shui, from a distance, harnessed her soul power to conjure a barrage of water arrows, unleashing them towards the spider soul beast. The spider soul beast sensed their movements and sought to pivot in response, yet Talon ensnared it tightly, preventing any distraction. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Shanchuan and Huiying approached the spider soul beast. Shanchuan raised his treasured sword and struck forcefully at the creature's leg, while Huiying clawed at its body. The spider soul beast emitted a pained cry and, with a powerful jerk, flung both Shanchuan and Huiying away. "Everyone, be cautious," Ling Shui shouted, swiftly channeling her soul power to conjure a soft curtain of water, which gently caught Shanchuan and Huiying. Shanchuan rose from the veil of water, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and remarked, "This fellow is truly formidable." Talon charged once more at the spider soul beast, engaging it in a fierce battle. Shanchuan and Grey Shadow rejoined the fray, tirelessly seeking the creature's vulnerabilities. After an intense clash, they finally discerned that the abdomen of the spider soul beast was relatively soft, potentially its Achilles heel. "Let us concentrate our attacks on its abdomen," Shanchuan shouted. The group immediately adjusted their assault, uniting their strength to target the creature's vulnerable spot. Sensing the imminent threat, the spider soul beast retaliated with ferocity, launching streams of webs and venom to thwart their onslaught. Yet, undeterred, Shanchuan and his companions pressed on, relentlessly striking at the beast's abdomen. Ultimately, through their combined efforts, they shattered the creature's abdomen, and it collapsed to the ground. They had triumphed over the spider soul beast, claiming its soul ring as a prize. Upon absorbing the soul ring, Shanchuan experienced a notable enhancement in his power. Following their victory, they continued their exploration of the island. During this journey, the bond between Shanchuan and Ling Shui gradually deepened. One day, they rested amidst a breathtaking sea of flowers. Ling Shui gazed at Shanchuan, her eyes filled with tenderness. "Shanchuan, do you think we can continue on like this forever?" Ling Shui softly inquired. The mountains and rivers grasped Ling Shui's hand firmly, declaring with unwavering conviction, "We shall grow stronger together, and then return to our world." Ling Shui nodded, her face illuminated by a radiant smile of happiness. At that moment, a formidable soul beast materialized unexpectedly. This soul beast resembled a colossal lion, emanating powerful waves of soul energy. "This is not good. A soul beast has appeared." Grey Shadow immediately soared into the air, alerting everyone. Shanchuan and Tailong swiftly rose to their feet, bracing themselves for the impending assault of the soul beast. Ling Shui also summoned her soul power, preparing for the impending battle. The lion soul beast let out a thunderous roar before charging toward them. Shanchuan hastily raised his treasured sword to parry the beast's onslaught. Yet the lion's might was formidable, causing him to stagger backward repeatedly. "This creature is extraordinarily powerful," Shanchuan gritted his teeth and exclaimed. Tailong let out a furious roar and charged at the lion soul beast, embarking on a courageous journey alongside the Douluo warriors. As Shanchuan, Ling Shui, Huiying, and Tailong confronted the formidable lion soul beast, their hearts brimmed with trepidation. The lion soul beast unleashed a deafening roar, its formidable presence seemingly poised to devour them whole. This adversary was no trifling matter. Huiying anxiously flitted through the air, her nerves palpable. Shanchuan firmly grasped the precious sword in his hand, his gaze resolute as he faced the lion spirit beast. "No matter how formidable it may be, we must not falter." Ling Shui stood beside Shanchuan, her eyes brimming with determination. "Indeed, we shall fight together." Tailong stretched his limbs, proclaiming loudly, "Come, let me witness the extent of your prowess." The lion spirit beast lunged forward with lightning speed. Shanchuan swiftly swung his sword to defend, but the beast's overwhelming strength left his arm numbed. Such immense power, Shanchuan marveled. Ling Shui immediately harnessed her soul power, conjuring a curtain of water in an attempt to thwart the beast's onslaught. The lion spirit beast collided with the water curtain, shattering it in an instant. "This creature is incredibly formidable," Ling Shui thought, her expression grave. The Grey Shadow circled above, seeking an opportunity to strike. "We must devise a strategy." Tailong let out a furious roar, charging at the lion spirit beast, raising his fist to deliver a mighty blow. The lion spirit beast nimbly evaded Tai Long's assault, then lunged with its claws toward him. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Shanchuan launched a side attack on the lion soul beast, his sword slicing through the air, leaving a trail of cold light. The lion soul beast, sensing the impending strike, swiftly pivoted and sent Shanchuan flying with a flick of its tail. Shanchuan! Ling Shui exclaimed in alarm, hurriedly rushing over to assess his condition. Shanchuan rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. I am fine. Let us continue the battle. They once again engaged in a fierce confrontation with the lion spirit beast. Amidst the struggle, the bond between Shanchuan and Ling Shui grew ever deeper. Be careful, Shanchuan exclaimed as he noticed the lion spirit beast lunging towards Ling Shui. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward, placing himself protectively in front of her. Ling Shui gazed at Shanchuan, touched. Why are you being so foolish? The mountains and rivers smiled faintly, for I cannot allow you to come to harm. The assaults of the lion spirit beasts grew increasingly ferocious, and they gradually found themselves ensnared in a predicament. At that moment, the gray shadow suddenly discerned something peculiar. Behold, the gray shadow remarked, the eyes of the lion spirit beasts appear somewhat amiss. Shanchuan and Ling Shui meticulously observed the eyes of the lion spirit beast, noticing a faint glimmer flickering within. Could this be its vulnerability? Ling Shui speculated. Shanchuan nodded thoughtfully, suggesting, it is feasible. Let us attempt to strike at its eyes. They began to adjust their tactics, aiming to target the eyes of the lion spirit beast. The creature seemed to sense their intentions, becoming increasingly frantic in its assaults. Determined to keep them at bay, Tyrone, draw its attention. Ling Shui and I will seek an opportunity to attack its eyes, Shanchuan instructed. Tyrone responded affirmatively, once more charging towards the lion spirit beast, engaging in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Shanchuan and Ling Shui remained poised, searching for an opening. At last, through Tyrone's relentless efforts, the lion spirit beast revealed a flaw. Seizing the moment, Shanchuan and Ling Shui simultaneously launched their assaults upon its eyes. The sword and water arrow struck true, eliciting a pained roar from the beast as it collapsed to the ground. They had triumphed over the lion spirit beast, acquiring its soul ring. Upon absorbing the ring, Shanchuan experienced a further enhancement of strength. In the ensuing adventures, they encountered a myriad of spirit beasts and formidable challenges. With each battle, they grew stronger, and their bonds deepened. One day, they arrived at a mysterious valley, shrouded in a thin mist that obscured their view of its depths. This valley appears enigmatic. One wonders what secrets it holds, remarked Huaying with curiosity. Shanchuan cautiously remarked, let us proceed with care and explore. As they ventured into the valley, they discovered a plethora of peculiar flora thriving within. Deep within the valley, an immense cavern loomed, radiating a formidable surge of spiritual energy. There must be powerful soul beasts or soul artifacts within, Talon asserted. They treaded cautiously into the cavern, which was shrouded in darkness and dampness. Suddenly, a colossal serpent soul beast descended from the cavern ceiling. This serpent dwarfed any soul beast they had encountered previously, its scales glimmering with an icy sheen. Wow, this creature is enormous, Ling Shui exclaimed in awe. The serpent soul beast emitted a deep, resonant roar before lunging towards them. Shanchuan swiftly raised his sword in defense, only to be staggered back by the creature's overwhelming strength. This beast is incredibly formidable, Shanchuan gasped. Mountains, Ling Shui, Huiying, and Tai Long swiftly dispersed in the face of the colossal serpent soul beast's assault, each seeking a strategy to counter the formidable threat. This creature is no trifling adversary. Huiying circled in the air, her tone laden with anxiety. Shanchuan firmly grasped his sword, his gaze fixed intently on the serpent spirit beast. Be cautious, everyone. This creature possesses immense strength. Ling Shui's expression turned grave. We must devise a strategy. Tai Long, stretching his limbs, proclaimed loudly, what is there to fear? Let us confront it head-on. The serpent spirit beast launched another assault, opening its cavernous maw to unleash a torrent of black venom. Shanchuan swiftly swung his sword, attempting to cleave through the noxious gas. Quick, take cover, Ling Shui shouted, channeling her spirit energy to summon a curtain of water that shielded them from some of the poison. Gray shadow darted through the air, evading the venom's onslaught. This toxin is formidable. If we were to be touched by it, we would be in dire straits. We cannot remain passive, Shanchuan pondered. We must identify its weakness. Ling Shui nodded in agreement. Indeed, let us observe its movements carefully. As they evaded the serpent spirit beast's attacks, they diligently searched for its vulnerabilities. Throughout this endeavor, Shanchuan and Lingxue exchanged glances, their rapport deepening with each passing moment. Tailong, on the other hand, charged forward, relentlessly assaulting the serpent spirit beast to divert its attention. Tailong, be careful, Shanchuan called out. Rest assured, I shall be fine, Tailong replied confidently. After a thorough examination, they discerned that the serpent spirit beast's eyes appeared to be its Achilles heel. Each time they struck at its eyes, the creature reacted with heightened fury and anxiety. It seems we have identified its weakness, Lingxue observed. Yet it will surely become more vigilant in guarding its eyes, Shanchuan remarked, furrowing his brow. We could employ a strategy of diversion, proposed Gray Shadow. I will draw its attention while you seize the opportunity to strike at its eyes. Excellent idea. Shanchuan and Lingxue echoed in unison. Without hesitation, Gray Shadow soared towards the serpent spirit beast, circling around it incessantly to obstruct its vision. Incensed by Gray Shadow's antics, the serpent spirit beast began to lash out wildly. Seizing this moment, Shanchuan and Lingxue swiftly approached the creature, poised to launch their assault. Tailong also collaborated, continuously attacking the serpent spirit beast to further distract it. Now is our chance, Shanchuan cried, plunging his sword towards the serpent spirit beast's eye. Simultaneously, Lingxue unleashed her spirit energy, conjuring a water arrow aimed at the creature's eye. The serpent spirit beast sensed their attack and attempted to evade, but it was too late. The sword and water arrow struck true, piercing its eye, and it let out an anguished roar before collapsing to the ground. They had triumphed over the serpent spirit beast and secured its soul ring. Upon absorbing the soul ring, Shanchuan experienced a significant enhancement in his power. As their adventures unfolded, they continued onward, encountering an array of spirit beasts and challenges. Throughout this journey, the bond between Shanchuan and Lingxue grew ever more profound. One day, they arrived at a mysterious forest. A mysterious aura envelopes the forest, instilling a sense of unease. This forest feels quite peculiar, Lingxue remarked. Mountains and rivers nodded slightly, cautioning. Be careful, there may be formidable soul beasts lurking here. They treaded cautiously into the forest when suddenly, an unusual sound pierced the air. What is that sound? Gray Shadow inquired, alert. I do not know, but let us investigate, replied Mountains and Rivers. Following the direction of the sound, they stumbled upon a colossal bird's nest. Within the nest lay an injured little bird soul beast. This little bird is so pitiful, Lingxue lamented with compassion. Shanchuan carefully examined the wounds of the little bird spirit beast. It appeared to have been attacked by other spirit beasts. They resolved to assist the little bird spirit beast in its healing. Lingxue summoned forth her soul power, conjuring a gentle luminescence that enveloped the little bird spirit beast. Gradually, its injuries began to mend. The little bird spirit beast opened its eyes, gazing at them with immense gratitude. Thank you, little bird, Lingxue said softly. The little bird spirit beast seemed to comprehend Lingxue's words and let out a gentle chirp in response. At that moment, a massive eagle spirit beast swooped down from the sky. Upon noticing their aid to the little bird spirit beast, the eagle spirit beast surged towards them in a fit of rage. This is bad. It is the enemy of the little bird spirit beast, Shanchuan exclaimed. They quickly readied themselves for battle. The eagle spirit beast moved with astonishing speed, arriving before them in an instant. Everyone, be cautious, Shanchuan shouted, brandishing his sword and striking at the eagle spirit beast. The battle of the spirit beasts was about to commence. Mountains and Rivers, Lingxue, Huiying, and Tailong confronted the formidable eagle soul beast, instantly entering a state of battle readiness. This creature approaches with great ferocity. Huiying circled in the air, speaking with palpable tension. Mountains and Rivers firmly grasped the sword, eyes resolute. Do not fear, we shall face this together. Lingxue stood beside him, nodding slightly. Indeed, we shall surely conquer it. The eagle spirit beast emitted a piercing cry, flapping its wings, unleashing a tempest that surged toward them. Mountain River swiftly swung his sword to defend. Yet the overwhelming force of the wind left him somewhat unsteady. What a fierce gale! Mountain River exclaimed. Lingxue immediately channeled her soul power, conjuring a wall of water in an attempt to thwart the raging winds. However, the might of the eagle spirit beast proved too formidable. As the water wall was swiftly shattered, this adversary is no easy foe, Lingxue furrowed her brow. Talon roared with fury, charging at the eagle spirit beast, raising his fist to strike. The eagle adeptly evaded Talon's assault, then retaliated with its sharp claws aimed at him. Talon, be cautious, Mountain River shouted. Talon sidestepped just in time, avoiding the eagle spirit beast's claws. Yet, The beast quickly unleashed a flurry of assaults, leaving Talon somewhat overwhelmed. We must devise a strategy, Mountain River stated. Lingxue pondered for a moment and remarked, "It appears this eagle spirit beast primarily relies on the wind generated by its wings for its attacks. If we can disable its wings, we might weaken its power." "A splendid idea," Mountain River nodded in agreement. Gray Shadow, divert its attention from above while Lingxue, Talon, and I seize the opportunity to strike at its wings. Gray Shadow acknowledged the plan, swiftly soaring towards the eagle spirit beast, persistently harassing it. The eagle spirit beast, incensed by Gray Shadow's antics, began to pursue him. As the opportunity presented itself, Shanchuan, Lingxue, and Tailong approached the eagle spirit beast from various directions, seeking an opening to strike. While the eagle spirit beast was fixated on attacking the Gray Shadow, Shanchuan seized the moment, leaping into the air and swinging his sword towards the creature's wing. Sensing the impending danger, the eagle spirit beast attempted to evade, but it was already too late. The blade left a deep gash upon its wing, eliciting a pained cry from the beast as it turned to lunge at Shanchuan. In response, Lingxue swiftly summoned her soul power, conjuring a water arrow to shoot towards the eagle spirit beast. Tailong took advantage of the distraction, charging forward to land another powerful punch on the creature. United in their assault, they gradually pushed the eagle spirit beast into a corner. Yet, unwilling to accept defeat, it suddenly emitted an even sharper cry, its body radiating a blinding light. "This is not good. It is about to unleash its ultimate move," shouted Gray Shadow from the air. The mountains and rivers swiftly prepared their defenses. The eagle soul beast unleashed a formidable wave of soul power, causing the surrounding air to seem as though it had solidified. Subsequently, it expelled a colossal blade of wind from its mouth, hurtling towards them. The mountains and rivers swiftly evaded, yet the speed of the wind blades was astonishingly rapid, resulting in several individuals sustaining minor injuries. "This fellow is truly formidable," Talon gasped. The mountains furrowed their brows, pondering strategies to confront the impending threat. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "We can harness the environment around us to counter its razor-like winds," he declared. "Lingxue, use your soul power to manipulate the surrounding trees and create a barrier. Talon, join me in assaulting the eagle soul beast to divert its attention." Gray Shadow continued to harass it from the skies. Everyone sprang into action according to Shanchuan's plan. Lingxue channeled her soul power, commanding the trees to form a formidable shield. Talon and Shanchuan charged once more at the eagle soul beast, engaging in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Gray Shadow persistently disrupted the beast from above. Through their coordinated efforts, the eagle soul beast's attacks were gradually neutralized. Ultimately, under the weight of their combined onslaught, the beast was vanquished. They triumphed over the eagle soul beast and obtained its soul ring. After Shanchuan absorbed the ring, his strength experienced a further enhancement. As they embarked on subsequent adventures, they encountered a myriad of soul beasts and challenges. Throughout this journey, the bond between Shanchuan and Lingxue deepened significantly. One day, they arrived at a mysterious valley, shrouded in a delicate mist that obscured the view within. This valley appears enigmatic. One can only wonder what secrets it holds, Gray Shadow remarked with curiosity. Shanchuan cautiously remarked, "Exercise caution. Let us venture inside and take a look." As they entered the valley, they were greeted by an array of peculiar flora. Deep within the valley lay a vast cave, emanating a powerful aura of soul energy. "Surely, there must be formidable soul beasts or soul artifacts within," Talon stated. They proceeded into the cave with utmost care, where darkness and dampness enveloped them. Suddenly, a colossal spider soul beast descended from the cave's ceiling. In the enigmatic caverns of the mysterious valley, Shanchuan, Lingxue, Huaying, and Tailong encountered a colossal soul beast resembling a spider. This formidable creature loomed large, emanating an eerie purple glow, while its 8 hairy legs, reminiscent of sharp spears, inspired a chilling dread. "What manner of monster is this?" Tailong exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Mountains and rivers held tightly to their sword, their expression grave as they cautioned, "Be wary, this adversary appears formidable." Lingxue furrowed her brows slightly, her gaze fixed intently on the spider's soul beast, remarking, "The fluctuations of its soul power are remarkably potent." Gray Shadow circled anxiously in the air, warning, "Everyone, be cautious. This spider undoubtedly possesses powerful soul beast abilities." The spider soul beast emitted a chilling hiss, then swiftly lunged toward them, its speed astonishing as it appeared before them in an instant. "Quick, evade!" Mountain and River shouted, swiftly sidestepping. Lingxue also reacted promptly, channeling her soul power to teleport aside. Talon, relying on his robust physique, braced himself against the spider soul beast strike. This creature possesses immense strength. Talon gritted his teeth, exclaiming. The spider soul beast, having missed its initial attack, swiftly launched another offensive, opening its gaping maw to unleash a torrent of black venom. Shanchuan swiftly brandished his sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy in an attempt to cleave through the venom. Ling Shui also summoned her spiritual power, conjuring a curtain of water to thwart the assault of the toxic liquid. This venom is formidable. It could spell trouble if it touches us, Ling Shui remarked. Meanwhile, Hui Ying observed the movements of the spider spirit beast from above, cautioning, everyone be vigilant. The spider's weakness may lie in its abdomen. Mountains and rivers nodded. Very well. Let us seize the opportunity to strike at its underbelly. They commenced a fierce battle against the spider soul beast. Amidst the clash, the bond between mountains and Ling Shui grew ever deeper. Whenever danger approached, they would unhesitatingly shield one another from harm. Mountains, be careful, Ling Shui exclaimed, as she noticed the spider soul beast lunging towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed her soul power, conjuring an icy barrier to thwart the beast's assault. Mountains and rivers expressed their gratitude with a glance at Ling Shui. Thank you, Ling Shui, he said. Meanwhile, Tai Long relentlessly attacked the spider soul beast, striving to divert its attention. Behold, Tai Long roared, raising his fist to strike the spider soul beast. Provoked by Tai Long's aggression, the creature turned and lunged at him. Seizing the opportunity, Shanchuan and Ling Shui prepared to strike at the beast's abdomen. At last, through Tai Long's relentless efforts, a flaw in the spider soul beast's defense was revealed. Shanchuan and Ling Shui immediately capitalized on this chance, launching simultaneous attacks towards the beast's midsection. The sword and water arrow struck true, eliciting a pained shriek from the spider soul beast as it collapsed to the ground. They triumphed over the creature and acquired its soul ring. Upon absorbing the ring, Shanchuan experienced a further enhancement of his powers. In the subsequent adventures, they forged ahead, encountering a myriad of soul beasts and challenges. Throughout this journey, they perpetually sought soul artifacts, yearning to augment their strength. One day, they arrived at an ancient ruin, enveloped in an aura of mystery that instilled a profound sense of oppression. What place is this? Tai Long inquired with curiosity. Shanchuan cautiously remarked, be careful. There may be danger here. As they ventured into the ruins, they encountered numerous ancient edifices adorned with enigmatic runes. In the depths of the ruins, they unearthed a sword radiating a formidable aura of soul energy. This sword is truly remarkable, Ling Shui exclaimed. The mountains and rivers advanced, closely examining the sword. It must be a soul artifact. Let us take it with us. Just as they were about to seize the sword, a formidable soul beast suddenly appeared. This creature resembled a lion, yet it was engulfed in roaring flames. What manner of soul beast is this? Exclaimed Talon in astonishment. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows and remarked, this soul beast appears formidable. Everyone, exercise caution. The fiery lion soul beast let out a roar and then charged towards them. Its speed was astonishing, arriving before them in the blink of an eye. Shanchuan swiftly wielded his sword in defense, yet the formidable force of the flame lion soul beast compelled him to retreat repeatedly. This creature is incredibly powerful, Shanchuan exclaimed. Ling Shui immediately harnessed her soul power, conjuring a curtain of water in an attempt to obstruct the flame lion soul beast's onslaught. However, the beast's flames were overwhelmingly potent, causing the water curtain to evaporate in an instant. We must devise a strategy, Ling Shui urged. Meanwhile, Hui Ying observed the movements of the flame lion soul beast from above and remarked, everyone, pay attention. The vulnerability of this soul beast may lie within its eyes. Mountains and rivers. The journey of breaking boundaries in Douluo. Amidst the looming threat of the fiery lion spirit beast, Shanchuan, Ling Shui, Hui Ying, and Tai Long were engulfed by a wave of apprehension. This formidable creature appeared to be quite a challenge. Tai Long clenched his fists, his gaze betraying a keen sense of vigilance. Mountains and rivers fixed their gaze upon the flame lion spirit beast, speaking in a hushed tone, everyone, exercise caution and observe its movements. Ling Shui nodded slightly, her eyes never wavering from the flame lion spirit beast. The flames enveloping it were formidable, undoubtedly possessing powerful spirit beast skills. The flame lion spirit beast let out a deafening roar, causing the flames upon its body to blaze even more intensely. In an instant, it lunged forward with a speed akin to lightning. Shanchuan swiftly brandished his sword to fend off the attack, the blade clashing against the fiery lion's claws with a resounding crash. Such formidable power. Shanchuan was forced to stagger back several paces. Observing this, Ling Shui immediately summoned her soul power, conjuring a wall of water in an attempt to intercept the fiery lion's assault. However, the flames of the lion swiftly evaporated the water barrier. The intensity of the fire was overwhelming, causing Ling Xue to furrow her brows in concern. Hu Ying circled in the air, anxiously urging, "Everyone, we must devise a strategy. This foe is not easily subdued." With a fierce roar, Tai Long charged forward, delivering a powerful punch at the fiery lion. The agile beast deftly evaded Tai Long's strike and retaliated with a swift swipe, sending him hurtling through the air. "Tai Long!" Shanchuan cried out in alarm. Tai Long struggled to rise from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, declaring, "I'm fine. This creature is indeed formidable." The mountains and rivers fell into a serene calm, contemplating strategies. "We cannot confront it head-on. We must identify its vulnerabilities." Ling Xue was also deep in thought, when suddenly her eyes brightened. "I've just recalled that flame lions, as soul beasts, generally fear water. We can exploit water attribute soul skills to assail it." Shanchuan nodded, acknowledging the soundness of the idea, yet cautioning about the fiery onslaught of the flame lion soul beast. They commenced their collaborative efforts. Shanchuan and Tai Long took on the responsibility of diverting the attention of the flame lion, while Ling Xue sought the opportune moment to unleash her water attribute soul technique. The mountains and rivers once again wielded their swords against the flame lion soul beast, engaging in a fierce battle. Talon, alongside, relentlessly attacked, endeavoring to divert the attention of the flame lion soul beast. Provoked by their onslaught, the flame lion soul beast roared incessantly, its flames burning with even greater intensity. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Xue summoned her soul power to conjure a colossal water dragon, launching it towards the flame lion soul beast. Upon witnessing the water dragon, a flicker of fear crossed the eyes of the flame lion soul beast. However, it did not retreat. Instead, it opened its mouth wide and unleashed a massive column of flame to collide with the water dragon. The clash of fire and water produced a thunderous explosion. Amidst the swirling smoke, the figure of the flame lion soul beast flickered in and out of visibility. Taking advantage of the moment, Shanchuan and Tai Long surged forward, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the flame lion soul beast. However, the flame lion soul beast suddenly erupted from the haze, moving with astonishing speed. Shanchuan and Tai Long swiftly evaded, yet were still grazed by the claws of the fiery lion spirit beast. "This creature is exceedingly cunning," Tai Long cursed. Ling Xue, witnessing the injuries inflicted upon Shanchuan and Tai Long, felt a surge of anxiety within her. "We can no longer persist in this manner. We must swiftly identify its weakness." Just as they found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament, Hu Ying suddenly discerned a vulnerability in the fiery lion spirit beast. "Everyone, take heed. There is a scale on the beast's abdomen that is of a lighter hue, that may indeed be its Achilles heel." Mountains and Ling Xue exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. They resolved to launch another assault, this time aiming for the underbelly of the flame lion spirit beast. Shanchuan and Tai Long charged forward once more, diverting the attention of the flame lion spirit beast. Meanwhile, Ling Xue stealthily maneuvered to the rear of the creature, poised to launch her attack. Infuriated by Shanchuan and Tai Long's advances, the flame lion roared incessantly, its flames raging with greater intensity. Just as the beast prepared to retaliate, Ling Xue suddenly emerged from behind, channeling her spiritual energy to summon a razor-sharp water blade aimed at the delicate scales of the creature's abdomen. The water blade struck true, piercing the pale scales of the flame lion, which let out a tortured roar before collapsing to the ground. They had triumphed over the flame lion spirit beast and acquired its spirit ring. Following Shanchuan's absorption of the spirit ring, his strength experienced yet another augmentation. As their journey continued, they encountered a myriad of spirit beasts and challenges, and during this adventure, the bond between Shanchuan and Ling Xue deepened profoundly. One day, they arrived at an enigmatic forest, shrouded in an eerie aura that sent shivers down their spines. "This forest appears quite peculiar," Ling Xue remarked. The mountains and rivers nodded slightly, cautioning that there may be formidable forces lurking here. Mountains and rivers, Ling Xue, Gray Shadow, and Talon ventured into the enigmatic forest. The towering trees stood tall and dense, allowing only fragmented rays of sunlight to filter through the layers of leaves, casting a mosaic of light upon the ground. An air of mystery pervaded the atmosphere, evoking an unsettling chill. "This forest is quite eerie," Talon remarked, furrowing his brow. Shanchuan gripped his sword tightly, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. "Be cautious. This place is certainly not simple," he warned. Ling Xue nodded slightly, her gaze equally filled with apprehension. The uncertainty of the lurking dangers weighed heavily upon them. They proceeded with utmost care, when suddenly a deep, menacing growl echoed from the depths of the forest, sending chills down their spines. What was that sound? Talon inquired, his voice laced with tension. The mountains and rivers came to a halt, as if pausing to listen. It seemed to be the call of a soul beast. Ling Shue's expression grew somewhat grave, indicating that trouble was at hand. They pressed onward, soon catching sight of a colossal soul beast. This creature resembled a wolf, yet it was several times larger than an ordinary one. Its fur was black, shimmering with a metallic luster, and its eyes glowed with a crimson light. What manner of soul beast is this? Talon inquired, astonished. The mountains furrowed their brows, striving to recall the knowledge acquired in the realm of Douluo Continent. This could very well be a shadow wolf, a remarkably formidable soul beast. Its speed is astonishing, its attack power formidable, and it possesses a remarkable talent for concealing its presence. Ling Shui gazed at the shadow wolf, a sense of unease stirring within her. We must proceed with caution. This creature is not easily dealt with. The shadow wolf seemed to have detected their presence, unleashing a fearsome roar before charging towards them with a velocity that dazzled the senses. Shanchuan swiftly wielded his sword in defense. Yet the formidable strength of the shadow wolf forced him to stagger back repeatedly. What immense power! Shanchuan exclaimed. Ling Shui immediately summoned her soul energy, conjuring a wall of water in an attempt to thwart the shadow wolf's assault. However, the creature effortlessly breached the water barrier and charged towards them once more. This fellow is exceedingly powerful, Ling Shui remarked with a furrowed brow. Tyrone let out a furious roar and lunged forward, delivering a punch aimed at the shadow wolf. The wolf nimbly evaded Tyrone's strike and countered with a swift claw, sending him crashing away. Tyrone! Shanchuan shouted in alarm. Tyrone rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. I'm fine. This creature is indeed formidable. Meanwhile, Huaying circled overhead, anxiously urging, everyone, we must devise a strategy. This adversary is not easily vanquished. The mountains and rivers settled into a tranquil silence, contemplating strategies. We cannot confront it head-on. We must discover its vulnerabilities. Ling Shui, pondering beside me, suddenly had a spark of realization in her eyes. I remember now, the eyes of the shadow wolf are its Achilles heel. If we can strike at its eyes, perhaps we can vanquish it. Shanchuan nodded in agreement. It was a splendid idea, yet we must exercise caution regarding its assaults. They commenced their collaboration. Shanchuan and Tailong took on the task of diverting the shadow wolf's attention, while Ling Shui sought an opportunity to strike at its eyes. The mountains and rivers once again brandished their swords, charging towards the shadow wolf to engage in a fierce battle. Talon, standing nearby, relentlessly struck to divert the creature's attention. Enraged by their onslaught, the shadow wolf emitted a series of roars, its attacks growing increasingly ferocious. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Shui summoned her soul power, conjuring a water arrow aimed directly at the wolf's eyes. However, the shadow wolf proved to be remarkably agile, effortlessly evading the projectile. This creature is exceedingly cunning. Ling Shui mused, furrowing her brow. Mountains and Chao Long continued their fierce battle against the shadow wolf, creating an opportunity for Ling Shui. At last, during a decisive assault, the shadow wolf revealed a moment of vulnerability. Ling Shui seized this chance and unleashed another water arrow, which struck true, piercing the wolf's eye. The shadow wolf emitted a pained roar before collapsing to the ground. They triumphed over the shadow wolf and acquired its soul ring. After absorbing the soul ring, Chao Long experienced a further enhancement of his powers. As their adventure progressed, they encountered a myriad of soul beasts and formidable challenges. Throughout this journey, the bond between Chao Long and Ling Shui deepened considerably. One day, they arrived at an ancient relic. An aura of mystery enveloped the site, imparting a sense of profound oppression. What place is this? Chao Long inquired with curiosity. Shanchuan cautioned, be careful, there may be danger here. As they ventured into the ruins, they discovered numerous ancient edifices adorned with enigmatic runes. Deep within the remnants of the past, they stumbled upon a sword radiating a formidable aura of spiritual energy. This sword is truly remarkable, exclaimed Ling Shui. The mountains and rivers advanced, keenly scrutinizing the treasured sword. This must be a soul weapon. Let us take it with us. The courage of the broken realm in Douluo. Mountains and rivers, Ling Shui, gray shadow. And Talon stood amidst ancient ruins, where the sword before them emanated a formidable wave of soul power. This sword was undoubtedly extraordinary. Excitement sparkled in Talon's eyes. The mountains and rivers seemed to nod gently as he grasped the hilt of the sword, a surge of formidable power coursing through his heart. Indeed, this was a powerful soul weapon. Ling Shui gazed at the mountains with deep concern. Be cautious. There may be other dangers lurking within these ruins. Just as they prepared to depart, a deep, rumbling roar echoed from the depths. The expressions of the group shifted dramatically, their vigilance instantly heightened. It appeared trouble was once again at hand. Mountain River tightened his grip on the precious sword. As the roar drew nearer, an enormous soul beast emerged before them. This creature, resembling neither a dragon nor a tiger, was cloaked in impenetrable scales, exuding an aura of terror. What manner of soul beast is this? Talon inquired, his voice trembling with fear. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows, striving to recall the knowledge of spirit beasts from the Douluo Continent. I am uncertain. Yet this spirit beast undoubtedly possesses immense power. With a gaping maw, the spirit beast unleashed a searing flame. The group hastily evaded, as the flames instantly scorched the surrounding walls to a fiery red. The potency of this creature's flames is formidable, remarked Ling Shui, her expression grave. In the air, Hui Ying circled anxiously, exclaiming, "We must devise a strategy to defeat it. Otherwise, we are in peril." The mountain stream observed the movements of the soul beast with a calm demeanor, endeavoring to uncover its vulnerabilities. Everyone took heed. Although this soul beast was formidable, its actions appeared to follow a certain pattern. They began to engage in a strategic dance around the creature, skillfully evading its assaults. During this intricate maneuvering, the mountain stream discerned a patch of lighter scales on the beast's abdomen, potentially indicating its weakness. Ling Shui, shortly I will divert its attention alongside Talon. You should seize the opportunity to strike at its underbelly, the mountain stream whispered. Ling Shui nodded, preparing her soul energy. Mountains and Chuan once again charged towards the spirit beast, relentlessly attacking its head and limbs. The spirit beast, infuriated, retaliated with wild ferocity. Just as the spirit beast exposed a flaw, Ling Shui unleashed a formidable water-based soul technique, propelling a massive water arrow towards the beast's abdomen. The arrow struck true, hitting the creature's vulnerable spot, and it let out a pained roar before collapsing to the ground. They triumphed over the spirit beast, securing its soul ring. After Chuan absorbed the soul ring, his strength experienced a significant enhancement. Throughout their subsequent adventures, the bond between Chuan and Ling Shui deepened. Together, they confronted various dangers, supporting one another and growing side by side. One day, they arrived at a mysterious valley, enveloped in a thin veil of mist that obscured the path ahead. This valley is truly enigmatic, Ling Shui remarked. The mountains embraced Ling Shui's hand, offering her a reassuring glance. Do not fear, we shall explore together. They cautiously ventured into the valley, when suddenly, a melodious flute melody wafted through the air. The sound seemed to possess an enchanting magic, captivating all who heard it. From whence does this flute music emanate? Talon inquired with curiosity. A shadow danced in the air and replied, it appears to be coming from the depths of the valley. Following the direction of the melody, they proceeded, and gradually, a figure materialized before them. It was a mysterious man, clad in a flowing white robe, holding a flute, exuding an otherworldly grace. Who are you? What brings you to this place? The man gazed at them, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. The mountains and rivers vigilantly regarded the man. We are adventurers, having inadvertently arrived here. Who are you? The man smiled faintly and replied, I am the guardian of this valley. It is home to numerous precious soul beasts and soul artifacts, yet it is also fraught with peril. The hearts of Shanchuan and Ling Shui stirred with a sense of anticipation, for they sensed that within this realm lay treasures they sought. Shall we explore here? Ling Shui inquired. The man nodded affirmatively. Indeed, but exercise caution. The soul beasts within this valley are formidable, and mysterious forces guard this place. Thus, they embarked on their exploration of the valley, encountering a myriad of soul beasts and formidable challenges. Along this journey, they also uncovered precious soul artifacts and soul rings. As their adventure deepened, the bond between Shanchuan and Ling Shui grew ever more resolute. They understood that regardless of the obstacles they faced, they would confront them together, steadfast in their commitment to protect one another. During a fierce battle against a powerful soul beast, Shanchuan sustained grave injuries while defending Ling Shui, with tears brimming in her eyes. Ling Shui gazed at Shanchuan, her heart aching. Why must you be so foolish? She choked out. Shanchuan smiled weakly. Because you are the most important person to me. I am willing to give everything for you. Ling Shui held Shanchuan tightly, her heart brimming with emotion. You must. After the injury to Shanchuan, Ling Shui was consumed with anxiety. She held Shanchuan tightly, tears streaming down her face. You must hold on. We will surely find a way to heal your wounds, Ling Xue said, her voice trembling. Talon and Grey Shadow stood nearby, equally distressed. Talon furrowed his brow and said, "We need to quickly find a safe place for Shanchuan to recuperate." Grey Shadow circled in the air and remarked, "I will look around for a suitable location." With that, he took flight. Ling Xue carefully helped Shanchuan to his feet, taking measured steps in a determined direction. After a considerable time, they finally discovered a hidden cave. Gently, Ling Xue laid Shanchuan down on the ground and began to examine his injuries. The severity of Shanchuan's wounds necessitated immediate treatment. "What should we do now?" Talon inquired. Ling Xue bit her lip and replied, "We need to find some herbs to treat Shanchuan's injuries. I recall that there is a herb nearby called Lingyu grass, known for its potent healing properties." Without hesitation, Talon declared, "I will search for Lingyu grass," and promptly departed from the cave. Ling Xue remained by Shanchuan's side, her heart heavy with worry. She gently caressed Shanchuan's face, whispering, "You must recover quickly. There is still much for us to accomplish together." After a while, Talon returned, holding several sprigs of Lingyu grass. Ling Xue hurriedly crushed the herbs and applied them to Shanchuan's wounds. After a period of treatment, Shanchuan's condition gradually improved. During this time of healing, the bond between Shanchuan and Ling Xue deepened. Once Shanchuan's injuries were fully healed, they resolved to continue their adventurous journey. They emerged from the cave, setting forth to explore the Douluo Continent. Along their travels, they encountered a myriad of soul beasts, one of which captured their attention. This particular soul beast resembled a colossal spider, adorned with vibrant patterns and exuding a formidable aura. "What kind of soul beast is this?" Talon asked. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows and remarked, "I am not entirely certain, but this soul beast appears remarkably formidable. We must exercise caution in our approach." Ling Xue gazed at the soul beast, stating, "Its aura is peculiar, as if it possesses some extraordinary ability." They cautiously approached the soul beast, attentively observing its movements. The soul beast seemed to have noticed them as well. It emitted a piercing cry and then charged towards them. Mountains and rivers immediately drew their treasured swords, preparing for battle. The speed of the spirit beast was astonishing as it swiftly appeared before them. It opened its immense maw and unleashed a torrent of black venom. The mountains and rivers swiftly evaded as the venom splattered upon the ground, emitting a hissing sound, instantly corroding a large pit in the earth. "What a formidable toxin!" exclaimed Talon in astonishment. Ling Xue unleashed her water attribute soul skill, conjuring a wall of water that stood before them, shielding them from the soul beast's venom. Enraged by the obstruction, the soul beast retaliated, spewing forth more venom while simultaneously launching an assault with its claws. Mountains and rivers, alongside Talon, continuously evaded the assaults of the soul beast while seeking opportunities to counterattack. Ling Xue, on the other hand, tirelessly employed soul techniques to provide them with support. During the skirmish, they gradually discerned the vulnerabilities of the soul beasts. The eyes of the soul beast were its Achilles heel. By targeting its eyes, they held the potential to vanquish it. Shanchuan and Tai Long exchanged a glance and nodded. They began to coordinate their efforts. Shanchuan drew the spirit beast's attention while Tai Long sought the opportune moment to strike at its eyes. The mountains and rivers incessantly brandished their swords, engaging in a fierce battle with the soul beast. Enraged by the mountains and rivers, the soul beast launched a frenzied assault against them. At the moment the soul beast revealed a vulnerability, Talon seized the opportunity to charge forward, delivering a powerful punch to the creature's eye. The soul beast emitted a cry of agony and collapsed to the ground. They triumphed over the soul beast, acquiring its soul ring. Upon absorbing the soul ring, the strength of the mountains and rivers experienced a further enhancement. In the ensuing adventures, they encountered numerous formidable soul beasts and challenges. Yet, they never wavered, fighting side by side and growing together. One day, they arrived at a mysterious location. Here stood an ancient castle, enveloped in an aura of enigma. "What is this place?" Talon inquired with curiosity. The mountains gazed upon the castle and remarked, "It appears rather enigmatic. Let us venture inside." They cautiously stepped into the fortress, where an eerie silence enveloped them, broken only by the echo of their footsteps. Deep within the castle, they stumbled upon an ancient soul vessel, emanating a formidable wave of spiritual energy that left them in awe. "This soul vessel is remarkable," exclaimed Ling Xue. The mountains and rivers advanced, meticulously examining the soul artifact. "This soul artifact is undoubtedly extraordinary. We shall shatter the boundaries of the brave." In an ancient castle, the trio of Shanchuan, Ling Xue, and Tai Long stood before a soul artifact that emanated a mysterious and potent aura of soul energy. This artifact seemed extraordinarily formidable, leaving them pondering its unique qualities. Curiosity sparkled in Tai Long's eyes. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows slightly, speaking with caution, better to be safe than sorry. This castle is shrouded in mystery. And this soul artifact is undoubtedly complex. Lingshuan nodded gently, her gaze fixed intently on the soul artifact. We must explore carefully and not act recklessly. Just as they prepared to observe the soul artifact further, a deep, resonant roar suddenly echoed from the depths of the castle. The expressions of the three shifted, instantly becoming alert. It seemed trouble was afoot. Shanchuan tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. The roar grew increasingly closer, and a colossal soul beast slowly emerged. This beast resembled a gigantic scorpion, its body encased in a hard exoskeleton, while the stinger on its tail glimmered ominously. "What kind of soul beast is this?" Talon asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. Shanchuan endeavored to recall the knowledge of soul beasts from the Douluo Continent. This could possibly be the poison scorpion king, an exceedingly perilous soul beast, whose venom is lethally potent. The poison scorpion king brandished its colossal pincers and charged towards them. Shanchuan and his companions hastily evaded, as the pincers of the beast crashed into the ground with a thunderous sound. Such immense strength. Lingshue's expression grew grave. Hueying circled anxiously in the air, urging, "Everyone, we must devise a strategy. This poison scorpion king is formidable." The mountains and rivers observed the movements of the scorpion king with a calm demeanor, endeavoring to uncover its vulnerabilities. It was noted that, despite its formidable strength, the scorpion king exhibited a discernible pattern in its actions. They commenced a strategic dance around the beast, skillfully evading its assaults. During this intricate maneuvering, the mountains and rivers discerned that the carapace on the scorpion king's abdomen appeared notably weaker, potentially revealing its Achilles heel. Lingshui. Shortly, I will divert its attention alongside Talon. Seize the opportunity to strike at its underbelly, murmured the mountains and rivers. Lingshui nodded in agreement, readying her spiritual energy. Mountains and Chuan once again charged towards the Scorpion King, relentlessly assaulting its head and pincers. Enraged, the Scorpion King retaliated with ferocity. In the fleeting moment when the Scorpion King exposed a weakness, Lingshui unleashed a formidable water-based soul technique, launching a colossal water arrow that struck the creature's abdomen. The arrow found its mark, piercing the Scorpion King's vulnerability, eliciting an anguished roar as it collapsed to the ground. They triumphed over the Scorpion King, securing its soul ring. Upon absorbing the soul ring, Chuan experienced a further enhancement of his powers. Throughout their ensuing adventures, the bond between Chuan and Lingshui deepened considerably. Together, they confronted various perils, providing mutual support and growing alongside one another. One day, they arrived at an enigmatic forest, shrouded in a delicate mist that obscured the path ahead. "This forest is so mysterious. One wonders what lies within," Lingshui remarked. The mountains and rivers clasped Lingshue's hand, offering her a reassuring gaze. "Do not fear. Together we shall embark on this exploration." They tread cautiously into the forest, when suddenly, a melodious song wafted through the air. The enchanting melody seemed to possess a magical allure, drawing them irresistibly into its embrace. "From whence does this song emanate?" Talon inquired with curiosity. A gray shadow danced in the air and replied, "It appears to be coming from the depths of the forest." Following the direction of the enchanting tune, they ventured forth. And gradually, a stunning woman emerged before them. Clad in a flowing white gown, her long hair cascaded gracefully, exuding an ethereal elegance. "Who are you? What brings you to this place?" she asked, her eyes shimmering with a mysterious light. The mountains and rivers gazed warily at the woman. "We are adventurers who have inadvertently arrived here." "Who are you?" The woman replied with a faint smile, "I am the guardian of this forest. Within it dwell many precious soul beasts and soul artifacts, but it is also fraught with peril." The hearts of Shanchuan and Lingshui stirred, as they recognized the potential for discovering what they sought within this place. "May we explore here?" Lingshui inquired. The woman nodded affirmatively. "Yes, but you must exercise caution. The soul beasts within the forest are exceedingly powerful, and there are mysterious forces guarding this realm." They commenced their exploration through the forest, encountering a myriad of soul beasts and formidable challenges. Along their journey, they unearthed precious soul artifacts and soul rings. As their adventure deepened, the bond between Shanchuan and Lingshui grew ever stronger. They understood that, regardless of the adversities they faced, they would confront them together, steadfast in their mutual protection. During a fierce battle with a formidable soul beast, Shanchuan sustained grave injuries while shielding Lingshui, with sorrowful eyes brimming with tears. Ling Shui gazed at Shanchuan and lamented, "Why must you be so foolish? Always disregarding your own safety to protect me." The mountains and rivers offered a feeble smile. After the injury of Shanchuan, Ling Shui was consumed by anxiety. She held Shanchuan tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Shanchuan, you must hold on. We have endured so much. We cannot simply give up," Ling Shui said, her voice trembling. On the side, Tailong also wore a worried expression. "We need to find a way to save him. We cannot allow anything to happen," he urged. Gray shadows circled above, emitting anxious cries. Ling Shui took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. "Tailong, you and Gray Shadow search nearby for any herbs or remedies that could heal Shanchuan. I will stay here with him." Tailong nodded and immediately set off with Gray Shadow in search of assistance. Ling Shui remained by Shanchuan's side, gently caressing his face. "Shanchuan, you promised me that we would create our own legend in the Douluo Continent together. You cannot break that promise." After a while, Tailong and Gray Shadow returned, bringing with them some herbs. Ling Shui hurriedly crushed the herbs and applied them to Shanchuan's wounds. After considerable effort, Shanchuan's condition finally stabilized. Ling Shui let out a sigh of relief, her heart brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, Tailong. Without you and Gray Shadow, I wouldn't know what to do," Ling Shui expressed. Tailong shook his head. "We are companions. It is my duty to assist. Now, Shanchuan needs to rest well. We must quickly find a safe place for him to recuperate." They carried Shanchuan to a secluded cave. Ling Shui meticulously cared for him, providing water and changing his dressings. During this healing period, the bond between Shanchuan and Ling Shui deepened. As Shanchuan watched Ling Shui busily tending to him, he felt a wave of emotion. "Ling Shui, once I recover, we must continue our adventure," Shanchuan declared. Ling Shui smiled gently. "Yes, together." After a period of recovery, Shanchuan's injuries fully healed. They embarked on their adventurous journey once more. Along the way, they encountered a formidable soul beast. This beast resembled an enormous lion and emanated an overwhelming aura of soul power. "What kind of soul beast is this? It looks incredibly powerful," Tailong remarked. The mountains furrowed their brows, intently observing the spirit beast. It was likely the Flame Lion King, an exceedingly formidable spirit beast. Its fiery assaults were incredibly potent, necessitating our utmost caution in response. Upon spotting them, the Flame Lion King immediately let out a deafening roar and charged toward them. Mountain River and the others hastily evaded its advance. The Flame Lion King opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of flames. They quickly employed their respective soul skills to counter the fiery onslaught. "This creature's flames are extraordinarily fierce," Talon exclaimed. Ling Shui invoked her water attribute soul skill in an attempt to extinguish the flames. However, the intensity of the Flame Lion King's fire was so overwhelming that the water attribute skill could only provide a modicum of relief. The mountains and rivers calmly observed the movements of the Flame Lion King, searching for its vulnerabilities. It is noteworthy that the eyes of the Flame Lion King may be its Achilles heel. We must devise a strategy to assault its eyes. They began to coordinate their efforts. The mountains and rivers drew the attention of the Flame Lion King, while Taolong and Ling Shui sought opportunities to strike at its eyes. The mountains and rivers relentlessly wielded their swords, engaging in a fierce battle with the Flame Lion King. Provoked by the mountains and rivers, the Flame Lion King launched a frenzied assault. In the fleeting moment when the Flame Lion King revealed a weakness, Taolong and Ling Shui seized the opportunity to unleash their formidable soul skills, targeting its eyes. The Flame Lion King let out a cry of anguish and collapsed to the ground. They triumphed over the Flame Lion King, acquiring its soul ring. After absorbing the soul rings, the mountains and rivers experienced a further enhancement of their strength. Throughout their subsequent adventures, they encountered numerous formidable soul beasts and challenges. Yet, they never wavered, standing shoulder to shoulder, growing together. One day, they arrived at a mysterious valley, shrouded in an enigmatic aura that evoked a sense of unease. "This valley is quite peculiar. One cannot fathom what lies within," Taolong remarked. The mountains gazed into the valley, a sense of vigilance swelling within. "Be cautious. There may be peril lurking here." They treaded carefully into the gorge when, all at once, an eerie sound pierced the stillness. It seemed to emanate from the depths below, sending shivers down their spines. "What is that sound?" Ling Shui inquired anxiously. The mountains and rivers furrowed their brows, attentively listening to the sound. This sound seemed to emanate from some kind of soul beast. "We must exercise caution." As they continued onward, they discovered peculiar fissures appearing on the ground. These crevices radiated a powerful wave of soul energy. "What is happening?" Taolong exclaimed in astonishment. The atmosphere grew tense as Shanchuan's expression turned grave. It appears that a remarkably formidable soul beast resides here, and we must exercise utmost caution. Just as they remained alert, a colossal soul beast emerged from the depths of the earth. This creature, towering like a mountain, was cloaked in impenetrable scales, each glimmering with an eerie luminescence. Its eyes blazed like fiery orbs, radiating a chilling ferocity. What manner of monster is this? Talon could not restrain his astonishment. Mountains and rivers took a deep breath, firmly grasping the treasured sword in hand, and spoke with a solemn tone. Regardless of what it may be, we shall fight. Ling Shui formed seals with her hands, surrounding herself with a protective barrier of water attribute soul force. The soul beast opened its gaping maw and unleashed a plume of black smoke that rapidly enveloped the surroundings. The group was shrouded in the mist, their vision obscured. Everyone, be cautious. Mountain River warned loudly. Relying on his keen senses, Tai Long charged towards the direction of the soul beast. However, the soul beast suddenly swung its claw, sending Tai Long flying. Tai Long! Ling Shui exclaimed, her heart burning with anxiety. As the soul beast launched its assault on Talon, Shanchuan seized the opportunity to leap into the air. His sword aimed directly at the creature's eye. The soul beast, wounded, let out a furious roar. Its scales suddenly raised, shooting forth like deadly arrows towards Shanchuan and his companions. Ling Shui unleashed her soul skill, conjuring a curtain of water in an attempt to shield against the onslaught of scales. However, the force was overwhelming, and the water barrier was shattered in an instant. In that critical moment, Huaying lunged forward, using his body to shield Ling Shui from the incoming scales. Huaying! Ling Shui cried out in anguish. The eyes of Shanchuan blazed crimson with fury, as the soul power within him surged wildly, causing his sword to radiate a dazzling brilliance. Perish! Shanchuan bellowed, unleashing a mighty strike aimed at the soul beast. Sensing the formidable force of Shanchuan's assault, the soul beast attempted to evade, but it was already too late. The sword struck fiercely against its body, leaving a profound wound. The soul beast collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Shanchuan and his companions, equally exhausted, fell to the earth. We have triumphed, Talon murmured weakly. At that moment, an extraordinary light suddenly illuminated the valley, and a mysterious portal began to materialize. What is this? Ling Shui inquired, her gaze fixed in bewilderment upon the doorway. The mountains and rivers struggled to rise. Regardless of what lay ahead, they ventured forth to explore. Perhaps this would unveil a new opportunity for them. Supporting one another, they stepped into the enigmatic portal. Upon stepping through the enigmatic portal, Shanchuan and his companions found themselves in an utterly unfamiliar realm. Surrounding them was a desolate expanse of desert, with the scorching sun hanging high and waves of heat rising. Where are we? Tai Long gazed at the boundless sands, his heart brimming with uncertainty. Ling Shui wiped the sweat from her brow and remarked, I do not know, but this place exudes an air of peril. Shanchuan gazed at the sword in his hand and resolutely declared, no matter what, we must press onward. Just as they prepared to advance, a colossal sand scorpion emerged from the depths of the sand. This creature, immense in size, bore a tail with a venomous stinger that glimmered ominously. Be cautious, Shanchuan warned loudly. The sand scorpion charged at them with alarming speed, and without hesitation, Shanchuan met the threat head-on. He unleashed his soul skill, the sword radiating a brilliant light as they engaged in a fierce battle with the scorpion. Talon and Ling Shui also summoned their respective abilities to assist Shanchuan. Behold my might, the weight of the mountain, Talon exclaimed as he leaped high, striking down upon the sand scorpion with tremendous force. Meanwhile, Ling Shui manipulated the water element in an attempt to restrain the scorpion's movements. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the beast. Phew, what a tiring ordeal, Talon gasped. Panting heavily, Ling Shui approached Shanchuan, her concern evident as she inquired, Are you all right? The mountains and rivers shook their heads, proclaiming, I am untroubled, let us proceed. After traversing the desert for an extended period, they finally beheld an ancient castle. The castle's grand entrance stood firmly shut, enveloped in an aura of mystery. Shanchuan gently pushed the door, yet it remained utterly unyielding. It seemed as though the door concealed a mechanism, Ling Shui remarked. Just as they were searching for the hidden mechanism, an eerie laughter echoed around them. Ha ha ha, you intruders shall not escape alive. A shadow emerged from the castle, revealing itself to be a soul beast imbued with the essence of darkness. The mountains and rivers firmly grasped the treasured sword and proclaimed, Regardless of your identity, we shall not fear you. In an instant, Battle erupted as the dark soul beasts unleashed their formidable dark powers, enveloping the surroundings in an impenetrable gloom. In the darkness, the mountains and rivers struggled valiantly against the encroaching shadows. Everyone huddled together. Do not scatter, Mountain River commanded. Talon and Lingxue stood firmly by his side, providing mutual support. In a pivotal moment, Mountain River suddenly comprehended a new soul technique, and a radiant light emanated from him, dispelling the darkness. Seizing the opportunity, they launched a counterattack and ultimately triumphed over the dark soul beasts. Upon entering the castle, they discovered a trove of precious soul artifacts and ancient tomes concealed within. These are treasures, Talon exclaimed with excitement. However, Lingxue expressed her concern. I wonder if there are other dangers lurking here. Just then, a deep, menacing roar echoed from the depths of the castle. Following the sound, they beheld a colossal three-headed dragon before them. This is utterly terrifying, Talon gasped, stepping back in fear. Mountains and rivers gritted his teeth and proclaimed, Do not fear, we shall surely prevail. The three-headed dragon unleashed flames, frost, and lightning, while Mountains and his companions nimbly evaded the onslaught. Let us strike at its vulnerable points together, Mountains shouted. After an exhilarating battle, they finally discerned the dragon's weakness and successfully vanquished it. Following a period of recuperation within the castle, they resumed their adventurous journey. One day, they arrived at an enigmatic forest, shrouded in dense fog that obscured all sense of direction. Be cautious, this place feels exceedingly strange, Lingxue cautioned. Suddenly, a soul beast adept in illusions appeared, ensnaring them within a phantasm. In this dreamlike realm, Mountains found himself back in his original world, transformed into an ordinary mortal, devoid of soul power and comrades. No, this cannot be true. Mountains struggled to regain consciousness. Talon and Lingxue also fought against the shackles of the illusion. Ultimately, through their indomitable will and unwavering trust in one another, they shattered the illusion. Upon exiting the forest, they encountered a mysterious elder. The elder gazed at Mountains and remarked, Young man, your adventure has only just begun. Ahead lie even greater challenges awaiting you. Shanchuan respectfully expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. They continued their journey and soon encountered a soul beast endowed with spatial abilities. This creature was capable of instantaneous movement, causing their attacks to repeatedly miss their target. What were they to do? Talon felt a surge of anxiety. Shanchuan contemplated strategies with a serene demeanor. We must decipher the patterns of its movement. After meticulous observation, Shanchuan discerned the vulnerabilities in the soul beast's movements, leading the group to a triumphant victory over it. As their adventures unfolded, Shanchuan and his companions grew increasingly formidable, their renown spreading far and wide. Yet, an ominous crisis loomed silently on the horizon. A nefarious organization had set its sights on them, intending to seize the soul artifacts and secret tomes they possessed. Upon receiving the news, Shanchuan and his companions resolved to take the initiative. In their battle against the nefarious organization, they encountered an unprecedented foe. Fear not, for justice and our dreams, we shall fight with all our might. Shanchuan rallied the spirits of his comrades. They engaged in a fierce struggle with their adversaries, the scene intensely charged. Lingxue was injured during the fray, and Shanchuan felt a surge of urgency. Lingxue, hold on. With a powerful outburst of soul energy, Shanchuan vanquished the enemy before him and rushed to Lingxue's side. Talon, refusing to lag behind, bravely fought against the foes. Ultimately, they succeeded in repelling the evil organization, safeguarding their hard-won achievements. This battle further solidified Shanchuan and his companions' resolve to forge a legendary path on the Douluo Continent. The journey ahead remains long, filled with countless challenges and opportunities, as they endeavor to inscribe their own glorious chapter. In the aftermath of their victory over the malevolent organization, Shanchuan, Lingxue, and Talon continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent. They heard whispers of a mysterious soul tool hidden in the distant ice plains, said to possess immense power. Determined to acquire the soul tool and enhance their strength, they set forth on a resolute journey to the ice plains. Along the way, the bond between Shanchuan and Lingxue deepened. Shanchuan, do you think we will successfully obtain the soul tool this time? Lingxue inquired with a note of concern. Mountains and rivers clasped Lingxue's hand, bestowing upon her a resolute gaze. Rest assured, as long as we unite our efforts, nothing can thwart us. Talon jested from the side. Oh, you too. Spare us the display of affection and hasten your steps. The trio shared laughter, enveloped in a harmonious atmosphere. Upon their entry into the icy expanse, a bone-chilling cold assailed them. Suddenly, a colossal ice bear erupted from the snow. The creature emanated a frigid aura, each breath laced with frost. Be cautious. This ice bear is formidable, Mountain exclaimed loudly. The bear swung its massive paw, conjuring a gust of icy wind. Mountain swiftly sidestepped, simultaneously wielding his sword against the beast. Witness my flame slash. Flames erupted from Mountain's sword, striking the ice bear yet leaving merely a faint mark. Its defenses are exceptionally strong. Talon cried out. Ling Xue unleashed her soul technique, Water Curtain Heavenly Splendor. A veil of water enveloped the ice bear, attempting to impede its movements. The ice bear roared in fury, instantly freezing the water curtain with the frost that enveloped its body. The mountains and rivers sparkled with renewed vigor. Talon, let us strike at its frozen domain together. The two launched their assault simultaneously, causing the ice bear to roar in pain and retaliate with increased ferocity. Amidst the fierce skirmish, Shanchuan was inadvertently struck and sent flying by the ice bear, crashing heavily to the ground. Shanchuan. Ling Xue felt a surge of urgency as she dashed towards him. The mountains and rivers struggled to rise, yet I remained unscathed, resolutely continuing the fight. After a fierce struggle, they ultimately discovered the vulnerability of the ice bear, the eyes. The mountains and rivers worked in harmonious concert, drawing the attention of the ice bear. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Xue unleashed a formidable water arrow aimed directly at the creature's eyes. The ice bear roared in anguish, collapsing to the ground. At last, it was vanquished. Exhausted, Talon sank to the ground. They pressed onward, ultimately discovering the fabled soul artifact. However, in the process of acquiring the artifact, they inadvertently triggered a guardian mechanism, summoning a soul beast endowed with immense psychic power. This soul beast possessed the ability to assail their mental realm, ensnaring them in a phantasmagorical illusion. In the realm of illusion, Shanchuan beheld the scene of his former life, one marked by mediocrity and ridicule. No, this is not the path I desire. With fervent determination, Shanchuan struggled to break free from the constraints of the illusion. Ling Xue, too, witnessed Shanchuan departing from her side, exclaiming, Shanchuan, do not leave me. Meanwhile, Tailong found himself stripped of his strength, reduced to a state of vulnerability. No, I cannot be defeated. Tailong gritted his teeth and fought valiantly against the odds. Ultimately, through their unwavering resolve and the bonds they shared, they escaped the clutches of the illusion. After successfully acquiring the soul artifact, they prepared to leave the icy expanse. Yet, along their journey, they encountered a ferocious pack of snow wolves. The wolves encircled them, with the alpha wolf glaring menacingly. Everyone, be cautious. And do not let the pack scatter us, Shanchuan shouted. Ling Xue pressed closely against Shanchuan, affirming, we shall surely break through. The mountains and rivers unleashed the power of the newly acquired soul artifact, and a brilliant light flashed, repelling several snow wolves. Seizing the opportunity, Talon launched his assault with a thunderous strike. Observing this, the Snow Wolf King personally lunged towards the mountains and rivers, engaging in an intense one-on-one battle. After a fierce struggle for survival, the protagonist finally discerned the Snow Wolf King's flaw and struck him down with a single sword thrust. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, the remaining snow wolves scattered in disarray. Once they exited the icy plains, they arrived at a mysterious valley, suffused with an enchanting floral fragrance that captivated the senses. However, they soon realized that the flora was highly toxic, and a cunning soul beast adept in the art of poison lurked within. Be cautious, and do not touch the plants, Ling Xue warned. At that moment, the soul beast launched a surprise attack, releasing a dense cloud of toxic mist. Shanchuan swiftly summoned a protective shield with his soul energy. Holding his breath, Tailong searched frantically for any trace of the soul beast, which had concealed itself too effectively. Ling Xue observed the surrounding flora, sensing a pattern in its behavior. Following Ling Xue's guidance, Shanchuan and Tailong finally discovered the lair of the soul beast. After an intense battle, they succeeded in defeating it. During their subsequent adventures, they encountered a multitude of formidable soul beasts and arduous challenges. Yet, time and again, they overcame these obstacles through their courage, wisdom, and unity. One day, they received word of a powerful soul ring that had emerged within the remnants of an ancient ruin. Without hesitation, they set out for the relic to acquire the soul ring and enhance their strength. The ruins were fraught with various mechanisms and traps, where a moment's inattention could lead to peril. Be cautious of your footing, Shanchuan warned. Ling Xue inadvertently triggered a mechanism, releasing a barrage of arrows. Tailong stepped forward, shielding them with his body. I am unscathed. Let us press on. At last, they reached the chamber where the soul ring lay. However, it was guarded by a formidable ancient behemoth, possessing terrifying strength and an impenetrable hide. What do we do now? Ling Xue trembled with fear. Mountains and rivers encouraged. Do not fear, we shall surely devise a solution. Observing the movements of the colossal beast, they discerned that its left flank bore a relative weakness. Let us concentrate our assault on its left side, shouted mountains and rivers. Together, the trio unleashed their most formidable attacks. After a grueling battle, they ultimately vanquished the giant creature and acquired the soul ring. As time passed, the renown of mountains and his companions grew ever more resounding across the Douluo Continent. Yet, they were acutely aware that greater challenges awaited them ahead, and they resolved to forge onward courageously, crafting a legend uniquely their own. In the path of the pinnacle of Douluo, following their triumphant acquisition of the potent soul ring, the prowess of mountains, Ling Xue, and Tai Long experienced a remarkable enhancement. Nevertheless, they did not pause in their adventurous pursuits. One day, within an ancient town, they encountered a mysterious legend. It was said that deep within the distant misty forest lay a peerless soul artifact, possessing the power to manipulate time. This revelation stirred their hearts, prompting them to embark on a quest to explore the misty forest. Upon entering the forest, the fog thickened around them, obscuring their sense of direction. This fog is exceedingly dense. Shall we not become lost? Tai Long expressed his concern. Fear not. As long as we remain close to one another, all shall be well. Mountains reassured. Ling Xue tightly clasped Mountain's hand, saying, With you by my side, I fear nothing. Suddenly, a deep, menacing roar resonated through the mist. A gigantic two-headed serpent materialized before them, its eyes glimmering with an eerie light, exhaling a cloud of toxic mist. Caution! That mist is poisonous! Mountains shouted emphatically. Tai Long swiftly deployed a defensive soul technique, conjuring a shield to ward off the noxious vapors. Mountains and rivers, wielding a treasured sword, charged towards the two-headed serpent, exclaiming, Behold the blade! The serpent, agile and serpentine, deftly twisted its body to evade the onslaught, opening wide its maw to strike. In a moment of urgency, Ling Xue summoned her water attribute soul skill, conjuring a torrent that surged toward the serpent's head in an attempt to divert its attention. Talon, let us together exploit its vulnerability, shouted Shanchuan. After a fierce confrontation, they discerned that the serpent's weakness lay in its underbelly. With a harmonious synergy, Shanchuan drew the serpent's focus while Talon and Ling Xue seized the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow, ultimately vanquishing the two-headed serpent. Phew, it is finally resolved, Talon gasped. Catching his breath, they continued their journey through the forest, encountering increasingly perilous challenges. Yet, through mutual support, they overcame each obstacle in turn. As they delved deeper into the woods, they at last discovered the fabled location of the soul artifact. However, a formidable fire lion stood guard over it. The fire lion, engulfed in roaring flames, unleashed a searing heat with every pounce. This fire lion is no trivial adversary, Ling Xue remarked. The mountains and rivers bore witness to their unwavering resolve. Regardless of the circumstances, they were determined to acquire the soul artifact. The battle erupted instantaneously, as the fiery skills of the flame lion rendered them unable to approach. Ling Xue, utilize your water attribute soul skill to suppress its flames, Mountain River commanded. Without hesitation, Ling Xue unleashed her soul skill, countering the flames of the flame lion. Seizing the opportunity, Talon launched a side attack, only to be swatted away by a powerful paw. Talon, Mountain River exclaimed, filled with anxiety. I am unscathed. Continue the fight. Talon rose and charged once more. Amidst the fierce combat, Mountain River discerned that after the flame lion unleashed a formidable fire attack, it would experience a brief moment of vulnerability. Everyone, take note. After it launches its next attack, that will be our opportunity, Mountain River declared. Indeed. After the flame lion executed another powerful fire assault, they seized the moment, striking decisively at its vital points and successfully vanquishing the beast. Upon obtaining the soul artifact, a surge of immense power coursed through them. This soul artifact is truly remarkable, Talon exclaimed with fervor. However, before they could revel in their victory, a formidable force enveloped them. It turned out that acquiring the soul artifact had triggered a hidden trial. They were transported to a mysterious realm, where a phantom beast with spatial abilities materialized before them. What is this creature? Ling Xue marveled in astonishment. The mountains furrowed their brows, signaling that this was indeed the final trial. The phantom behemoth traversed the space relentlessly, launching attacks that left them defenseless. During the skirmish, The group endeavored to discern the patterns of the phantom behemoth. I believe I have uncovered something each time it emerges from the void. There is a subtle fluctuation in energy, Lingxue remarked. Excellent. Let us seize this opportunity. Shanchuan responded. After a grueling battle, they ultimately identified the behemoth's vulnerability, triumphing over it and passing the trial. Upon exiting the enigmatic realm, they continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent. On one occasion, they stumbled upon a village ravaged by soul beasts, where the villagers lived in abject fear. We must assist them, Shanchuan declared. They commenced an investigation into the origins of the soul beasts, discovering that a dark attribute soul beast was manipulating the others. It turns out this creature was behind the chaos, Talon stated. The mountains and rivers devised a meticulous plan. We must approach it stealthily and then launch a surprise attack. With the assistance of the villagers, they successfully located the lair of the dark soul beast. An intense battle ensued, as the dark soul beast wielded skills that were both uncanny and unpredictable. However, through their prior combat experience and seamless cooperation, the mountains and rivers ultimately triumphed, rescuing the village. The villagers were overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you. You are heroes. It is what we ought to do," smiled the mountains. In the days that followed, the adventures of the mountains and rivers continued, their names resonating ever more profoundly across the Douluo Continent, becoming legends in the hearts of the people. After liberating the village ravaged by soul beasts, the mountains, Lingxue, and Tailong embarked on yet another quest. They had heard whispers of an ancient relic hidden within a mysterious sea, said to harbor enigmatic powers capable of enhancing one's strength. This sea appears so enigmatic, Lingxue remarked, gazing at the tumultuous waves. Regardless, we must explore it, asserted the mountains with unwavering resolve. Tailong pounded his chest, declaring, "With us here, there is nothing to fear." They boarded a small vessel, struggling against the surging waves. Suddenly, a colossal octopus emerged from the depths, its tentacles reaching out to attack their ship. "Be careful," the mountains shouted loudly. The octopus's tentacles possessed immense strength, instantly capsizing their small boat. The trio plunged into the water, desperately swimming towards a floating piece of wood. "This creature is quite a nuisance," Talon complained. As the mountains and rivers evaded the onslaught of the octopus monster, they declared, "We must devise a strategy to strike at its head." Lingxue unleashed her water attribute soul skill, conjuring a torrent in an attempt to restrain the tentacles of the monstrous creature. The mountains surged forth, breaking the surface of the water, charging towards the head of the octopus monster. "Behold my soul-breaker slash." The sword in Shanchuan's hand gleamed with brilliance as it descended mercilessly upon the creature. The octopus monster roared in pain, its fury intensifying as it launched more frenzied assaults against them. Amidst the fierce struggle, Talon discerned the creature's vulnerability lay within its eyes. "Shanchuan, strike at its eyes," Talon shouted emphatically. The mountains and rivers resonated with an unspoken understanding as they unleashed a formidable soul technique, successfully blinding the octopus monster. Deprived of its sight, the creature fell into disarray, and they seized the opportunity to launch their final assault, ultimately defeating it. "At last, we have vanquished this behemoth," Lingxue panted, breathless. They continued their journey across the sea, eventually arriving at the fabled ruins. An ancient aura enveloped the site, with the walls adorned by enigmatic runes. "This place appears remarkably mysterious," Lingxue remarked, her curiosity piqued as she gazed around. "Everyone, exercise caution. There may be hidden dangers," Shanchuan cautioned. No sooner had the words left his lips than a colossal stone lion emerged from the shadows, radiating a potent wave of soul power, its eyes gleaming with a crimson light. "What manner of soul beast is this?" Talon exclaimed in astonishment. The mountains and rivers gripped their swords tightly, no matter the challenge. They were determined to overcome it. The stone lion opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of flames. Swiftly, the mountains and rivers executed a defensive soul technique, successfully warding off the fiery assault. Lingxue, standing by, provided assistance, continuously bestowing enhancement effects upon Shanchuan and Tailong. Seizing the opportunity, Tailong circled behind the stone lion and launched his attack. "The weight of Mount Tai," he exclaimed as he leaped high into the air, crashing down forcefully upon the stone lion. Infuriated, the stone lion turned and lunged at Tailong. Just in time, Shanchuan intervened, blocking the lion's fierce onslaught. After a grueling battle, they finally discerned the stone lion's vulnerability and triumphed over it. Deep within the ruins, they stumbled upon a mysterious treasure chest, which contained a precious soul ring. "This soul ring appears to be immensely powerful," remarked Lingxue. The mountains and rivers cautiously lifted the soul ring, preparing to absorb it. At that moment, A formidable force enveloped them. It was, in fact, the guardian of the ruins that had appeared. The guardian was a colossal humanoid soul beast, possessing unparalleled strength and speed. "You shall not take anything from here," the guardian bellowed in fury. "Mountains and rivers stand undaunted. We have endured countless hardships to arrive at this moment. This soul ring is ours for the taking." In an instant, the battle ignited, and the guardian's attacks were exceedingly fierce, leaving the mountains and rivers weary in their defense. "Continuing in this manner is not a solution. We must uncover its weakness," Tyrone exclaimed. After observing for a while, Ling Shui discovered the guardian's vulnerability lay in its back. "Mountains, let us strike together at its back," Ling Shui proclaimed. United in purpose, the three of them finally struck the guardian's weak point, emerging victorious. Mountains and rivers successfully absorbed the spirit rings, resulting in a significant enhancement of their strength. After departing from the ruins, they continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent. One day, they arrived at a cursed castle, shrouded in an ominous aura, rumored to be inhabited by a malevolent vampire spirit beast. "This castle appears quite eerie," Ling Shui remarked with a hint of trepidation. The mountains and rivers comforted, "Do not fear, for I am here." They cautiously stepped into the castle when, all of a sudden, a vampire emerged from the shadows, revealing its sharp fangs. "Fresh blood, haha," the vampire cackled. Mountains and rivers wielded their swords, engaging in a fierce battle against the vampire. The vampire's speed was astonishing, leaving the group in a precarious situation. "Talon, use your power to restrain its movements," exclaimed Mountains and Rivers. Talon unleashed his formidable strength, temporarily trapping the vampire. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Shui activated her soul technique, inflicting damage upon the vampire. After an intense struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the vampire, lifting the curse that had plagued the castle. In their subsequent adventures, Mountains and Rivers encountered numerous formidable soul beasts and daunting challenges. Yet, they remained steadfast, supporting one another through thick and thin. On one occasion, they stumbled upon a unicorn soul beast in the forest, endowed with healing abilities. The unicorn was pursued by a band of malevolent hunters and had sustained grave injuries. "We cannot allow it to fall into the hands of those hunters," declared Mountains and Rivers. They engaged in a fierce confrontation with the hunters and successfully rescued the unicorn. In gratitude, the unicorn bestowed upon them potent healing abilities. As time passed, the fame of Mountains and Rivers spread throughout the Douluo Continent. They became revered as heroes in the hearts of the people, garnering countless friendships and respect. However, they understood that their adventures were far from over, and countless unknowns awaited their exploration. The bloodbath of glory in Douluo, the heroic deeds of Shanchuan, Ling Shui, and Tailong are celebrated throughout the Douluo Continent, their renown growing ever more resplendent. Yet, they remain humble and unpretentious, continuing their adventurous journey. On this particular day, they arrived at a mysterious valley, rumored to conceal a powerful soul tool, capable of bestowing upon its wielder the ability to command the elements. "If we can acquire this soul tool, our strength will undoubtedly ascend to new heights," Tailong exclaimed with enthusiasm. "But let us not rejoice too soon. The path ahead will surely be fraught with challenges," Ling Shui cautioned. The Mountains and Rivers nodded slightly, urging everyone to exercise caution and remain vigilant. They cautiously ventured into the valley, and not long after their entrance, they were met with a deep, resonant growl. A colossal white tiger spirit beast leaped forth from the thicket, its fur shimmering with electric sparks, and its gaze was imbued with hostility. This white tiger appeared to be a formidable adversary. Talon swallowed hard. Mountains and Rivers gripped their swords tightly, urging, "Fear not, let us charge together." The white tiger launched the first assault, unleashing a bolt of lightning aimed directly at the group. Ling Shui swiftly invoked her water attribute soul skill, creating a barrier of water to shield against the onslaught. "Tyrone, now is your chance," Mountain urged. Tyrone surged forward, wielding formidable strength in an attempt to subdue the white tiger. However, the white tiger nimbly evaded, pivoting to strike at Tyrone with a claw. "Be careful," Ling Shui cried out. Shanchuan swiftly arrived, wielding his sword to block the white tiger's assault. "This creature is exceedingly swift," Shanchuan remarked. "We must devise a method to ensnare it," Ling Shui suggested. After a thorough discussion, they resolved that Shanchuan and Tailong would divert the white tiger's attention while Ling Shui set up water-based traps in the surrounding area. The execution of their plan unfolded seamlessly, and the white tiger inadvertently fell into the trap, its movements now severely restricted. At the opportune moment, Shanchuan unleashed a formidable soul technique, piercing the vital spot of the white tiger with a single strike. The white tiger struggled a few times before ultimately collapsing. Finally, the ordeal was resolved. Talon exhaled in relief. They pressed on and eventually discovered the coveted soul artifact. However, just as they were about to seize it, the artifact suddenly emanated a powerful force, forming a massive shield that barred their entry. What could this mean? Talon inquired, perplexed. It seemed that obtaining the soul artifact would not be so straightforward. Shanchuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. At that moment, a mysterious voice echoed in their ears. To claim the soul artifact, you must first pass my trial. Immediately, a colossal fiery phoenix materialized before them. As the phoenix unfurled its wings, the surrounding temperature soared dramatically. This trial is exceedingly daunting, Ling Xue remarked. Shanchuan declared, regardless of the circumstances, we must not surrender. The battle commenced, and the fiery phoenix unleashed a torrent of flames as Shanchuan and his companions evaded its onslaught. We cannot remain passive and merely endure these attacks, Talon asserted. After a moment of contemplation, Shanchuan spoke. Ling Xue, employ your water attribute soul skill to lower the surrounding temperature. Talon, let us together assault the wings of the phoenix. They executed their plan. Ling Xue successfully diminished the temperature, while Shanchuan and Talon seized the opportunity to strike at the phoenix's wings. The phoenix, wounded by their attack, screeched in fury and unleashed a more ferocious counteroffensive. Amidst the fierce battle, Shanchuan discerned that the phoenix's abdomen was its Achilles heel. Concentrate our strength on its abdomen, he commanded. The trio unleashed their ultimate attacks, finally landing a blow to the phoenix's vulnerable spot. The phoenix collapsed to the ground, transforming into a radiant light before vanishing. The protective shield dissipated alongside it, and they triumphantly acquired the soul weapon. Splendid. We did it, Talon exclaimed with exhilaration. Ling Xue gazed at Shanchuan, her eyes brimming with joy. They departed the valley with the soul weapon in hand, continuing their adventures across the Douluo Continent. Soon, they arrived at a small town shrouded in dark forces. The townsfolk appeared strangely altered, with vacant stares and sluggish movements. This place feels so eerie, Ling Xue remarked. There must be some malevolent force at play, Shanchuan responded. As they investigated the town, they uncovered traces of a dark sorcerer. So it is this rogue who is behind the mischief, Talon declared. The dark sorcerer, having detected their presence, unleashed his dark magic in a direct assault against them. In their resolute struggle, Shanchuan and his companions engaged in an intense magical duel with the dark sorcerer. During the confrontation, they discovered that the sorcerer's powers stemmed from a dark soul ring. By shattering that soul ring, they could vanquish him, Shanchuan declared. Collaborating seamlessly, they finally uncovered an opportunity, and with a single stroke, Shanchuan destroyed the dark soul ring. The dark sorcerer, stripped of his power, was ultimately defeated by them. The quaint town regained its former tranquility, and the residents expressed their profound gratitude. In the days that followed, Shanchuan and his comrades' adventures continued unabated. They encountered a myriad of challenges and adversaries, yet they remained steadfast in their convictions, pressing onward with unwavering resolve. On one occasion, they stumbled upon a colossal sandworm soul beast in the desert. The sandworm could navigate the sands with ease, launching attacks that were nearly impossible to defend against. This sandworm is exceedingly troublesome, Talon remarked. Do not fret. We shall find a solution, Shanchuan reassured him. Ling Xue, keenly observing the sandworm's movements, noted, I've noticed that it pauses momentarily each time it emerges from the sand. That is our opportunity to strike. Heeding Ling Xue's insight, they lay in wait for the perfect moment. At last, Shanchuan seized the instant of the sandworm's pause and pierced its head with a single thrust. The sandworm thrashed a few times before collapsing onto the desert floor. Through numerous adventures and battles, the bond between Shanchuan, Ling Xue, and Talon deepened, solidifying their reliance on one another. The path ahead remains long, and they shall continue to carve their own legend upon the Douluo Continent. After Shanchuan, Ling Xue, and Talon triumphed over the sandworm spirit beast, they continued their journey across the Douluo Continent. They had heard whispers of a mysterious snow lotus atop a distant icy peak, renowned for its miraculous life-restoring properties. If we can obtain this snow lotus, it will provide us with an invaluable safeguard in times of peril, Ling Xue expressed with eager anticipation. Then let us embark on this quest. Regardless of the challenges that lie ahead, Shanchuan declared, his gaze unwavering. Talon thumped his chest confidently, proclaiming, with brother Shanchuan by our side, success is assured. The trio set forth towards the icy mountain, and as they ascended, the temperature plummeted, and the biting winds pierced through their resolve. It's unbearably cold, I feel as though my hands and feet are turning to ice. Tai Long could not help but complain. Ling Shui exhaled a cloud of white breath, urging everyone. Just a little longer. We are almost there. At long last, they reached the mountain summit, only to be confronted by a colossal ice dragon spirit beast guarding the coveted snow lotus. The ice dragon unfurled its wings, roaring as it unleashed a chilling blast of frost. Be cautious. Shanchuan swiftly pulled Ling Shui and Tai Long behind him, raising his spirit power shield in defense. This foe is formidable, Tai Long remarked, his voice laced with concern. Shanchuan gritted his teeth and declared, Fear not, we shall face this together. The ice dragon lunged at them with its massive claws. Shanchuan deftly sidestepped, wielding his sword to strike at the dragon's talons. Ling Shui unleashed her water attribute soul skill, conjuring icy spikes that hurtled toward the beast. The ice dragon roared, expelling a column of ice from its maw. Talon leaped with all his might, shielding them from the icy barrage with his body. Talon! Both Shanchuan and Ling Shui exclaimed in alarm. Rising from the ground and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Talon reassured them, I am unharmed. Let us continue the fight. The mountains and rivers glared fiercely, and the soul power within surged forth. Ice dragon, meet your demise. After an intense battle, they discerned the ice dragon's vulnerability lay in its abdomen. Ling Shui, divert its attention. Talon and I will seek an opportunity to strike its underbelly, Shanchuan commanded. Ling Shui nodded, charging towards the ice dragon while incessantly unleashing her soul skills to harass it. Shanchuan and Talon seized the moment to maneuver behind the beast, simultaneously unleashing their most formidable attack. The ice dragon let out a pained roar before collapsing to the ground. We have finally defeated it, Talon exclaimed with exhilaration. They successfully obtained the snow lotus and continued their journey. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a mysterious cave, rumored to harbor a powerful soul artifact. Upon entering the cave, countless bat soul beasts launched an assault against them. Everyone, be cautious. Shanchuan wielded his sword, dispatching the bats. Ling Shui and Talon also employed their respective soul skills to counter the onslaught of bats. There are too many bats. We can hardly keep up, Talon shouted. Mountains and rivers observed their surroundings and discovered a vent. We shall lead the bats there, and then unleash a fiery assault. They fought while retreating, guiding the bats toward the vent. Ling Shui invoked her fire attribute soul technique, igniting the bats. With the bats dispatched, they ventured deeper into the cavern. In the depths of the cave, they uncovered the soul artifact. However, to obtain it, a riddle must be solved. This riddle is exceedingly difficult, Talon remarked, scratching his head. Ling Shui pondered intently. Let us not be hasty. Let us think together. After considerable effort, they finally unraveled the riddle and acquired the soul artifact. In the course of their ensuing adventure, they encountered a nine-tailed fox soul beast endowed with illusionary powers. The nine-tailed fox unleashed its illusions, ensnaring them in a terrifying nightmare. Where am I? How did I end up here? Mountains found himself disoriented within the dream. Ling Shui was also engulfed in fear. Mountains, where are you? Talon struggled to maintain his clarity. Everyone, awaken quickly. This is an illusion. Ultimately, through sheer willpower, they extricated themselves from the illusion and engaged the nine-tailed fox in a fierce battle. During the fight, Mountains discerned that the nine-tailed fox exhibited a brief fluctuation of soul power each time it cast an illusion. Strike while it conjures its illusions, Mountains shouted. After a grueling battle, they triumphed over the nine-tailed fox. As their adventure progressed, the challenges they faced multiplied and the difficulties intensified. Yet they remained steadfast, supporting one another unwaveringly. One day, they received news that a nefarious organization was capturing soul beasts with special abilities, intending to exploit them to dominate the Douluo Continent. We cannot allow their sinister plot to succeed, Mountains declared. They resolved to confront the evil organization in a decisive battle. During the conflict, the organization dispatched various formidable soul masters and soul beasts. Everyone, be cautious and do not scatter, Mountains warned loudly. Ling Shui and Talon remained closely at Mountains' side, fiercely battling their adversaries. The mountains and rivers unleashed formidable soul techniques, repelling the enemy's assaults time and again. Even in death, we shall not allow you to succeed, Tyrone roared. After a brutal battle, they ultimately vanquished the malevolent organization and saved the Douluo Continent. The names of Shanchuan, Ling Shui, and Tai Long have become legends on the continent of Douluo, their tales recounted by the people, forever etched in the annals of this enchanting land. The dawn of Douluo. After vanquishing the sinister organization, Shanchuan, Ling Shui, and Tai Long emerged as revered heroes on the Douluo Continent. However, Their adventurous journey had not yet reached its conclusion. One day, they stumbled upon an ancient library, where they discovered a mysterious tome containing a legend about a lost land. According to the tale, within this forsaken realm lay a mystical artifact capable of upending the balance of power across the entire Douluo Continent. The notion was utterly astounding. If such an artifact truly existed, they were determined to seek it out. Excitement sparkled in Ling Shui's eyes. The mountains furrowed their brows slightly. And after a moment of contemplation, they spoke. Yet, this journey is undoubtedly fraught with unknown perils. We must be thoroughly prepared. Talon, patting his chest in assurance, declared, with Brother Mountain here, we fear nothing. Thus, they embarked on their expedition to the Lost Lands. Along the way, they encountered various inclement weather and intricate terrains. This wretched weather, one moment a torrential downpour, the next a blazing sun, is truly tormenting, Talon lamented. Ling Shui smiled and comforted him, saying, do not complain. This is merely part of the adventure. The mountains and rivers remained ever vigilant, observing their surroundings meticulously. As they traversed a dense forest, a colossal poisonous spider spirit obstructed their path. The venomous arachnid spewed forth viscous silk, attempting to ensnare them. Beware of those webs, they are toxic. Mountain River warned loudly. Ling Shui swiftly deployed her soul technique, conjuring a curtain of water to shield against the approaching threads. Behold my technique, earth-shattering strike. Tai Long charged at the venomous spider, intent on delivering a fatal blow. However, the spider nimbly evaded Tai Long's attack and released a cloud of toxic mist. As the mountains and rivers came into view, Shanchuan promptly exclaimed, hold your breath, Ling Shui, and use your water attribute soul skill to dispel the toxic mist. Through their close cooperation and after a fierce battle, they ultimately triumphed over the venomous spider. Continuing their journey, they arrived before a broad river, its waters rushing violently, with hidden currents swirling beneath. With such a fierce current, how shall we cross? Talon pondered, his expression troubled. Ling Shui contemplated for a moment and suggested, perhaps we could utilize the surrounding trees to construct a rudimentary bridge. Thus, united in purpose, they felled trees and erected a makeshift bridge, successfully traversing the river. At long last, they reached the lost land, enveloped in an air of mystery. The silence surrounding them instilling a sense of dread. Everyone, be cautious. Something feels amiss here, Shanchuan whispered. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal two-headed dragon erupted from the ground, unleashing a torrent of fierce flames and frigid air from its maw. What manner of monster is this? Talon exclaimed in astonishment. The mountains and rivers calmly declared, do not fear, we shall surely conquer it. The twin-headed hydra unleashed flames and frigid winds, creating a realm of ice and fire as its assault zone. Ling Shui wielded her formidable water-based soul technique, striving to neutralize the hydra's onslaught. As the mountains and rivers seized the opportunity presented by the dragon's assault, they leapt towards its head, their swords gleaming with a resplendent radiance. Talon, watching from the sidelines, fervently encouraged Shanchuan and Ling Shui while seeking an opportune moment to strike. After an exhilarating battle, they finally discerned the two-headed dragon's vulnerability and triumphantly vanquished it. Deep within the Lost Lands, they uncovered a mysterious treasure, a soul ring radiating an extraordinary luminescence. Is this the fabled artifact? Ling Shui inquired with curiosity, gazing at the soul ring. Just as they prepared to seize it, a formidable barrier suddenly materialized, encasing the soul ring in protection. What should we do now? Talon asked, his voice tinged with urgency. Shanchuan meticulously observed the barrier and proclaimed, let us concentrate our soul power together and endeavor to breach this barrier. They united their soul energy, relentlessly assaulting the barrier. After numerous attempts, a faint crack finally emerged. At that moment, a shadow leopard soul beast, concealed in the darkness, launched a sudden attack, seeking to seize the soul ring. Be cautious, Shanchuan exclaimed, pivoting to fend off the shadow leopard's onslaught. Ling Shui and Tai Long swiftly joined the fray, engaging in a fierce battle with the shadow leopard. In a critical moment, Shanchuan succeeded in shattering the barrier, acquiring the soul ring. A surge of formidable power instantly coursed through his body, allowing him to unleash a powerful soul technique that decisively vanquished the shadow leopard. With the soul ring in their possession, they embarked on their journey homeward. However, along the way, they encountered new challenges. A band of robbers, having learned of their precious acquisition, plotted to ambush them. Surrender your treasure, and we shall spare your lives. The ruthless leader of the robbers threatened. Mountains and rivers let out a cold laugh. Do you truly believe you can rob us? Once again, a fierce battle erupted. With their formidable strength and seamless coordination, Shanchuan, Lingxue, and Tailong vanquished the bandits, leaving them in disarray. After an arduous journey, they finally returned to familiar grounds. This adventure was truly exhilarating, Tailong remarked. Lingxue smiled at Shanchuan. As long as I am with you, I fear no adversity. The mountains and rivers clasped the hand of the ethereal snow and tenderly proclaimed, from this moment forth, we shall traverse this path together. Their tale continued to echo throughout the Douluo Continent, transforming into an everlasting legend spoken of by the people. Mountains and rivers, Lingxue and Tailong have undergone countless adventures, earning themselves great renown. However, tranquility did not last for long. One day, they received a mysterious letter which mentioned that a malevolent force had emerged in a distant, shadowy valley, threatening the peace of the entire Douluo Continent. It appears we have a new mission. Mountain River furrowed his brow and remarked. Lingxue gently grasped Mountain River's hand, her gaze resolute. No matter how arduous the challenge, we shall face it together. Tailong raised his fist. Indeed, let those wicked forces witness our might. They immediately set forth towards the shadowy valley. Along the way, Mountain River continuously discussed strategies with Lingxue and Tailong. This adversary may be more formidable than any we have encountered before. We must not let our guard down, Mountain River said with a serious expression. Lingxue nodded. Rest assured. We will exercise caution. Upon entering the shadowy valley, a dense aura of darkness enveloped them. Be cautious, there is movement, Tailong exclaimed alertly. A massive shadow wolf leapt from the darkness, its eyes glinting with an eerie red light, spewing forth black flames. What kind of soul beast is this? It appears incredibly formidable. Lingxue gasped. Mountains and rivers stood undaunted, brandishing a sword as they faced the shadow wolf. Fear not. Watch as I confront it. The shadow wolf moved with astonishing speed, deftly evading several of their assaults. Tailong attacked from the side to divert its attention. Mountains and rivers called out, responding promptly. Tailong unleashed formidable strength upon the shadow wolf. Captivated by Tailong's presence, the shadow wolf became vulnerable, allowing mountains and rivers to land a decisive strike on its hind leg. Awoo! The shadow wolf, enraged, whirled around to pounce on mountains and rivers. Just in time, Lingxue invoked a water-based soul technique, conjuring a curtain of water that slowed the beast's advance. After an intense battle, mountains and rivers finally seized the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Phew! It's finally over, they gasped. They pressed on deeper into the valley, encountering increasingly powerful spirit beasts. What is this place? Why are there so many formidable spirit beasts? Tailong lamented. Lingxue reassured him, do not despair. We shall surely uncover the source of this malevolent power. At that moment, a colossal stone creature, endowed with the ability to manipulate gravity, obstructed their path. With a sweeping motion of its hands, the stone creature created a formidable gravitational field, hindering their movements. This is bad. Everyone, be cautious. Mountains and rivers warned. Lingxue concentrated, striving to maintain the flow of soul power to counteract the weight of the gravity. With unwavering determination, Shanchuan struggled to approach the colossal stone creature. Behold my gravity slash! Shanchuan exerted every ounce of strength and swung his sword. The stone beast was pushed back a few steps by Shanchuan's assault, yet it swiftly retaliated. In a crucial moment, Tailong discerned the creature's vulnerability on its back. Shanchuan, strike its back! Tailong shouted emphatically. Upon hearing the call, Shanchuan leapt into action, striking the giant stone creature at its vulnerable point with a swift stroke of his sword. As the colossal beast fell, they finally arrived at the epicenter of the malevolent power. Before them stood a dark sorcerer, positioned ominously before an enormous magical array, from which a relentless surge of dark energy emanated. At last, I have found you, fiend! Shanchuan exclaimed with fury. The dark sorcerer sneered. Do you truly believe you can thwart me? As he spoke, he summoned forth a massive skeletal dragon spirit. The dragon unfurled its wings, unleashing a tempestuous gust. This dragon is far too powerful. Can we truly prevail? Tailong expressed his trepidation. Mountains and rivers gazed steadfastly. We firmly believe that we shall prevail. Mountains and rivers. Lingxue and Tailong exchanged a glance, instinctively launching their assault. Lingxue continuously employed her soul techniques to disrupt the movements of the skeletal dragon, while Tailong drew its attention with his immense strength, allowing Shanchuan to exploit the dragon's vulnerabilities. After a grueling battle, Shanchuan ultimately discerned that the neck of the skeletal dragon was its Achilles heel. Together, let us focus our might upon its neck, Shanchuan proclaimed. The three of them unleashed their most formidable attacks simultaneously, and the skeletal dragon let out a piercing wail before collapsing to the ground. Observing this, the dark sorcerer, enraged, intensified the energy output of the magic formation. We cannot allow him to prevail. Shanchuan charged towards the dark sorcerer. Amidst the fierce confrontation, Shanchuan discovered the core of the magic formation. Lingxue, Tai Long, unleash all your strength upon the core of the formation, Shanchuan urged. Through their united efforts, the formation was ultimately shattered, and the dark sorcerer was vanquished. We have succeeded, Tai Long exclaimed joyfully. Lingxue leapt into Shanchuan's embrace, overwhelmed with tears of joy. The mountains embraced Lingxue tightly, smiling at Tai Long. Indeed, we have succeeded. Their adventure continued, with more challenges awaiting them in the future, yet they remained unafraid. For they were the legends of Douluo Continent. After vanquishing the dark sorcerer and rescuing the Duskin Valley, Shanchuan, Lingxue, and Tai Long once again emerged as heroes in the hearts of the people of Douluo Continent. However, before they could savor this glory, a new crisis quietly approached. One day, while training, Shanchuan suddenly sensed a formidable and malevolent force awakening. After some investigation, they discovered that this power emanated from a legendary ancient soul beast, the Dark Kirin. It was said that this Dark Kirin possessed the ability to annihilate the heavens and the earth, and we must proceed with caution, Shanchuan gravely informed Lingxue and Tai Long. Lingxue bit her lip, resolutely stating, no matter what, we cannot allow it to wreak havoc upon the world. Tai Long clenched his fists, affirming, indeed, let us confront it together. In pursuit of the Dark Kirin's whereabouts, they embarked on a long and arduous journey. Along the way, they encountered various powerful soul beasts and treacherous traps. Why are there mechanisms everywhere? This is truly bothersome, Tai Long complained while dodging the incoming poisoned arrows. Lingxue, casting her soul skills to forge a path for them, replied, no more complaints, let us move swiftly. At last, they uncovered the lair of the Dark Kirin within an ancient mountain range. Upon sighting them, the Dark Kirin opened its massive maw and unleashed a torrent of black flames. Be careful. Shanchuan swiftly positioned himself in front of Lingxue and Tai Long, deploying his defensive soul skill. This creature is indeed formidable, Tai Long exclaimed. The mountains and rivers resounded with a fervent call, let us unite. We must not grant it a moment's respite. Lingxue summoned her martial spirit, the Ice Phoenix, unleashing formidable ice-based skills in an attempt to encase the Dark Kirin in frost. With a thunderous roar, the Dark Kirin emanated a potent force, instantly breaking free from its icy prison. Talon wielded his colossal hammer, striking fiercely at the Dark Kirin. The Dark Kirin, agile and swift, evaded the assault while simultaneously sweeping its tail towards Talon. Mountains and rivers took the opportunity to soar, aiming for the Dark Kirin's eye. The Dark Kirin reacted with remarkable swiftness, using its claws to deflect the assault. Continuing in this manner would yield no results. We must identify its vulnerability, Lingxue exclaimed. After a period of careful observation, they discerned a scale on the Dark Kirin's abdomen that was of a lighter hue, potentially indicating its weakness. Talon, you distract it while Lingxue and I seek an opportunity to strike at its vulnerable spot, Mountains and Rivers declared. Without hesitation, Talon charged towards the Dark Kirin, engaging in a fierce battle. Shanchuan and Lingxue stood nearby, awaiting the opportune moment. At last, when the Dark Kirin was provoked into a fierce roar by Talon, both Shanchuan and Lingxue launched their attacks simultaneously, striking at its vulnerable point. The Dark Kirin let out a pained howl as it collapsed to the ground. Just as they believed victory was within their grasp, the Dark Kirin unexpectedly rose once more, its aura surging with even greater ferocity. This is not good. It is fighting for its life, exclaimed Shanchuan. The Dark Kirin unleashed its ultimate skill, the Dark Destruction Wave. A powerful wave of energy surged toward them. Everyone, brace yourselves, Shanchuan shouted. The trio poured their utmost strength into their most potent soul techniques to counter the Dark Destruction Wave. Amidst the fierce clash of energies, Shanchuan and his companions gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, the Dark Kirin's strength waned, and it fell to the ground, transforming into a black soul ring. Upon absorbing the soul ring, Shanchuan experienced a remarkable enhancement in strength. At last, it is over, Lingxue said wearily. Tai Long plopped down onto the ground, exclaiming, what a strenuous ordeal. However, their adventures were far from concluded. Soon after, they learned of a powerful soul device that had surfaced in a mysterious sea, drawing the attention and contention of numerous formidable beings. This may present an excellent opportunity for us to elevate our power, Shanchuan remarked. What are we waiting for? Let us set forth at once. Tai Long replied with excitement. Upon arriving at the designated sea, they discovered that it had already been claimed by various factions. It appeared that acquiring the soul device would not be an easy feat in the quest for the soul device. We must contend not only with the assaults of other powerful entities, but also with the formidable soul beasts lurking within these waters, Shanchuan noted. Suddenly, a colossal octopus soul beast emerged from the depths, extending its tentacles in an attempt to seize the soul device. Shanchuan and his companions engaged in a fierce battle against the octopus spirit beast. Everyone, persevere. We must not allow it to prevail, Shanchuan exclaimed. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the octopus spirit beast, successfully acquiring the soul weapon. In the days that followed, Shanchuan and his team continued their adventures on the Douluo Continent, confronting various difficulties and challenges and steadily growing and evolving. Their names became an everlasting legend upon the Douluo Continent. In the realm of Douluo Continent, the names of Shanchuan, Shanchuan, and Tai Long resonated ever more prominently. Yet, they remained unsatisfied, continuously delving into the mysteries of this enchanting land. By a stroke of serendipity, they learned of a powerful martial soul legacy concealed within a distant, mystical forest, said to bestow unparalleled strength upon its possessor. This sounds quite tempting. Shall we embark on this quest? Shanchuan inquired, turning to Shanchuan and Tai Long. Given such an opportunity, we cannot let it slip away, Shanchuan replied, his gaze resolute. Tai Long, bubbling with enthusiasm, cracked his knuckles, exclaiming, What are we waiting for? Let us set forth. Without hesitation, the trio commenced their expedition toward the mysterious forest. Upon entering the woodland, they encountered a ferocious flame tiger spirit beast engulfed in searing flames, each strike emanating an intense heat. Be cautious. Do not let its flames scorch you, Shanchuan warned loudly. Shanchuan summoned her ice-based martial soul abilities, attempting to quell the flames of the flame tiger. Behold my might. Mountain smash, Tai Long declared, swinging his massive fists toward the beast. The agile flame tiger evaded Tai Long's assault and swiftly lunged at Shanchuan. Observing this, Shanchuan swiftly brandished his sword to intercept. This creature is remarkably fast. Shanchuan gasped, slightly breathless. After a fierce struggle, Shanchuan discerned the flame tiger's vulnerability, striking a decisive blow to its critical point, thus vanquishing it. At last, it is resolved, Tai Long remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. They ventured deeper into the forest, encountering increasingly formidable spirit beasts. This place is indeed fraught with peril, Shanchuan mused. Yet, as long as we unite in purpose, no challenge is insurmountable, Shanchuan consoled. Before long, they came upon a charming yet treacherous mirage demon spirit beast, adept in illusions. The mirage demon unleashed its formidable magic, plunging them into a terrifying nightmare. Where are we? Why can I not move? Shanchuan cried out in terror. The mountains and rivers endeavored to maintain clarity. Everyone, remain calm. This is an illusion. Focus your minds. Under this reminder, they gradually liberated themselves from the shackles of the illusion through their unwavering will. After several arduous days of travel, they finally discovered the location of the soul heritage. However, to acquire the inheritance, they must endure a series of formidable trials. The first trial involved confronting a pack of powerful wind wolves, known for their incredible speed and fierce assaults. Be cautious, do not scatter, Mountain River exclaimed. Shanchuan and Tai Long closely followed Mountain River, united in fending off the attacks of the wind wolves. We cannot remain on the defensive. We must take the initiative, Tai Long shouted. The mountains and rivers nodded in acknowledgement, leading them to launch a counteroffensive. After an intense battle, they triumphed over the wind wolves. The second trial involved unraveling a complex riddle. The three of them sat closely together, racking their brains in deep contemplation. I think I may have an inkling, Shanchuan remarked. Through their collective efforts, they ultimately deciphered the enigma. The final challenge was to conquer a formidable soul beast possessing dual martial souls. This beast exhibited extraordinary strength, plunging them into a fierce struggle. What shall we do? This creature is incredibly formidable, Tai Long exclaimed anxiously. With unwavering determination, Shanchuan declared, Do not give up. We shall surely uncover its weakness. After meticulous observation, he discerned a brief interval during which the two soul beasts' martial spirits would transition. Now is the moment. Attack, Shanchuan commanded. Seizing the opportunity, they launched a decisive strike, ultimately vanquishing the soul beast and successfully acquiring the martial spirit legacy. However, as they prepared to depart from the enigmatic forest, They were confronted by a band of nefarious individuals coveting their hard-earned legacy. Surrender the legacy, and we shall spare your lives. The leader of the villains threatened menacingly. Shanchuan let out a cold laugh. Is that all you've got? Dream on. A fierce battle erupted once more. Shanchuan, Lingxue, and Tai Long worked in perfect harmony, showcasing their formidable strength. Allow us to demonstrate our might, Tai Long bellowed. After an intense struggle, they successfully repelled the villains. This adventure has truly been exhilarating, Lingxue remarked. The mountains and rivers gazed upon her, and Tai Long with a smile. Yet, we have all grown immensely. Armed with newfound strength and courage, they continue to inscribe their own legend upon the Douluo Continent. The Douluo, rebirth in the flames. After successfully acquiring the soul inheritance from the mysterious forest, Shanchuan, Lingxue, and Tai Long experienced a remarkable enhancement in their powers and their renown across the Douluo Continent soared. However, a new mission soon presented itself. One day, they received an enigmatic invitation, beckoning them to an ancient castle rumored to conceal a peerless soul weapon, possessing the power to alter the fate of the Douluo Continent. This sounds perilous, yet we cannot let this opportunity slip away, Shanchuan proclaimed. Lingxue nodded, her eyes brimming with determination. No matter what, we shall face it together. Tai Long thumped his chest confidently, exclaiming, what is there to fear? With our strength, we are sure to prevail. Thus, they embarked on their journey to the castle. Along the way, they encountered numerous trials and tribulations. Why is this path so treacherous? With thorns everywhere? Tai Long complained. Stop grumbling and be cautious. There may be dangers lurking nearby, Lingxue advised. Suddenly, a colossal poisonous scorpion soul beast leapt out from the side, its venomous stinger glinting ominously. Be careful. This scorpion is not to be trifled with, Shanchuan shouted. The scorpion swiftly launched its attack, unleashing a spray of venom. Shanchuan swiftly unleashed a defensive skill, successfully blocking the venom. Behold my ice soul arrow. Lingxue summoned her martial spirit, launching a flurry of icy arrows that struck the venomous scorpion. In agony, the creature retaliated with even greater ferocity. Seizing the opportunity, Tai Long charged forward, swinging his fists with unrelenting force toward the scorpion. After a fierce and tumultuous battle, they ultimately triumphed over the malevolent beast. Continuing their journey, they arrived at the castle's entrance. The grand doors stood firmly shut, surrounded by an enigmatic aura. The castle exuded an eerie atmosphere. Lingxue, feeling a tinge of fear, grasped the hem of Shanchuan's garment. Shanchuan consoled, fear not, for I am here. Tai Long stepped forward and pushed the great door with all his might. Yet it remained steadfast and unmoving. What are we to do now? Tai Long scratched his head in confusion. At that moment, Shanchuan noticed a mechanism beside the door. Perhaps this was the key to unlocking it. Shanchuan meticulously examined the contraption. After several attempts, the door finally creaked open, allowing them to enter the castle, where a thick fog enveloped the air, obscuring their sense of direction. Everyone, be cautious and stay close to me, Shanchuan urged, treading carefully ahead. Suddenly, a shadowy bat spirit surged forth from the mist, lunging toward them. Watch out, Shanchuan exclaimed, swinging his sword at the bat. Lingxue and Tai Long swiftly reacted, joining the fray. During their confrontation with the shadowy bat, they discovered its ability to become invisible, complicating their battle considerably. This bat is exceedingly troublesome. I can scarcely see it, Tai Long exclaimed anxiously. Remain calm. Let us listen intently to discern its location, Shanchuan advised. After a grueling struggle, they finally deciphered the bat's patterns and successfully vanquished it. As they ventured deeper into the castle, they encountered a myriad of mechanisms and traps. This journey is fraught with peril, Lingxue remarked. However, as long as we do not relent, we shall surely locate the soul artifact, Shanchuan encouraged his companions. At last, they arrived at the castle's core, where the unparalleled soul artifact awaited them. Yet, it was shielded by a formidable barrier, and beside it stood a powerful armored lion spirit, fiercely guarding its prize. The armored lion roared and charged toward them. Prepare for battle, Shanchuan commanded. Shanchuan and Tai Long confronted the ironclad lion head-on, while Lingxue positioned herself behind to cast her supportive soul techniques. The ironclad lion exhibited formidable attacking power, causing Shanchuan and Tai Long to be repelled several times. This situation could not persist. We must identify its weakness, Shanchuan declared. After careful observation, they discovered that the lion's underbelly was its vulnerable point. Tai Long, draw its attention. I shall seize the opportunity to strike at its abdomen, Shanchuan instructed. Tai Long nodded in agreement and charged towards the ironclad lion, persistently provoking it. Mountains and rivers seized the opportunity, leaping forth to strike at the ironclad lion's abdomen. The ironclad lion roared in agony, collapsing to the ground. Yet, the barrier remained unbroken. "Let us unite our strength to assault the barrier," proclaimed mountains and rivers. They converged their soul energy and launched an attack against the barrier. Under the tremendous force of their combined might, the barrier ultimately shattered, and they successfully acquired the soul artifact, just as they prepared to depart from the castle. Its master made an appearance. "Did you truly believe you could so easily take the soul artifact?" The castle master scoffed. It turned out that the master of the castle was a formidable soul master intent on reclaiming the soul artifact. A fierce battle erupted once more. "No matter who you are, we shall never relinquish the soul artifact," declared mountains and rivers. The castle master unleashed powerful soul techniques to assault them. Shanchuan and his companions worked in perfect harmony, engaging in a fierce battle with the lord of the castle. Ultimately, through their indomitable will and unwavering spirit, they triumphed over the castle's master and departed with the soul artifact in hand. "This adventure was truly exhilarating," Talon remarked. Ling Shui smiled at Shanchuan and said, "As long as we are together, there is no challenge we cannot overcome." The mountains and rivers clasped Ling Shui's hand, affirming that indeed, they must confront numerous challenges together. Their adventure persists, with an array of unknowns awaiting their exploration in the future. Mountains and rivers, accompanied by Ling Shui and Tai Long, embarked on a new journey with the unparalleled soul artifact acquired from the castle. However, their actions attracted the attention of various factions, including a nefarious organization known as the Shadow Alliance. "I have heard that these three have obtained an extraordinary treasure. If we can seize it, we shall prosper," the sinister leader of the Shadow Alliance remarked ominously. "Leave it to us. We will surely bring the artifact back," his subordinates responded in unison. Meanwhile, Shanchuan and his companions remained unaware of the impending crisis. "The power of this soul artifact is formidable, yet it seems we require further study to fully master it," Shanchuan expressed. Ling Shui nodded in agreement. "Indeed, but we must exercise caution to avoid being harmed by this very power." Tai Long, ever boisterous, declared, "What is there to fear? With us together, we can handle anything." Just then, they were suddenly encircled by a group of cloaked figures. "Surrender the soul artifact, and we may spare your lives," the shadowy figures demanded. The mountains furrowed their brows and inquired, "Who are you? How dare you rob us?" "Enough of the idle chatter, attack." The figures clad in black surged forward. The mountains and rivers swiftly entered a state of combat, engaging in a fierce struggle with the cloaked figures. "Behold my might." The collapse of Mount Tai. Talon struck fiercely, repelling several of the dark-clad foes. Ling Shui unleashed her ice-based martial spirit abilities, encasing the surrounding adversaries in frost. With agile movements and a sharp swordsmanship, Shanchuan felled his foes. Yet, the black-clad assailants continued to surge forth, their strength ever increasing. "This cannot go on. We must break through," Shanchuan declared. "Follow me." Ling Shui identified a potential escape route and led the group forward. They fled until they reached a secluded valley. "Let us rest here for a moment and recuperate," Shanchuan suggested. Ling Shui expressed her concern. "I wonder if they will pursue us. Regardless, let them come. We shall vanquish one as they arrive, and two if they dare." Talon remained unabashedly bold. At that moment, a deep growl resonated through the valley. A massive flame bear soul beast materialized before them. "Truly, misfortune does not come alone," Talon lamented. The flame bear unleashed a torrent of fire, charging toward them. "Be cautious," Shanchuan warned. They unleashed their respective skills, engaging in a desperate battle against the flame bear. "This creature possesses a tough hide. It is no easy adversary," Talon exclaimed. Ling Shui remarked, "We must discover its weakness." After careful observation, Shanchuan discerned that the creature's eyes were its vulnerable point. Talon, divert its attention. "Ling Shui and I will seek an opportunity to strike its eyes," Shanchuan instructed. Talon dashed forward, confronting the flame bear head-on. Taking advantage of the moment, Shanchuan and Ling Shui circled behind the Inferno Bear and launched their assault. At last, the Inferno Bear collapsed, transforming into a soul ring. "Wonderful! We have acquired another soul ring," exclaimed Tai Long with excitement. However, before they could revel in their triumph, the members of the Shadow Alliance pursued them relentlessly. "Nowhere to escape," declared the leader clad in black. "Even in death, we shall not surrender the soul artifact to you vile wretches," Shanchuan asserted resolutely. The two parties engaged in another fierce confrontation. During the fray, Shanchuan and his companions gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. "Is today really the day we meet our end?" Tai Long said, a hint of despair in his voice. At that moment, a surge of formidable power erupted from Shanchuan. It turned out he had comprehended a new martial spirit skill in this critical juncture. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Shanchuan unleashed his powerful skill, instantly repelling numerous black-clad adversaries. Inspired, Ling Xue and Tai Long rallied and counterattacked with renewed vigor. Ultimately, they succeeded in driving the members of the Shadow Alliance away. That was truly perilous, Ling Xue remarked. The mountains and rivers clasped her hand. As long as we are together, there is no obstacle we cannot overcome. Through this trial, their bond grew deeper, solidifying their resolve to navigate the challenges of the Douluo Continent. They pressed onward, ready to embrace further challenges and adventures. The trials of the Douluo God. After successfully repelling the Shadow Alliance, Shanchuan, Ling Xue, and Tai Long continued their exploration across the Douluo Continent. Their valiant deeds spread throughout the land, capturing the attention of the deities residing in Douluo. One day, while they rested in a tranquil forest, a mysterious beam of light descended from the heavens, revealing a deity before them. Brave adventurers, I have witnessed your resilience and courage. However, to truly become formidable beings of the Douluo Continent, you must undergo the trials of the divine. The deity's voice resonated with authority and solemnity. The mountains and rivers were astonished as they gazed upon the deity, momentarily at a loss for words. Ling Xue was the first to regain her composure and respectfully inquired, "Esteemed deity, may I ask what precisely this divine trial entails?" The deity smiled gently and replied, "In the distant Misty Valley, there resides a formidable chaotic beast, possessing the power to obliterate all. Your mission is to conquer it and obtain its soul ring." The mountains and rivers clenched their fists and resolutely declared, "We are willing to accept this trial." The deity nodded in acknowledgement before vanishing into a blaze of light. The three immediately set off towards the Misty Valley. Along the way, they deliberated on strategies to tackle the formidable challenge ahead. This chaotic behemoth sounds rather daunting. We must proceed with caution, Tai Long expressed with concern. Ling Xue reassured him, "Do not fret too much. Having faced numerous hardships, we shall surely succeed this time as well." The mountains and rivers gleamed with determination. Indeed, as long as we unite our efforts, there exists no adversary we cannot vanquish. Upon their arrival at the Misty Valley, an overwhelming pressure enveloped them. Could this be the aura of the chaotic behemoth? It was utterly terrifying. Tai Long could not help but tremble. Before their eyes loomed a colossal creature, its form indistinct. Each breath it took seemingly warping the very fabric of the surrounding space. Prepare for battle. Mountains and rivers bellowed, leading the charge. The chaotic behemoth let out a thunderous roar, swinging its massive claws toward mountains and rivers. With agility, he evaded the strike while unleashing his soul skills in an attempt to counterattack the beast. Ling Xue, from behind, continually bestowed enhancements upon him, while Tai Long sought an opportunity to strike from the side. Roar! The chaotic behemoth suddenly opened its enormous maw, unleashing a torrent of dark energy. "Be careful," mountains and rivers hastily warned. They all activated their defensive skills, barely managing to withstand the onslaught. "This cannot continue. We must discern its weakness," Ling Xue exclaimed. After a moment of scrutiny, they identified that the creature's eyes were its vulnerable points. Tai Long, divert its attention while Ling Xue and I exploit the opportunity to attack its eyes. Mountains and rivers instructed. Without hesitation, Tai Long charged toward the chaotic behemoth, persistently taunting it. As Shanchuan and Ling Xue seized the opportunity to swiftly approach, they launched a devastating strike. Success. Watching the chaotic behemoth collapse in agony, they erupted into jubilant cheers. However, just as they prepared to absorb the soul ring, a group of enigmatic soul masters abruptly appeared. "That soul ring belongs to us," declared the leader of the soul masters. "Not a chance. We have endured countless hardships to obtain it," Shanchuan retorted defiantly. Thus ensued a fierce contest between the two parties. During the skirmish, Shanchuan and his companions gradually gained the upper hand. "You might as well give up. You should leave at once," Tai Long shouted emphatically. Ultimately, the group of soul masters was overwhelmed and retreated in disarray. Shanchuan successfully absorbed the soul ring of the chaos behemoth, greatly enhancing their strength. As they prepared to depart from the valley, the deity reappeared. "You have excelled in your trials. From this moment forth, you shall receive the blessing of the gods." Upon uttering these words, a radiant light enveloped them. The mountains and rivers were filled with gratitude. "This marks merely the beginning of your adventures. Numerous challenges await you in the future." Upon finishing their words, the deity vanished. With the blessing of the divine, They continued to inscribe their own legend upon the Douluo Continent. After receiving the blessings of the divine, Shanchuan, Lingxue, and Tailong experienced a significant enhancement in their powers, and their renown grew increasingly prominent. However, their actions attracted the attention of the Soul Hall. The Soul Hall, a mysterious and formidable organization, has been covertly manipulating numerous forces on the Douluo Continent. It was reported that a few audacious individuals had unexpectedly received divine blessings, and they must be captured for the study of this newfound power, declared the cold-hearted leader of the Soul Hall. Before long, Shanchuan and his companions sensed that they were being followed by members of the Soul Hall. It seems the Soul Hall has set its sights on us. Everyone, stay vigilant. Shanchuan warned with caution. What is there to fear? Bring one, and I shall strike. Bring two, and I shall double my efforts. Tailong proclaimed, brandishing his fists with fearless bravado. Lingxue glanced at Shanchuan with concern. Shanchuan, what should we do? The mountains and rivers pondered for a moment. First, they must seek a safe refuge before devising a long-term strategy. They took shelter in a secluded cave. However, hiding like this is not a solution. We must find a way to take the initiative, Lingxue remarked. Mountains and rivers nodded in agreement. I concur, yet the Soul Palace possesses formidable strength, and we must not act recklessly. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from outside the cave. They must be inside. Search for them. The members of the Soul Palace have already pursued us. Mountains and rivers compelled the group to engage in combat against the members of the Soul Palace. Behold my true martial spirit, exclaimed Shanchuan, unleashing a formidable martial soul skill that temporarily repelled a wave of adversaries. Tyran, refusing to be outdone, declared, the weight of Mount Tai descends. Meanwhile, Lingxue provided support, tending to their wounds. However, the relentless tide of the Soul Palace's forces continued to surge forth, and they gradually felt overwhelmed. Is it destined that we shall fall here today? Gasped Tyran. In that moment of dire urgency, a mysterious radiance flickered, heralding the reappearance of a deity. Brave children, do not lose hope, the deity proclaimed. The mountains and rivers seemed to glimpse hope. They earnestly implored the divine being for assistance. The deity smiled gently and replied, I can aid you, but you must rely on your own strength to conquer the Soul Temple. Upon finishing these words, the deity bestowed upon them a mysterious soul artifact. With this artifact in their possession, the strength of the mountains and rivers surged, revitalizing their spirits as they engaged in a desperate struggle against the denizens of the Soul Temple. During the battle, they discovered that the adversaries were adept at employing a myriad of peculiar soul beast abilities. Be cautious, this is shadow poison mist, Lingxue warned loudly. The mountains and rivers swiftly unleashed their defensive skills, successfully thwarting the onslaught of the poisonous mist. After a fierce struggle, they finally liberated themselves from the relentless pursuit of the Soul Palace. This experience was truly perilous, Lingxue remarked, still haunted by the memories. The mountains and rivers gripped the soul weapon tightly in their hands, yet we shall not retreat. We must ensure that the Soul Palace pays a price. In the days that followed, they trained diligently while seeking the weaknesses of the Soul Palace. During one of their adventures, they encountered a formidable thunder lion soul beast. This adversary is quite challenging to deal with, Tyrone remarked. The mountains and rivers observed the movements of the spirit beasts. Everyone acted in accordance with the plan. Lingxue unleashed her control skills, restraining the actions of the thunder lion. Seizing the opportunity, Shanchuan and Tailong launched their assault. After a fierce battle, they emerged victorious over the thunder lion, acquiring the precious soul ring. As their strength continuously grew, they ultimately located the headquarters of the Soul Palace. This is the place. We must obliterate the Soul Palace. Determination filled Shanchuan's eyes. They stormed into the Soul Palace, confronting its master in a climactic showdown. You think you can challenge me? The master of the Soul Palace scoffed. Only one way to find out. Shanchuan charged forward without fear. Throughout the intense battle, they maximized their strengths and coordinated seamlessly. In the end, they triumphed over the Soul Palace master, dismantling the Soul Palace. Peace returned to the Douluo Continent, and the names of Shanchuan, Lingxue, and Tailong became legendary among the people. Their adventures continued, with more challenges awaiting them in the future. After successfully dismantling the Soul Palace, Shanchuan, Lingxue, and Tailong became revered heroes across the Douluo Continent. However, they did not rest on their laurels, for they understood that this mysterious and vast land held countless unknowns yet to be explored. One day, they stumbled upon an ancient relic, discovering a mysterious tome that chronicled the legend of a lost artifact. It was said that this artifact possessed immense power capable of overturning the balance of strength across the entire Douluo Continent. If we can find this artifact, we will be better equipped to protect this land, Shanchuan proclaimed, a resolute glint in his eyes. Ling Xuan nodded gently, but this will undoubtedly be no easy task. Tai Long thumped his chest, declaring, "What is there to fear? With us together, there are no challenges we cannot conquer." Guided by the clues from the tome, they embarked on the arduous journey to seek the artifact. Along the way, they encountered formidable soul beasts and treacherous traps. In a foreboding swamp, they faced a colossal poisonous python soul beast. The venom it spewed was intensely corrosive, sending chills down their spines. "Everyone, be careful not to get touched by the venom," Shanchuan warned loudly. Ling Xue unleashed her ice-based martial spirit abilities, attempting to freeze the python's movements. "Watch this, a powerful strike." Tai Long swung his massive axe, charging at the python. The python, agile and cunning, twisted its body to evade their attacks while launching counterstrikes. After an intense confrontation, Shanchuan identified the python's weakness, delivering a decisive blow that finally brought the creature down. "Phew, it's finally over," Tai Long exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Pressing onward, they arrived at the base of a steep peak, shrouded in mist and imbued with an aura of mystery. The artifact was likely hidden atop this mountain. The mountains gazed upon the peaks and spoke. Just as they were preparing to ascend, a sudden gust of fierce wind howled past, and a colossal flying eagle spirit beast emerged above them. The mighty wings of the eagle spirit beast flapped, stirring a tempest that threatened to unsteady their footing. "This spirit beast is not to be trifled with," Ling Xue remarked. The mountain spoke calmly, "Do not fear, we shall face this together." The trio united their efforts and engaged in a breathtaking battle against the soaring eagle spirit beast. Ultimately, they triumphed over the creature and ascended to the mountain's peak. Within an ancient cave atop the summit, they discovered the legendary artifact. However, just as they prepared to grasp the relic, a formidable force repelled them. "What is happening?" Talon inquired, astonished. At that moment, a mysterious voice resonated. "To obtain the artifact, you must first pass my trial." Immediately, a deity from the Douluo Continent materialized before them. "This is the divine trial. Only by demonstrating your courage, wisdom, and strength will you earn the right to possess the artifact," the deity proclaimed. The trial commenced, and they were transported to a realm teeming with illusions. In this phantasmagorical space, they confronted their deepest fears. "Mountains, I am so frightened." Ling Xue clutched tightly to the hand of mountains. Mountains and rivers reassured, "Do not be afraid. This is merely an illusion. We shall surely find our way out." After considerable effort, they overcame their inner fears and emerged from the phantasm. Subsequently, they were confronted by a formidable flame dragon soul beast. The flames emitted by the dragon were intensely scorching, making it nearly impossible to approach. "Be cautious of its fiery abilities," Mountain called out. Talon surged ahead, drawing the dragon's attention. Mountains and the ethereal snowflakes sought opportunities to exploit the dragon's vulnerabilities. After a grueling battle, they ultimately uncovered the beast's weakness and triumphed over it. "You have passed the trial. The artifact now belongs to you," declared the deity with satisfaction. As they grasped the artifact, a surge of formidable power coursed through their veins. However, at that moment, a new crisis loomed over the Douluo Continent. A group of malevolent soul masters conspired to wield dark forces to dominate the land, establishing a powerful organization in opposition to the forces of righteousness. Mountains and rivers, Ling Xue and Tai Long, without hesitation, stepped forward to engage in a climactic confrontation with the nefarious organization, armed with their divine artifacts. During the fierce battle, they harnessed the full power of these artifacts, fiercely opposing the malevolent forces. "For the peace of the Douluo Continent, we shall never retreat," declared mountains and rivers. After an exhilarating struggle, they triumphed over the wicked organization, safeguarding the tranquility and harmony of the Douluo Continent. Henceforth, their names became eternal legends, inspiring generations to bravely pursue justice and peace. Following their successful defense of the Douluo Continent, the renown of mountains and rivers, Ling Xue and Tai Long spread across the entire land. However, they remained unsatisfied, continually striving to enhance their powers in preparation for the greater challenges that may lie ahead. One day, while exploring a mysterious ruin, they stumbled upon a rumor about a mystical soul beast residing in the distant deep sea, said to possess a unique martial soul of immense power. "This might be an extraordinary opportunity for us to elevate our strength," Mountains and Rivers exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement. Ling Xue, expressing her concerns, cautioned, The deep sea is fraught with peril. We must be thoroughly prepared. Tai Long, brimming with confidence, responded, "What is there to fear? With brother mountains and rivers by our side, we shall surely succeed." Thus, they embarked on their journey to the deep sea. Along the way, they encountered several like-minded companions, including Ziyue, skilled in healing, and Taizhan, who possessed formidable defensive martial souls. As they journeyed together, they finally reached the edge of the deep sea. Everyone, be cautious. The soul beasts in the deep sea are not to be trifled with, warned mountains and rivers. Shortly after entering the deep sea, a colossal electric eel soul beast launched an attack against them, crackling with formidable currents that deterred any close approach. "This current is astonishing," gasped Ziyue. Taizhan stepped forward, declaring, "I will hold it back." Mountains and rivers observed the attack patterns of the electric eel spirit beast, searching for its vulnerabilities. "Everyone, focus your attacks on its abdomen," shouted Mountain River. United in their efforts, they engaged in an intense battle and ultimately triumphed over the electric eel spirit beast. As they delved deeper into the abyss, the spirit beasts they encountered grew increasingly formidable. "This place is truly terrifying. Should we continue?" Someone hesitated. "Having come this far, how can we give up?" Talon encouraged. At that moment, a mysterious spirit beast with a unique martial soul appeared. It resembled a dragon, yet boasted a pair of enormous wings, exuding a terrifying aura. "This is our target." Mountain River gripped his weapon tightly. The enigmatic spirit beast launched its attack, its skills both powerful and bizarre, plunging the group into a predicament. "Stay calm, follow the plan," Mountain River shouted. Ling Shui unleashed ice-based abilities, attempting to slow the spirit beast's movements, while Ziyu continuously healed their injured comrades. Taking advantage of the moment, Shanchuan and Tai Long launched a fierce assault. However, the soul beasts exhibited formidable defenses, rendering their efforts nearly ineffective. This impasse was unsustainable, and Shanchuan felt a sense of urgency. Just as despair began to envelop the group, the deity of Douluo Continent re-emerged. "Children, do not relinquish hope. Have faith in your own strength," resonated the divine voice within their hearts. Inspired by this celestial encouragement, Shanchuan suddenly grasped a new combat technique. "Follow my lead," he commanded, reorganizing the collective assault. After a grueling battle, they finally disowned the soul beast's vulnerabilities and successfully vanquished it. The moment to absorb the martial soul had arrived. Shanchuan inhaled deeply. During the absorption process, he encountered immense challenges as the power of the martial soul surged chaotically within him. "Shanchuan, you can do it," Ling Shui urged anxiously from the sidelines. Bolstered by the encouragement of his companions and driven by unwavering resolve, Shanchuan ultimately succeeded in assimilating the martial soul. Empowered by their newfound strength, they embarked on fresh adventures across Douluo Continent. They aided vulnerable villages in fending off the onslaught of soul beasts and unraveled numerous enigmatic occurrences. During one such expedition, they encountered a town under the control of remnants of the Soul Palace. "These Soul Palace scoundrels are truly relentless," Tai Long exclaimed in fury. The mountains and rivers calmly assessed the situation. Everyone must tread carefully to thwart their nefarious schemes. They engaged in a fierce battle against the remnants of the Soul Palace. During the conflict, the mountains and rivers harnessed their newly acquired soul power, repelling enemy assaults time and again. "Hold fast, for victory is within our grasp." The mountains and rivers rallied the crowd. Ultimately, they triumphed over the remnants of the Soul Palace, liberating the town. Their adventurous saga continues, becoming an everlasting legend on the Douluo Continent. The passionate journey of Douluo. After successfully rescuing the town under the control of the remnants of the Spirit Hall, Shanchuan and his companions continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent. One day, they stumbled upon an ancient legend that spoke of a mysterious valley concealing a 10,000-year-old spirit beast, possessing an extraordinarily rare and powerful martial soul. Defeating it and absorbing its spirit ring would lead to a significant enhancement in their strength. "This is an opportunity we cannot afford to miss," Shanchuan declared with unwavering determination. Ling Xue expressed her concerns. "A 10,000-year spirit beast is sure to be formidable." Yet, Talon boldly responded, "What is there to fear? With so many of us, we can surely overcome it." Once everyone was prepared, they set off toward the valley. Along the way, they encountered a young spirit master named Lin Feng, who, upon hearing of their adventurous quest, decided to join them. "I too wish to witness the might of this 10,000-year spirit beast," Lin Feng said with a smile. As they stepped into the valley, a palpable pressure enveloped them. Before their eyes loomed a massive, terrifying two-headed serpent, exuding an aura of dread. This spirit beast appears to be at least 50,000 years old, with an exceedingly high level. Everyone, be cautious, Shanchuan warned. The two-headed serpent opened its gaping maw and unleashed a stream of black venom. Its attack imbued with a potent corrosive quality. Quick, dodge, Talon shouted. The group scattered in haste. Let us strike together. We cannot allow it to pick us off one by one, Shanchuan urged. Each member unleashed their martial souls and spirit techniques to assault the two-headed serpent. Lingxue manipulated the water element, forming ice shards to launch at the beast, while Lin Feng summoned his fiery martial soul in an attempt to scorch it. However, the serpent's defenses were formidable, and their attacks inflicted minimal damage. With a fierce sweep of its tail, it sent several of them flying. This creature is far too powerful. Lin Feng gasped in astonishment. Mountains and rivers arose, declaring, "Do not yield. We shall surely uncover its vulnerabilities." Amidst the fierce skirmish, they discerned that one of the junctions of the colossal serpent's heads was its Achilles heel. "Focus your assaults there," shouted mountains and rivers. The group launched another offensive, yet the two-headed serpent fought with fervor. Just as the battle reached an impasse, a deity from the Douluo Continent appeared quietly. "Children, wield your courage and intellect," the deity proclaimed. Inspired by the divine encouragement, mountains and rivers suddenly conceived a stratagem. "Talon, you and Lifeng distract its attention while Lingxue and I exploit the weakness," mountains and rivers instructed. Without hesitation, Talon and Linfeng charged toward the two-headed serpent, engaging it in a fierce struggle. At the opportune moment, Shanchuan and Lingxue unleashed their most formidable assault, ultimately striking the vulnerable point of the colossal two-headed serpent. The beast writhed in agony before collapsing to the ground. They had triumphed at last. A chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd. The next step was the crucial phase of absorbing the martial soul. Mountains and rivers drew a deep breath, beginning to absorb the soul ring. However, the power of the 10,000-year soul ring was extraordinarily formidable, causing immense agony to the body of the mountains and rivers. "Persevere, Shanchuan." Lingxue grasped his hand tightly, bolstered by the encouragement and support of the onlookers. Shanchuan, through indomitable willpower, successfully absorbed the soul ring. After completing the absorption, they resumed their journey. In the midst of a vast desert, they encountered a band of robbers who were in the act of plundering a merchant caravan. How dare they commit such heinous acts under the broad daylight? Shanchuan exclaimed with indignation. The leader of the robbers disdainfully retorted, "Mind your own business, or you shall find yourselves with no return." Without hesitation, Shanchuan and his companions engaged in battle against the bandits. After a fierce struggle, they emerged victorious, liberating the merchant caravan. The grateful owner of the caravan, overwhelmed with gratitude, presented them with a precious soul artifact. Subsequently, they learned of a mysterious treasure hidden within an ancient castle, rumored to be linked to the origins of the Douluo Continent. "This promises to be an adventure filled with challenges," Shanchuan remarked. With eager anticipation, the group made their way toward the castle. Inside, the castle was fraught with intricate mechanisms, traps, and formidable soul beasts guarding its secrets. "Everyone, be cautious," Shanchuan warned. Suddenly, a three-tailed fox appeared, its speed rendering it elusive. "Watch this," Lin Feng exclaimed, unleashing a unique soul technique that temporarily restrained the fox's movements. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the group, led by Shanchuan, launched an attack. After a fierce struggle, they ultimately defeated the demon fox. They continued their exploration of the castle and discovered a mysterious treasure hidden within a secret chamber. Just as they were preparing to leave the castle, its formidable master, a powerful soul master, appeared, intent on reclaiming the treasure. "This is something I have guarded for many years. You shall not take it," the castle master bellowed. A fierce battle erupted once more. Shanchuan and his companions worked closely together, fully utilizing their individual strengths and advantages. Ultimately, they triumphed over the castle's master and departed with the treasure. Their adventure continues, as more challenges and opportunities await them in the future. Shanchuan and his companions, armed with the mysterious treasures acquired from the castle, pressed onward. Their valiant exploits echoed throughout the Douluo Continent, drawing an increasing number of like-minded allies to their ranks. One fateful day, they arrived at a small town shrouded in darkness. The townsfolk lived in constant fear, tormented by a millennia-old soul beast known as the shadow demon wolf that roamed nearby. This formidable creature was said to possess 3,000 years of age and a level of power that demanded their utmost caution. Shanchuan addressed the newly joined companions. "Let us proceed with care. Fear not, Brother Chuan. We shall face it together and surely prevail." exclaimed a young soul master named Xiaofeng. The group began their search for the shadow demon wolf's trail around the town. Be vigilant. Do not fall into its ambush, Ling Xue cautioned. At that moment, the shadow demon wolf leaped from the shadows with astonishing speed, targeting one of the team members. Watch out, Shanchuan shouted, springing into action to assist. Talon, without hesitation, charged forward, unleashing a powerful soul technique that temporarily repelled the beast. This creature is exceedingly cunning, Lin Feng remarked, frustration evident in his voice. During their skirmish with the shadow demon wolf, the group discovered its ability to cloak itself and release a dark mist that disoriented them. We must not lose our composure. Let us stand back to back and support one another, Shanchuan commanded. After a fierce struggle, they gradually discerned the creature's patterns of attack. Now is the moment. Strike together, Shanchuan called out, and the team unleashed their most potent soul techniques, ultimately vanquishing the shadow demon wolf. Splendid! We have triumphed, Xiaofeng exclaimed with elation. However, before they could celebrate, another crisis emerged. The Spirit Hall had learned of their whereabouts and dispatched a formidable team to seize the treasures they possessed. The Spirit Hall again. We cannot allow them to succeed this time. Shanchuan's eyes gleamed with fury. An intense battle ensued. The Spirit Hall's forces were powerful and well-coordinated, leaving Shanchuan and his companions in dire straits. This is unsustainable. We must uncover their weaknesses, Ling Xue suggested, just as they struggled to hold their ground. The deity of the Douluo Continent reappeared. Children, believe in your strength and unite as one. You shall surely overcome them. The divine voice resonated within their hearts. Inspired by the god's words, Shanchuan and his companions regained their resolve, exhibiting extraordinary strength. Follow me, Shanchuan urged, leading the charge against the Spirit Hall's forces. After a grueling battle, they finally repelled the Spirit Hall's attackers. This victory is a testament to our unity and effort, Shanchuan declared. Indeed, we are a true team. Amidst the clamor of voices, the mountains began to absorb the soul rings of the shadow demon wolf. During the absorption process, Shanchuan endured immense suffering. Yet his resolute willpower allowed him to persevere. Following the successful absorption, Shanchuan experienced a significant enhancement in his strength. They resumed their adventurous journey, and within a dense forest, they encountered a formidable thunder bear, aged 5,000 years, possessing formidable lightning abilities. This is indeed a tough adversary, Talon remarked. However, we must not retreat, Shanchuan declared. As the battle commenced, the thunder bear unleashed a torrent of powerful lightning, rendering it difficult for the group to approach. Scatter and seek opportunities to strike, Shanchuan shouted. Throughout the skirmish, numerous team members sustained injuries, yet none of them faltered. For the sake of victory, we shall fight with all our might, Xiaofeng cried out. Ultimately, through their collective efforts, they triumphed over the thunder bear. As their adventure deepened, the challenges faced by Shanchuan and his companions grew increasingly formidable, yet their fervor never waned. And they steadfastly continued along this path riddled with uncertainties. The road of glory in Douluo. After Shanchuan and his companions triumphed over the thunder giant bear, they continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent. Their renown grew ever louder, drawing more allies to their side. One day, they arrived at a mysterious mountain range, rumored to harbor a 10,000-year soul beast, the blazing phoenix, whose age reached an astonishing 15,000 years and whose rank was nothing short of terrifying. This adversary was no ordinary foe. Everyone steeled themselves for the challenge ahead. What is there to fear? Every step of our journey has turned peril into safety, remarked the newly joined member, a Yang, with a nonchalant air. The group cautiously ventured into the mountains, diligently searching for signs of the blazing phoenix. Everyone, be careful not to disturb it, whispered Ling Xue. Suddenly, a resounding phoenix cry echoed through the skies, and the blazing phoenix descended, engulfed in flames, radiating waves of scorching heat. This is bad. Prepare for battle, shouted Shanchuan. The blazing phoenix spread its magnificent wings and unleashed a torrent of fire from its beak, prompting the group to hastily evade the onslaught. Its flames are too powerful, exclaimed Talon while dodging the flames. A Yong rushed forward to attack, but was swiftly sent flying by a swipe from the blazing phoenix's claw. A Yong, cried Ling Xue in alarm. Mountains and rivers were in a state of urgent turmoil. Everyone, remain calm and adhere to the plan. They dispersed, launching their assaults on the blazing phoenix from various directions. However, the phoenix's speed was astonishingly swift, and its defenses remarkably robust, rendering their efforts largely ineffective. Continuing in this manner would yield no results. We must uncover its vulnerabilities, declared Shanchuan. Just as they found themselves ensnared in despair, the deity of the Douluo Continent reappeared. Children, attune your hearts. The phoenix's weakness lies at the base of its wings, the deity proclaimed. Upon hearing the command, Shanchuan's eyes gleamed with determination. Everyone, follow my lead and concentrate your attacks on the base of its wings. The group unleashed their most formidable soul techniques, targeting the vulnerable spot of the blazing phoenix's wings. Sensing the imminent threat, the fiery bird retaliated with even greater ferocity. Hold firm, we can prevail. Shanchuan rallied his companions with fervent encouragement. After a grueling battle, they ultimately struck the fiery phoenix's weakness. The majestic creature collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Shanchuan stepped forward, preparing to absorb the soul ring. During the absorption process, a tumult of soul power surged within him, causing immense agony. Keep going, Shanchuan. Lingxue urged anxiously from the sidelines. Amid the anticipation of the crowd, Shanchuan ultimately succeeded in absorbing the soul ring, greatly enhancing his strength. Splendid. Brother Shanchuan has succeeded. The crowd erupted in applause. Soon after, they received an urgent mission. A nefarious organization was capturing a rare soul beast cub, intending to forge malevolent soul devices from it. Such a heinous act cannot be tolerated, Shanchuan declared with fury. They swiftly made their way to the lair of the wicked organization and engaged in a fierce battle with the adversaries. You fools dare to disrupt our plans. The leader of the evil organization taunted. Today marks your demise. Talong bellowed defiantly. Throughout the confrontation, the organization employed various insidious tactics, yet Shanchuan and his companions remained undeterred. Be cautious, do not fall into their traps, Lingxue cautioned. After a harrowing struggle, they ultimately vanquished the wicked organization and rescued the soul beast cub. Thank you, heroes. The nearby villagers exclaimed in gratitude as they rushed to express their appreciation. Amidst the mountains and rivers, the companions exchanged knowing smiles and resumed their adventurous journey. During one such expedition, they encountered an ancient frost serpent, a creature enshrined in ice for 8 millennia, wielding formidable ice-based powers. This serpent is no trifling adversary, everyone. Tread carefully, cautioned Mountain River. As the battle commenced, the frost serpent unleashed a barrage of icy spikes, rendering the group momentarily incapacitated. Do not despair, we shall surely triumph, declared the newly joined member, Little Moon. Through mutual cooperation and strategic maneuvering, they gradually discerned the serpent's vulnerabilities. Ultimately, under the valiant leadership of Mountain River, they succeeded in vanquishing the frost serpent. As time flowed onward, their adventures grew ever more enthralling, becoming a legendary tale etched into the annals of the Douluo Continent. After Shanchuan and his companions triumphed over the frost giant python, they resolutely continued their journey across the Douluo Continent. Their heroic deeds echoed throughout every corner of the land, drawing more dreamers and champions of justice to join their ranks. On this day, they arrived at a mysterious swamp, where legends spoke of a 2,000-year-old nether poison lizard dwelling within, a creature of considerable power, whose venom could corrode anything in an instant. This will be a formidable battle. Everyone must exercise utmost caution, Shanchuan remarked solemnly. Fear not, leader, we are unafraid, proclaimed the newly joined member, Xiao Fei, brimming with confidence. The group cautiously stepped into the swamp, their vigilance heightened as they scanned their surroundings. Oh dear, this place is utterly revolting, with mud everywhere, Xiao Fei complained. Do not let your guard down. The nether poison lizard could appear at any moment, Lingxue cautioned. No sooner had she spoken than the nether poison lizard leapt forth from the swamp, its massive jaws agape as it unleashed a torrent of green venom. Duck! Shanchuan shouted loudly. The group swiftly evaded, as the venom splattered onto the ground, rising in a plume of acrid smoke. This creature is exceedingly toxic. We must devise a strategy to counter its venom, Talon stated. I will attempt to freeze its venom using my ice-type soul skill, Xiaoyu declared, invoking her ice-type martial spirit skills to temporarily halt the spread of the venom. Shanchuan seized the opportunity to charge forward, brandishing his sword and striking at the ebon serpent. The ebon serpent adeptly twisted its body, swinging its tail fiercely towards Shanchuan. Be careful, Shanchuan, Lingxue exclaimed in alarm. Mountains and rivers narrowly escaped, continuing their fierce battle against the nether poison lizard. The creature incessantly unleashed formidable soul beast abilities, plunging everyone into dire straits. This predicament was unsustainable. We must identify its fatal weakness, gasped Shanchuan. Just as the group struggled to devise a strategy, a deity from the Douluo Continent reappeared. Children, the weakness of the nether poison lizard lies in its abdomen, the deity proclaimed. "Thank you for your guidance." Shanchuan expressed his gratitude. "Everyone, follow my lead and concentrate your attacks on its abdomen," Shanchuan commanded. United in purpose, the group unleashed their most potent assaults toward the nether poison lizard's vulnerable spot. Despite its desperate resistance, the combined efforts of the group ultimately struck true, bringing the beast crashing down to the ground. The mountains began to absorb the soul ring of the spectral poison lizard. During this process, the body of the mountains endured immense suffering, yet he persevered through sheer willpower. "Keep going, mountains." Everyone cheered him on from the sidelines. Following the successful absorption of the soul ring, the mountains experienced a remarkable enhancement in strength. "Wonderful. The boss has grown even more formidable," exclaimed Xiao Fei, brimming with excitement. Subsequently, they heard whispers of a mysterious soul weapon hidden within an ancient ruin, rumored to possess enigmatic powers. "Let us investigate. It may prove beneficial to us," suggested the mountains. Upon arriving at the ruins, however, they discovered it was riddled with various traps and mechanisms. "Everyone, be cautious," Talon warned. Throughout their exploration, several members sustained injuries. "We cannot give up. We will surely locate the soul weapon," encouraged the mountains. Just as they were on the verge of uncovering the weapon, a group of powerful soul masters appeared, intent on seizing it. "We discovered it first. You shall not take it from us," shouted Xiao Yu, filled with rage. A fierce battle ensued. The mountains and rivers led their companions into a fierce battle against their adversaries. After a grueling struggle, they emerged victorious, securing the soul artifact. This triumph was made possible by their unity and bravery, as Mountain River proclaimed, "We are a team, forever steadfast." The group echoed in unison. In the ensuing adventure, they encountered a tempestuous white tiger, aged 12,000 years, wielding the formidable power to command storms. "Prepare yourselves to face the challenge," Mountain River shouted. The battle was imminent, as the stormy white tiger unleashed fierce gales that threatened to unbalance them. "Do not fear, we can conquer it," the new member, Achong, exclaimed. Through mutual cooperation, they gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, they triumphed over the tempestuous white tiger. The adventures of Shanchuan and his companions continue. Their path to glory is an unending journey, the pinnacle mission of Douluo. After vanquishing the tempestuous white tiger, Shanchuan and his companions continued their exploration of the Douluo Continent, their renown echoing throughout the land, elevating them to the status of heroes in the eyes of the populace. One fateful day, they arrived at a mysterious island, rumored to conceal a 30,000-year-old azure sea dragon, a creature of immense power with the ability to manipulate water elements. This formidable adversary would not be easily trifled with. "Everyone must exercise utmost caution," Shanchuan remarked gravely. "No matter how powerful it may be, we shall not retreat." A newcomer, Aphone, declared with unwavering resolve. As the group set foot on the island, they meticulously searched for traces of the azure sea dragon. "It feels eerily quiet here. Something seems amiss," Ling Xue murmured. Suddenly, the tranquil surface of the sea erupted into towering waves as the azure sea dragon burst forth from the depths, unleashing a barrage of powerful water arrows. "Quick, take cover," Shanchuan shouted. The group scattered in a frenzy, chaos reigning supreme. "This creature is extraordinarily formidable," Talon exclaimed in astonishment. The mountains and rivers observed the attacking methods of the azure sea dragon with keen vigilance, exclaiming, "Everyone, pay attention to its movements and seek for weaknesses." The azure sea dragon relentlessly unleashed its soul beast skills, manipulating the seawater into various forms of assault, leaving the crowd overwhelmed. "This is not a viable strategy. We must take the initiative," Aphone declared. "All right, let us charge together." Shanchuan rallied the group towards the azure sea dragon. In the midst of the fierce battle, many sustained injuries, yet everyone gritted their teeth and persevered. Just as the group felt their strength waning, the deity of the Douluo Continent reappeared. "Children, do not despair. Unite as one, and you shall surely overcome it." The divine voice resonated in their ears. Inspired by the deity's encouragement, the group revitalized their spirits and coordinated their efforts closely. After a grueling struggle, they finally discerned the azure sea dragon's vulnerability at its neck. "Focus your attacks on its neck," Shanchuan commanded. The crowd unleashed their most potent soul techniques, ultimately striking the azure sea dragon's weakness and subduing it. The mountains began to absorb the soul ring of the azure sea dragon, an overwhelming force surging into his body, causing him immense pain. "Hang in there, Shanchuan," Ling Xue exclaimed anxiously from the side. Encouraged by everyone's support, Shanchuan successfully absorbed the soul ring, significantly enhancing his strength. Wonderful. We have triumphed over another formidable foe. The crowd cheered. They then pressed onward, arriving at a cursed valley. It is said that a 40,000-year-old dark unicorn dwells here, and it is exceedingly fierce, remarked the newly joined character. Regardless, we must give it a try, Shanchuan declared. Upon entering the valley, the dark unicorn appeared instantly, emanating a suffocating aura of darkness. Beware of its dark shockwave. A phone cautioned. The dark unicorn launched its attack, a torrent of dark energy sweeping towards them. The group quickly unleashed their defensive soul techniques to withstand the assault. We cannot remain on the defensive. We must take the initiative, Shanchuan urged. They began to counterattack, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the dark unicorn. Throughout the battle, the dark unicorn exhibited immense power, leaving the group in a dire predicament. Are we destined to fail? Talon said, somewhat disheartened. No. As long as we still draw breath, we shall not surrender, Shanchuan encouraged. At that moment, Shanchuan suddenly comprehended a new skill, leading the group in a final offensive. After a breathtaking struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the dark unicorn. The mountains and rivers, having absorbed the soul rings, felt an unprecedented surge of power. We shall undoubtedly fulfill our mission and safeguard this land, declared the mountains and rivers with unwavering confidence. In the adventures that lay ahead, they would encounter numerous challenges, yet they remained undaunted, for within their hearts burned a steadfast belief and a fervent spirit. After successfully vanquishing the dark unicorn, Shanchuan and his companions continued their adventurous journey across the Douluo Continent. Their valiant deeds spread throughout the land, attracting numerous aspiring individuals to join their cause. This time, they arrived at a mysterious forest, rumored to conceal a flame golden rock of 50,000 years in age, whose formidable power instilled fear in all who dared to approach. This will undoubtedly be an arduous battle, so everyone must be mentally prepared, Shanchuan declared gravely. No matter how challenging it may be, we shall not waver, asserted the newly joined member, Ayun, with unwavering determination. As the group stepped into the forest, the atmosphere grew tense. Everyone, be cautious and attentive to your surroundings, Lingxua cautioned. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed through the sky as the flame golden rock swooped down like a blazing inferno. Scatter, Shanchuan shouted emphatically. The flame golden rock unfurled its wings, stirring up a searing tempest, igniting the trees around them in an instant. Its abilities are terrifying, Talon exclaimed while evading the onslaught. Mountains and rivers observed the attack patterns of the blazing golden rock, exclaiming, focus your assaults on its wings to restrict its movements. The group unleashed their soul skills, aiming at the rock's wings. However, the blazing golden rock moved with astonishing speed, effortlessly evading the majority of their strikes. This approach is futile. We must devise a different strategy, Ayun asserted. Just as the group found themselves mired in difficulty, the deity of the Douluo Continent reappeared. Children, the weakness of the blazing golden rock lies in its back, the deity proclaimed. Thank you for your guidance. Mountains expressed his gratitude. Everyone, follow my lead. Find a way to divert its attention while I seek an opportunity to strike its back, he instructed. After a fierce battle, Mountains finally succeeded in striking the rock's vulnerable spot. The blazing golden rock fell, injured, and Mountains seized the moment to absorb its soul ring. During the absorption, he endured excruciating pain, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Mountains, you can do it, Lingxua urged, holding his hand tightly. At last, Mountains successfully absorbed the soul ring, significantly enhancing his power. Wonderful. We have made another stride forward. The group cheered. Soon after, they learned of a mysterious soul device hidden within an ancient castle, capable of greatly augmenting the user's strength. Let's investigate. It may prove immensely beneficial, Mountain suggested. Upon arriving at the castle, they discovered it was enveloped by a formidable barrier. What shall we do now? Ayun inquired. Let us brainstorm. We will surely find a way to breach this barrier, Mountains replied. After numerous attempts, they finally identified a flaw in the barrier and successfully entered the castle. However, the interior was riddled with various traps and fiercely guarded by powerful soul beasts. Be cautious, Talon shouted. As they explored, several companions sustained injuries. Do not despair. We will surely locate the soul device, Mountains encouraged. Just as they were on the brink of finding the device, members of the Spirit Hall suddenly appeared, intent on seizing it. Those from the Spirit Hall shall not take what belongs to us, Ayun declared furiously. A fierce battle ensued, with both sides locked in a stalemate. At a critical moment, Mountains unleashed his newly acquired soul skill, turning the tide of the conflict. Ultimately, they triumphed over the spirit hall and secured the soul device. This victory is thanks to our unity and courage, Mountains proclaimed. We are an invincible team. The group echoed. In their subsequent adventures, they encountered a 6,000-year-old thunder giant, possessing terrifying lightning abilities. Prepare yourselves to embrace this new challenge. Mountains and rivers resonated with a powerful call. In an instant, the battle commenced, as the thunderous giant unleashed a formidable storm of lightning, casting the entire battlefield into a cacophony of thunder and flashes. The warriors, in harmonious coordination, engaged in a breathtaking struggle for survival against the thunderous giant. After a grueling confrontation, they ultimately triumphed over the mighty foe. The adventures of Shanchuan and his companions persist as they continuously transcend their limits, advancing towards ever higher realms. The fearless journey of Douluo. After vanquishing the thunder giant, Mountain River and his companions continued their exploration across the Douluo Continent. Their courageous exploits had spread throughout the land, attracting an increasing number of formidable warriors to join their ranks. This time, they arrived at a mysterious swamp, rumored to harbor a 70,000-year-old phantom spirit fox. Its astonishing level and bizarre abilities rendering it a formidable foe. Everyone must exercise extreme caution. This phantom spirit fox is no easy adversary, Mountain River solemnly cautioned his companions. Rest assured, Brother Mountain River, we shall not underestimate our opponent, responded the randomly joined ally, Aphone. With great trepidation, the group cautiously stepped into the swamp, remaining vigilant to any disturbances around them. This place is eerie. It sends shivers down my spine, Ling Shui remarked involuntarily. At that moment, a shadow flickered past, and before they could react, several members were struck down to the ground. It's the phantom spirit fox. Everyone, be careful, Mountain River shouted. The phantom spirit fox moved with lightning speed, its form flickering in and out of sight, making it nearly impossible to track. What are we to do? We can't even catch a glimpse of its trail, Tyrone exclaimed anxiously. The mountains and rivers pondered their strategy with composure. Do not panic. Let us form a defensive circle back to back. As they engaged in a struggle with the phantom spirit fox, the group found themselves ensnared in a predicament. Just as despair began to take hold, the deity of Douluo Continent reappeared. Children, the deity proclaimed. The weakness of the phantom spirit fox lies in its brief pause after unleashing its abilities. Thank you for your guidance, dear deity. Mountain River expressed with gratitude. Everyone, be vigilant and strike during its moment of stillness, Mountain River shouted. After a fierce battle, they ultimately discerned the flaw in the phantom spirit fox's defenses and succeeded in vanquishing it. The mountains began to absorb the ethereal spirit fox's soul ring, and a formidable force surged through his body. Hang in there, Shanchuan, Ling Shui said anxiously from the side. Ultimately, Shanchuan successfully absorbed the soul ring, enhancing his strength once again. Subsequently, they learned of a powerful soul artifact located atop a perilous peak, guarded by an ancient frost dragon aged 80,000 years. This is a rare opportunity. We must obtain that soul artifact, Shanchuan declared. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they beheld the frost dragon coiled in the air, emanating an icy aura. This creature appears utterly terrifying, Offing remarked. The frost dragon exhaled a chilling breath, instantly freezing everything in its vicinity. The group hastily unleashed their skills to counteract the frigid onslaught. We must approach it to have a chance of defeating it, Shanchuan urged, as they struggled to draw closer. Many sustained injuries and fell. We cannot give up. We will prevail, Talong shouted. After a grueling battle, they finally discerned the frost dragon's weakness and successfully vanquished it. After absorbing the soul ring, Shanchuan led the group to ascend the mountain peak, where they discovered the coveted soul artifact. However, just as they prepared to depart, the members of the Soul Palace reappeared, surrounding them. Surrender the soul artifact, and we shall spare your lives, commanded the leader of the Soul Palace. Never. We will not allow you to prevail, Shanchuan retorted angrily. A fierce battle erupted once more, with both sides engaged in a relentless struggle. At a critical moment, Shanchuan unleashed his formidable strength, successfully driving back the forces of the Soul Palace alongside his comrades. This victory is a testament to our unity and bravery, Shanchuan proclaimed. As long as we stand together, no obstacle is insurmountable. The group echoed in unison. Their adventure continued, with an array of challenges awaiting them in the future. After successfully repelling the forces of the Soul Hall, Shanchuan and his companions took a brief respite before embarking on a new adventure. This time, they ventured into a forest shrouded in mist. Rumored to be the dwelling of a knight Kirin aged 90,000 years, a creature of such formidable power that countless soul masters dared not approach. The adversary they faced this time was perhaps unprecedentedly strong. Caution was imperative, Shanchuan remarked with a grave expression. No matter how powerful it may be, we shall not retreat, proclaimed the newly joined member, a yin, with bravado. The group cautiously stepped into the forest, the mist obscuring their vision. Stay close. And do not stray, Lingshui cautioned. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled through the trees, and the Night Kirin emerged from the fog, exuding an aura of darkness. Its eyes gleaming with an unsettling light. Be careful, it is about to attack, Tyrone shouted loudly. The Night Kirin opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of black flames, prompting the group to scatter in haste. These flames possess immense power, a yin exclaimed. The mountains and rivers observed the movements of the Night Kirin, stating, its speed and strength are formidable. We cannot confront it head-on but must seek its vulnerabilities. As the battle with the Night Kirin ensued, the group found themselves gradually ensnared in a predicament, overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of its soul beast skills. This cannot continue. We must devise a strategy to break through, Ling Shui declared. Just as despair began to seep into their hearts, the deity of the Douluo Continent reappeared. Children, the Night Kirin's weakness lies in its abdomen. But approaching that area is no simple feat, the deity revealed. No matter how difficult it may be, we must make the attempt, Shanchuan asserted resolutely. Everyone, follow my lead. Let us divert its attention and create an opportunity for Shanchuan, Talon instructed. After a fierce struggle, Shanchuan finally found an opening and successfully struck the Night Kirin's abdomen. The Night Kirin fell, wounded, and Shanchuan immediately began to absorb its soul ring. During the absorption process, Shanchuan endured immense pain, his face contorted in agony. Shanchuan, you can do it, Ling Shui urged anxiously from the sidelines. At last, Shanchuan succeeded in absorbing the soul ring, significantly enhancing his power. Wonderful. Brother Shanchuan has become even stronger, a yin exclaimed with excitement. They then pressed onward, arriving at an ancient ruin rumored to conceal a mysterious soul artifact of great power. Upon entering the ruins, they discovered it was riddled with various mechanisms and traps. Be cautious, watch your step and your heads, Shanchuan warned. As they explored, several companions sustained injuries. We cannot give up. We must find the soul artifact, Ling Shui encouraged. Just as they were on the verge of locating the artifact, a group of powerful soul masters appeared, intent on claiming it for themselves. This soul artifact is ours. You shall not take it, the leader of the opposing group declared. An intense battle erupted, with both sides locked in a fierce struggle. In a critical moment, Shanchuan unleashed his newly acquired soul skill, swiftly defeating the adversaries. Ultimately, they succeeded in obtaining the soul artifact. This triumph is thanks to our unity and courage, Shanchuan proclaimed. We will always stand by you, Brother Shanchuan. The group responded in unison. In the subsequent adventures, they encountered a 100,000-year-old radiant Saint Lion, imbued with divine power. This will be an exceedingly arduous battle. But we fear nothing, Shanchuan shouted. The battle erupted instantaneously, as the radiant Saint Lion released a blinding light that made it difficult to see. The group coordinated their efforts, engaging in a thrilling life-and-death struggle against the radiant Saint Lion. After an arduous and extraordinary battle, they ultimately triumphed over the beast. The adventures of Shanchuan and his companions continue as they incessantly embrace new challenges, forging their own legendary narrative. The boundless journey of Shanchuan in Douluo. After vanquishing the radiant Holy Lion, Shanchuan and his companions continued their exploration of the Douluo Continent. They had heard whispers of an extraordinary soul tool hidden deep within a mysterious mountain range, and with unwavering determination, they set forth on their quest to obtain it. This enigmatic mountain was fraught with peril, a caution Shanchuan shared with the group. Fear not, Brother Shanchuan, we shall surely succeed, replied the newly joined character, Aya. Shortly after their entry into the mountains, they encountered a 50,000-year-old gale wolf, its speed as swift as lightning. Scatter. Do not allow it to concentrate its attacks, cried Ling Shui. The gale wolf unleashed its skill, Windblade, sending sharp gusts hurtling towards the group. Behold my prowess, Taishan's shield. Talon invoked his defensive skill, successfully deflecting a portion of the wind blades. As the mountains surged forward, they seized the opportunity to engage in close combat with the gale wolf. Go, Shanchuan. Io cheered from the sidelines. After a grueling battle, they ultimately triumphed over the Gale Wolf. Pressing deeper into the mountains, the atmosphere grew increasingly ominous and terrifying. This place truly sends shivers down one's spine. Ia closely followed behind Shanchuan. Suddenly, an ancient shadow spider monarch, aged 70,000 years, emerged from the darkness. Its webs laced with venom. "Beware the webs," Shanchuan called out loudly. The group hastily dodged, while Ling Xue unleashed eye-space skills in an attempt to freeze the shadow spider monarch's movements. "This creature is formidable," Talon remarked. Throughout the struggle against the shadow spider monarch, the group found themselves in peril multiple times. Just at a critical juncture, the deity of the Douluo Continent made an appearance. "Children, use your courage and wisdom to overcome it," the deity commanded. With the divine encouragement, Shanchuan discovered the shadow spider monarch's weakness, and together, they united their strengths to vanquish the foe. The mountains and rivers absorbed the soul ring of the shadow spider monarch, further enhancing their strength. "Caution is imperative from this point onward," Mountain River remarked. They finally arrived at the location of the unparalleled soul artifact. However, it was fiercely protected by a formidable barrier. "What should we do?" A Yao inquired anxiously. "Do not panic. Let us devise a solution together," Mountain River suggested. After considerable effort, they discovered a method to break the barrier and successfully obtained the soul artifact. Upon leaving the mysterious mountain range, they ventured into the enchanting forest. It appeared beautiful, yet the lurking dangers remained unknown. Ling Xue commented, "Regardless of the circumstances, we must proceed with caution." In the forest, they encountered a QNGM Lu In bird aged at 90,000 years, capable of manipulating plants to launch attacks. "Everyone, be wary of the surrounding trees," Mountain River shouted. The QNGM Lu In's abilities ensnared them in peril, as the trees relentlessly assaulted them. "This cannot continue. We must strike back," Talon declared. The mountains and rivers observed the movements of the Aoki phoenix, seeking any flaws. "I have discovered it. Attack its wings," shouted the mountains and rivers. After a fierce battle, they triumphed over the Aoki phoenix. "This victory is thanks to everyone's collaboration," remarked the mountains and rivers. Deep within the forest, they also uncovered a mysterious ruin, which seemed to conceal enormous secrets. Upon discovering a mysterious ruin within the enchanted forest, the group, led by Mountain River, cautiously ventured inside. "Everyone, tread carefully. There may be dangers lurking within," Mountain River murmured. "Understood," the others responded in unison. As they stepped into the ruin, an eerie gust of wind swept through, sending chills down their spines. "What kind of cursed place is this?" grumbled the newly joined member, Ajia. Suddenly, a 10,000-year-old nether-white tiger leaped from the shadows, its roar resounding like thunder. "This is bad. It's a formidable soul beast," Ling Xue exclaimed. The nether-white tiger unleashed its skill, Shadow Impact, its immense power forcing the group to stagger back. "Fear not. Let us unite our strength," Mountain River shouted. "Behold my might, Flame Storm." Talon unleashed a potent attack skill. However, the nether-white tiger's defenses were exceptionally robust, effortlessly withstanding their onslaught. "This creature is too powerful. What shall we do?" Ajia asked, his voice tinged with panic. Mountains and rivers observed the movements of the phantom white tiger with calm scrutiny, remarking that it paused briefly after each attack, presenting them with a prime opportunity to strike. Through their seamless coordination, they ultimately uncovered a flaw in the phantom white tiger's defenses, delivering a formidable blow. After an intense battle, the phantom white tiger fell to the ground, and mountains began to absorb its soul ring. "Go, mountains," Ling Xue chanted fervently, standing guard beside him. Upon completing the absorption, Mountains felt a significant enhancement in his strength. They continued their exploration of the ruins and discovered an ancient tome inscribed with a mysterious skill. "If we can master this skill, our power will become even more formidable," Mountains exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, the deity of the Douluo Continent reappeared. "Children, to master this skill, you must undergo a trial," the deity proclaimed. "What kind of trial?" Ajia inquired. The deity smiled gently and replied, "Within these ruins lies a 12,000-year-old purple gold qilin. Only by defeating it can you earn the right to learn the skill." The group exchanged glances, yet their eyes reflected no hint of retreat. They searched the ruins for traces of the purple gold qilin, eventually locating it within a vast cavern. Upon sighting them, the purple gold qilin launched an immediate assault with its skill, Thunderous Wrath, unleashing countless bolts of lightning towards them. "Quick, evade," Mountain shouted. The group dodged left and right within the cavern, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. "We cannot remain on the defensive forever. Everyone, together," Talon urged. They unleashed their most powerful skills, engaging in a desperate struggle against the purple gold Qilin. Throughout the battle, Mountains continually encouraged his comrades, while Lingxue tended to the injured. After a protracted and arduous fight, they finally triumphed over the purple gold Qilin. The deity appeared before them, declaring, "You have passed the trial. You may now learn the mysterious skill." The group erupted in excitement, eagerly beginning their lessons. Once they had mastered the skill, they exited the ruins and continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent. Soon, they arrived at a mysterious island shrouded in thick fog, fraught with unknown dangers. "Everyone be cautious. This island feels quite unusual," Mountains warned. "Who cares? We've seen worse," Ajie replied nonchalantly. Just as they set foot on the island, they encountered an 80,000-year-old deep-sea dragon. The dragon surged from the ocean, creating colossal waves. "This creature will not be easy to handle," Talon exclaimed. Shanchuan reassured. "Do not fear, we shall devise a solution together." In their battle against the deep-sea dragon, they encountered numerous challenges yet remained undeterred. Ultimately, they triumphed over the formidable creature and continued their exploration of the island. Deep within its heart, they uncovered a sealed treasure containing precious soul artifacts and soul rings. "What a remarkable bounty!" exclaimed Ajie in exhilaration. However, just as they were preparing to depart the island, members of the Soul Palace appeared, intent on seizing their hard-won treasure. "Humph, you shall not take it from us," Shanchuan bellowed furiously. A fierce battle erupted once more. The mountains and rivers engaged in a fierce battle against the denizens of the Soul Palace. "The villains of the Soul Palace shall never seize our possessions," Mountain River roared, his sword gleaming with a fierce radiance. The adversaries from the Soul Palace sneered ominously. "Do you truly believe you can thwart us? Such arrogance!" Both sides unleashed a myriad of formidable skills, and in an instant, a dazzling display of light intertwined with the relentless sounds of explosions. The newly introduced character, Amin, sustained injuries during the fray, prompting Lingxue to hurriedly administer her healing. "Amin, hold on," Lingxue called out. Mountains and Chalon valiantly resisted the onslaught of the Soul Palace. "Everyone, let us persevere, we cannot afford to lose," Mountain exclaimed, rallying his companions. After a fierce struggle, they finally repelled the forces of the Soul Palace. "Phew, we have finally driven them away," Chalon gasped. Yet, it was clear that the Soul Palace would not relent. "We must hasten to enhance our strength," Mountain remarked gravely. They departed the island, continuing their adventures across the Douluo Continent. Soon, they ventured deeper into the mysterious mountains. Here, they encountered a fiery phoenix aged 150,000 years, its formidable presence instilling a sense of despair among the group. "What shall we do? This fiery phoenix is far too powerful," Amin expressed, her face betraying her fear. Shanchuan reassured, "Fear not, we shall devise a plan together." The blazing phoenix unfurled its magnificent wings and unleashed torrents of searing flames, causing the surrounding temperature to soar instantaneously. "Take cover," Talon shouted emphatically. The group scattered in haste, while Shanchuan seized the opportunity to scrutinize the phoenix's assault patterns. "I have discerned that it pauses briefly after each fiery breath. It is in that moment we shall strike," Shanchuan declared. Following Shanchuan's guidance, the team coordinated their attacks. "Behold my icebound arrow." Lingxue unleashed her ice magic, striving to impede the fiery creature's movements. Through their collective efforts, they ultimately identified the phoenix's vulnerability and triumphed in defeating it. The mountains began to absorb the soul ring of the blazing phoenix, a process fraught with agony and trials. "Mountains, you must succeed," Lingxue observed anxiously from the sidelines. At last, the mountains successfully assimilated the soul ring, significantly enhancing their power. Subsequently, they ventured into the heart of the fantastical forest, where a chaos beast of 200,000 years barred their passage. "What manner of creature is this? It appears utterly terrifying," Ajie exclaimed. The chaos beast wielded formidable chaotic power, capable of distorting space. "Everyone, be cautious. Do not let its might ensnare you," Mountain advised. During their battle with the chaos beast, they encountered unprecedented challenges. "What shall we do? It seems we cannot even inflict harm upon it," Tailong exclaimed in distress. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm them, the deity of Douluo Continent reappeared. "Children, believe in your strength. Conquer it with your courage and wisdom," the deity proclaimed. Encouraged by the divine presence, Mountain and the others regained their resolve. After a grueling confrontation, they finally discovered the Chaos Beast's fatal weakness and triumphed over it. This victory is thanks to the deity's assistance, Amin expressed gratefully. Yet, more importantly, it is our unity and efforts that made this possible, Mountain added. Filled with the joy of victory, they continued their new adventures across the Douluo Continent. After vanquishing the Chaos Beast, Mountain and his companions pressed onward, arriving at a place known as Ghost Valley. This place appears ominous. It does not bode well, Tai Long remarked with a frown. However, perhaps hidden within lie unforeseen opportunities. Ahui, a newly introduced character, suggested with anticipation. Upon entering Ghost Valley, they were confronted by a shadow ghost leopard of 100,000 years, capable of cloaking itself and launching surprise attacks. Everyone, be vigilant. Stay alert to your surroundings, Mountain warned. Suddenly, the shadow ghost leopard emerged from behind Ling Xue and launched an assault. Ling Xue, Mountain exclaimed, his heart racing as he rushed to shield her. Mountain, Ling Xue gasped in alarm. Fortunately, Mountain reacted swiftly, intercepting the blow. The group unleashed their respective skills, striving to reveal the shadow ghost leopard's location. I will illuminate the area with my fire skills. Perhaps we can force it out, Ahui declared, conjuring a blaze. In the glow of the flames, the shadow ghost leopard's form flickered into view, and Mountain seized the opportunity to strike. After an intense struggle, they finally triumphed over the shadow ghost leopard. Mountain, you frightened me to death just now, Ling Xue said. Her voice tinged with lingering fear, her eyes filled with concern. The mountains and rivers smiled upon her. I shall not allow you to come to harm. As they ventured deeper into the Ghost Valley, they stumbled upon a mysterious cave. There may be treasures within, Ahui exclaimed with excitement. Upon entering the cave, a frost dragon, aged 150,000 years, materialized before them. Oh no, it is the frost dragon, Mountain River shouted. The frost dragon unleashed a frigid breath, instantly freezing everything in its vicinity. Everyone, quickly resist with your soul power, Talon commanded. The group exerted their utmost effort to withstand the cold, engaging in a fierce battle with the frost dragon. Behold my might, Thunderstrike. Mountain River unleashed a formidable skill. During the conflict, Mountain River discerned the frost dragon's weakness lay at the base of its wings. Everyone, concentrate your attacks on its wing roots, Mountain River urged. After a grueling struggle, they triumphed over the frost dragon. The mountains and rivers absorbed the soul ring of the frost giant dragon, enhancing their power once more. After departing from the Ghost Valley, they entered a mysterious desert. This desert appeared boundless, and we must tread carefully, said the mountains and rivers. Within the desert, they encountered a sandstorm giant scorpion of 200,000 years of age, capable of unleashing fierce sandstorms. What shall we do? The sandstorm obscures our vision, exclaimed Ahui. Do not panic, everyone hold hands and stay together, Ling Xue shouted. With keen perception, Shanchuan located the position of the sandstorm scorpion. Follow me, he urged, leading the group towards the formidable creature. After an exhilarating and harrowing battle, they ultimately triumphed over the sandstorm scorpion. At that moment, the deity of Douluo Continent reappeared. Children, your performance has greatly pleased me. However, you shall soon face even greater challenges, the deity proclaimed. No matter the challenge, we shall not retreat, Shanchuan declared resolutely. Their adventure continues, with countless unknowns awaiting them in the future. The journey of Shanchuan and Douluo. Shanchuan and his companions bid farewell to the divine and continued their adventurous journey. This time, they arrived at a mysterious sea, seemingly bottomless, concealing unknown dangers. Talon gazed at the tumultuous waters and remarked, regardless, we must exercise utmost caution. Shanchuan's expression turned grave. Shortly after entering the maritime expanse, they encountered a colossal deep-sea demon whale, a creature of unfathomable strength. Be careful, this deep-sea demon whale is formidable, Shanchuan warned loudly. The whale opened its immense jaws, unleashing a powerful torrent of water that surged towards them. Quickly cast your defensive spells, Ling Xue cried. The group summoned all their strength to withstand the onslaught of the crashing waves. We cannot remain in a state of passive defense. We must devise a means to strike back, Shanchuan urged. Behold my might, Dragon's Fury. Ahui unleashed his potent skill and charged at the demon whale. However, with a mere flick of its tail, the whale sent Ahui hurtling through the air. Ahui, the others gasped in alarm. I am unharmed. Let us continue the fight. Ahui rose from the ground and surged forward once more. During the fierce battle against the deep-sea demon whale, they gradually discerned its vulnerability lay in its eyes. Focus your attacks on its eyes, Shanchuan commanded. After a grueling struggle, they finally struck the whale's eye, defeating the mighty beast. The mountains began to absorb the soul ring of the deep-sea demon whale, a process fraught with hardship. Go, Shanchuan! Ling Shui cheered him on from the sidelines. Upon completing the absorption of the soul ring, Shanchuan experienced a remarkable enhancement in his strength. Subsequently, they arrived at a mysterious island, which exuded an enigmatic aura. Everyone must tread carefully, Shanchuan cautioned. On the island, they encountered a phantom unicorn of 15,000 years, capable of conjuring countless illusions, blurring the line between reality and deception. How do we fight this? Its shadows are everywhere. Talon expressed his anxiety. Stay calm. If we observe closely, we will surely uncover its true form, Shanchuan replied. After meticulous observation and probing, they ultimately discerned the true body of the phantom unicorn. Now, attack. With Shanchuan's command, the group unleashed their most formidable assault. At last, the phantom unicorn collapsed to the ground. Throughout their adventure, the bond between Shanchuan and Ling Shui deepened. Ling Shui, once this adventure concludes, I wish to lead a tranquil life with you, Shanchuan proclaimed earnestly. Very well. Shanchuan, I wish to remain by your side always, Ling Shui responded, her cheeks flushed with warmth. They pressed onward, delving into the depths of the mysterious mountains. There, they encountered a dark phoenix of 200,000 years. The aura of this dark phoenix is terrifying. Ah Hui quivered. Do not fear. We shall face it together. Shanchuan rallied his companions. The dark phoenix unleashed its dark flames, igniting everything in its vicinity. Everyone, resist the flames with your soul power, Shanchuan shouted. In the heat of battle, they coordinated their efforts, continuously seeking vulnerabilities in the dark phoenix's defenses. After a prolonged and intense struggle, they finally triumphed over the dark phoenix. This victory was hard-earned, Talon remarked wearily. But we achieved it, Shanchuan declared. Their adventure continued, with the future brimming with uncertainty and challenges. After Shanchuan and his companions triumphed over the dark phoenix, they continued their exploration of the Douluo Continent. They ventured into a mysterious swamp, shrouded in an eerie mist. Be cautious. There is an unsettling aura pervading this place, Shanchuan warned, his vigilance palpable. I sense something is watching us, Ling Shui whispered, drawing closer to Shanchuan. Suddenly, a 12,000-year-old poison fog spider emperor leaped forth from the mire, unleashing a torrent of toxic mist. Cover your mouths and noses to avoid poisoning, Talon shouted urgently. The group swiftly summoned their soul power to fend off the onslaught of poisonous vapors. Behold my technique, Ice Break Slash, Shanchuan declared as he charged towards the poison fog spider emperor, sword in hand. The 8 long legs of the creature, resembling sharp spears, relentlessly lunged at the group. This adversary is exceedingly troublesome, exclaimed the newly introduced character, a Chong. Do not panic. We must strike its underbelly when the opportunity arises, Shanchuan urged. After a fierce battle, they finally discerned the Spider Emperor's flaw and succeeded in vanquishing it. Mountains and rivers began to absorb the soul ring of the poison mist Spider King, powerful energies surging through his body. You must hold on, Shanchuan. Ling Shui anxiously guarded by his side. Upon successful absorption, Shanchuan's strength ascended to new heights. They pressed onward, arriving at an ancient castle. A chilling aura pervaded the castle, as if it concealed countless secrets. This castle feels rather strange, Ah Chong remarked. Caution is advisable. There may be danger, Shanchuan cautioned. Just then, a 15,000-year-old shadow dragon emerged from the depths of the castle, unfurling its massive wings and stirring a tempest. This dragon is formidable, Talon exclaimed. Fear not. We shall confront it together. Shanchuan rallied. The shadow dragon unleashed a torrent of black flames, prompting the group to swiftly evade. Disperse our attacks. Do not allow it to concentrate its defenses, Shanchuan directed. Through their united efforts, the shadow dragon gradually found itself at a disadvantage. Ultimately, Shanchuan pierced the dragon's vital point with a sword strike, vanquishing it. After absorbing the soul ring of the shadow dragon, Shanchuan felt an unprecedented surge of power. Where shall we go next? Ling Shui inquired. I have heard that within the mysterious mountains lies an enigmatic ruin. Let us explore it, Shanchuan suggested. Upon arriving at the ruins of the mysterious mountains, they discovered it occupied by members of the Soul Palace. What mischief are those Soul Palace scoundrels up to now? Talon fumed. Regardless of their intentions, we must not allow them to succeed, Shanchuan declared. A fierce battle erupted as the Soul Palace members unleashed a variety of bizarre skills. Remain vigilant, Shanchuan commanded. As the skirmish progressed, Shanchuan and his companions gradually gained the upper hand, driving back the Soul Palace forces. Upon entering the ruins, they encountered a 200,000-year-old Thunder Kirin, crackling with electricity and exuding an imposing presence. This will be a fierce battle, Shanchuan inhaled deeply. The Thunder Kirin's lightning skills were immensely powerful, exhausting the group in their defense. We cannot give up. We must triumph over it, Ling Shui urged. After a grueling struggle, they finally identified the Thunder Kirin's weakness and successfully defeated it. The mountains and rivers have absorbed the soul ring of the Thunder Kirin, and at this moment, the deity of the Douluo Continent reappears. Children, your performance fills me with great satisfaction, the deity proclaimed. We are grateful for your guidance, Shanchuan replied. Their adventures persist, and a multitude of challenges awaits them in the future. In the vast expanse of the Douluo Continent, Shanchuan embarks on a thrilling adventure alongside his comrades. Delving deep into the enigmatic mountains. Mountains and rivers possess a unique martial soul, the Flame Sword, whose skill, Sunfire Slash, can unleash a searing wave of fiery energy, enveloping foes in a scorching embrace in an instant. His companions each harbor exceptional abilities. Ling Shui wields the Ice Spirit Staff, with her skill, Frost Piercer, capable of launching bone-chilling ice spikes that demonstrate formidable penetrating power. Talon possesses the Hercules Hammer as his martial soul, and his skill, Mountain's Crush, delivers a colossal blow to adversaries, inflicting devastating damage. At this moment, a 100,000-year soul beast, the Purple Flame Lion King, emerged before them. This beast, colossal in stature, boasted a mane that resembled blazing purple flames, its eyes glinting with ferocity. Its skill, Purple Flame Roar, could unleash a torrent of intense flames, turning all it touched into scorched earth. Everyone, be cautious, Shanchuan shouted, his flame sword radiating brilliance. Understood, Shanchuan, Ling Shui replied, simultaneously wielding her Ice Spirit Staff to cast Frost Piercer in an attempt to hinder the Purple Flame Lion King's movements. Talon bellowed, behold my might, Mountain's Crush, as he charged towards the Purple Flame Lion King, wielding the Hercules Hammer. However, the strength of the Purple Flame Lion King surpassed their wildest imaginations. It effortlessly evaded their attacks and unleashed Purple Flame Roar, engulfing the surroundings in a tempest of fire. In the depths of his heart, Shanchuan resolutely thought, I cannot simply retreat. I must conquer this. Amidst the fierce battle, he discerned the weakness of the Purple Flame Lion King lay in its abdomen. He shouted loudly, target its belly. Upon hearing his command, his companions unleashed their most formidable skills, directing their attacks towards the lion's vulnerable spot. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the Purple Flame Lion King. As Shanchuan prepared to absorb its soul ring, a mysterious force enveloped him. The light of the soul ring flickering erratically. The power of this soul ring is astonishing, Shanchuan murmured to himself. At that moment, individuals from the Soul Palace suddenly appeared. The leader of the group, a villain known as Shadow, possessed the martial spirit of the Dark Demon Claw, with the skill Shadow Bind capable of immobilizing foes. Shadow sneered coldly. This soul ring belongs to our Soul Palace. You shall not have it. The mountains and rivers glared fiercely. The villains of the Soul Palace shall not seize our achievements. Both sides were locked in a stalemate, the atmosphere charged with tension to its zenith. Suddenly, Ling Shui exclaimed, Shanchuan, disregard them. Focus on absorbing the soul ring first. Shanchuan gritted his teeth and commenced the absorption of the soul ring. Throughout the process, he endured immense pain, yet his indomitable will allowed him to persevere. Upon successful absorption, Shanchuan's strength surged dramatically. Rising to his feet, he proclaimed to his comrades, let us unite and vanquish these Soul Palace scoundrels. The battle resumed with fervor, each side embroiled in a fierce struggle. Just when the tide seemed to turn against Shanchuan and his allies, he suddenly grasped a new skill, the Fiery Tempest. A formidable wave of flame erupted forth, instantly altering the course of the conflict. Ultimately, they triumphed in repelling the forces of the Soul Palace. That was truly perilous. Tyrone gasped, catching his breath. Mountains and rivers gazed upon their companions, their hearts brimming with gratitude and resolve. As long as we stand united, there exists no challenge insurmountable. They pressed onward through the enigmatic mountains, where a plethora of trials awaited them. Within the enchanted forest, they encountered a soul beast, a venomous serpent of 15 millennia. This formidable creature loomed large, its scales shimmering with an eerie radiance, and its ability to unleash a toxic spray could ensnare an individual in an instant. Shanchuan and his companions remained vigilant, approaching the situation with utmost caution. Everyone, be wary of its venom, Shanchuan cautioned. Ling Shui, while executing her skills, replied, understood, Shanchuan. In the midst of the battle, Shanchuan observed the astonishing speed of the nether venom python, making their attacks exceedingly difficult to land. This won't do. We must devise a strategy, Shanchuan thought anxiously. At that moment, Talon spotted a vulnerability in the nether venom python. Shanchuan, aim for its vulnerable spot, Talon exclaimed. With unwavering determination, Shanchuan unleashed the fiery sun slash, successfully striking the vital point of the nether poison python. After a grueling battle, they ultimately triumphed over the formidable beast. Throughout their adventure, the bond between Shanchuan and Ling Shui gradually deepened. During a moment of respite, Shanchuan gazed at Ling Shui and softly declared, Ling Shui, once all of this concludes, I long to share a tranquil life with you. Ling Shui, her cheeks flushed, lowered her head and replied, yes, I am willing. However, unbeknownst to them, a greater crisis was silently approaching. Behind them, a mysterious organization was clandestinely orchestrating a nefarious plot. Led by an individual possessing an extraordinarily powerful and enigmatic martial soul and skills. Their adventure continued, with the future shrouded in uncertainty and challenges. After vanquishing the shadowed venomous python, Shanchuan and his companions continued their exploration of the enchanting forest. At this moment, they stumbled upon a mysterious relic concealed deep within the woods. The fiery sword spirit of Mount Chuan radiates a blazing luminescence, while his sunstrike skill resembles a scorching sun, capable of enveloping foes in searing heat and flames instantaneously. With a deft motion of her ice spirit staff, Ling Shui unleashes her frost spike skill, sending ice shards hurtling towards the target, imbued with an excruciating chill. Each swing of Talon's mighty hammer reverberates with the force of Mount Tai, causing the very earth to tremble beneath its might. This ruin appears to be quite formidable. Let us proceed with caution, Mount Chuan advised prudently. Indeed, we cannot ascertain what perils lie within, Ling Shui concurred. As they cautiously entered the ruin, they were enveloped by an ancient and enigmatic aura. Suddenly, a spectral unicorn, dating back 12,000 years, materialized before them. This ethereal creature possessed the ability to shift between reality and illusion, and its skill, illusionary charge, rendered it nearly impossible to pin down. Everyone, be vigilant of its movements, Mount Chuan warned loudly. Without hesitation, Talon surged forward, declaring, I shall intercept it. Yet, the phantom unicorn moved with astonishing speed, and Talon found himself grasping at emptiness. Amidst the fervent battle, Shanchuan felt an urgent anxiety. We must not allow it to disrupt our rhythm. In the heat of combat, Ling Shui discerned the unicorn's weakness and exclaimed, strike its horn. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the phantasmal unicorn. Shanchuan began to absorb the soul ring, its radiant glow enveloping him. The power of this soul ring seemed extraordinary, Shanchuan mused. Just then, the forces of the Soul Palace re-emerged. This time, the lead antagonist was Blood Shadow, whose martial spirit was the Blood Demon Blade. His skill, Blood Blade Storm, could unleash countless bloodthirsty blades, inflicting tremendous damage. Blood Shadow grinned malevolently, declaring, this soul ring belongs to me. The mountains and rivers roared defiantly, not a chance. A fierce battle ensued, with the formidable strength of Blood Shadow overwhelming them, gradually plunging the mountains and rivers into a dire predicament. Would they truly meet their end here today? Talon gasped, his breath heavy. Mountains and rivers, gritting his teeth, vowed never to surrender until the final moment. In this critical juncture, a formidable power erupted from within him, and he grasped a new skill, the Flame Shield, which successfully deflected the lethal strike of Blood Shadow. The tide of battle shifted instantaneously, and taking advantage of this opportunity, they launched a counterattack, ultimately succeeding in repelling Blood Shadow. This was indeed a perilous encounter, Ling Shui remarked, still haunted by the experience. Mountain River looked at his companions and resolutely declared, as long as we stand united, there is no obstacle we cannot overcome. They departed from the ruins and ventured into the enigmatic mountains. Within the mountains, a colossal thunder ape, aged 150,000 years, obstructed their path. The creature crackled with bolts of lightning, its thunderous strikes capable of unleashing formidable electrical power in an instant. Everyone, proceed with caution, Mountain River shouted. The battle was extraordinarily intense, with each of the giant ape's attacks demonstrating overwhelming force. This beast is too powerful, Talon exclaimed, struggling to withstand the onslaught. In the inner monologue of Shanchuan, a resolute determination emerged. We must conquer it, for the sake of our aspirations. At a crucial moment, Shanchuan discerned the giant ape's sensitivity to sound. and they skillfully created disturbances to disorient the creature, ultimately seizing the opportunity to vanquish it. After absorbing the soul ring, Shanchuan and his companions pressed onward. Along their journey, they encountered a mysterious elder who imparted a profound statement. Deep within the shadows lies a power capable of overturning everything. This foreshadowed the unfolding narrative. In a tranquil valley, they confronted a 200,000-year-old dark phoenix. The phoenix unfurled its immense wings, and black flames engulfed everything in its vicinity. Its ability, Dark Nirvana, allowed it to be reborn at the brink of death. What shall we do? Ling Xue revealed a look of concern. The mountains and rivers gazed steadfastly. Do not fear. We shall surely find a way. Throughout the course of battle, they encountered numerous challenges, yet they never wavered in their resolve. Ultimately, after arduous combat, they discovered the fatal weakness of the Dark Phoenix and triumphed over it. The adventures of Shanchuan and his companions continue, with countless challenges and mysteries yet to unfold before them. The journey of Douluo, breaking boundaries. Shanchuan and his companions, having triumphed over the Dark Phoenix, continued their adventures on the Douluo Continent. At this moment, they ventured deeper into the enigmatic mountains. The fiery weapon of Mount Chuan, the flame sword, blazes with intense flames. His skill, the fiery sun explosion slash, can instantaneously unleash a powerful wave of fire, incinerating all that stands in its path. Ling Xue's Ice Soul staff emanates a chilling aura. Her skill, the Ice Soul Cold Sky Spike, summons countless sharp ice spikes to deliver a lethal blow to her foes. Talon wields the colossal mighty hammer, whose thunderous strikes can unleash earth-shattering force. This place feels ominous. We must remain vigilant, Mount Chuan declared. Indeed. I wonder what dangers await us, Ling Xue replied. Suddenly, an ancient soul-devouring demon wolf, aged 18,000 years, materialized before them. Its eyes glinted with a strange light. And its skill, soul-devouring phantom, could create multiple illusions, making it difficult to discern reality from deception. Beware of its illusions, Mount Chuan warned loudly. Talon swung the mighty hammer and charged forward, exclaiming, "Watch me smash these illusions to pieces." However, the wolf moved with astonishing speed, effortlessly evading Talon's attack and lunging towards Ling Xue. Mountains and rivers, filled with urgency, exclaimed, "Ling Xue, be cautious." Amidst the fierce battle, he discerned that the demon wolf paused momentarily after unleashing its skills. "Seize the opportunity and strike," he urged. After a strenuous struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the soul-eating demon wolf. As he prepared to absorb the soul ring, a mysterious force suddenly emerged, disrupting his absorption. What could this be? He pondered anxiously. It turned out that a formidable figure from the Soul Palace was covertly at work. The antagonist was Long Shuang, whose martial soul was the Frost Demon Sword, possessing the skill Frost Enclosure Slash, capable of instantly freezing everything in its vicinity. Long Shuang coldly declared, "This soul ring belongs to me. You shall not lay claim to it." The mountains and rivers glared at him. The individuals from the Soul Palace are perpetually so despicable. A fierce battle ensued, and the formidable strength of cold frost plunged the mountains and rivers into dire straits. "Are we truly destined to fail?" Talon exclaimed, unwilling to accept defeat. Shanchuan's inner monologue echoed, "No, I cannot let my teammates down. There must be a way to conquer him." At that moment, Shanchuan's martial spirit underwent a remarkable transformation, the flames becoming ever more fervent as he comprehended a new skill, the blazing inferno obliteration. With this formidable ability, the tide of battle shifted, and Shanchuan and his companions gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, they successfully repelled Lang Shuang, and Shanchuan adeptly absorbed the soul ring. "That was truly exhilarating," Ling Xue remarked, patting her chest. Mountains and rivers gazed at their companions, resolutely proclaiming, "As long as we do not surrender, nothing can impede our progress." They pressed onward, arriving at an ancient castle. A strange aura enveloped the castle, as if it concealed profound secrets. "This castle feels enigmatic. Everyone, tread cautiously," mountains and rivers advised. "I wonder what lies within," Talon murmured, gripping his divine hammer tightly. Upon entering the castle, they encountered a 200,000-year-old dark dragon lizard. Its scales shimmered with a sinister glow, and its ability, Dark Dragon Breath, could corrode anything. "This soul beast is far too formidable," Ling Xue exclaimed in alarm. Mountains and rivers gritted their teeth and declared, "Do not fear, we shall face this together." During the fierce battle, the onslaught of the dark dragon lizard was exceedingly violent, and they sustained numerous injuries. Continuing in this manner was untenable. While fighting, mountains and rivers pondered strategies. Just as despair began to creep in, He discovered a mechanism within the castle that might aid them in their struggle. Talon, activate that mechanism. Mountains and rivers shouted. Without a moment's hesitation, Talon dashed forward and successfully triggered the device. The mechanism unleashed a formidable surge of power, temporarily subduing the dark dragon lizard. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the mountain rivers launched their final assault and ultimately triumphed over the dark dragon lizard. After absorbing the soul ring, they continued their exploration within the castle and stumbled upon a mysterious ancient tome, which contained secrets pertaining to the Douluo Continent, laying the groundwork for their future adventures. The adventures of Shanchuan and his companions continue, with numerous unknown challenges awaiting them ahead. After departing from the castle, Shanchuan and his companions ventured forth across the Douluo Continent. They delved into the depths of an enchanting forest where the towering trees reached skyward, and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting patches of radiant light upon the ground. At this moment, the fiery sword of Shanchuan appeared to blaze even more fiercely. His new skill, the solar flame whirlwind, allowed the sword to be enveloped in raging flames, forming a formidable vortex of fire that boasted immense offensive power and area damage. Lingshua's ice spirit staff shimmered with an ethereal blue light. Her ice spirit storm skill could summon a bone-chilling blizzard, hindering the movement of foes. Talon's mighty god hammer grew heavier, its thunderous strike capable of harnessing the power of lightning, thereby augmenting the hammer's might. This forest emanates an air of mystery. Everyone, exercise caution, Shanchuan warned. Understood, Shanchuan. Talon replied. Suddenly, a 15,000-year-old azurewood spirit python surged forth from the thicket. This serpent's robust body was adorned with scales resembling verdant leaves, and its skill, azurewood bind, could swiftly ensnare enemies with unyielding force. This is bad, quickly take cover, Lingshua shouted. The mountains and rivers swiftly wielded their swords, unleashing the blazing inferno of the sun, attempting to thwart the onslaught of the spirit python. This adversary is indeed formidable, Tyrone gritted his teeth and remarked. Throughout the battle, the azurewood spirit python relentlessly assaulted them with its body and skills, presenting them with considerable challenges. In the depths of his heart, Mountain River pondered. One must uncover its vulnerabilities to conquer it. At that moment, Ling Shui discerned that the serpent's eyes were its Achilles heel. Mountain River, strike at its eyes, Ling Shui exclaimed. Amidst the tumult, Shanchuan concentrated his strength and launched a decisive strike aimed at the eye of the spirit python. After a fierce battle, they ultimately triumphed over the azurewood spirit python. Shanchuan began to absorb the soul ring, its radiant glow enveloping him. The power of this soul ring was remarkably potent, and Shanchuan reveled in its might. At that moment, the members of the Soul Palace re-emerged. The new antagonist was Haisha, whose martial spirit was the dark demonic claw, possessing the skill Shadow Rend, capable of instantly shredding through an opponent's defenses. Haisha grinned menacingly and declared, "This soul ring belongs to me. No one shall take it away." The mountains and rivers exclaimed with fury, "You vile scoundrels of the Soul Palace, you shall not prevail." A fierce battle ensued, as the formidable power of the Dark Fiend began to overwhelm them. Were they destined to meet their demise here today? Tyrone's heart brimmed with resentment. Shanchuan's inner monologue, "No. I cannot allow my comrades to fall into peril. I must discover a way to overcome him." In this critical moment, Shanchuan suddenly recalled a tome he had acquired in the castle, which contained the secrets to a mysterious skill. Resolute, he decided to take the plunge. Following the instructions within the tome, he unleashed the formidable technique known as the Nine Suns Incineration. A surge of powerful flames erupted from within him. The tide of battle shifted in an instant, leaving the dark adversary astounded by this unexpected force. Ultimately, Shanchuan and his companions succeeded in repelling the dark menace. It was indeed a harrowing experience. Ling Shua let out a sigh of relief. Looking at his comrades, Shanchuan declared, "As long as we unite in purpose, there exists no adversary we cannot conquer." They pressed onward, arriving at a mysterious valley. A thick fog enveloped the area, obscuring the path ahead. "This place appears perilous," Talon remarked. "Yet we must not falter," Shanchuan asserted resolutely. Within the valley, they encountered a spectral white tiger, a creature of 200,000 years. The tiger exuded an imposing aura, its skill, the ethereal roar, capable of instilling fear and chaos among its foes. "Proceed with caution," Shanchuan shouted. The battle proved exceedingly arduous, the white tiger's assaults leaving them beleaguered. "What shall we do? It seems we are no match for it," Ling Shue exclaimed anxiously. As the mountains and rivers engaged in battle, they pondered their strategies. Just when despair began to engulf them, Shanchuan discovered a mysterious formation hidden within the valley, which might hold the key to subduing the spectral white tiger. Talon, Ling Shui, join me in activating the formation, Shanchuan exclaimed. United in purpose, they successfully initiated the formation. Its power subdued the spectral white tiger, and seizing the opportunity, they launched their final assault, ultimately triumphing over it. After absorbing the soul ring, Shanchuan and his companions continued their adventures on the Douluo Continent, for many more challenges awaited them in the future. The extraordinary adventures of Douluo. After vanquishing the ethereal white tiger, Shanchuan and his companions continued their exploration of the Douluo Continent. They arrived at a mysterious mountain range, its peaks soaring into the clouds, shrouded in a misty veil. The blazing sword of the mountains radiated a brilliant light, and its skill, Flame Slash, unleashed a torrent of searing sword energy, incinerating all obstructions. Ling Shui's frost staff shimmered with a chilling brilliance, and the skill Ice Shard Strike could conjure a massive sphere of ice, crashing down upon foes. Talon wielded the majestic Titan Hammer, and with the skill Earth Shatter, he could provoke cataclysmic tremors. This mountain appears formidable. We must tread carefully, Mountain River cautioned. Indeed, I sense a powerful presence, Ling Shui replied. Just as they advanced with utmost caution, a 17,000-year-old golden dragon descended from the heavens. The colossal dragon, its scales glistening with golden hues, possessed the skill Dragon's Wrath, capable of triggering immense explosions. Beware of its abilities, Mountain River shouted urgently. Unfazed, Talon charged forward, exclaiming, watch me confront it. However, with a mere swipe of its paw, the golden dragon sent Talon reeling backward. Talon, Ling Shui gasped in alarm. The mountains and rivers were in a state of urgent anxiety. It could not be allowed to continue its rampant destruction. In the midst of a fierce battle, the hero discerned the vulnerable spot of the purple gold dragon was its abdomen. Everyone, concentrate your attacks on its underbelly, he commanded. After a grueling struggle, they finally seized the opportunity and successfully struck the dragon's weak point. Just as he prepared to absorb the spirit ring, a black-robed emissary from the spirit hall made his appearance. The emissary's martial spirit was the shadow-devouring banner, whose skill, Shadow Soul Devour, could capture the souls of its enemies. This soul ring belongs to the spirit hall. You shall not lay your hands upon it, the black-robed emissary intoned ominously. The mountains and rivers vehemently retaliated. The Soul Palace shall not seize our hard-earned achievements. A fierce battle ensued, with the enigmatic skills of the black-robed emissary ensnaring Shanchuan and his companions in a dire predicament. Could they truly face defeat in such a manner? Talon roared in defiance. In the silent monologue of the mountains and rivers, a resolute voice emerged. No, I cannot surrender. There must be a way to conquer him. At that moment, a mysterious force surged from within, revealing itself as the power of the soul ring absorbed earlier, awakening at this crucial juncture. Empowered by this formidable force, Shanchuan unleashed a novel skill, the Sunfire Purification Break, which decisively turned the tide of battle. Ultimately, they succeeded in repelling the black-robed envoy, and Shanchuan successfully absorbed the soul ring. It was indeed a harrowing experience, Ling Shui remarked with lingering trepidation. The mountains smiled as they gazed at their companions. As long as we are united, there are no challenges we cannot overcome. They ventured deeper into the mountains and stumbled upon a mysterious cave. This cave exudes an enigmatic aura. One cannot fathom what lies within, said Tai Long. We shall discover the truth by entering, Mountain Stream declared as he stepped into the cave. An eerie atmosphere enveloped them, and the walls shimmered with strange luminescence. Suddenly, a 20,000-year-old nine nether phoenix materialized. The phoenix unfurled its resplendent wings, and its skill, the nine nether inferno, unleashed an endless torrent of black flames. This soul beast is incredibly powerful, Ling Shui exclaimed in awe. The mountains and rivers exuded unwavering determination. Fear not, we shall face this together. The battle was exceptionally arduous, as the flames of the nine nether phoenix made it exceedingly difficult for them to approach. What should we do? Continuing in this manner is not a solution, Talon said anxiously. As Shanchuan battled fiercely, he keenly observed the movements of the nine nether phoenix. Just when their strength was nearly depleted, Shanchuan discerned that the junction of the phoenix's wings was its Achilles heel. Focus your attacks on its wings, he proclaimed. With one final, desperate effort, they triumphed over the nine nether phoenix. Upon absorbing the soul ring, Shanchuan and his companions sensed a profound enhancement in their powers. However, as they exited the cave, they stumbled upon a mysterious symbol, seemingly concealing significant secrets, thus laying the groundwork for their forthcoming adventures. Their journey continued, filled with uncertainty and challenges that awaited them. After Shanchuan and his companions departed from the enigmatic cave, they continued their journey across the Douluo Continent. At this moment, they arrived at a mysterious sea region. At this moment, the flame sword of the mountains and rivers resembled a blazing sun, while his newfound skill, Sunfire Sea Slash, could summon enormous fiery sword energy, reducing everything before him to ashes. Ling Shui's ice spirit staff emanated a piercing chill. The ice spirit cold moon break could conjure a frigid moon, inflicting persistent frostbite upon adversaries. Talon's mighty god hammer swung with the force of thunder, and the divine hammer thunder fury could harness the power of lightning, amplifying the potency of his strikes. This sea appears tumultuous. Everyone, exercise caution, Mountain River advised. Understood, Brother Mountain River, Talon replied. Suddenly, an ancient deep-sea dragon shark, aged 180,000 years, erupted from the depths of the ocean. This colossal creature possessed teeth as sharp as blades, and its skill, deep-sea vortex strangle, could create a massive whirlpool, ensnaring foes within its grasp. Not good, quickly evade, Ling Shui shouted. The mountains and rivers surged forward without hesitation, unleashing the Sunfire Sea Slash in an attempt to thwart the onslaught of the abyssal leviathan. This creature is exceedingly troublesome, Tyrone gritted his teeth and remarked. Throughout the battle, the deep-sea leviathan relentlessly employed whirlpools and its razor-sharp teeth to assail them, presenting them with immense challenges. In the depths of his heart, Shanchuan pondered. It is imperative to swiftly uncover its vulnerabilities, otherwise, we shall all be in peril. At that moment, Ling Shui discerned that the eyes of the giant shark were its Achilles heel. Shanchuan, strike at its eyes, Ling Shui exclaimed. Mountains and rivers, upon hearing the call, concentrated their strength and launched a decisive strike towards the eyes of the deep-sea dragon shark. After a fierce battle, they ultimately triumphed over the formidable creature. Mountains and rivers began to absorb the soul ring, which enveloped them in a radiant glow. The power of this soul ring is astonishing. I must absorb it, mountains and rivers proclaimed with unwavering determination. At that moment, the sinister shadow of the soul hall emerged. The shadow's martial spirit was the dark blood scythe, and its skill, Blood Scythe Soul Devour Slash, could siphon the vitality from its enemies. This soul ring is mine. You shall not lay a finger on it, the sinister shadow declared fiercely. The mountains and rivers responded with indignation. The wicked of the Soul Palace shall not seize the soul rings from our grasp. Both sides engaged in a fierce battle, where the malevolent shadow exhibited formidable strength, causing the mountains and rivers to gradually fall into peril. Could it be that all their efforts would come to naught today? Tyrone's heart brimmed with reluctance. Shanchuan's inner monologue. No, I cannot allow my teammates' efforts to be in vain. I must triumph over him. In this moment of peril, Shanchuan suddenly comprehended a new skill, the Sacred Flame Shield, conjuring a formidable barrier of flames to repel the dark shadow's assault. The tides of battle shifted instantaneously, and taking advantage of this opportunity, Shanchuan and his companions launched a counterattack. Ultimately, they successfully repelled the dark shadow, and Shanchuan absorbed the soul ring without incident. This truly was a harrowing ordeal. Ling Shui let out a sigh of relief. The mountains and rivers gazed at their companions and spoke with heartfelt emotion. It is thanks to everyone's unity and bravery that we have come this far. They pressed onward, arriving at a mysterious island. The island was replete with various exotic plants and an enigmatic aura. This place felt shrouded in mystery, leaving them uncertain of the dangers that lay ahead. Regardless, we must proceed with caution as we explore, said Shanchuan. Deep within the island, they encountered an ethereal crane, said to be 200,000 years old. The crane moved with graceful elegance, yet possessed formidable offensive capabilities. Its skill, the ethereal feather strike, unleashed a flurry of sharp feathers. Everyone, be on high alert, Shanchuan cried out. During the battle, the crane's feather attacks left them struggling to defend themselves. What can we do? It seems exceedingly difficult to approach it, Ling Shui exclaimed anxiously. As the mountains and rivers engaged in battle, they pondered strategies amidst the turmoil. Just as despair began to envelop them, Shanchuan discovered that the ethereal crane was remarkably sensitive to sound. Let us create a cacophony to disrupt its movements, Shanchuan proclaimed. Following his guidance, they successfully interfered with the ethereal crane, seizing an opportunity to strike. After a grueling confrontation, they ultimately triumphed over the ethereal crane. Having absorbed the soul ring, Shanchuan and his companions continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent. However, before them lay even more unknown challenges and enigmatic mysteries awaiting their unraveling. The reverse journey of Douluo. After successfully vanquishing the ethereal celestial crane, Shanchuan and his companions continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent. They ventured into a mysterious desert where the swirling sands obscured their vision. At this moment, the flame sword of the mountain river seems to have been ignited by the scorching heat of the desert. His skill, the Inferno Sandstorm Slash, is capable of unleashing a sweltering sandstorm with formidable destructive power. The Ice Soul Staff of Ling Shui continues to emanate a refreshing chill amidst this sweltering environment. The Ice Soul Quicksand Spike can instantly solidify quicksand into sharp ice spikes. Talon's Hercules Hammer has grown even more burdensome, as the Divine Hammer Quake can trigger rolling waves of sand with tremendous impact. This desert is treacherous. Everyone, beware of the quicksand, Mountain River warned. Understood, Ling Shui replied. Suddenly, a 15,000-year-old crimson flame sand scorpion emerged from the sands. This colossal scorpion, with a shell as hard as iron, possesses the ability to launch venomous fire projectiles through its skill, the sand scorpion poison flame bullet. Beware of its attacks, Talon shouted. The mountains and rivers swiftly wielded their swords, unleashing the fiery sandstorm slash in an attempt to thwart the onslaught of the sand scorpion. This creature is quite formidable, Ling Shui remarked. Amidst the battle, the venomous flame projectiles of the crimson fire scorpion posed significant challenges, plunging everyone into dire straits. In his heart, Mountain River mused, I cannot remain trapped like this. I must devise a means of escape. At that moment, Talon discovered that the junction of the sand scorpion's tail was its Achilles heel. Mountain River, strike its tail, Talon exclaimed. Upon hearing the command, Shanchuan concentrated his strength and launched a decisive strike towards the tail of the crimson flame sand scorpion. After a fierce battle, they ultimately triumphed over the creature. Shanchuan began to absorb the soul ring, its radiance flickering uncertainly. The power of this soul ring appeared somewhat unstable. He pondered silently. At that moment, the shadow messenger from the spirit hall emerged. The shadow messenger's martial spirit was the shadow serpent, whose skill, Shadow Toxic Mist, could unleash a lethal fog, rendering foes unconscious. This soul ring belongs to the spirit hall. Do not harbor any delusions of claiming it. The shadow messenger scoffed. The mountains and rivers glared defiantly. The vile thieves of the Soul Palace shall not succeed in their plunder. A fierce confrontation ensues, as the miasma unleashed by the shadow envoy hampers the movements of Shanchuan and his companions. What shall we do? At this rate, we shall all succumb to poison, Ling Shui exclaimed anxiously. Inner monologue of Shanchuan. I cannot allow everyone to fall into peril. There must be a way to dispel this toxic mist. Just as the situation became increasingly dire, Shanchuan suddenly sensed a mysterious force surging from within him. It was the special soul ring he had absorbed earlier that, at this critical moment, came into play, aiding him in resisting the poisonous fog. Taking the opportunity, Mountain River unleashed a new skill, the Fiery Sun Mist Cleave, which decisively turned the tide of battle. Ultimately, they succeeded in repelling the shadow envoy, and Mountain River successfully absorbed the soul ring. This encounter was indeed fraught with peril. Talon let out a long sigh of relief. Mountains and rivers gazed at their companions, their eyes filled with unwavering determination. As long as we do not yield, nothing can impede our advance. They pressed onward, arriving at a mysterious snow-capped mountain. The chill of the mountain was intense. Ling Shui could not help but shiver. Be cautious. Powerful soul beasts may be lurking here, reminded mountains. Deep within the snow-covered peaks, they encountered a 200,000-year-old ice-field giant bear. The bear was encased in a thick layer of ice, and its skill, Icefield Avalanche Strike, could trigger a massive avalanche. Everyone, disperse quickly, mountains shouted. Amidst the battle, the formidable strength of the Icefield giant bear and the peril of the avalanche left them struggling to cope. This situation is unsustainable. We must devise a strategy, Tyrone remarked. As the mountains and rivers engaged in battle, they keenly observed the movements of the colossal ice bear. Just as their strength was nearly depleted, they discerned that the bear's paw was its Achilles heel. Focus your attacks on its paw, proclaimed with fervor. After an ultimate struggle, they triumphed over the ice bear. Upon absorbing the soul ring, and his companions felt a significant enhancement in their powers. However, as they departed from the snow-capped mountains, they stumbled upon a mysterious mark that seemed to hint at a greater secret, laying the groundwork for future adventures. Their journey continued, with the horizon brimming with uncertainty and challenges. After leaving the snowy mountains, the group, including Shanchuan, arrived at a mysterious marshland. A pungent odor permeated the air, and the ground was treacherous and slippery. The flame sword of the mountains flickered with an uncanny luminescence. as its wielder grasped a newly acquired skill, the Inferno Swamp Annihilation technique, capable of instantaneously evaporating the surrounding marshlands into searing steam. Meanwhile, Ling Shui's Ice Spirit staff radiated a spectral blue glow. Her Ice Spirit Swamp freezing art could swiftly encase the mire in frost, creating solid ground for her companions. Tyran wielded his mighty god hammer with a thunderous might. The divine hammer's swamp shatter could crush the surrounding muck, forging a path through the treacherous terrain. Be cautious of your footing. Do not get ensnared, warned Shanchuan. Understood, brother Shanchuan, Tyran replied. At that moment, a venomous swamp giant python, aged 18,000 years, erupted from the depths of the marsh. This colossal serpent, with its immense body adorned in patterns that glimmered with an eerie light, unleashed its skill, Venomous Swamp Devour, which could conjure a massive whirlpool, ensnaring its foes within. Danger! Quickly, evade! Ling Shui shouted. The mountains and rivers exhibited no fear, boldly confronting the threat as they unleashed the Inferno Swamp Incineration technique in an attempt to thwart the assault of the colossal python. This creature is formidable beyond measure. Tyrone gritted his teeth and exclaimed. Throughout the battle, the poison swamp python relentlessly exploited the marshy terrain and its own venom to assail them, presenting significant challenges to the group. In the depths of his heart, Shanchuan pondered, I must swiftly identify its weakness, otherwise we shall all find ourselves in peril. Just as everyone was struggling to hold on, Ling Xue discovered that the serpent's vulnerability lay at its 7-inch mark. Shanchuan, strike at its 7-inch point, Ling Xue exclaimed. Upon hearing the news, Shanchuan concentrated his strength and launched a fatal strike towards the serpent's vital point. After a fierce battle, they finally triumphed over the venomous swamp python. Shanchuan began to absorb the soul ring, which enveloped him in a radiant glow. The power of this soul ring was immense. I must successfully absorb it, Shanchuan thought to himself. At that moment, the Black Wind Guardian of the Spirit Hall appeared. The Guardian's martial spirit was the Dark Stormblade, and his skill, Black Wind Soul Devouring Slash, could unleash a formidable dark tempest that consumed the souls of his enemies. This soul ring belongs to the Spirit Hall. You insignificant insects shall not lay a finger on it, the Black Wind Guardian bellowed. The mountains and rivers gazed fiercely, thieves of the Soul Palace. You shall not seize our hard-earned achievements. A fierce battle ensued, with the formidable strength of the Black Wind Guardians overwhelming the likes of Shanchuan and his companions, who gradually found themselves in a dire predicament. Would they truly meet their demise here today? Despair filled Talon's heart. In the depths of his soul, Mountain River whispered, No, I cannot surrender. We have unfinished missions. At this critical juncture, his martial spirit underwent a sudden mutation, with flames becoming even more ferocious. He unleashed an unprecedented skill, the Fiery Frenzy technique, instantly turning the tide of battle. Ultimately, they triumphed over the Black Wind Guardian, and Mountain River successfully absorbed the Soul Ring. It was truly a harrowing experience. Ling Xue let out a sigh of relief, her eyes filled with the gratitude of having survived a near calamity. Shanchuan gazed at his companions, his eyes brimming with resolve. As long as we stand united, nothing shall impede our advance. They pressed onward, entering an enigmatic forest. Towering trees loomed overhead, their branches intertwining to obscure the sunlight, casting a foreboding atmosphere. The forest exuded an eerie ambience, shrouded in uncertainty about what lay within. Talon spoke nervously, expressing his trepidation. Regardless of what awaits us, we must confront it with courage, Shanchuan encouraged. Deep within the forest, they encountered a phantasmal fox, an apparition of 200,000 years. This spectral creature, ephemeral in form, possessed the ability to teleport instantaneously, and its skill, the illusionary enchantment, ensnared the mind in delusions. Everyone, be cautious. Do not fall prey to its illusions, Shanchuan warned loudly. During the skirmish, the fox's illusions plunged the group into disarray, rendering their attacks chaotic and unfocused. What shall we do? We cannot land a blow upon it, Ling Xue exclaimed anxiously. As the mountains and rivers resisted the influence of the illusions, they contemplated their strategies. Just as they were on the verge of being defeated by the enchanting fox, a revelation struck Shanchuan. He noticed that every time the fox employed its illusions, its eyes emanated a peculiar glimmer. Focus your attacks on its eyes, Shanchuan commanded. The group heeded his directive, and after an arduous battle, they ultimately triumphed over the phantasmal fox. Following the absorption of the soul rings, Shanchuan and his companions continued their adventures across the Douluo Continent. However, ahead of them lay even more unknown perils and enigmatic mysteries awaiting their unraveling. The legendary journey of Douluo. After defeating the Phantom Fox, Shanchuan and his companions continued their exploration of the Douluo Continent. At this moment, they arrived at a mysterious and perilous mountain range. The blazing sword of the mountains exudes a searing aura, and his newly mastered skill, the Solar Rift Slash, can unleash a scorching and razor-sharp sword energy. As if to rend the very heavens, Lingshue's Ice Spirit Staff gleams with a chilling light, and the Ice Spirit Frost Dance can release countless icy blossoms. Beautiful yet lethal like snowflakes, Talon's mighty God Hammer embodies immense power, and the divine Hammerquake can provoke tremors that shake the earth. This mountain range appears fraught with peril. We must tread carefully, said Shanchuan with a serious expression. Rest assured, Shanchuan, we will not let our guard down, Lingxue replied. They advanced cautiously through the mountains when, suddenly, a 200,000-year-old dark flame lion leaped from the shadows. Surrounding the lion was a cloak of black flames, its eyes gleaming with a fierce light, and its skill, dark flame explosion, could instantaneously unleash a tremendous explosive force. Be careful, Shanchuan shouted, charging ahead. Solar Rift Slash. Shanchuan unleashed his formidable skill, engaging in a fierce clash with the dark flame lion. This creature is incredibly powerful. Talon gritted his teeth, wielding the God Hammer to assist Shanchuan. During the battle, the overwhelming might of the dark flame lion weighed heavily upon them all. In the depths of his thoughts, Shanchuan resolved that he must swiftly discover the flaw, for victory would be elusive otherwise. At that moment, Lingshui observed that the dark flame lion would momentarily pause after unleashing its dark flame eruption. Shanchuan, strike while it is momentarily halted, Lingshui exclaimed. Seizing the opportunity, the group concentrated their firepower on the dark flame lion. After a grueling battle, they ultimately triumphed over the formidable beast. Shanchuan prepared to absorb the soul ring, which emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure. The power of this soul ring was truly terrifying. Taking a deep breath, Shanchuan endeavored to withstand the oppressive force of the soul ring. Just then, the Blood Demon Hall Master of the Soul Palace made his appearance. This soul ring belongs to my Soul Palace. You shall not lay a hand on it, the Blood Demon Hall Master declared with fierce malice. The mountains and rivers glared at him, filled with indignation. The Soul Hall's people are always so shameless. This soul ring was earned through our desperate struggle. The master of the Blood Demon Hall let out a cold laugh. In this Douluo Continent, strength reigns supreme. You insignificant ants are utterly unworthy of possessing it. A fierce confrontation ensued, as the Blood Demon Hall Master displayed extraordinary power, leaving the likes of Shanchuan and his companions in dire straits. Were they truly destined to fail after all their efforts? Talon roared in defiance. In the depths of his heart, Shanchuan proclaimed, No. I cannot allow everyone's efforts to be in vain. Even if there remains but a glimmer of hope, I shall fight to the very end. At this critical juncture, Shanchuan's martial soul resonated with his indomitable will, unleashing a formidable force. He executed the unparalleled technique, the Nine Suns Burning Heaven, which instantaneously turned the tide of battle. Ultimately, they succeeded in repelling the Blood Demon Hall Master, and Shanchuan successfully absorbed the soul ring. It was indeed a perilous encounter. Lingxue patted her chest. Still haunted by the lingering dread, Shanchuan gazed at his companions, his eyes brimming with resolve. As long as we unite our strengths, no adversary can prevail against us. They pressed onward, arriving at an enchanting forest. A mysterious mist enveloped the woods, with trees of various shapes and sizes. This forest exuded an aura of intrigue. We cannot fathom what awaits us, Talon remarked. Regardless, we must proceed with courage, Shanchuan asserted. Deep within the forest, they encountered an ethereal unicorn, aged 250,000 years. The unicorn possessed an elegant stature, its horn radiating a mystical glow. Its ability, the ethereal purification light, could dispel all negative states and inflict mental shock upon its foes. Be wary of its abilities, Shanchuan cautioned. During the battle, the unicorn's powers plunged everyone into disarray. What shall we do? Our attacks seem to have little effect on it, Lingxue exclaimed anxiously. As the mountains and rivers engaged in battle, they keenly observed the patterns of the unicorn's movements. Just as despair began to loom, a realization dawned upon them. The unicorn's vulnerability lay in its abdomen. Concentrate your attacks on its belly, Mountain River proclaimed. With renewed vigor, they fought valiantly, and, after a grueling struggle, triumphed over the ethereal unicorn. Upon absorbing the soul ring, the strength of Mountain River and his companions was significantly enhanced. Yet, ahead of them loomed an array of unknown challenges and enigmatic mysteries awaiting their unraveling. After successfully vanquishing the ethereal unicorn, Shanchuan, and his companions pressed onward through the Douluo Continent. They ventured into a mysterious desert, where the scorching sun baked the earth beneath them. At this moment, the flame sword of the mountain river seemed to merge seamlessly with the surrounding environment. His skill, the Sunfire Inferno, could instantaneously conjure a searing sea of flames, consuming all in its path. The ice spirit staff of Lingxue emanated a subtle chill, capable of freezing enemies into solid ice sculptures in an instant. Talon's Hercules hammer possessed astonishing power. The skill Earth Shatter could rend the ground asunder, delivering tremendous impact to foes. It is indeed sweltering in this desert, Talon remarked, wiping away the sweat from his brow. Everyone, be cautious. Peril may lurk within the sands. Mountain River warned, keenly surveying their surroundings. Suddenly, a sandstorm scorpion, aged 30,000 years, erupted forth from the dunes. This colossal creature boasted an immensely tough exoskeleton, and its skill, Sandstorm Vortex, could generate powerful whirlwinds of sand, ensnaring enemies within. Not good, quickly take cover, Mountain River shouted. The group swiftly unleashed their respective abilities in a valiant effort to resist. In his heart, Mountain River pondered, this soul beast possesses formidable strength. It is imperative to uncover its vulnerabilities. Amidst the fierce battle, Lingxue discerned that the eyes of the sandstorm giant scorpion were its Achilles heel. Mountain River, strike its eyes, Lingxue exclaimed. Mountains and rivers, upon hearing the call, concentrated their strength and unleashed the blazing inferno, simultaneously charging towards the eyes of the sandstorm giant scorpion. After a grueling battle, they ultimately triumphed over the formidable creature. Mountain River prepared to absorb the soul ring, yet the overwhelming pressure from its power nearly left him breathless. The might of this soul ring was formidable. Gritting his teeth, Mountain River braced himself. In that moment, the soul ring unexpectedly awakened, and a surge of potent energy surged into his body. Could this be the hidden power of the soul ring? A wave of delight washed over Mountain River. However, unbeknownst to them, there existed a certain restraining relationship between this soul ring and the one previously absorbed. At that juncture, the Shadow Guardian of the Soul Palace made its appearance. The Shadow Guardian, whose martial spirit was the Shadow Demon Claw, possessed the skill Shadow Binding, capable of restricting the movements of foes. This soul ring belongs to me, the Shadow Guardian proclaimed greedily. The mountains and rivers glared fiercely. No way. Both sides engaged in a fierce battle. The power of the Shadow Guardian was formidable, leaving the likes of Shanchuan and others in dire straits. What shall we do? It seems we are no match for him, Talon said anxiously. Shanchuan's inner monologue. I cannot concede defeat so easily. There must be a way to triumph over him. In this moment of dire peril, Shanchuan suddenly discerned a flaw in the Shadow Guardian's skill. He rallied his comrades for a final onslaught, ultimately succeeding in repelling the Shadow Guardian. After absorbing the soul ring, Shanchuan and his companions pressed onward. They arrived at a mysterious mountain range, shrouded in swirling mists. This mountain exuded an aura of enigma, as Lingxue remarked. Exercise caution. There may be even more formidable soul beasts lurking, Shanchuan cautioned. Within the mountain, they encountered a 35,000-year-old thunder kirin. Lightning danced across its form, and its skill, thunderous might, could summon devastating bolts of lightning to assail its foes. Everyone, brace for defense, Shanchuan commanded. The battle proved exceedingly arduous, as the thunder kirin's assaults left them struggling to withstand its power. We cannot persist like this. We must devise a strategy, Shanchuan pondered while engaged in combat. Just as they were on the brink of collapse, Shanchuan suddenly grasped a new skill. Solar Shield. He unleashed this newfound ability, successfully fending off the Thunder Kirin's attacks. Ultimately, they uncovered the Thunder Kirin's vulnerability and triumphed over it. Throughout their adventurous journey, their bonds deepened, supporting one another as they faced challenge after challenge together. However, ahead lay even greater unknown dangers and mysteries awaiting them. Douluo's proud journey. After vanquishing the Thunder Kirin, Shanchuan and his companions took a brief respite before resuming their journey. They ventured into a foreboding marshland, shrouded in an eerie mist. At this moment, the flame sword of Shanchuan emanated an eerie purple hue, as his newly comprehended skill, the Purple Flame Incantation, unleashed high-temperature flames imbued with a curse. The Ice Soul Staff of Lingxue culminated in a resplendent ice orb, capable of transforming into countless ice spikes to pierce the enemy with the Ice Shard Barrage. Talon's mighty hammer crackled with arcs of lightning, and the thunderclap could summon the power of storms with formidable might. The atmosphere here was decidedly unsettling. Ling Xue furrowed her brow and remarked, "It's wise to be cautious. We cannot foresee the dangers that may lurk." Shanchuan vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. At that moment, a 400,000-year-old poison mist dragon erupted from the marsh. The creature was colossal, enveloped in a toxic haze, and its skill, the poison mist enchantment, could ensnare foes in a hallucinatory state while inflicting poison. "Danger! Hold your breath," Shanchuan shouted. The group immediately activated their abilities to mount a defense. Shanchuan felt an urgent anxiety within. The venomous mist of this soul beast was exceedingly formidable, and it was imperative to swiftly discover a means to counteract it. During the battle, Shanchuan realized that his newly awakened soul ring held a certain restraining relationship with that of the venomous mist dragon. "Hold on, everyone. We have a chance to defeat it," Shanchuan exclaimed. Talon swung his mighty hammer, declaring, "Behold my power. Divine thunder shatters the sky." Yet, the strength of the venomous mist dragon far surpassed their expectations, leading the combat into a stalemate. Just as despair began to envelop them, Shanchuan's soul ring unexpectedly awakened once more, a surge of formidable energy coursing through his body. Shanchuan felt the potency of this force, igniting a flicker of hope within his heart. At that moment, the Dark Envoy of the Soul Palace made his appearance. The Dark Envoy's martial soul was the Darkbone Sword, and his skill, Soul-Devouring Slash, could seize the souls of his adversaries. "Ha! This soul ring is mine," the Dark Envoy proclaimed with a triumphant laugh. The mountains and rivers glared at him. "Not on my watch. As long as I exist, you shall not prevail." The Dark Envoy scoffed. "You underestimate your own limitations. Today marks your demise." Both sides engaged in a fierce confrontation. In the depths of his heart, Yamagawa vowed to protect his comrades and triumph over their foes. During the fierce battle, he discerned the vulnerability of the venomous mist dragon lay in a reverse scale upon its underbelly. "Let us concentrate our assaults upon its vulnerable scale," Yamagawa proclaimed. After a grueling confrontation, they ultimately seized the opportunity and successfully struck the dragon's reverse scale, vanquishing it at last. The mountains began to absorb the soul rings, and the overwhelming pressure from the rings inflicted immense suffering upon Shanchuan. "Hold on, Shanchuan," Ling Xue urged anxiously from the side. Once the absorption of the soul rings was completed, the group continued their journey. They arrived at a mysterious peak that soared into the clouds. "This mountain is truly enigmatic. One can only wonder what secrets it holds," Talon remarked. "Regardless of what lies ahead, we must embark on an exploration," Shanchuan declared resolutely. Atop the peak, they encountered a storm divine eagle, aged 500,000 years. With its mighty wings flapping, it summoned tempestuous winds and rain. Its skill, Storm Destruction Strike, had the power to obliterate everything in its path. "Everyone, be cautious and defend yourselves," Shanchuan shouted. The battle was intensely fierce, as the formidable attacks from the Storm Divine Eagle plunged them into a dire predicament. "What should we do? It seems we cannot approach it," Ling Xue lamented. As Shanchuan dodged the onslaught, he pondered potential strategies. Just as despair began to set in, a brilliant idea struck him. "Let us utilize the terrain to set a trap," he proclaimed, united in purpose. The team successfully lured the storm god eagle into their cleverly devised snare. After a fierce and desperate battle, they emerged victorious. Throughout their perilous journey, the bonds between them grew ever stronger, and their trust in one another solidified. Yet, ahead lay even more uncharted challenges, and a colossal conspiracy began to unveil itself. After successfully overcoming the Storm Eagle, Shanchuan and his companions continued their journey through the vast expanse of the Douluo Continent. They ventured into a mysterious forest, where towering trees reached for the heavens, their intertwining branches and leaves forming a verdant canopy above. At this moment, the fiery blade of Shanchuan blazed with an intense flame, and his skill, the fiery sun's heavenly slash, summoned searing celestial fire that could incinerate all in an instant. Ling Xue's ice spirit staff radiated a chilling glow, its ice soul frost seal capable of freezing vast expanses into solid ice. Talon's titan hammer grew to an immense size, its ability, the shattering void, possessing the power to fracture the very fabric of reality. "This forest appears to be extraordinary. We must tread carefully," Shanchuan murmured. "Indeed, it feels as though countless eyes are observing us," Ling Xue replied, her voice tinged with anxiety. Suddenly, a 600,000-year-old phantom white tiger king leaped forth from the shadows. Its massive form emanated a terrifying aura, and its skill, the phantom soul-devouring claw, could directly rend the souls of its foes. Be cautious, Shanchuan shouted, charging ahead. The group unleashed their respective skills, engaging in a fierce battle against the phantom White Tiger King. In the heart of the mountains, an unsettling realization dawned upon Shanchuan. The strength of this soul beast was overwhelming, compelling them to exert their utmost effort. During the clash, signs of awakening emerged from Shanchuan's soul ring, radiating a brilliant light. Could this be a turning point? A flicker of hope ignited within him. Yet, he soon discerned that the soul ring of the netherworld White Tiger King countered his awakened soul ring, hindering the full expression of his power. This is dire. The situation is grim, Talon exclaimed. Just as they found themselves ensnared in adversity, the malevolent elder of the Soul Hall made his entrance. The elder's martial soul was the blade of malevolent wind, and his skill, the annihilation slash of malevolent wind, could unleash devastating attacks over a wide area. Aha! Today you shall all perish here. This soul ring is mine. The elder cackled maniacally. The mountains and rivers glared defiantly. Not a chance. As long as I draw breath, I shall not allow you to succeed. The inner monologue of Shanchuan. No matter what, I must protect everyone, even at the cost of my own life. Amidst the fierce battle, Shanchuan and the others gradually find themselves physically exhausted. Lingxue anxiously exclaims, Shanchuan, what shall we do? Mountains and rivers gritted their teeth. Do not give up. There must be a way. At this critical moment, mountains and rivers suddenly discerned a flaw in the shadowy White Tiger King. Everyone, focus your attacks on its hind leg joints. Mountains and rivers shouted. The group concentrated their strength and launched a final assault. After a breathtaking battle, they ultimately struck the weakness of the shadowy White Tiger King and emerged victorious. The mountains began to absorb the soul ring, and the overwhelming pressure from the powerful soul ring nearly caused him to faint. Hang in there, Shanchuan, Lingxue urged, gripping his hand tightly. After assimilating the soul ring, they pressed onward. They arrived before a mysterious mountain range, its peak steep and shrouded in mist. This mountain exuded an aura of peril, Talon remarked. Yet we have no choice but to advance, Shanchuan asserted resolutely. As they ascended the mountain, they encountered a chaos thunder dragon of 800,000 years. The dragon crackled with electricity, and its skill, Chaos Thunder Prison, could conjure a hellish realm of lightning. Everyone, be cautious, Shanchuan shouted. The battle proved exceptionally arduous. The formidable might of the Chaos Thunder Dragon plunged them into despair. Are we truly destined to fail? A glimmer of hopelessness flashed in Lingxue's eyes. As the mountains and rivers evaded the onslaught, they contemplated their strategies. Just when despair was about to take hold, the soul rings previously absorbed by the mountains and rivers resonated with a peculiar energy. It was then that they sensed a mysterious force. It turned out that the soul rings, absorbed earlier, exerted a unique restraining effect at this crucial moment, diminishing the power of the chaotic thunder dragon. Mountains and rivers lead everyone in a final charge, and after a bloody battle, they ultimately triumph over the chaotic thunder dragon. Throughout their adventure, the bonds among them deepen, and their mutual understanding grows ever stronger. Yet, ahead lie even more unknown dangers and mysterious secrets awaiting their discovery. The destiny journey of Douluo. After vanquishing the chaotic thunder dragon, Shanchuan and his companions took a brief respite before delving deeper into the uncharted territories of the Douluo Continent. They ventured into a canyon shrouded in miasma, surrounded by jagged and peculiar rock formations. At this moment, the blazing sword of the mountains and rivers resembled a blade flowing with molten lava. His new skill, the Inferno Purgatory Slash, could instantaneously unleash scalding magma, incinerating vast expanses. Lingxue's ice spirit staff culminated in a colossal ice sphere, as her ice spirit falling star could transform the sphere into countless icy arrows, descending like meteors. Talon's Hercules hammer radiated a brilliant golden light, with the hammer of golden light possessing formidable penetrating power. The atmosphere here felt ominous and terrifying. Everyone must exercise utmost caution, Mountain River solemnly remarked. I wonder what dreadful creature might appear, Lingxue said, gripping her staff tightly. No sooner had she spoken than a shadowy magic serpent, aged 70,000 years, leapt forth from the miasma. The serpent's elongated body shimmered with an eerie glow, and its skill, shadow venomous miasma, could expel a toxic fog, instantly paralyzing its victims. This is bad. Hold your breath, Mountain River urgently shouted. The group swiftly deployed their skills to fend off the serpent's assault. In the depths of his heart, Shanchuan silently lamented. This malevolent dragon is exceedingly formidable, and we must swiftly uncover its vulnerabilities. During the fray, Shanchuan's soul ring awakened once more, and the overwhelming surge of power rendered the surrounding air sweltering. This force, perhaps it could alter the tide of battle. A glimmer of hope flickered in Shanchuan's eyes. Yet, the Shadow Dragon's soul ring seemed to possess an innate counter to Shanchuan's awakened soul ring, hindering the full expression of his might. Damn it, how could this be? Tyrone bellowed in fury. Just as despair enveloped the group, the black-feathered steward of the spirit hall made his entrance. The steward's martial soul was the Blackfeather Fan, and his skill, Blackfeather Storm, could conjure fierce gales that ensnared his foes. Ha ha! Truly, the heavens are aiding me. This soul ring shall be mine. The black-feathered steward laughed triumphantly. The mountains and rivers roared. Do not even think of seizing the soul ring from our grasp. Shanchuan's inner monologue. No matter what, I cannot let my teammates down. I must prevail against them. Amidst the fierce battle, Shanchuan and the others gradually began to exhaust their strength. Ling Xue anxiously exclaimed, Shanchuan, what shall we do? Shanchuan gritted his teeth and declared, hold on, there must be a way. In this critical moment, he discerned that the eyes of the shadow serpent were its Achilles heel. Everyone, focus your assault on its eyes. Shanchuan commanded. With unwavering determination, they launched their final offensive. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately struck the eyes of the shadow serpent, triumphantly overcoming the formidable foe. The mountains began to absorb the soul rings, their formidable pressure causing him to kneel in agony. Hang in there, Shanchuan. Ling Xue encouraged him from the sidelines. After successfully absorbing the soul rings, they pressed on. Ahead loomed a mysterious mountain range, its peak soaring into the clouds, seemingly concealing secrets within the mist. This mountain appears inscrutable. Who knows what challenges await us? Talon remarked. Regardless, we must face it with courage, Shanchuan declared resolutely. Within the mountains, they encountered a celestial phoenix, aged 90,000 years. The majestic creature unfurled its enormous wings, flames enveloping its form, and its skill, celestial sacred fire, could incinerate the entire space in an instant. Everyone, be cautious. This soul beast possesses extraordinary power. Shanchuan shouted. The battle was fiercely intense, as the celestial phoenix's overwhelming attacks left them struggling to defend themselves. Is it truly impossible for us to defeat it? A glimmer of despair flickered in Ling Xue's eyes. As the mountains and rivers evaded the onslaught, they contemplated their strategy. Just when they were on the verge of despair, a peculiar resonance emerged among the soul rings that had been absorbed by the mountains and rivers. Perhaps it is our chance. A glimmer of hope reignited in the eyes of the mountains and rivers. It turned out that this resonance of the soul rings generated a force capable of countering the celestial phoenix. Shanchuan led his comrades in a valiant counterattack. And after a breathtaking battle, they ultimately triumphed over the celestial phoenix. Throughout their adventures, the bonds between them grew increasingly profound, and their trust in one another became as steadfast as rock. However, the path ahead remains fraught with uncertainty and peril, as a colossal conspiracy gradually comes to light. After successfully defeating the celestial phoenix, Shanchuan and his companions took a brief respite before venturing deeper into the Douluo Continent. At this juncture, they arrived at a forest shrouded in darkness, where the trees twisted grotesquely, emanating an eerie aura. At this moment, the flame sword of Shanchuan blazes with a fierce black flame, and his skill, Dark Inferno Break, unleashes a torrent of destructive black fire. Ling Xue's Ice Spirit Staff radiates a gentle blue light, and the Ice Spirit Guardian Shield provides formidable defensive protection for her allies. Talon's Hercules Hammer shines with an earthy yellow glow, and the Earthquake Strike can cause the ground to fracture instantaneously. This place is eerie. Everyone, be cautious, Shanchuan warned. Yes, this feels ominous, Ling Xue replied. Suddenly, a million-year-old netherbone dragon soared forth from the shadows. The dragon's massive frame exuded a chilling luminescence, and its skill, Netherbone Prison, could ensnare foes within an endless skeletal confinement. This is bad. Quickly scatter, Shanchuan shouted. The group promptly unleashed their respective skills, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the Netherbone dragon. In the depths of his heart, Shanchuan felt an overwhelming urgency. The strength of this soul beast was far too formidable, and he must devise a means to break through. During the battle, Shanchuan's soul rings awakened once more, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that caused the very fabric of space around him to tremble. This surge of power might just shatter the deadlock. Hope ignited within Shanchuan's heart. However, the soul ring of the Netherbone dragon possessed a unique restraining ability, which suppressed Shanchuan's awakened strength. How could this be? Tyrone roared in fury. Just as despair enveloped the crowd, the Blood Shadow Guardian of the Soul Palace, made his entrance. The martial soul of the Blood Shadow Guardian was the Blood Shadow Blade, and his skill, Blood Shadow Soul Devouring Slash, could consume the souls and vitality of his foes. Ha ha, today you shall all perish here. This soul ring belongs to my soul palace. The Blood Shadow Guardian proclaimed with arrogant laughter. The mountains and rivers glare fiercely. Do not even think about it. As long as I draw breath, I shall not allow you to succeed. Shanchuan's inner monologue. No matter how arduous the journey may be, I must safeguard my comrades and uphold our beliefs. Amidst the fierce battle, Shanchuan and the others gradually began to falter. Ling Shui anxiously exclaimed, Shanchuan, what shall we do? Mountains and rivers, gritting their teeth, do not lose hope. There must be a way. At this critical juncture between life and death, the mountains and rivers discovered the fatal weakness of the Netherbone Dragon, a soul crystal embedded in its heart. Everyone, focus your strength on attacking its heart, shouted the mountains and rivers. With every ounce of their power, they launched a final assault. After a harrowing and fierce struggle, they ultimately succeeded in striking the dragon's weakness and vanquished it. The mountains began to absorb the soul rings, the overwhelming pressure of the rings nearly causing him to faint. Hang in there, Shanchuan, Ling Shui exclaimed anxiously. After absorbing the soul rings, they pressed on. Ahead lay a mysterious mountain range, its peaks shrouded in mist, intermittently echoing with peculiar sounds. This mountain exudes a palpable sense of danger, Talon remarked. Yet we cannot falter, Shanchuan declared resolutely. Within the mountains, they encountered a chaos Qilin of 120,000 years. The surrounding chaos aura enveloped the Qilin, and its skill, chaos annihilation, could unleash catastrophic energy explosions. Everyone, proceed with caution, Shanchuan shouted. The battle proved extraordinarily arduous, as the formidable might of the chaos Qilin plunged them into despair. Is this truly our end? A flicker of hopelessness crossed Ling Shui's eyes. As the mountains and rivers evaded the onslaught, they pondered their strategies, just as despair threatened to engulf them. A mysterious connection emerged among the soul rings previously absorbed by the mountains and rivers, giving rise to an entirely new force. This is our turning point. Hope rekindled in the eyes of the mountains and rivers. It turned out that the binding power of these soul rings held a restraining influence over the chaotic Qilin. Mountains and rivers led everyone in a final, desperate counterattack. After an arduous and extraordinary battle, they ultimately triumphed over the chaotic Qilin. Throughout this perilous adventure, the bonds between them deepened significantly, and their understanding of one another reached unprecedented heights. Nevertheless, the path ahead remains fraught with uncertainty and challenges, as a staggering secret awaits their discovery. The unparalleled Battle of Douluo. After vanquishing the Chaos Qilin, Shanchuan and his companions pressed onward through the arduous terrain of Douluo Continent. They ventured into a mysterious swamp, shrouded in dense mist that obscured their vision. At this moment, the flame sword of Shanchuan radiated a brilliant spectrum of colors as his newly comprehended skill, the Rainbow Flame Dragon Slash, summoned a colossal fire dragon of astonishing might. Ling Shui's Ice Soul Staff exuded a chilling aura, with the Ice Soul Blizzard capable of conjuring an intensely frigid tempest that would impede the movements of adversaries. Tai Long's Hercules hammer grew immensely heavy, and its skill, the tremor of heaven and earth, could unleash a powerful earthquake, destabilizing foes. This place is truly eerie. Everyone must exercise caution, Shanchuan cautioned. Indeed, a sense of impending danger looms, Ling Shui observed with great vigilance. Suddenly, a primordial fire python, aged 1,500,000 years, surged forth from the depths of the marsh. The python's immense body was engulfed in unquenchable flames, and its skill, the Sea of Fire, could instantly transform the surroundings into an inferno. Not good. Prepare for defense, Shanchuan shouted. The group hastily unleashed their respective skills in a bid to resist the impending threat. In the depths of his thoughts, Shanchuan pondered. This soul beast is overwhelmingly powerful. I must uncover its weakness. Amidst the fierce battle, Shanchuan's soul rings began to awaken, radiating a brilliant and resplendent light. Could this be the key to vanquishing it? A flicker of hope ignited within Shanchuan's heart. However, the ancient flame python's soul ring possessed a unique suppressive effect, preventing Shanchuan from fully unleashing his awakened powers. Curse it, what shall we do? Talon exclaimed anxiously. Just as the group found themselves in dire straits, the Dark Moon Envoy of the Soul Palace made an appearance. The Dark Moon Envoy wielded the Dark Moon Scythe as his martial spirit, and his skill, Dark Moon Soul Reaver, could directly assault the souls of his enemies. Aha! This soul ring is mine. The Dark Moon envoy laughed greedily. The mountains and rivers glared at him. Never. We shall not allow you to succeed. Shanchuan's inner monologue. Regardless of the circumstances, I am determined to protect everyone and safeguard our hope. Amidst the battle, Shanchuan and his companions gradually find themselves in a dire predicament. Lingxue anxiously called out, Shanchuan, it seems we cannot hold on any longer. Amidst the dire circumstances, Shanchuan gritted his teeth and resolved to persevere, convinced that a solution would emerge. In that critical moment, he discerned that the ancient flame serpent's vulnerable spot lay at its 7-inch mark. Everyone, focus your strength on its 7 inches, Shanchuan urged, with unwavering determination. They launched their final assault. After a breathtaking struggle for survival, they ultimately succeeded in striking the serpent's weak point, triumphing over the formidable ancient flame serpent. The mountains began to absorb the soul rings, and the formidable pressure they exerted inflicted immense pain upon Shanchuan. Persevere, Shanchuan. Lingxue encouraged him from the sidelines. After absorbing the soul rings, they pressed onward. Ahead lay a mysterious mountain range, its peaks steep and perilous, shrouded in swirling mists. This mountain appears to be fraught with challenges, Talon remarked. Yet we shall not falter, Shanchuan resolutely replied. Within the mountains, they encountered a 2-million-year-old illusionary phoenix. The phoenix's form was ethereal, its speed astonishingly swift. Its skill, the illusionary storm, could conjure powerful gales capable of obliterating everything in its path. Everyone, be cautious, Shanchuan shouted. The battle proved to be exceptionally arduous, as the phoenix's might left them struggling to cope. Is it truly impossible for us to defeat it? A flicker of despair crossed Lingxue's eyes as she dodged its attacks while contemplating a strategy. Just as they were on the brink of surrender, a peculiar resonance emerged among the soul rings Shanchuan had previously absorbed. This may be our turning point. A glimmer of hope sparked in Shanchuan's gaze. It turned out that the resonance of the soul rings had manifested a force capable of countering the illusionary phoenix. Mountains and rivers led everyone in a desperate counterattack. After an arduous and extraordinary battle, they ultimately triumphed over the phantom phoenix. Throughout their adventures, the bonds among them grew ever stronger, as they supported one another and flourished together. Nevertheless, the road ahead remains fraught with uncertainty and peril, as a vast conspiracy silently brews. After defeating the illusory phoenix, Shanchuan and his companions took a brief moment to regroup before resuming their journey. They ventured into a mysterious and enchanting forest, where towering trees stretched towards the heavens, their branches interwoven to form a verdant canopy. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the foliage, casting a mosaic of dappled shadows on the ground. The flame sword of the mountains and rivers glimmered with a resplendent radiance, as if countless stars danced along its blade. His newly acquired skill, the starry flame explosive slash, harnessed the power of the stars to unleash a formidable explosive shockwave. The ice soul staff of Lingxue crystallized at its tip into a translucent ice flower, capable of releasing a multitude of sharp ice spikes, raining down upon foes like a torrential storm. Talon's mighty hammer grew to an immense size, its surface adorned with a golden glow. The divine hammer's golden resonance could provoke intense vibrations, plunging surrounding enemies into disarray. This forest exuded an air of mystery. We must proceed with caution, murmured Shanchuan. Understood, Shanchuan, replied Lingxue. What is there to fear? Bring it on, Talon declared with unwavering confidence. Just then, an ethereal phantom beast, aged 300,000 years, emerged slowly from the depths of the woods. This creature appeared insubstantial, flickering in and out of visibility, and its skill, the phantom realm, could conjure hyper-realistic illusions, ensnaring the unwary within. Beware, everyone. Do not be deceived by its illusions, Shanchuan warned loudly. The group promptly summoned their respective skills, striving to shatter the mirage. In the heart of the mountains and rivers, anxiety surged. The skills of this phantom beast were exceedingly bizarre, and a solution must be found post-haste. During the battle, Shanchuan's soul ring unexpectedly awakened, emanating a formidable wave of power. Perhaps this strength could shatter the predicament, he mused. However, the soul ring of the nether phantom beast possessed a unique countering ability, which constrained Shanchuan's awakened power. Curse be the situation, Tyrone shouted in fury. Just as despair enveloped the crowd, the Shadow Sovereign of the Soul Hall made his appearance. The Shadow Sovereign wielded the martial soul known as the Shadow Demon's Sword, and his skill, the Shadow Soul Devouring Sword, could unleash a powerful dark sword aura, consuming the souls of his foes. Haha, today, you shall all become my prey. The Shadow Sovereign cackled maniacally. The mountains and rivers glare fiercely. The wicked scoundrels of the Soul Palace shall not harm my comrades. Shanchuan's inner monologue, regardless of the circumstances. I shall protect everyone, even at the cost of my own life. The battle intensified, and Shanchuan and his companions gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Lingxue, filled with concern, said, Shanchuan, what shall we do? Shanchuan gritted his teeth and reassured everyone. Fear not. We shall undoubtedly find a way. In this critical moment, he discerned the weakness of the ethereal phantom beast lay within its eyes. Everyone, focus your assault on its eyes. Shanchuan commanded. With all their might, they launched one final strike. After a breathtaking battle, they ultimately succeeded in striking the eyes of the ethereal phantom beast, triumphing over it. The mountains began to absorb the soul rings, their formidable pressure rendering him breathless. Hang in there, Shanchuan. Lingxue called out anxiously from the side. After absorbing the soul rings, they pressed onward. Ahead lay a mysterious mountain range, its peaks towering into the clouds, crowned with a thick blanket of snow. This mountain appears quite daunting to scale, Talon remarked. Regardless, we must ascend to investigate, Shanchuan declared resolutely. Upon the mountain, they encountered a frost giant dragon. Aged 5 million years. The dragon unfurled its massive wings, exhaling a chilling breath. Its skill, frost dragon breath, could instantaneously freeze anything in its path. Everyone, be cautious and defend yourselves, Shanchuan shouted loudly. The battle was exceedingly arduous, the overwhelming strength of the frost giant dragon making their progress incredibly challenging. Are we to be halted here? A glimmer of despair flickered in Lingxue's eyes. As Shanchuan evaded the onslaught, he contemplated strategies. Just when they were on the brink of despair, a mysterious connection emerged between the soul rings he had previously absorbed, and a formidable energy surged within him. This is our hope. A renewed fighting spirit ignited in Shanchuan's eyes. It turned out that the interconnected power of these soul rings had a restraining effect on the frost giant dragon. Mountains and rivers led everyone in a final charge. After a grueling battle, they ultimately triumphed over the frost giant dragon. Throughout their adventure, the bonds among them deepened, and their trust in one another became unbreakable. However, the road ahead remained fraught with the unknown and peril as a staggering secret awaited their discovery. The Douluo Continent, unrivaled dominance. After vanquishing the frost giant dragon, Shanchuan and his companions continued their exploration of the Douluo Continent. They arrived at a mysterious desert, where the swirling yellow sands obscured their vision. At this moment, the flame sword of Mountain River radiates with a fiery brilliance akin to a blazing sun. His newfound skill, Solar Flare, can unleash a potent light that instantly scorches the eyes of foes. The Ice Spirit's frost staff glimmers with a chilling blue luminescence, while the Ice Phantom Spike can summon countless sharp ice shards to assail enemies from all directions. Tyrone's Titan Hammer emanates a weighty ochre glow. His skill, Gravitational Crush, can momentarily amplify the gravitational force within a certain radius, hindering the enemy's movements. This desert is treacherous. Everyone, tread carefully, Mountain River cautioned. Understood, replied Ice Spirit. What are you afraid of? Just follow my lead, Tyrone declared boldly. Suddenly, a 400,000-year-old storm scorpion emerged from the sands. Its exoskeleton is virtually impenetrable and its skill, Tempest Sandstorm, can conjure a colossal sandstorm that engulfs opponents. Be cautious in your responses, Mountain River shouted. The group hastily unleashed their respective skills to counter the impending sandstorm. Mountains and rivers silently lamented within. This soul beast possesses formidable strength, making it a challenging adversary. During the skirmish, the soul rings of the mountains and rivers awakened once more, unleashing a powerful surge of energy that rendered the surrounding air searing. This awakening surely holds the promise of enabling us to conquer it. A flicker of hope ignited within the heart of the mountains and rivers. However, the storm giant scorpion's soul ring bore a unique defensive attribute, countering the awakened power of the mountains and rivers. What shall we do now? Tyrone exclaimed anxiously. Just as everyone found themselves ensnared in despair, the shadow protector of the spirit hall made an appearance. The protector's martial spirit was the Shadow Soul Devouring Banner, and its skill, Shadow Soul Devouring Curse, could ensnare the souls of enemies, plunging them into endless agony. Ha ha, this soul ring is mine now. You shall all perish. The shadow protector cackled ominously. The mountains and rivers glared at him. Never. As long as we are alive, we shall not allow you to succeed. The inner monologue of Shanchuan. No matter how arduous the journey may be, I must safeguard my companions. I cannot allow the machinations of the Soul Palace to succeed. As the battle intensifies, Shanchuan and his allies gradually find themselves depleted of strength. Ling Xue, filled with concern, remarks, Shanchuan, it seems we are on the brink of collapse. Shanchuan gritted his teeth and urged, hold on, there will surely be a turning point. In that moment of dire urgency, Shanchuan discovered that the abdomen of the storm scorpion was its Achilles heel. Everyone, focus your attacks on its abdomen, he commanded. With unwavering determination, they launched their final assault. After an intense and harrowing struggle for survival, they ultimately succeeded in striking the storm scorpion's abdomen, overcoming it at last. The mountains began to absorb the soul ring. The formidable pressure of the ring nearly overwhelming Shanchuan, causing him to falter. Shanchuan, keep pushing forward. Ling Xue encouraged from the side. After successfully absorbing the soul ring, they pressed onward. Ahead lay a mysterious mountain range, its peaks steep and shrouded in mist, with distant roars of beasts echoing ominously. This mountain exudes an aura of danger, Tai Long remarked. Yet we cannot retreat, Shanchuan resolutely replied. Within the mountains, they encountered a 600,000-year-old thunder fury lion. Lightning crackled around the beast, and its skill, thunderous might, could summon countless bolts of lightning, each displaying tremendous power. Everyone, be cautious, Shanchuan shouted. The battle was exceedingly fierce, as the Thunder Fury Lion's devastating attacks left them struggling to defend themselves. Are we truly destined to be defeated here? A glimmer of despair flickered in Ling Xue's eyes. As the mountains and rivers evaded the onslaught, they pondered their strategies. Just when they were on the verge of despair, an extraordinary resonance emerged among the soul rings previously absorbed by the mountains and rivers. This might very well be the key to our triumph. A glimmer of hope flickered in the eyes of the mountains and rivers. It turned out that the resonance of the soul rings generated a unique power that countered the thunderous savage lion. The mountains and rivers led everyone in a desperate counterattack. After a grueling and extraordinary battle, they ultimately triumphed over the thunderous lion. Throughout their adventures, the bonds among them grew increasingly profound, and their mutual understanding reached new heights. However, the path ahead remains fraught with uncertainty and challenges as a vast conspiracy gradually comes to light. After successfully defeating the thunderstorm lion, Shanchuan and his companions continued their adventurous journey across the Douluo Continent. They ventured into a shadowy forest, where towering and twisted trees seemed to conceal countless secrets. The flames of the mountain rivers soared now blaze with an ethereal blue fire. His skill, the ethereal flame prison slash, is capable of unleashing a formidable wave of flames that incinerates all obstacles in its path. Ling Xue's ice spirit staff emits a soft purple glow, while the amethyst ice spike can crystallize into sharp shards of purple ice, piercing through the defenses of foes. Talon's mighty hammer gleams with golden patterns. The golden pattern hammer strike can trigger a violent explosion, exhibiting astonishing power. This place feels ominous. Something is amiss, Ling Xue remarked nervously. Fear not, for I am here. Mountain River reassured her. Humph, whatever comes our way, we'll face it head on. Talon boisterously waved his divine hammer. Suddenly, a 500,000-year-old dark magic vine erupted from the ground. The vine's tendrils slithered like serpents, and its skill, magic vine entangle, could swiftly ensnare enemies, while its dark venom spray unleashed a torrent of toxic liquid. Be cautious, Mountain River shouted, charging forward. The group promptly unleashed their skills, engaging in a fierce battle against the dark magic vine. In the heart of Shanchuan, a sense of urgency pervaded. This malevolent vine proved exceedingly troublesome, and it was imperative to swiftly uncover its vulnerabilities. During the fierce battle, Shanchuan's soul ring unexpectedly awakened, imbuing his sword with an even more fervent blaze of power. This might just be the key to our triumph. Shanchuan felt a surge of elation within. However, the soul ring of the dark magic vine possessed a unique, purifying ability, which effectively countered Shanchuan's awakened strength. What a predicament this is, Talon exclaimed. Just as the group found themselves in dire straits, the Blood Fiend Elder from the Soul Hall made his appearance. The Blood Fiend Elder wielded the Blood Fiend Claw as his martial spirit, and his skill, Blood Fiend Soul Devouring Claw, could rend the very souls of his enemies, displaying an utter brutality. Aha! Today, you shall all meet your demise here. This soul ring is mine, the Blood Fiend Elder proclaimed with maniacal laughter. The mountains and rivers glare with fury. The wicked thieves of the Soul Palace shall never seize our hard-won triumphs. The inner monologue of Shanchuan, regardless of the circumstances. I must not allow them to succeed, even at the cost of everything. The battle intensifies, and Shanchuan and his companions gradually find themselves in a dire predicament. Ling Xue gazes at Shanchuan with concern. Shanchuan, can we truly overcome them? Mountains and rivers resolutely declared. Certainly. In this moment of peril, They discovered that the root of the dark demonic vine was its Achilles heel. "Everyone, focus your attacks on its roots," shouted the mountains and rivers. The group exerted every ounce of their strength, launching a final assault. After a heart-stopping and desperate struggle, they ultimately succeeded in striking the roots of the dark demonic vine. Triumphing over it, the mountains began to absorb the soul rings, the formidable pressure from the rings causing him to tremble all over. "Hang in there, Shanchuan," Ling Xue exclaimed anxiously from the side. After the absorption of the soul rings, they continued their journey. Ahead lay a mysterious mountain range, its peaks shrouded in mist, with eerie sounds echoing intermittently. "This mountain appears exceedingly perilous," Talon remarked. "Yet we have no path of retreat. We must advance," Shanchuan declared resolutely. Within the mountains, they encountered an 800,000-year-old chaos skyhawk. The skyhawk spread its colossal wings, obscuring the sky, and its skill, Chaos Storm, could unleash devastating winds capable of obliterating everything in its path. "Everyone, be cautious and defend yourselves," Shanchuan shouted. The battle proved extraordinarily arduous, as the immense power of the Chaos Skyhawk left them struggling to cope. "Are we truly destined to fail?" A glimmer of despair flickered in Ling Xue's eyes. As the mountains and rivers evaded the onslaught, they pondered their strategies. Just as they were on the brink of despair, a mysterious fusion of the soul rings that had been absorbed earlier by the mountains and rivers began to manifest. "This is our hope." A renewed spirit ignited in their eyes. It turned out that the fusion power of the soul rings possessed a restraining effect on the chaotic sky phoenix. Mountains and rivers led the group in a final charge, and after a grueling battle, they ultimately triumphed over the chaotic celestial beast. Throughout their perilous journey, the bonds among them grew ever stronger as they supported one another and evolved together. Yet, the path ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and peril, as a staggering conspiracy awaited their unveiling. The unparalleled breakthrough of Douluo. After vanquishing the chaotic skyhawk, Shanchuan and his companions took a brief respite before delving deeper into the uncharted territories of Douluo Continent. They arrived at a mysterious swamp, where the air was thick with a putrid stench. At this moment, the flame sword of Shanchuan is enveloped in golden flames. His new skill, Golden Sun Fire Break, can unleash a searing and dazzling radiance akin to the blazing sun, instantly blinding his foes. The Ice Soul Staff of Ling Xue culminates in a massive blue ice crystal, the Ice Prison Lock, capable of ensnaring enemies within an exceedingly frigid crystalline prison. Talon's mighty god hammer crackles with purple lightning. The Thunder Strike can summon formidable electrical power, delivering a lethal blow to adversaries. "This place induces an overwhelming discomfort," Talon remarked with a furrowed brow. "Exercise caution. We know not what dangers await us," Shanchuan observed vigilantly, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a 6-million-year-old marsh venom lizard lunged forth from the mire. Its body is adorned with venom glands, and its skill, Toxic Mist, can release a vast cloud of poisonous vapor, while the swamp-devouring trap can transform the ground into an all-consuming bog in an instant. "Danger! Hold your breath," Shanchuan shouted. The group hastily employed their respective abilities to fend off the onslaught of the venomous lizard. Mountains and rivers pondered deeply. The venomous lizard's abilities were exceedingly treacherous, necessitating a swift resolution. During the battle, the soul rings of mountains and rivers began to awaken, their formidable power causing the surrounding marsh waters to bubble and churn. This awakening would surely aid us in our conquest. Mountains and rivers brimmed with confidence. However, the soul rings of the marsh poisonous lizard possessed a potent corrosive attribute, counteracting the awakened strength of mountains and rivers. "What can we possibly do now?" Ling Xue exclaimed anxiously. Just as the group found themselves in dire straits, the Shadow Steward of the Soul Palace made an appearance. The Shadow Steward's martial soul was the Shadow Fong Sword, with the skill Shadow Fong Strike capable of piercing an enemy's body at astonishing speed, while the Shadow Bewilderment Formation could plunge foes into chaos and terror. "Haha, this soul ring belongs to the Soul Palace." The Shadow Steward laughed triumphantly. "The mountains and rivers glare fiercely. Not a chance. As long as I draw breath, I shall not allow you to succeed." Shanchuan's inner monologue. "Regardless of the challenges we face, I shall steadfastly protect my comrades and uphold our convictions." As the battle intensifies, Shanchuan and his companions gradually find themselves wearied. Ling Xue gazes at Shanchuan with concern. "Shanchuan, are we on the brink of collapse?" Shanchuan gritted his teeth and declared, "No. We shall surely discover a way." At that critical juncture, Shanchuan discerned that the eyes of the swamp venom lizard were its Achilles heel. "Everyone, focus your attacks on its eyes," he urged. With unwavering determination, they launched a final assault. After a harrowing battle for survival, they ultimately succeeded in striking the eyes of the swamp venom lizard, thereby vanquishing it. The mountains began to absorb the soul rings, the overwhelming pressure of the rings rendering him breathless. "Come on, Shanchuan." Ling Xue cheered him on from the side. After completing the absorption of the soul rings, they pressed onward. Ahead lay a mysterious mountain range, its peaks towering into the clouds, shrouded in mist, with strange glimmers faintly visible within. This mountain exudes an aura of mystery. "One can only wonder what secrets lie within," said Tai Long. "Regardless, we must venture forth to explore," Shanchuan declared resolutely. Within the mountain, they encountered a 9-million-year-old flame qilin. Flames engulfed the creature, and its skill, Inferno C, could instantly transform the surroundings into a blazing inferno. The qilin charged towards its foes with remarkable speed, inflicting tremendous damage. "Everyone, be cautious," Shanchuan shouted. The battle was exceptionally fierce. The formidable attacks of the flame qilin left them struggling to defend themselves. "Are we to meet our end here?" Ling Xue's eyes flickered with a glimmer of despair. As the mountains and rivers evaded the onslaught, they pondered their strategies. Just when they were on the brink of despair, a remarkable resonance emerged among the soul rings that the mountains and rivers had previously absorbed. This could very well be the key to our triumph. A glimmer of hope rekindled in the eyes of the mountains and rivers. It turned out that the resonant power of the soul rings exerted a suppressive effect on the blazing qilin. The mountains and rivers led everyone in a desperate counterattack. After an arduous and extraordinary battle, they ultimately triumphed over the blazing qilin. After successfully defeating the flame qilin, Shanchuan and his companions continued their journey through the Douluo Continent. They ventured into an enchanting forest, where the trees displayed peculiar shapes and vibrant hues. At this moment, the flame sword of Shanchuan glimmered with a hue of deep purple-black, as his new skill, the purple flame void slash, enabled him to effortlessly cleave through the void, creating formidable spatial rifts that devoured his foes. Ling Xue's ice spirit staff radiated a gentle pink light, while the pink crystal ice shield could conjure an indomitable pink ice barrier to safeguard her allies. Talon wielded the Titan hammer, enveloped in a verdant glow. With the green vine smash, he could summon resilient green vines to ensnare his adversaries, restricting their movements. "This forest is truly beautiful, yet fraught with peril," Ling Xue remarked. "Indeed. Everyone, exercise caution," Shanchuan replied. "What is there to fear? I am here," Talon proclaimed confidently. Suddenly, a phantom fox, aged 800,000 years, materialized before them. The fox's form was ethereal and elusive, possessing the skill illusory enchantment, capable of ensnaring individuals in an endless web of delusions. While its mesmerizing melody could disrupt the mental state of its enemies. "Maintain your composure," Shanchuan bellowed in warning. The group promptly unleashed their respective abilities, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the phantom fox. In the depths of his heart, Shanchuan pondered, "The abilities of this enchanting fox are exceedingly enigmatic. I must swiftly discover a means to counter them." During the battle, Shanchuan's soul ring awakened once more, its formidable power rendering the surrounding air unbearably scorching. "This time, I shall surely vanquish it," Shanchuan brimmed with confidence. Yet, the phantom fox's soul ring possessed a unique illusionary defense, effectively countering Shanchuan's awakened power. "What shall we do now?" Tai Long inquired anxiously. Just as the group found themselves ensnared in despair, the master of the Black Wind Hall from the Soul Palace made his appearance. The master wielded the soul weapon known as the Black Wind Soul Devouring Fan, whose ability, Black Wind Soul Devouring Wave, unleashed potent dark fluctuations capable of engulfing the souls of adversaries. Furthermore, the Black Wind Confinement Array could immobilize foes, rendering them utterly powerless. "Haha, today you shall all perish here. This soul ring belongs to my soul palace," the master of the Black Wind Hall scoffed. "The mountains and rivers glare with fury. Vile scoundrels of the soul palace, you shall not prevail." The inner monologue of Shanchuan, regardless of the circumstances. "I must safeguard everyone and prevent the soul palace from succeeding." The battle intensifies, and Shanchuan and the others gradually find themselves in a dire predicament. Ling Xue anxiously exclaimed, "Shanchuan, it seems we are on the brink of collapse." Shanchuan gritted his teeth and urged, "Do not give up. There must be a way." At this critical juncture, Shanchuan discerned that the tail of the phantom demon fox was its Achilles heel. "Everyone, concentrate your attacks on its tail," he commanded. With unwavering determination, they launched their final assault. After a breathtaking battle, they ultimately succeeded in striking the tail of the phantom demon fox, vanquishing it at last. The mountains began to absorb the soul rings, the overwhelming pressure of the rings nearly causing him to faint. "Hang in there, Shanchuan," Lingxue shouted anxiously from the side. After absorbing the soul rings, they pressed onward. Ahead lay a mysterious mountain range, its peaks shrouded in thick mist, obscuring their full visage. This mountain exudes an aura of mystery. One cannot fathom what lies within, said Tai Long. "Regardless of what awaits, we must venture forth," Shanchuan declared resolutely. Within the mountains, they encountered a chaotic behemoth of 10 million years. The creature was immense, possessing boundless strength. Its skill, chaos, gravitational pressure, could instantly amplify the surrounding gravity several-fold, while its chaos destruction strike unleashed energies capable of annihilating everything. "Everyone, be cautious and defend yourselves," Shanchuan bellowed. The battle proved extraordinarily arduous, as the formidable might of the chaotic behemoth rendered their efforts nearly futile. "Is it truly impossible for us to overcome it?" Despair flickered in Lingshue's eyes. As Shanchuan evaded the onslaught, he pondered his strategies. Just when despair began to creep in, a mysterious connection formed among the soul rings he had previously absorbed, and a formidable power surged within him. This could very well be our hope for triumph. A renewed fervor ignited in Shanchuan's eyes. It turned out that the connective strength of the soul rings held a restraining influence over the chaotic behemoth. Amidst the tumultuous landscape, Shanchuan led his companions in a fierce counterattack, culminating in a grueling battle that ultimately triumphed over the chaotic behemoth. Throughout their perilous journey, their bonds deepened, supporting one another as they faced challenge after challenge. Yet, the path ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and peril, as a monumental conspiracy loomed, awaiting their unraveling. As their connection grew ever stronger, so did their unspoken understanding. Nevertheless, the road ahead remained laden with enigmas and dangers, as a colossal scheme gradually emerged, poised for revelation. The resurgence of Douluo, a tale of triumph. After Shanchuan and his companions triumphantly vanquished the chaotic behemoth, they ventured forth into the vast expanse of Douluo Continent. They arrived at a mysterious maritime realm, where the waves surged and the tides roared. At this moment, the flame sword of Shanchuan radiated a resplendent golden light. His skill, the Crimson Fire Dragon Break, could summon a formidable fire dragon that surged forth with a fearsome roar. Wielding tremendous power, Lingshue's Ice Spirit Staff shimmered with a soft azure glow, and the Ice Spirit Frost Seal could instantly encase a vast area in ice, hampering the movements of foes. Talon's mighty hammer erupted with a deep brown luminescence, and the hammer of shattering earth could instigate violent tremors, causing the ground to fracture. "This sea area appears perilous," Lingxue remarked with a hint of concern. "Fear not, for I am here," Shanchuan reassured her. "Humph, what is there to fear? Bring it on," Talon exclaimed, brandishing his hammer with fervor. Suddenly, a 900,000-year-old deep-sea demon serpent burst forth from the ocean depths. The serpent was colossal, enveloped in crackling black currents. Its skill, the thunderous abyssal prison, could conjure a powerful lightning cage to ensnare enemies, while the deep-sea devouring wave could create a massive whirlpool, attempting to drag adversaries beneath the waves. "Everyone, be cautious," Shanchuan shouted. The group hurriedly unleashed their respective skills in response. In the heart of Shanchuan, a sense of foreboding arose. The formidable deep-sea demon serpent was a daunting adversary. As the battle unfolded, Shanchuan's soul ring began to awaken, unleashing a fervent energy that permeated the surroundings. This awakening might just alter the tide of the confrontation. A flicker of hope ignited within Shanchuan. However, the soul ring of the deep-sea demon serpent possessed a unique lightning defense attribute, counteracting Shanchuan's awakened power. What could be done? Talon furrowed his brow in concern. Just as everyone found themselves ensnared in a predicament, the Shadow Guardian of the Spirit Hall reemerged. The Shadow Guardian wielded the soul-devouring Shadow Sword as his martial spirit, and his skill, Shadow Soul Slash, released a dark sword aura that eroded the souls of his foes. His shadow vanishing steps rendered him elusive and difficult to apprehend. "Ha ha, you shall not escape my grasp," the Shadow Guardian proclaimed with a triumphant laugh. "Mountains and rivers glare fiercely. The wicked thieves of the Soul Palace shall not act with impunity." Shanchuan's inner monologue, regardless of the cost. "I shall protect my comrades and triumph over our foes." As the battle intensifies, Shanchuan and his companions gradually find themselves in dire straits. Lingxue clutches the hem of Shanchuan's garment tightly. "Shanchuan, what shall we do?" Shanchuan gritted his teeth and urged, "Hold on. There must be a way." At this critical juncture, he discovered that the reverse scale of the abyssal serpent was its Achilles heel. Everyone, focus your attacks on its reverse scale, Shanchuan commanded, with unwavering determination. They launched their final assault. After a harrowing and fierce battle, they ultimately struck the abyssal serpent's reverse scale, emerging victorious. The mountains began to absorb the soul rings, the formidable pressure from the rings causing him to tremble all over. Mountains, you can do it, Lingxue encouraged him from the side. After absorbing the soul rings, they pressed on. Ahead loomed a mysterious range, its peaks soaring into the clouds, shrouded in mist from which the distant roars of beasts could be faintly heard. This mountain is brimming with the unknown. We do not know what awaits us, Talon remarked. Regardless, we must bravely venture forth, Mountain declared resolutely. Within the mountains, they encountered a 12-million-year-old blazing phoenix. The phoenix was engulfed in raging flames, and its skill, Inferno Annihilation, could envelop the entire sky in fire. Its feathered arrows could unleash countless fiery projectiles, each imbued with tremendous power. Everyone, be cautious, Mountain shouted. The battle was exceptionally arduous, as the fierce attacks from the blazing phoenix left them struggling to keep up. Are we truly destined to be defeated here? A glimmer of despair flickered in Lingxue's eyes. As the mountains and rivers evaded attacks, they pondered strategies. Just when they were on the verge of despair, a peculiar resonance emerged among the soul rings previously absorbed by the mountains and rivers. Perhaps this is the key to our victory. Hope rekindled in the eyes of the mountains and rivers. It turned out that the resonant power of the soul rings exerted a restraining influence on the flame divine phoenix. Mountains and rivers led everyone to launch a desperate counterattack. After a grueling and extraordinary battle, they ultimately triumphed over the flame divine phoenix. Throughout their adventures, the bonds among them grew ever deeper, and their mutual understanding reached new heights. However, the path ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and peril, as a colossal conspiracy gradually came to light, awaiting their discovery. After vanquishing the flame divine phoenix, Shanchuan and his companions took a brief respite before embarking on their journey anew. They ventured into a mysterious forest where towering ancient trees interwove their branches, forming a verdant canopy overhead. At this moment, the flame sword of Shanchuan radiated with a dazzling array of colors as its new skill, the Rainbow Dragon Dance, summoned 5 dragons of distinct attributes, each capable of inflicting effects of incineration, freezing, electric shock, petrification, and confusion. At the pinnacle of Lingxue's ice spirit staff, a resplendent pearl coalesced, capable of unleashing a vast ice explosion with immense power. Talon's mighty hammer was enveloped in a layer of mysterious runes, and the rune hammer fury could exponentially amplify the hammer's destructive potential. The forest appeared enigmatic and unpredictable. Everyone proceeded with caution, as Shanchuan advised. Indeed, it feels as though numerous eyes are observing us, Lingxue said, her grip on the staff tightening in trepidation. What are you afraid of? I am here, Talon declared, thumping his chest confidently. Suddenly, a 10-million-year-old nether dual-headed wolf sprang forth from the shadows. This colossal beast possessed 2 heads, each capable of exhaling black flames and frigid cold, respectively. Its skill, Ice and Fire Dual-Headed Devour, allowed it to unleash simultaneous ice and fire assaults, rendering defense nearly impossible, while the nether phantom step rendered its form elusive and difficult to capture. Beware, prepare for combat, Shanchuan shouted urgently. The group swiftly activated their respective skills, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the nether dual-headed wolf. Mountains and rivers silently lamented within. This soul beast is overwhelmingly powerful. We must unite if we are to have any chance of victory. In the midst of battle, the soul ring of the mountains and rivers suddenly awakened, and the powerful surge of energy rendered the surrounding air scalding. This force, perhaps, could aid us in overcoming it. A flicker of hope ignited within the mountains and rivers. However, the soul ring of the netherworld 2-headed wolf possessed a unique energy absorption capability, which countered the awakened power of the mountains and rivers to some extent. What are we to do? Talon exclaimed anxiously. Just as everyone found themselves in dire straits, the shadow envoy of the Soul Palace made an appearance. The shadow envoy wielded the martial soul known as the Shadow Magic Bow, and the skill Shadow Soul Devouring Arrow could unleash black arrows imbued with soul-devouring power, while the Shadow Prison technique could conjure a dark cage, restraining the movements of foes. Ha ha! Today you shall all perish here. This soul ring is mine. The shadow envoy laughed greedily. The mountains and rivers glared at him. The lackey of the Soul Palace, do not even think of seizing the soul rings from our grasp. Shanchuan's inner monologue. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall not allow them to prevail. I am determined to protect my comrades and safeguard our beliefs. The battle intensified, and Shanchuan and his companions gradually found themselves in a dire situation. Ling Xue's eyes brimmed with concern. Shanchuan, are we destined for defeat? Mountains and rivers gritted their teeth and declared, no, we still have a chance. We must never surrender. In this critical moment, mountains and rivers discerned that the abdomen of the phantom two-headed wolf was its Achilles heel. Everyone, concentrate your attacks on its belly. Mountains and rivers shouted. With the last vestiges of their strength, they launched a final assault. After a heart-stopping battle of life and death, they ultimately succeeded in striking the abdomen of the phantom two-headed wolf, triumphing over it at last. The mountains began to absorb the soul ring, and the immense pressure of the soul ring caused him to kneel in agony. Hold on, Shanchuan. Ling Xue shouted anxiously from the side. After absorbing the soul ring, they continued their journey. Ahead lay a mysterious mountain range, its peaks steep and perilous, shrouded in mist. This mountain appears fraught with danger, Talon remarked. But we have no retreat. We must forge ahead. Shanchuan resolutely gazed forward. Within the mountains, they encountered a thunder-sacred lion, aged 15 million years. The lion shimmered with arcs of lightning, its skill, thunderous wrath, capable of summoning countless bolts of formidable lightning, while its roaring wave unleashed devastating sonic attacks. Everyone, brace yourselves, Shanchuan shouted. The battle proved exceptionally arduous, as the overwhelming power of the thunder-sacred lion forced them to retreat step by step. Is it truly impossible for us to overcome it? Despair flickered in Ling Xue's eyes. As Shanchuan evaded the attacks, he contemplated his strategies. Just when despair began to take hold, a mysterious fusion of the soul rings he had previously absorbed emerged. This could very well be our final hope. A renewed spark of determination ignited in Shanchuan's eyes. It turned out that the fusion power of the soul rings held a formidable restraining effect on the thunder-sacred lion. The mountains and rivers led the group in a desperate counterattack. After an arduous and extraordinary battle, they ultimately triumphed over the thunder-sacred lion. Throughout their adventures, the bonds between them grew ever deeper, as they supported one another and flourished together. However, the path ahead remains fraught with uncertainty and peril, for a shocking conspiracy awaits their revelation. The blood-soaked firmament of Douluo. After successfully defeating the thunder-sacred lion, Shanchuan and his companions continued their arduous journey across the Douluo Continent. They ventured into a mysterious desert, where the scorching sun blazed down upon the earth, and the hot sand simmered beneath their feet. At this moment, the flame sword of the mountains and rivers was enveloped in violet-black flames. Its ability, the purple flame Netherfire Slash, could unleash flames imbued with ghostly power, incinerating all in its path. The ice spirit's frost wand radiated a brilliant ice blue light, and the frost formation could instantaneously establish a chilling barrier, hindering the movements of foes. Talon wielded the mighty hammer of the gods, its surface etched with golden patterns. The divine hammer could unleash a dazzling golden light, possessing formidable impact. The desert is treacherous, Talon remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Everyone, be cautious and do not let your guard down, Mountain River cautioned. Understood, Brother Mountain River, Ice Spirit replied obediently. Suddenly, a colossal sandstorm dragon, aged over 12 million years, ascended from the depths of the desert. Its massive body stirred a tremendous sandstorm with each powerful flap of its wings. Its ability, the Sandstorm Devouring Domain, could generate a formidable force of absorption, drawing enemies into its vortex, while its dragon flames could unleash searing heat. This is dire. Quickly, prepare your defenses, Mountain River shouted. The group hastily invoked their respective skills to withstand the onslaught of the sandstorm dragon. In a state of anxious urgency, Shanchuan realized the formidable strength of the soul beast before them, compelling them to exert their utmost efforts. Amidst the battle, Shanchuan's soul rings began to awaken, emanating a mysterious radiance. This newfound power held the potential to aid them in overcoming their adversary. A flicker of hope ignited within Shanchuan's heart. However, the soul rings of the sandstorm dragon possessed formidable resistance, counteracting Shanchuan's awakening power. What shall we do? The restraint of the soul ring is overwhelming, Talon exclaimed in distress. Just as despair enveloped the group, the Blood Shadow Guardian of the Soul Palace made its entrance. The martial soul of the Blood Shadow Guardian was the Blood Shadow Demon Blade, with the skill Blood Shadow Annihilation / capable of unleashing terrifying Blood Blade energy, and the Blood Shadow Binding Curse that could immobilize foes. Aha, today the soul ring shall belong to me. The Blood Shadow Guardian cackled maniacally. The mountains and rivers glare fiercely. The vile scoundrels of the Soul Palace shall not succeed in their plunder. The inner monologue of Shanchuan, regardless of the circumstances. I shall protect everyone and safeguard our achievements. The battle intensified, and Shanchuan and his companions gradually found themselves in a desperate situation. Ling Xue's eyes were filled with unwavering determination. Shanchuan, let us strive together. At this critical moment, Shanchuan discovered that the eye of the sandstorm dragon was its vulnerable spot. Everyone, concentrate your attacks on its eyes. Shanchuan commanded. With all their strength, they launched their final assault. After a gripping struggle for survival, they ultimately struck the sandstorm dragon's eye. Emerging victorious, the mountains began to absorb the soul rings, and the overwhelming pressure of the rings rendered him breathless. Hang in there, mountain river. Ling Xue shouted anxiously from the side. Once the soul rings were absorbed, they pressed on. Ahead lay a mysterious mountain range, its peaks soaring into the clouds. Shrouded in an eerie aura. This mountain feels perilous, Talon remarked. But we cannot retreat, Mountain River resolutely replied. Within the mountains, they encountered a chaotic demon rock of 18 million years. The rock unfurled its gigantic wings, casting a shadow over the land. Its skill, Chaotic Storm Strike, could unleash a tempest of chaos, obliterating everything in its path, while its phantom flash allowed it to vanish and reappear elsewhere, eluding capture. Everyone, be cautious. Mountain River shouted loudly. The battle proved exceptionally arduous. The immense power of the chaotic demon rock left them struggling to withstand its might. Are we destined to fail? A glimmer of despair flickered in Ling Xue's eyes. As the mountains and rivers evaded the onslaught, they pondered strategies to counter the threat. Just when despair threatened to overwhelm them, a peculiar resonance emerged among the soul rings that had been absorbed by the mountains and rivers. Perhaps this was the turning point in our struggle against it. Hope rekindled in the eyes of the mountains and rivers. It turned out that the resonant power of the soul rings exerted a restraining influence on the chaotic demon rock. Mountains and rivers led everyone in a desperate counterattack. After an arduous and extraordinary battle, they ultimately triumphed over the chaotic demon phoenix. Throughout their adventures, the bonds between them deepened, and their mutual understanding grew ever stronger. However, the path ahead remains fraught with uncertainty and peril, as a colossal conspiracy awaits their unraveling. After Shanchuan and his companions triumphed over the chaotic demon rock, they continued their journey across the Douluo Continent. They arrived at a desolate swamp, where a pungent odor permeated the air, and the ground was treacherously slippery. At this moment, the sword of flames, forged from the mountains and rivers, flowed with a crimson magma along its blade. Its newfound skill, the magma eruption, could unleash towering columns of scalding magma, wielding formidable power. The Ice Soul Staff, wielded by Ling Xue, emanated an ethereal blue chill, capable of releasing a dense mist of frost that obscured the enemy's vision and movements. Talon's Titan Hammer glimmered with an earthy hue, and its ability, the Earthquake Smash, could cause the ground to collapse instantaneously, disrupting the balance of foes. This place feels exceedingly uncomfortable, Ling Xue remarked with a frown. Everyone be cautious. Dangers may lurk within the swamp, Shanchuan cautioned as he vigilantly scanned their surroundings. I fear no danger, Talon boisterously declared. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a 15-million-year-old toxic swamp crocodile erupted from the mire. The colossal creature was covered in venomous spikes, and its skill, the toxic swamp devouring wave, could create a powerful vortex of consumption, while its venomous spray unleashed a torrent of lethal liquid. Be careful, Shanchuan shouted as he charged forward. The others swiftly unleashed their skills, engaging in a fierce battle against the toxic swamp crocodile. In the depths of his heart, Shanchuan contemplated the formidable nature of the soul beast, realizing the necessity of uncovering its vulnerabilities. During the battle, Shanchuan's soul ring unexpectedly awakened, radiating brilliance. The awakening of this soul ring promised victory. Hope surged within Shanchuan's heart. However, the soul ring of the toxic swamp crocodile possessed a unique defensive mechanism that countered Shanchuan's awakened power. What could be done? Talon exclaimed anxiously. Just as everyone found themselves in a predicament, the Dark Wind Envoy from the Spirit Hall made an appearance. The Dark Wind Envoy wielded the Dark Wind Scythe as his martial spirit, with the skill Dark Wind / capable of unleashing fierce blades of wind. And the Dark Wind enchantment could ensnare enemies in confusion. The soul ring belongs to the Spirit Hall, the Dark Wind Envoy declared with a smug grin. The mountains and rivers roared defiantly. Not a chance. We shall never allow you to succeed. Shanchuan's inner monologue. No matter how arduous the journey, I shall steadfastly protect my companions, and the hard-won fruits of our victory. As the battle intensifies, Shanchuan and the others gradually find themselves weary. Ling Xue gazes at Shanchuan with concern. Shanchuan, can we endure any longer? The mountains and rivers resolutely responded, absolutely. At this critical moment, they discerned that the underbelly of the venomous swamp crocodile was its Achilles heel. Everyone, concentrate your assaults on its abdomen, exclaimed the mountains and rivers. With unwavering determination, the group launched their final offensive. After a thrilling and heart-pounding battle, they ultimately succeeded in striking the crocodile's vulnerable belly, overcoming the formidable beast. The mountains began to absorb the soul rings, their formidable pressure nearly suffocating him. Come on, Mountain River. Ling Xue anxiously cheered him on from the side. After absorbing the soul rings, they pressed onward. Ahead lay a mysterious mountain range, its peaks steep and shrouded in swirling clouds, faintly resonating with deep, thunderous roars. This mountain emanated an aura of unknown peril, Tyrone remarked. Yet we cannot falter, we must advance courageously. Mountain River declared with unwavering determination. Within the mountains, they encountered a thunder-Kirin beast, aged 20 million years. The beast crackled with lightning, its skill, thunderous destruction, capable of summoning numerous formidable bolts. While its furious flame charge propelled it towards foes with astonishing speed and devastating power. Everyone, be cautious and defend yourselves, Mountain River shouted. The battle proved exceedingly arduous, as the Thunder Kirin beast's overwhelming assaults left them struggling to cope. Are we truly destined to be defeated here? A glimmer of despair flickered in Ling Xue's eyes. As the mountains and rivers evaded the onslaught, they contemplated their strategies. Just as they were on the verge of despair, a mysterious fusion of the soul rings previously absorbed by the mountains and rivers emerged. This might be the key to our victory. A newfound determination ignited in the eyes of the mountains and rivers. It turned out that the fusion power of the soul rings held a restraining effect on the Thunder Kirin beast. Mountains and rivers led everyone to launch a desperate counterattack. After a grueling and extraordinary battle, they finally triumphed over the Thunder Kirin beast. Throughout the adventure, their bonds deepened, and the trust and understanding between them reached new heights. However, the road ahead remains fraught with uncertainty and peril, as a shocking conspiracy gradually comes to light. The path of the pinnacle in Douluo. After vanquishing the Thunder Kirin beast, Shanchuan and his companions took a brief respite before pressing onward. They entered a realm of enchanting mystery. A fantastical forest where the trees assumed myriad forms, some coiled like mighty dragons, while others swayed gracefully as if danced by ethereal fairies. At this moment, the flame sword of Shanchuan blazed with a fierce fire. His skill, Dragon of Flames, could summon a colossal fire dragon that lunged ferociously at the enemy. Ling Xue's Ice Spirit Staff emanated an aura of chilling frost, and her skill, Ice Storm Dance, could conjure a formidable blizzard that would freeze adversaries in their tracks. Talon wielded the mighty god hammer, which was incredibly heavy. His skill, Shattering the Void, could fracture the surrounding space, delivering a devastating blow to foes. This forest is truly beautiful, yet it conceals countless dangers, Ling Xue murmured. Regardless, we must proceed with caution, Shanchuan replied. I fear no danger. Talon boisterously laughed. Just as he spoke, a 2-million-year-old phantom unicorn appeared before them. The unicorn's form was ethereal, and its skill, Phantom Vanish, allowed it to instantaneously disappear and reappear elsewhere, making it elusive and hard to capture. Additionally, its skill, Spirit Light Burst, could unleash a potent spiritual light attack. Be careful, this creature is formidable, Shanchuan shouted. The group quickly mobilized their respective skills to confront the challenge. Shanchuan pondered, determined to uncover its flaws. In the midst of battle, his soul ring suddenly awakened, bestowing upon him an immense power that bolstered his confidence. This awakening would surely lead him to victory. Shanchuan silently encouraged himself. However, the soul ring of the Phantom Unicorn possessed a unique immunity, effectively countering Shanchuan's awakened strength. What should we do? Talon anxiously inquired. Just as the group found themselves in dire straits, the Elder of the Soul Palace, known as the Black Flame Elder, made his appearance. The Black Flame Elder wielded the Black Flame Demon Sword as his martial soul, and his skill, the Black Flame Soul Devouring Slash, could consume the souls of his foes, while the Black Flame Sealing Technique could immobilize enemies in place. The soul ring is now mine, the Black Flame Elder proclaimed with a triumphant laugh. The mountains and rivers glared at him, declaring, Never. We shall not allow you to succeed. Shanchuan's inner monologue. No matter what, I must safeguard everyone and protect our hopes. The battle intensifies, and Shanchuan and the others gradually find themselves in a dire predicament. Lingxue gazes at Shanchuan with concern. Shanchuan, are we destined to lose? In a moment of desperation, Mountain River clenched his teeth and declared, no, we still have a chance. At this critical juncture, he discerned that the hooves of the phantasmal unicorn were its Achilles heel. Everyone, concentrate your attacks on its hooves, he shouted. With unwavering determination, they launched their final assault. After a breathtaking struggle for survival, they ultimately succeeded in striking the unicorn's hooves, vanquishing it at last. The mountains began to absorb the soul rings, the formidable sense of pressure nearly incapacitating Shanchuan. Hold on, Shanchuan, Lingxue exclaimed anxiously from the side. Once the soul rings had been absorbed, they pressed on. Ahead lay a mysterious mountain range, its peaks soaring into the clouds, where enigmatic sounds echoed through the mist. This mountain appears unfathomably mysterious, Tai Long remarked. Yet we must venture forth, Shanchuan replied resolutely. Within the mountains, they encountered a chaos mystic turtle, aged 25 million years. The turtle's shell was extraordinarily hard, and its skill, the chaos turtle shell shield, could withstand all attacks, while its mystic water tornado could conjure powerful whirlpools. Everyone, be cautious in your defense, Shanchuan shouted. The battle was exceptionally arduous. The chaos mystic turtle's formidable defenses rendered their attacks nearly futile. Is it possible that we cannot defeat it? A glimmer of despair flickered in Lingxue's eyes. As the mountains and rivers evaded the onslaught, they contemplated their strategies. Just as they were on the brink of despair, a wondrous resonance emerged among the soul rings that had been absorbed by the mountains and rivers. Perhaps this was the opportunity we needed to triumph over it. Hope rekindled in the eyes of the mountains and rivers. It turned out that the resonant power of the soul rings possessed a restraining influence over the chaotic dark turtle. Mountains and rivers led the group to launch a desperate counterattack. After a grueling and extraordinary battle, they ultimately triumphed over the chaotic dark turtle. Throughout their adventure, the bonds between them grew ever deeper as they supported one another and faced challenge after challenge together. However, the path ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and peril, for a colossal conspiracy awaited their discovery. After successfully defeating the chaotic dark turtle, Shanchuan and his companions continued their exploration of the unknown realms of Douluo Continent. They ventured into a mysterious forest shrouded in thick mist. At this moment, the flamed sword of the mountain and river gleamed with a dazzling golden light. Its skill, the golden sun flame dragon slash, could summon a colossal dragon forged from golden flames, roaring as it charged towards its foes. The ice soul staff of Lingxue radiated a gentle moonlight, and the moonlight ice spike could coalesce countless sharp ice spikes of lunar radiance, descending like a torrential downpour. Talon wielded the mighty hammer, encircled by a tempest. The storm hammer could unleash the formidable power of a storm, obliterating all in its path. The fog is too thick. Everyone be cautious, mountain and river cautioned. Understood, Lingxue replied. What are you afraid of? Charge with me, Talon exclaimed with vigor. Suddenly, a 30-million-year-old night phantom tiger leapt forth from the dense mist. The spectral tiger moved with an eerie grace, and its skill, phantom shadow strike, allowed it to blend seamlessly into the shadows for a surprise attack. While the night soul-devouring roar could ensnare the very souls of its adversaries. Not good. Defend, mountain and river shouted urgently. The group immediately activated their skills in response. Mountains and rivers silently lamented within. This soul beast is exceedingly formidable and difficult to contend with. During the battle, the soul rings of the mountains and rivers began to awaken, unleashing a powerful surge of energy that caused the surrounding mist to roil. This awakening must lead to its defeat, the mountains and rivers pondered. However, the soul rings of the Dark Knight Phantom Tiger possessed a unique reflective damage attribute, countering the awakened power of the mountains and rivers. What should we do? Talon exclaimed anxiously. Just as everyone found themselves in a predicament, the Blood Fiend Sovereign of the Soul Palace made his appearance. The martial soul of the Blood Fiend Sovereign is the Blood Fiend Scythe, and his skill, Blood Fiend Soul Devouring Slash, can unleash a potent crimson light that devours the life force of enemies, while the Blood Fiend Sealing spell can immobilize foes in place. Aha, today you shall all perish here. The Blood Fiend Sovereign cackled. The mountains and rivers glare fiercely, O villains of the Soul Palace. We shall not cower before you. Shanchuan's inner monologue. No matter what, I cannot allow my teammates to be harmed. I must prevail against them. As the battle intensifies, Shanchuan and the others gradually find themselves overwhelmed. Lingxue gazes at Shanchuan with concern. Shanchuan, can we really do this? The mountains and rivers resolutely proclaimed, "We shall prevail." At this critical juncture, they discerned that the eyes of the night phantom tiger were its Achilles heel. "Let us concentrate our assault on its eyes," shouted the leader. With unwavering determination, the group launched their final offensive. After a breathtaking and tumultuous battle, they ultimately succeeded in striking the eyes of the night phantom tiger, emerging victorious. The mountains began to absorb the soul rings, and the overwhelming pressure from the rings rendered him breathless. "Chuan, keep going," Ling Xue encouraged from the side. After absorbing the soul rings, they continued their journey. Ahead loomed a mysterious mountain range, with peaks that rose steeply, resembling sharp swords piercing the heavens. "This mountain is perilously steep," Talon remarked. "Yet we must ascend," Chuan declared resolutely. Within the mountains, they encountered a thunderous giant python, aged 35 million years. Lightning flickered across the serpent's body, and its skill, thunderous might, could summon countless bolts of lightning to strike its foes, while its constricting embrace could ensnare enemies tightly. "Everyone, be cautious," Chuan shouted. The battle was exceptionally arduous, as the immense power of the thunderous giant python made it nearly insurmountable. "Are we to be halted here?" A glimmer of despair flashed in Ling Xue's eyes. As the mountains and rivers evaded the onslaught, they pondered their strategies. Just as they were on the brink of despair, a peculiar fusion of the spirit rings previously absorbed by the mountains and rivers manifested. Perhaps this was the glimmer of hope we needed to triumph over it. A renewed fervor ignited in the eyes of the mountains and rivers. It turned out that the fusion power of the spirit rings held a restraining influence over the thunder giant python. The mountains and rivers led everyone in a desperate counterattack. After a grueling and extraordinary battle, they ultimately triumphed over the thunderous python. Throughout their perilous journey, their bonds grew ever deeper, and the trust and understanding among them strengthened. However, the path ahead remains fraught with uncertainty and peril, as a colossal conspiracy gradually comes to light. The resurgence of the Douluo winds. After successfully conquering the thunder giant python, Shanchuan and his companions pressed onward across the Douluo Continent. They arrived at a place known as the Star Academy. The Star Academy stood majestically, its architectural style unique and imbued with an aura of mystery. The students of the academy were all invigorated, diligently honing their skills. At this moment, the flame sword of the mountain river is enveloped in swirling flames, and its skill, the stellar flame slash, harnesses the power of the stars, transforming it into a formidable fiery sword energy. The Ice Soul Staff of Ling Xue emanates a chilling radiance. The Ice Soul Star Shield can create a robust ice barrier while harboring stellar energy to enhance defense. Talon's Mighty Divine Hammer is weighty, and the Stellar Divine Hammer Strike can wield the power of the stars to unleash tremendous might. "This academy appears quite formidable," Talon exclaimed. "Indeed. I wonder what we might learn here," Ling Xue responded. The mountains and rivers gazed expectantly upon the academy. Within its hallowed halls, they forged bonds with numerous virtuous companions, nurturing their growth together. Upon departing from the academy, they ventured to a flourishing city known as Radiant City, where the inhabitants thrived in peace and prosperity. Yet, as they pressed onward, they encountered the sinister stronghold of the villains, the Dark Fortress. This foreboding castle exuded an aura of malevolence and dread. Amidst their adventures, they traversed a mysterious mountain range. At a critical juncture, the soul ring of Shanchuan awakened, its formidable power instilling him with newfound confidence. This time, he resolutely believed he could overcome the challenges ahead. Shanchuan mused silently. However, they soon encountered a formidable soul beast, a 5,000-year-old gale wolf, renowned for its astonishing speed. Its skill, Gale Phantom Claw, allowed it to unleash a flurry of attacks in the blink of an eye, rendering evasion nearly impossible. "Everyone, be cautious," Shanchuan called out. During the fierce battle, Shanchuan and his companions found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. "What should we do? At this rate, we will be defeated," Ling Xue exclaimed anxiously. Just then, Shanchuan discerned the gale wolf's vulnerability. "Aim for its abdomen," he shouted decisively. After an intense struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the gale wolf, and Shanchuan began to absorb the soul ring. The overwhelming pressure of the soul ring inflicted considerable pain upon him. "Hold on, Shanchuan," Tai Long urged. Once the soul ring was fully absorbed, they pressed onward, aware that even greater challenges awaited them ahead. The following is a title generated for you: The Fiery Journey of Shanchuan in Douluo. The adventures of Shanchuan and his companions in the Douluo Continent continue unabated. They have arrived at the illustrious Tianlan Academy, renowned across the realm. The architecture of Tianlan Academy is magnificent, exuding an imposing grandeur. In the Academy's plaza, students diligently engage in their training with an atmosphere charged with martial energy. The martial soul of Shanchuan is the fierce fire dragon, whose skill, the dragon's fiery strike, can summon a colossal flaming dragon that devours all foes. Its skill attributes are primarily characterized by an overwhelming fire attack power, radiating an intense heat. Ling Xue possesses the martial soul of the Ice Phoenix, and with her Ice Phoenix Frost Dance, she can instantly envelop the surroundings in ice and snow, impeding her enemies' movements. Talon wields the martial soul of the mighty Golden Bear, and with his Bear King's rampage, he unleashes astonishing strength that reverberates throughout the heavens and earth. This academy is truly magnificent, Talon exclaimed in admiration. We must diligently enhance our abilities here, Shanchuan declared. During their time at the academy, they forged bonds with many righteous companions, such as the justice-driven senior Ling Feng and the gentle, kind-hearted senior Yu Yao. Subsequently, they arrived at a city named Qifeng City. The city was bustling with life, and its citizens lived in peace and prosperity. However, the path ahead was fraught with challenges, as they encountered the nefarious Shadow Fortress. The Shadow Fortress loomed ominously, shrouded in a malevolent aura. In their adventurous journey, Shanchuan and his companions have arrived at a pivotal moment of personal trial. Amidst the trials, the soul ring of Shanchuan awakened unexpectedly. It radiated a dazzling brilliance, a torrent of power surging within. This formidable force would undoubtedly aid me in transcending my limits. Shanchuan's heart brimmed with anticipation. However, he soon realized that the soul ring of the spirit beast he faced possessed a restraining effect on his awakened power. This spirit beast was an 8,000-year-old Thunder Lion King, capable of summoning potent lightning through its skill, thunderous wrath, and its roar bore an immense impact. Everyone, proceed with caution, Shanchuan exclaimed. The battle was fiercely intense, plunging Shanchuan and his companions into a grueling struggle. This cannot continue, Ling Xue said anxiously. Just as despair enveloped them, Shanchuan suddenly discerned the Thunder Lion King's weakness. Aim for the back of its neck, he shouted. After a harrowing contest of life and death, they ultimately triumphed over the Thunder Lion King. The mountains began to absorb the spirit rings, the overwhelming pressure of the spirit rings nearly causing him to faint. Shanchuan, hold on, Ling Xue and Tai Long shouted in unison. After the absorption of the spirit rings, they pressed on, entering a realm of enigmatic mountains. The mist enveloping the mountains thickened, concealing myriad dangers. Be cautious. Unknown threats may lurk in these shadows, reminded Shanchuan. Suddenly, a phantom serpent, aged 10,000 years, materialized before them. Its form was spectral, ensnaring them with its illusory coils, making escape nearly impossible, and its venomous mist was lethally potent. The battle unfolded with relentless intensity, leaving Shanchuan and his companions wounded time and again. Shall we truly falter here? Tyrone bellowed in defiance. Inner monologue of the mountains and rivers. No, we shall undoubtedly triumph over it. At the crucial moment, the mountains and rivers, in perfect harmony, finally discovered the means to conquer the illusory giant python. In the adventures that follow, they will encounter even more formidable challenges and obstacles. The journey of Shanchuan and his companions in the continent of Douluo grows increasingly captivating. They arrive at a prestigious institution known as the Star Academy. The architecture of Star Academy gleams like the stars themselves, while the students exert themselves vigorously in the expansive training grounds. The instructors at the academy possess profound strength and uphold a rigorous teaching ethos. The martial soul of Shanchuan is the blazing Qilin, whose skill, Qilin's wrathful flame wave, unleashes a formidable fiery shockwave, characterized by intense heat and overwhelming impact. Ling Xue possesses the frost spirit deer as her martial soul, with the ability to conjure sharp ice spikes that swiftly dart towards her foes. Tai Long's martial soul is the Thunder Battle Tiger, and his skill, Thunder Tiger's Flash, allows for instantaneous movement while unleashing a devastating electrical assault. Wow, this academy is truly awe-inspiring, Tai Long exclaimed with enthusiasm. Indeed, we must strive diligently, Shanchuan replied. Within the academy, they forged friendships with numerous noble allies, including the warm-hearted senior Mingxian and the gentle, caring senior Zihan. Subsequently, they arrived at a citadel known as Holy Light City, a place imbued with an aura of illumination and righteousness, where the populace led harmonious lives. However, looming ahead was the malevolent fortress of Dark Citadel, shrouded in ominous mist and exuding a chilling atmosphere. In the midst of a personal trial, Shanchuan experienced an unexpected awakening of his soul ring. The soul ring radiated a brilliant light and a formidable power surge within him. This awakening will undoubtedly make me even stronger, Shanchuan mused inwardly. However, he soon realized that the attributes of the soul beast's soul ring posed a significant challenge to his newly awakened powers. The soul beast was a shadow magic wolf, aged 15,000 years, possessing the skill Shadow Tier Claw, capable of effortlessly piercing through an opponent's defenses, while its phantom step rendered its form elusive and unpredictable. Everyone, be cautious. This soul beast is not to be underestimated, Shanchuan shouted. The battle was intensely fierce, and Shanchuan and his companions found themselves in a precarious situation. What should we do? It seems we cannot hold our ground, Ling Shui exclaimed anxiously. In that critical moment, Shanchuan discerned the shadow magic wolf's weakness lay in its abdomen. Concentrate our attacks on its abdomen, Shanchuan commanded. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the shadow magic wolf. The mountains began to absorb the soul rings, their formidable pressure rendering him breathless. Shanchuan, hold on. Ling Shui and Tai Long watched anxiously from the side. After the absorption of the soul rings was complete, they pressed onward, entering a realm of enigmatic mountains. Amidst the mountains, a veil of mist envelopes the rugged terrain, concealing the potential perils that lie within. The mountains themselves seem to caution, urging vigilance. Suddenly, a two-headed dragon, aged 20 millennia, emerges from the shadows. Its formidable breath, a fusion of ice and fire, can unleash both elements simultaneously, while its twin-headed constriction is equally devastating. Throughout the tumultuous battle, Shanchuan and his companions encounter insurmountable challenges. Are we truly incapable of conquering this beast? Talon uttered, his voice tinged with despair. In the inner monologue of Shanchuan, he resolutely declares, no, we cannot give up. There must be a way. Just as they were on the brink of collapse, Shanchuan and his companions synergized their efforts, unleashing the full potential of their skills, ultimately discovering the key to conquering the two-headed Hydra. In the adventures that followed, they would encounter even more challenges and trials. In the realm of Douluo, he suddenly awakens, sitting up amidst a grassy expanse, his head throbbing as if countless needles were piercing through it, causing him to frown in agony. He recalls only that while reading the novel of Douluo Continent, a blinding light enveloped him, and upon opening his eyes again, he found himself in this unfamiliar locale. Shanchuan rose to his feet, surveying the surroundings, the dense forest, the peculiar flora, and the distant, strange calls echoing through the air, all imbued with an indescribable eeriness. Have I truly traversed to the Douluo Continent? Shanchuan murmured to himself, feeling an exhilarating blend of excitement and trepidation. At that moment, a crisp voice rang out from behind him. Who are you? How did you come to be here? As the mountains and rivers turned back, they beheld a youth clad in simple attire, yet possessing a resolute gaze. It was none other than Tang San. Are you Tang San? Shanchuan exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Tang San furrowed his brow slightly, regarding Shanchuan with caution. Do you know me? Shanchuan quickly waved his hand and explained. My name is Shanchuan, and I hail from a distant land. I inadvertently lost my way. I have heard of your name. You are quite a renowned soul master. Tang San's gaze softened somewhat as he replied, since you are lost, let us return to the village together. In the heart of the mountains, a surge of joy filled the air as I hurried to keep pace with Tang San. Along the way, I surreptitiously observed him, contemplating. This is Tang San, the future sea god. To embark on an adventure alongside him might just allow me to carve out my own legacy in this world. Upon returning to the village, I settled in with Tang San's assistance. Before long, the day of the soul awakening arrived. With a heart full of trepidation, I approached the awakening venue, gazing at the crystal ball and 6 black stones before me, a mix of anticipation and anxiety coursing through me. Place your hand upon the crystal ball, instructed the soul master in charge of the awakening. Shanchuan took a deep breath and placed his hand upon it. In an instant, a brilliant radiance burst forth from the crystal orb, and an extraordinary martial soul materialized behind Shanchuan. It was a long sword emanating a blue luminescence, its blade encircled by enigmatic runes, exuding an aura of immense power. This is a mutated martial soul, exclaimed the soul master in charge of the awakening. In a surge of elation, Shanchuan was taken aback by the awakening of such a formidable martial soul within him. Beside him, Tang San cast a look of astonishment and remarked, Shanchuan, your martial soul is truly extraordinary. You shall undoubtedly become a powerful soul master in the future. Mountains and rivers clenched their fists, silently vowing, Tang San, I shall stand by your side, and together we will carve out our own destiny in this world. After awakening their martial spirits, Shanchuan and Tang San resolved to hunt for soul rings together. They ventured into the Stardow Forest, a realm teeming with peril yet brimming with countless opportunities. Shortly after entering the forest, they encountered a century-old soul beast, a colossal tiger-like creature radiating an overwhelming aura. Be cautious. This soul beast is formidable, Tang San whispered. Shanchuan nodded, gripping his long sword tightly. He understood that this marked the inaugural step towards becoming a true soul master, and he was determined to give it his all. As the battle loomed, Shanchuan and Tang San seamlessly coordinated their efforts, employing their respective martial souls and skills to engage in a fierce confrontation with the soul beasts. During the clash, Shanchuan discovered that his martial soul possessed formidable offensive power and speed. Each swing of his sword inflicted significant damage upon the soul beasts. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately triumphed over the soul beasts. Shanchuan absorbed the soul ring from the defeated creature, resulting in a further enhancement of his strength. Shanchuan, you performed admirably, Tang San remarked with a smile. Mountains and rivers wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, thanks to your assistance, I would not have succeeded so smoothly. The two exchanged a knowing smile and continued deeper into the forest. After acquiring their soul rings, both Mountains and Rivers and Tang San experienced a significant enhancement in their abilities. They resolved to head to Shrek Academy to further augment their strength. Upon arriving at Shrek Academy, they encountered a group of like-minded companions and formed the Shrek 7 Monsters. Within the academy, they engaged in study, training, and competitions, sharing an unforgettable time together. During a Soul Master tournament, the Shrek 7 Monsters faced formidable adversaries. At the onset of the match, they found themselves on the defensive. Yet, Mountains and Rivers refused to surrender. They rallied their teammates, and through unwavering determination and exceptional teamwork, they gradually turned the tide. Everyone together, Mountains shouted, his sword gleaming with radiant light. Under the leadership of Mountains and Rivers, the Shrek 7 Monsters ultimately triumphed over their opponents, securing victory in the competition. In that moment, they became heroes of the academy, earning the admiration of countless individuals. As time progressed, the strength of Mountains and Rivers and Tang San grew ever more formidable. They endured countless battles and challenges, gradually evolving into the pinnacle of power on the Douluo Continent. However, their path to divinity was fraught with difficulties. During a confrontation against malevolent forces, Tang San sustained grave injuries and teetered on the brink of death. Watching Tang San lie unconscious, Mountains was overwhelmed with sorrow and fury. Tang San, you must hold on. I will not allow anything to happen to you. Mountains clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with resolute light. In a bid to save Tang San, Mountains embarked on a quest for a divine remedy. After enduring numerous hardships, he finally discovered the sacred medicine and successfully revived Tang San. Following this harrowing ordeal, the bond between Mountains and Rivers and Tang San deepened profoundly. They resolved to embark on the path to divinity together, aspiring to become deities on the Douluo Continent. Through relentless effort and perseverance, Mountains and Rivers and Tang San ultimately completed the trials of ascension, achieving divine status on the Douluo Continent. They safeguarded the peace and tranquility of their realm with their power, becoming heroes in the hearts of the people. Tang San, we did it. Mountains gazed at the sky, tears of exhilaration glistening in his eyes. Tang San smiled and nodded, saying, indeed, we did. All of this has been possible because of you. The two shared a warm smile, fully aware that their story was only just beginning. Synopsis: a journey through dimensions, the Douluo Continent, adventure, fervor, and mountains. Unexpectedly transported to the Douluo Continent, Mountains embarks on a thrilling adventure. In this world brimming with fantasy and challenges, can Mountains and Su Yun carve out their own destiny in the Douluo Continent? Join Mountains on his journey to explore the allure of the Douluo Continent.